Jiang You was just an ordinary teenager, but one day he found himself transported to the ancient era as a young member of the Arakocra tribe. When he opened his eyes, he discovered he was in the rugged mountains of the Furland world, witnessing the final stages of the war between the Titans and the Dragons. This world was fraught with danger, as the Arakocra had been unwillingly drawn into this prolonged conflict. In the sky, a messenger with gray-black wings circled, clutching a bone spear, and delivered a royal conscription order to the Arakocra on the cliff. Standing beside his mother, Jiang You listened to the chieftain's desperate pleas for a reprieve. He sighed inwardly. This Arakocra tribe had only about 200 members. If all the able-bodied men went to war, survival in the wilderness would be nearly impossible. Yet, the messenger was merciless, leaving only a threat before flying away. As night fell, the campfire cast a glow on the worried faces of the Arakocra. The chieftain looked at Jiang You with a mix of reluctance and hope. Although Jiang Yu had integrated the memories of his younger self, he couldn't quell the turmoil in his heart. Gazing at his parents, he was filled with anxiety about his uncertain fate. 3 years passed swiftly, and Jiang Yu had grown into an agile young hunter. Now, he perched on a treetop in the forest, his sharp eyes fixed on the prey below. After an intense struggle, he swiftly killed 2 forest wolves with remarkable speed. His companions marveled at his prowess, unaware of the greater secret he harbored. As the sun set, Jiang Yu sat alone on a branch, contemplating his situation. He opened the system panel and found that the game system was still sealed, with a long time remaining before activation. He couldn't help but smile bitterly. Even as a transmigrator, he couldn't rely on the system. Reflecting on the history of the Furland world, Jiang Yu was filled with questions. Why could an ordinary turtle bathe in Titan's blood in ancient times and become a demigod, while other creatures would be burned to death? He fell into deep thought. I've done this old turtle's quest before. If I think about it carefully, maybe I'll find a clue. As the sun set in the west and night fell, the sky was adorned with a myriad of twinkling stars. Jiang Yu and his 3 companions, panting heavily, dragged the carcasses of 3 forest wolves back to Gaoman Mountain. On the cliff, a bonfire was already blazing, and a plump, thick-skinned wild boar was sizzling on the spit, filling the air with its mouth-watering aroma. The eagle people sat around the fire, their eyes fixed intently on the boar, faces full of anticipation. A group of children couldn't help but swallow their saliva, their eyes brimming with longing. Thick-skinned wild boars were rare in the Whispering Forest, and even Jiang Yu and his friends seldom encountered them. This time, they had stumbled upon the scene of 3 wolves hunting a boar, a stroke of unexpected luck. Once the boar was roasted to perfection, Jiang Yu received the juiciest piece. After everyone had their fill, an elderly eagle man with gray wings and a hunched back shakily stood up. He walked to the fire, faced his tribe, and spoke in a hoarse but resolute voice. Fellow tribesmen, it has been 3 whole years since Chief E led our young warriors to the vast sea forest to join the war against the Thunder Titans. They have not returned, and I fear they may have perished in the foreign sands. Deep down, you all know this, don't you? The elder's words were like a wound being reopened, and the tribespeople bowed their heads in sorrow. Soon, Jiang Yu heard the sound of stifled sobs around him. The old eagle man continued, our warriors were too weak. Aside from flying, they were practically useless. On such a battlefield, they were mere cannon fodder, falling in droves at the slightest impact. He paused and looked around. But we still have hope. In these 3 years, our children have grown up. They can help their mothers hunt now. Especially Yoha can even kill a forest wolf on his own. Jiang Yu stood silently, recalling the time he had slain a lone wolf by himself 6 months ago. The elder's voice grew firmer. A wolf pack has its leader, and a tribe cannot be without a chief. I propose that Jiang Yu succeed and become the new chief of our Gaoman Mountain tribe. The first to respond were the young eagle men of Jiang Yu's age. Having grown up together, they were already impressed by Jiang Yu's abilities. Their support swayed their mothers, and soon, nearly half the tribe expressed their agreement. Although the rest remained silent, no one opposed. The old eagle man smiled with relief, walked up to Jiang Yu, and asked, You, are you willing to bear the future of the Gaoman Mountain Eagle tribe? Without hesitation, Jiang Yu nodded solemnly, Elder, I am willing to become the chief. In this perilous and ancient wilderness, without extraordinary powers, he could only survive by relying on the strength of the tribe. Becoming the chief was also his inner desire. After 3 years of living together day and night, he had long considered this place his home. Jiang Yu secretly resolved to change the fate of the Eagle tribe. Late at night, under a moonlit sky that blanketed the earth like a veil, Jiang Yu lay on a large green stone at the edge of the cliff, his mind racing with thoughts. He recalled the task given by the old turtle and realized it had not mentioned how to avoid being burned by Titan's blood. But since the old turtle was once an ordinary turtle, it must have been near the battlefield when it bathed in Titan's blood. Suddenly, a realization struck Jiang You. At the dawn of the human empire, the old turtle was renowned for its thunderous power, so it likely bathed in the blood of a thunder titan. And the thunder titans were the very masters of the eagle tribe. Turtles thrive in water, so the secret to the old turtle's survival in titan's blood must be related to water. As for the specific location, the answer was clear: the vast sea forest. Only the mortal enemy of the thunder titans, the blue dragon king Araleltos, could have caused a battle that spilled so much titan's blood into the forest, where it drenched the old turtle. The problem became clearer. He needed to find the stream or river where the old turtle resided. Finding the old turtle would reveal the secret to surviving a bath in titan's blood, thereby awakening extraordinary powers. However, the vast sea forest was no ordinary place. It lay at the border of the titans' and dragons' territories, populated by numerous powerful subordinate races, with extraordinary beings everywhere. Venturing there recklessly would surely lead to immediate death. No one would care about the life of an eagle man, not even those on the titan side. The only way was to follow in his father's footsteps 3 years ago and respond to the king's summons, going to the vast sea forest as an eagle soldier. He needed to set out quickly upon hearing the summons and arrive early. As eagle men were naturally scouts, arriving early would ensure he was chosen for a scouting team. Then, he could seize the opportunity to search for the old turtle's hiding place. With his thoughts gradually becoming clearer, Jiang You formed a preliminary plan. The king summoned soldiers from various eagle tribes every 10 years. So, he only needed to wait 7 more years and seize that opportunity. The hawk people have lived in the mountains for generations, favoring the cliffs as their home. They use stone tools to carve out caves around the mountain peaks for their dwellings. Gaoman Mountain is just an ordinary hill in the ancient world of Furland, but the legendary Hawk King's court is located atop a towering peak called Tian Mountain. This is the ancestral home of the hawk people, housing tens of thousands of them, including those from the Gaoman Mountain tribe. When Jiang Yu became the chieftain of the Gaoman Mountain tribe, he immediately set out to improve their living conditions. Though the stone caves were safe, their smell was unbearable, and hygiene had always been a troubling issue for the tribe. In the first year, Jiang Yu led his people in crafting stone axes and cutting down trees, building dozens of wooden houses and beds within a year. Each of these new homes had a door on the roof and another near the cliffside for easy access. The original caves were converted into storage rooms with wooden doors. In the center of the village, they dug a pool for their daily water supply and assigned someone to fetch water regularly. They also built a wooden wall around the entire village, forming a small settlement. Although the wooden village might not have been as secure as the caves, Jiang Yu felt a sense of civilization for the first time in this wild land, and his heart was at peace. During the second winter, Jiang Yu led the young hawk people in hunting down several hibernating black bears in the Whispering Forest. His strength and skills improved significantly, and he donned a warm bearskin coat. In the third year, Jiang Yu discovered a deer-like magical beast in the eastern part of the Whispering Forest. Although this beast was powerful, it was gentle and stayed within its territory, which reassured Jiang Yu and his people. However, this encounter intensified Jiang Yu's desire to gain extraordinary powers. In the fourth year, while chasing wild oxen, Jiang Yu and his hunting party flew an extra 3 kilometers west and stumbled upon an open-pit copper mine. This discovery thrilled him, as copper could help them transition from the Stone Age to the Bronze Age, significantly boosting the tribe's strength. However, a young hawk scout soon reported that a serpent people tribe had been found further away. The serpent people, also a subservient race of the Titan giants, had been longtime enemies of the hawk people. In ancient times, when 4-legged hawks had not yet evolved into hawk people, they often preyed on the ancestors of the serpent people, the two-legged snakes. After both races received the Titan's gift and evolved into intelligent beings, the hawk people's dominance over the serpent people vanished. The serpent people had a higher reproduction rate and were skilled archers, whereas the hawk people, though capable of flight, had talons too sharp for archery. After a brief contemplation, Jiang Yu's desire for copper outweighed his concerns about the serpent people tribe. He inquired about the tribe's specifics, but the young hawk scout could not provide detailed information. Jiang Yu decided to investigate personally, leading a group of young hawk people to fly several miles and discover the serpent people tribe by a small river. From the air, Jiang Yu observed that the serpent people tribe was in a similar state to theirs, weakened by prolonged warfare, with mostly the elderly, women, and children remaining. The serpent people were less capable of surviving on the battlefield compared to the hawk people, often becoming cannon fodder. However, this tribe had slightly more members than the Gaoman Mountain hawk people, with about 300 serpent people. Jiang Yu made a swift decision to annihilate the small serpent people tribe under the cover of night. That evening, he led the warriors in a surprise attack on the sleeping serpent people, successfully wiping out the entire tribe. They then began mining copper and smelting bronze. With knowledge from his previous life, Jiang Yu successfully crafted bronze after several attempts. In the 5th year, after a year of accumulation, nearly all the fighting-capable hawk people in the tribe were equipped with bronze weapons. This allowed them to hunt larger and fiercer prey, and even attempt to hunt some weaker magical beasts. The tribe members mainly used bronze spears, while Jiang You forged a bronze sword for himself. In the 6th year, with an increase in bronze reserves, Jiang You cast a large bronze cauldron for long-duration cooking. They also made various bronze utensils like bowls, basins, pots, and spoons. By this time, Jiang Yu could proudly declare that the Gaoman mountain tribe had left the Stone Age and entered the Bronze Age, becoming more civilized than most races in the world of Furland. In the 7th year, 16-year-old Jiang Yu had reached adulthood among the Hawk people. His body was stronger, and his wings were more resilient and powerful. To prepare for the impending war, Jiang Yu began crafting bronze armor. Considering the unique physique and flying needs of the Hawk people, they only equipped lightweight armor pieces on their chests, arms, and heads. Jiang Yu made this simple bronze armor for himself and the strongest dozen Hawk people in the tribe, who were his close companions growing up. Time flew by, and autumn of the 7th year arrived. As the golden autumn leaves fell, the envoy from the Hawk King's court arrived as expected. The sky was high, the clouds were thin, and the autumn air was thick. On the cliffs of Gaoman Mountain, a gray-black figure sliced through the sky. It was an eagleman messenger, his wings spanning 3 meters wide, holding a tumter-long bone spear, circling above and looking down. His cold eyes swept over the gathered eaglemen of the Gaoman Mountain tribe, a hint of disdain flashing in them. Gaoman Mountain tribe, the royal court has a decree. The messenger's voice thundered. Summon 50 eagleman warriors. You have 3 days to report to the vast sea forest and obey the thunder god's command. The familiar summons echoed among the cliffs, causing the hearts of the eaglemen present to sink. For decades, the royal court's summons to this small tribe had not changed a word, as if it were a uniform command for all remote eagleman tribes. Jiang Yu stood at the forefront of his people, his claws tightly clenched, struggling to suppress his inner rage. He took a deep breath and, like his father before him, pleaded in a low voice, "Honorable messenger, as you can see, our tribe can hardly muster 50 eagleman warriors. Could you grant us some leniency? I am willing to lead all our adult males to fight for the thunder god and the royal court." Humph. The gray-black-winged eagleman messenger snorted coldly. The royal court's decree is not up for negotiation. A small tribe like yours, surviving under the royal court's protection, is already a blessing. The messenger's gaze fell on Jiang Yu's clenched claws and defiant eyes, and a murderous intent began to rise within him. To him, small tribes like Gaoman Mountain were like weeds on the prairie, their lives insignificant. As this thought crossed his mind, the wind suddenly became restless, a manifestation of the extraordinary power of the wind. Jiang Yu felt the pressure, his body trembling, quickly lowering his head. "Honorable messenger, Gaoman Mountain will obey the summons." The cliff fell silent, save for the howling wind. Jiang Yu's body was tense, ready to face any possible attack. Moments later, the eagleman messenger did not strike. He left with a cold command: 50 people, within 3 days. Remember, if one is missing or a day late, your entire tribe will be wiped out. As the messenger departed, the tribe members let out sighs of despair. Jiang Yu looked at the hopeless faces of his people and spoke loudly, "Trust me, everyone. This time, I will bring you all back. If I don't, I will die before you. Also, for the 50 slots, I ask that the adult women of our tribe join us. The young ones will stay behind." Several adult women immediately stepped forward. Jiang Yu turned to the oldest boy in the tribe, Cha, and solemnly instructed, "Cha, after we leave, you will be the strongest male eagleman in the tribe. You must lead the young ones and protect everyone." Cha tearfully responded, "Yes, brother Yu." After comforting his mother, Jiang Yu addressed the eaglemen who were about to depart. "All right, there's no time to waste. Let's go back and gear up with our bronze armor and weapons. We'll set off for the vast sea forest in 15 minutes. One eagleman asked in confusion, "You, isn't it within 3 days? Why the rush?" Jiang Yu explained, "Our predecessors who went out never returned. This time, we need to scout ahead and see what the situation in the vast sea forest is and prepare adequately." The eagleman nodded, agreeing with and trusting Jiang Yu's decision. 15 minutes later, 50 eaglemen armed with bronze swords and spears were ready to go. Under the reluctant gazes of the old and weak left behind, Jiang Yu gave the order, and the group took off towards the west, disappearing into the horizon. Under the starlit sky, they journeyed day and night. After 7 sunrises and sunsets, Jiang Yu and his tribe's warriors finally reached the vast expanse of the Han Hai Forest. This immense green ocean lived up to its name, with a winding river flowing through it, eventually merging into the distant sea. The Han Hai Forest lay on the edge of the Thunder Titan Atiri's territory, bordering the domain of the ancient Blue Dragon King, Erelithos. The two great powers had been at war for years, with no clear victor yet. At this moment, the entire forest had transformed into a massive military camp, teeming with the diverse races of Furland. Jiang You surveyed his surroundings, seeing the bustling activity of various tribes. Centaurs patrolling the woods, harpies soaring above, trolls setting up camp in the jungle, dwarves riding goats through the valleys, goblins chopping trees, merfolk dwelling by the riverbank, fishmen wielding stone forks, half-blood giants acting as overseers, fairies and treants watching from the treetops, and boarmen lounging lazily on the ground. These were all vassal races loyal to the Titans, who had ruled half the world since the Titan Giants era. Jiang Yu's gaze extended beyond the Han Hai forest to the north, where a colossal stone throne, towering 300 meters high, stood like a sculpted mountain. Seated upon it was a nearly 200-meter-tall giant with purple hair and golden eyes, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. This was Atiri, the Thunder Titan. Every moment, purple lightning crackled across his muscular body, his majesty as imposing as mountains and seas, leaving Jiang Yu in silent awe. Feeling the overwhelming aura of the Titan, Jiang Yu became even more cautious, burying his pride as a time traveler deep within. In a world filled with extraordinary powers and constant danger, only careful vigilance could ensure survival. As they flew over the Han Hai forest, the patrolling harpies and griffins did not hinder them, allowing Jiang Yu and his group to land directly in the harpy encampment. As soon as they touched down, a middle-aged harpy soldier, draped in wolf fur, approached them. Though devoid of supernatural aura, he exuded the air of a seasoned warrior. "Which tribe are you from, and who is your leader?" the middle-aged harpy asked indifferently. Jiang Yu stepped forward and replied, "Elder of the royal court, I am the leader. We come from the Gaoman mountain tribe." The middle-aged harpy gave a slight nod, clearly unimpressed by the small tribe. He glanced at their bronze weapons and armor dismissively. To him, they were just a negligible tribe, with even female harpies among them, utterly insignificant. "Follow me. The harpy tribes from the east are under Commander Fingy," the middle-aged harpy said, leading them through half the camp to a chaotic, sprawling encampment. The trees had been felled, leaving a barren expanse of dirt and grass. Jiang Yu estimated around 10,000 harpy warriors stationed there, their gray-black wings creating a vast, interwoven network. The middle-aged harpy casually pointed to a corner. "You can stay over there." With that, he turned to leave, showing no interest in the small tribe destined to be cannon fodder. Jiang Yu quickly called out, sincerely asking, "Elder, may I know your name? Also, where is Commander Fingy's camp? How do we follow his orders in such chaos?" The middle-aged harpy turned back, his eyes filled with genuine disdain, scoffing. "What makes you think you have the right to follow Commander Fingy's orders? Someone will come for you when the time comes." He pointed to a nearby harpy camp, where a royal court harpy with a bone spear was loudly commanding several harpy tribes below. You, and you, bring your people and follow me." The harpies, not daring to resist, quickly gathered their tribes and followed. Their numbers varied, some with dozens, others with only a few. Each harpy's eyes filled with apathy, clearly accustomed to such summons. Jiang Yu observed this, his eyes heavy. "I understand, Elder." "Good. As long as you understand. Some things are better left unsaid," the middle-aged harpy said flatly, pointing to the forest's edge. "Don't think about escaping. See there? That's the fate of deserters." Jiang Yu looked in the direction he pointed, seeing rows of harpy corpses impaled on stakes, bloodied and gruesome. The middle-aged harpy laughed. "Boy, don't be smart. Harpies like you are nothing but ants and grass. The royal court decides your life and death. Behave yourself." With that, he spread his wings and flew off to greet the next tribe. Jiang Yu stood still, his claws clenched, eyes deep. Behind him, his tribe members also showed their resentment but held back. Once the middle-aged harpy left, someone stepped forward and asked, "You? What do we do next?" Jiang Yu glanced at the harpy scouts in the sky and smiled. "They do their thing, we do ours. Lie, bring out the bone spears we copied earlier. We'll patrol ourselves." A harpy stepped forward, handing Jiang Yu a long beast skin bundle. Jiang Yu unwrapped it, picked up a bone spear, and smiled at his tribe. "From now on, I'm a royal court soldier, leading you on patrol. Follow me." "Got it," the tribe responded in unison. Jiang Yu thought to himself, he must find the old turtle's location. Even without the royal court's order, he had to scout. Of course, it was safer to decide the route himself. Whether they would be discovered or not was a secondary concern. Facing death either way, he had to take the risk to awaken his extraordinary powers. Carrying the marinated meat, Jiang Yu inquired among the surrounding eagle warriors who were on duty before gripping his bone spear, donning a bearskin cloak, and posing as a royal guard to lead his people into the sky. They flew out of the camp openly, blending seamlessly with the numerous eagle warriors coming and going, drawing no attention. As they reached the camp's edge, a guard suddenly stopped Jiang Yu, emotionlessly questioning his identity. Jiang Yu calmly replied that he was new. After scrutinizing him for a moment, The guard nodded and let him pass. Jiang You didn't leave immediately. Instead, he discreetly handed the guard a piece of gold and asked about the most intense battlefront. Satisfied, the guard accepted the gold and informed him that the fiercest fighting was in the east, suggesting it would be safer to fly west. Jiang Yu led his people past the camps of goblins, trolls, and other races, observing the distinct setups of each. They continued westward, searching for small bodies of water, avoiding the large river that cut through the forest. After several days of fruitless searching, a guard told them they could no longer fly west, forcing Jiang Yu to lead his group south. During their southern search, they unfortunately encountered a wyvern. In the fierce aerial battle that ensued, Jiang Yu lost several of his people but managed to hit the wyvern's eye with a spear. He decisively lured the injured and enraged wyvern away, engaging in a heart-pounding chase above the forest alone. In a critical moment, the sky was suddenly overshadowed. Jiang Yu looked up to see a massive blue dragon with a wingspan of 500 meters soaring overhead, its body crackling with devastating blue lightning. It was the ancient blue dragon king, Allalithos. Almost simultaneously, a thunderous roar erupted from the north. Jiang Yu turned to see a towering titan, 200 meters tall, radiating purple electricity, striding forward with a gleaming silver spear in hand. This was the titan, Atreus. The two ancient powerhouses instantly clashed, plunging the entire battlefield into chaos. Numerous races engaged in brutal combat both in the sky and on the ground, creating an awe-inspiring scene. Jiang Yu realized he was at the center of the battlefield, in extreme danger but also presented with a rare opportunity. He quickly decided not to evade the wyvern behind him any longer. Drawing a bronze short sword, he leapt onto the wyvern's head as it lunged at him, driving the sword into its skull. As the wyvern plummeted, Jiang Yu clung to its back, feigning a fatal fall, and descended straight into a crescent-shaped lake below. Upon hitting the water, Jiang Yu swiftly dove to the lake bed, soon discovering a pinkish little turtle perched on a smooth, glowing green stone. He gently stroked the turtle's head, moved it aside, and sat on the stone, feeling an immediate and profound coolness envelop his body. At that moment, the blood of the battling titan and blue dragon king poured down from the sky like a waterfall, instantly turning the entire lake golden. Jiang Yu and the little turtle were enveloped in the golden blood, experiencing an excruciating burning sensation as if they were at the sun's core. System notifications continuously sounded, announcing enhancements in various attributes and the awakening of new abilities. The refreshing aura from the green stone temporarily alleviated the pain, but the relentless influx of titan and dragon blood brought back the scorching agony. This torturous cycle persisted for an indeterminate time, until the essence of the golden blood in the lake was fully absorbed by both. When everything finally calmed, Jiang Yu and the little turtle had undergone significant transformations. The turtle's shell had turned a vibrant purple blue, surrounded by faint electric sparks, its eyes brimming with intelligence. As for Jiang Yu, though his outward appearance had not changed much, he could feel the immense power surging within him, as if he had been completely reborn. The war outside still raged on, but the earth-shaking tremors from the epic battle were slowly fading away. The sounds of the clash between the Thunder Titan and the ancient Blue Dragon King were gradually disappearing into the distance, indicating that their fight had moved away from this area. Gingerly, Jiang Yu peeked out from the small lake, cautiously surveying the surrounding battlefield. Despite the widespread devastation, no living being dared approach the area where the two mighty beings had just fought. This rare moment of tranquility provided Jiang Yu with an opportunity. He looked down at the water's surface and was astonished to see that his reflection had undergone a remarkable transformation. No longer did his reflection resemble an ordinary Aarakocra. His beak had fallen off, replaced by a delicate human-like nose and lips. The gray-black down on his face had shed significantly, revealing a sharply defined visage. His previously plain gray-white hair was now a mix of silver and gray, shimmering with a metallic luster. Most striking were his eyes. The vertical pupils typical of Aarakocra were gone, replaced by a pair of violet eyes that sparkled like stars, deep and filled with wisdom. His feathers had thinned considerably, and his hands and feet were beginning to show the contours of human extremities. Although not fully transformed, they already appeared more fleshy. His wings had also changed. The once purely gray-black feathers were now interspersed with new white feathers, looking soft and glossy. Jiang Yu realized he was undergoing an unprecedented evolution, akin to the legendary ancestors. Eagerly, he opened his status panel, and sure enough, the data had changed drastically. Name, Jiang Yu. Race, Aarakocra bloodline mutating. Age, 16. Attributes, Strength 10, Constitution 10, Spirit 13, Agility 11, Charisma 5. Level, Unlocked sealed, to be revealed upon game activation. Skills, Mastery in throwing, Mastery in spear techniques, Thunder power. Extraordinary skill points, Unlocked sealed, to be revealed upon game activation. Talent. Champions will you possess exceptional insight and reaction abilities, unparalleled combat awareness. Quest system. Unlocked sealed, to be revealed upon game activation. Game activation countdown. 3,646,486 days, 5 hours, 35 minutes. Jiang Yu felt a surge of power within him, and the significant boost in all attributes filled him with confidence. Although his level was not yet displayed on the panel, he knew he had already stepped into the realm of the extraordinary. The blood of titans and dragons had granted him this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he had successfully seized it. His immediate task now was to escape the war safely. Jiang Yu picked up his bronze sword, feeling the extraordinary power coursing through him as tendrils of lightning began to wrap around the blade. He thought to himself that if he encountered the two-headed wyvern again, he would now have the strength to face it head-on. Carefully stepping out of the small lake, Jiang Yu's eyes fell on a stone by the shore. Resting on it was a small turtle, its eyes glinting with an emerging intelligence. He decided that once the battle was over, he would take the turtle and the stone with him. As he reached the shore and prepared to take flight, a piercing scream shattered the sky. Atreus, how dare you kill me? Immediately following, the Thunder Titan's roar echoed like thunder from the heavens, shaking every living being. Erelithos, today, you die. Jiang Yu's head snapped up, his heart nearly pounding out of his chest. In the nearby forest, the towering Thunder Titan was gripping the blue dragon's head and neck, his hands seemingly charged with billions of volts of electricity. With a resounding tear, the blue dragon's head was ripped off, blood gushing like a fountain, creating a horrifying scene. With a ground-shaking crash, the headless body of the blue dragon king fell, its scalding blood flowing into the forest like a river. The victorious Thunder Titan held up the blue dragon king's head, and the creatures of the dragon king's faction fled in terror. Throughout the vast sea forest, the intelligent races allied with the Titans erupted in cheers. The war is over, we have won. However, Jiang Yu's heart was like a volcano erupting. He suddenly realized that this battle was the very spark that would ignite a world-shattering war between the Titans and dragons. The death of Erelithos, the Dragon Emperor's son, would trigger a conflict that would engulf the entire world, causing untold devastation to all races. Jiang Yu's mind raced. I must find my people quickly. After this battle, we must find a way to preserve our tribe amidst the impending cataclysm. Jiang Yu gazed intently at the glowing green stones and small turtles at the bottom of the lake. After much deliberation, he decided not to take them. Without any storage equipment, carrying these treasures would be as dangerous as a child carrying gold through a bustling market. He memorized the location, spread his grand white wings, and soared into the sky. As Jiang Yu ascended, the faint sound of wind and thunder echoed around him. Since his transformation, his vision had greatly improved, allowing him to clearly see the distant battlefield. The allied races of the Blue Dragon King were either fleeing desperately or kneeling in surrender. The outcome was already decided. In the distance, the battlefield between the Thunder Titan and the Blue Dragon King came into view. Jiang Yu witnessed the Thunder Titan devour the Blue Dragon King's heart, stripping its sinews and skin to extract its essence. This sight made Jiang Yu's heart tighten, and he realized the grave consequences of this war. The dragon race would inevitably engage in a cataclysmic war against the Titans. This is the spark that ignites the war. Jiang Yu muttered to himself. I must return and lead my people to migrate. The high barbarian mountains are no longer safe. He turned eastward, searching for his people. As he flew, Jiang Yu continuously pondered the future. If history remained unchanged, the war between the Titans and dragons would erupt in a year. He had to find his people quickly and lead them away from the Sunto main battlefield. After some time, Jiang Yu finally spotted a large group of harpies in the sky, among them his own people. However, upon closer inspection, he found that only about 30 of his kin remained, all of them injured. Jiang Yu's brow furrowed as he flew closer. Jiang Yu's appearance had drastically changed. Although he still had the form of a harpy, the lightning energy surrounding him indicated that he had become an extraordinary being. His people sensed the familiar aura but dared not recognize him. A harpy warrior from the royal court, holding a stone spear, flew forward and respectfully inquired about Jiang Yu's intentions. After Jiang Yu revealed his identity, his people were skeptical. It wasn't until he skillfully called out their names that the harpies of the High Barbarian Mountain tribe began to accept the truth. Just as Jiang Yu was about to ask about their plight, the royal court harpy excitedly invited him to meet the Harpy King. Jiang Yu politely declined the immediate invitation to the royal court, insisting on tending to his people first. The royal court harpy scoffed, considering the commoners as insignificant as wild grass. Jiang Yu suppressed his anger and temporarily agreed to meet the Harpy King to understand the situation in the royal court. Upon arriving at the Harpy King's tent, Jiang Yu saw a fat harpy, wearing a feathered crown, seated on a throne. The Harpy King seemed indifferent to Jiang Yu's arrival, merely instructing to provide him with wind-feathered dew and arrange for a priest to explain the path of the extraordinary. At the priest's place, Jiang Yu learned that in this era, there were only two paths to an extraordinary career: self-creation and bloodline inheritance. He was surprised to find that the path to becoming a legend was so precious, and currently, only the royal family's sky warrior profession had a complete path to legendary advancement. After listening to the priest's explanation, Jiang Yu fell into deep thought. He recalled the future era where job points were scattered worldwide, marveling at the wisdom of the predecessors. For now, he could only follow the priest's guidance and attempt to create his own career path. Consume the extraordinary substance, open your spiritual vision, and meditate to touch the sea of spirituality. Use your thoughts to construct your extraordinary career, the priest instructed. Remember, your career must align with your physique, attributes, mind, and will. Do not aim too high, or your career path will be doomed from the start. Jiang Yu carefully noted these critical pieces of information and prepared to embark on his journey to create his own career path. Exiting the priest's tent, Jiang Yu left the royal court's encampment and headed towards where his tribe was located. Although the war had been won, they couldn't leave immediately. A royal court eagle warrior stopped Jiang Yu, suggesting that if he was worried about his tribe, he could go back first. The warrior's words were filled with confidence, as if certain that Jiang Yu would eventually return to the royal court. This sentiment was not just his. The entire royal court of eagle warriors seemed to believe it firmly. The warrior also reminded Jiang Yu that a grand celebration would be held in 3 days, and everyone was expected to attend to praise the great thunder titan, Atli. Jiang Yu took note of this silently and continued his search for his tribe. When he finally found his tribe, the sight before him was shocking. Only a tenth of the tribe's eagle warriors remained in the camp. The survivors, with tear-streaked faces and vacant expressions, looked like walking corpses. The war had nearly drained the blood of eagle warriors from all the tribes in the wilderness, while the royal court stood high above, unchallenged. Jiang Yu urgently inquired about what had happened to his tribe. Asang explained gravely that after Jiang Yu had drawn away the two-headed wyvern, they were temporarily conscripted by the royal court eagle warriors and placed in the front lines as cannon fodder against the griffin flocks on the dragon side. In a short time, more than a dozen tribe members were killed. It was only because of their bronze armor and the titans tearing apart of the blue dragon queen that the war ended without even greater casualties. Asang, gritting his teeth, said that the royal court eagle warriors always stayed at the back, commanding the tribal eagle warriors to charge. After every war, the royal court's casualties were always the smallest. This is why only a tenth of the tribal eagle warriors remained. Hearing this, Jiang Yu's anger towards the royal court of eagle warriors grew even stronger. He immediately decided that once they returned, they would no longer follow the royal court's orders. As for the location of the Gaoman mountain tribe, they would leave as soon as they found a better place. After all, in a year, the ultimate battle between the titans and the dragons would erupt, and whether the royal court of eagle warriors would survive was uncertain. On the third day, Jiang Yu and his tribe sat quietly in the camp, waiting for the titan to arrive. At noon, as the sun scorched the earth, the sound of thunderous footsteps came from afar. A titan over 200 meters tall approached slowly, each step causing the ground to tremble. This giant was Atli, surrounded by world-destroying thunder, with a helmet made from a dragon's skull still reeking of dragon blood. Atli's towering figure seemed to pierce the sky as he looked down at the tiny intelligent beings below with a hint of indifference and boredom in his eyes. In a voice like rolling thunder, Atli declared, "My servants, rejoice for your master. The great titan shall rule all of Furland." His voice boomed like a thunderclap, and the pressure swept across the entire vast sea forest. All living creatures trembled in fear, their bodies collapsing involuntarily under the weight. Jiang Yu too struggled against the overwhelming pressure, half kneeling on the ground. But soon, the blood of the titan and the dragon within him cleared his mind. He looked up at the titan, who seemed like the world's sovereign, and a burning ambition and defiance ignited within him. He could be replaced. After the Grand Titan assembly concluded, the various tribes of Farron dispersed. The Eagle King led his people back to the Tianshan Mountains, ordering the tribes to disband. Jiang Yu, being the last to leave, quietly took with him a small turtle and a glowing green stone. He thought to himself that this place would undoubtedly become a brutal battlefield in the future, and he had no intention of returning. Jiang Yu led his people on a journey back to the Gaoman Mountains. Although they had lost a dozen lives in the recent battle, it was a fortunate outcome compared to the complete annihilation their forebears had faced. A few days later, the group finally returned to their tribe in the Gaoman Mountains. The tribe erupted in cheers. Most of the eagle people wept with joy as they embraced their returning kin. However, those who had lost husbands, brothers, or sons cried bitterly, casting a shadow over the celebration. Jiang Yu felt a mix of emotions. He had promised to bring everyone back safely, but he hadn't entirely succeeded. At the same time, the tribe members were astonished to see that Jiang You had undergone a dramatic transformation, exuding an aura of the extraordinary. Several elder eagles were moved to tears, fully aware of what an extraordinary being meant in this ancient era. That night, the tribe held a grand feast. Tables overflowed with fine wine and delicacies, and laughter and chatter filled the air. The return of the young warriors brought stability back to the tribe, and everyone was filled with hope for the future. The next day, Jiang Yu busied himself in his wooden hut. He carefully placed the green stone under his bed and made a cozy nest for the small turtle. He then introduced the newly enlightened turtle to the tribe. The little creature curiously observed everything around it, much like a newborn baby. Its cute appearance and inherent thunder power quickly made it a favorite among the tribe. The children competed to play with it, and the eagle mothers treated it as one of their own. In the following days, Jiang Yu led the young warriors on hunting expeditions. Thanks to his extraordinary abilities, they returned with bountiful hauls each time. Soon, the tribe had accumulated enough food reserves. Jiang Yu decided it was time to focus on his own cultivation and carve out his path. He instructed his tribe not to disturb him and returned to his hut to prepare for seclusion. Carefully, he took out the glowing green stone and sat cross-legged upon it. This magical stone had helped him absorb the Titan's blood and awaken his extraordinary powers, making it the most precious gain of his journey. He consumed a drop of wind spirit dew, an extraordinary elixir unique to the Tianshan Mountains. Soon, Jiang Yu entered a deep meditative state. In this wondrous spiritual realm, he saw various spiritual particles floating around. The purple particles were the most active, seemingly calling out to him. Jiang Yu understood that these represented the thunder element, the source of his extraordinary power. Following his inner guidance, Jiang Yu's consciousness touched these purple particles. As he flowed with them, he ascended to a vast ocean of multicolored spiritual particles. Immersed in this sea of spirituality, Jiang Yu began contemplating his future career path. Undoubtedly, thunder power would be the core of his extraordinary journey. As soon as this thought emerged, the thunder elements in the spiritual sea surged toward him. Jiang Yu carefully assessed his strengths. As an eagle person, he had the ability to fly. As a transmigrator, he possessed memories of 2 lifetimes. Most importantly, he had the powerful talent of champion's will, enabling him to perform exceptionally in battle. As his understanding of himself deepened, a career template gradually formed in his mind. Just then, a series of prompts echoed in the depths of his consciousness. Player has triggered the job quest. Player has triggered the path of the extraordinary. System error, unable to generate job quest. System error, job quest incomplete. System error, insufficient job conditions. System error, player template changed. System error, initiating system auto-repair. Repair failed. Repair failed. After an unknown amount of time, as Jiang Yu returned from the spiritual sea, another prompt sounded. Ding. Player has obtained NPC template. NPC level, elite. Congratulations, player, on completing the job, Thunder Wielder. In the wooden cabin, Jiang Yu opened the panel and scanned the information displayed. Name, Jiang Yu. Race, Eagleman bloodline mutating. Template, regular player template unavailable. Elite NPC profession. Profession, Thunder Wielder. Age, 16. Attributes, Strength 15, Constitution 10, Spirit 15, Agility 15, Charisma 6. Level, unlocked upon game start sealed. Skills, Mastery in throwing, Mastery in spear techniques, Power of Thunder. Extraordinary skill points, unlocked upon game start sealed. Talent, Champions will you possess superior insight and reflexes, unparalleled combat awareness. Quest system, unlocked upon game start sealed. Game start countdown, 3,650,100 days, 7 hours, 12 minutes. Jiang Yu looked at the growth in his attributes and the newly unlocked profession and NPC template, a smile spreading across his face. He closed the system panel, thinking to himself that this thing was merely a mirror reflecting his strength for now. Rising and pushing open the door, Jiang Yu stepped out of the cabin. Outside, an eagleman warrior clad in bronze armor and holding a bronze spear was standing guard. Seeing Jiang Yu, the warrior's face lit up with joy. You're out, the warrior exclaimed excitedly. Jiang Yu patted his shoulder, smiling. Thank you for your hard work, Liang. Ha ha ha, guarding the door for you was no trouble at all. Liang laughed heartily. All right, now that I'm out, you don't need to stay here. Go ahead and get busy, Jiang Yu said. But Liang showed no intention of leaving. Instead, he asked curiously, since I have nothing else to do right now, can you show me how strong you've become? Jiang Yu knew that every eagleman aspired to become extraordinary. After a moment's thought, he said, in terms of strength, the deer-like beast we encountered before shouldn't be a match for me now. With that, Jiang Yu picked up a bronze spear and applied a bit of force. Instantly, Purple lightning coiled around the spearhead. He channeled his power and threw the spear outside the village. With a loud boom, a 1 meter-wide crater appeared on the ground. Amazing! Liang and the other eaglemen who had come running at the sound exclaimed in unison. With you here, our Gaoman mountain tribe is finally becoming stronger. Seeing the cheering tribesmen, Jiang You felt a surge of joy. After taking on his new role, he could finally see the path to becoming extraordinary, with hope of growing stronger step by step. The baptism of Titan and Dragon blood had significantly enhanced his potential. He believed that, given enough time, reaching at least the legendary stage was within his grasp. After all, he had the experience from his past life, ensuring he wouldn't fall behind. In the following days, Jiang Yu organized the tribe to forge bronze weapons and armor plates and to stockpile food. He frequently flew out of Gaoman Mountain to explore the surroundings, searching for suitable places for the eaglemen to hide and settle. The epic battle between titans and dragons was imminent, and even legends might not survive, let alone a newly advanced extraordinary professional like him. After surveying the area, Jiang Yu decided to venture farther. He packed his travel gear and flew east for 7 days and nights, covering 10,000 miles to the edge of the Eastern Sea. According to ancient legends, the ocean was the domain of sea creatures, and aside from titans and dragons, no one dared to settle near the shore. Jiang Yu flew around the coastal area for a few days, and finally discovered a towering mountain standing by the sea. The area was rich in resources, with no signs of intelligent life other than a few beasts. This is a paradise gifted to the Gaoman mountain tribe by the heavens. Jiang Yu thought with delight. When the war breaks out, they'll bring the tribe here. No matter how fearsome the sea creatures are, they can't compare to the world-shaking battle between titans and dragons. A year later, Jiang Yu was practicing as usual in Gaoman Mountain. Thanks to the titan and dragon blood, his cultivation speed was astonishing. In just 1 year, he had advanced from Thunder Wielder level 1 to level 5, reaching the pinnacle of the first extraordinary tier, the formal stage. The next step was the second extraordinary tier, the master stage. Thus, he entered the sea of spirituality again, and created an advanced profession for the Thunder Wielder Thunder Wing. On that day, as Jiang Yu was about to begin his breakthrough on a stone platform, a desolate bronze horn suddenly echoed. A voice like a heavenly wind seemed to come from the clouds. Summon your chieftain. Jiang Yu arrived at the stone cliff, where an eagleman envoy appeared, surprised to see that Jiang Yu was an extraordinary eagleman. His tone softened slightly as he raised his stone spear and declared, "The royal court commands that all able-bodied eaglemen of the Gaoman Mountain tribe report to the Eagleman Ancestral Court on Tianshan for orders." Hearing this, a thought flashed through Jiang Yu's mind. The apocalyptic battle is finally beginning. On the cliff, Jiang Yu gazed at the Eagle King's messenger in the sky, feeling the familiar air of power and influence. However, the once oppressive aura had dissipated. He was now a second-tier extraordinary practitioner, while the messenger was merely at the master level. Jiang Yu recalled the information he had gathered in the vast sea forest. The messengers of the Eagle King's court usually came from the same family. Nearby, they sent first-tier extraordinary messengers, but for distant places like the high barbarian mountains, they dispatched higher-tier professionals wind messengers. The strongest in the messenger profession was a third-tier extraordinary windwalker, but they were extremely rare. Currently, the messenger family had only one windwalker, often requisitioned by the Thunder Titan giants to deliver messages. The hallmark of the messenger profession was their incredible speed. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Jiang Yu straightened his posture, looked up, and laughed loudly. "Messenger, do you know how the remaining tribe members will survive if all the young and strong are taken away?" The eagle messenger frowned at these words and shouted sternly, "Every eagle must unconditionally serve the court. This is an ancient and unchanging law. The tribe's people are as worthless as wild grass. Live if they can, perish if they must. As an extraordinary practitioner, why degrade yourself?" Jiang Yu could no longer suppress his killing intent and roared, "If the court treated us as its people, we would die to serve it. But if the court treats us like ants, why should we risk our lives for it?" The messenger was furious, raising his stone spear high. Gray-black wings behind him surged with the wind, and a powerful gust enveloped him. He dove down like lightning, confident he could overpower Jiang Yu, thinking, "Our extraordinary inheritance has been refined through generations, far superior to any makeshift skills." The eagle people on the high barbarian mountain cliff felt the fierce wind descending from the sky and showed fear. However, Jiang Yu's face was filled with battle intent. He stepped forward, holding a bronze longsword horizontally. Violent purple lightning instantly surged through the blade. He roared at the diving messenger, 11 years ago, my father died due to the court's conscription. A year ago, my people nearly perished in the vast sea forest. Messenger, I've long wanted to kill you." The two clashed instantly, with wind and thunder colliding fiercely in the heavens and earth. Blood splattered as the messenger's gray-black wings were severed with a single strike. At the moment of contact, Jiang Yu's wings exploded like thunderous pythons behind him, guiding several bronze swords to precisely slice the messenger's wings. Deprived of his wings, the messenger's power plummeted, and he lost his speed advantage. He was both shocked and enraged, but Jiang Yu pressed his attack, quickly leaving him covered in wounds. Unable to escape or counterattack, the messenger, seeing his impending death, knelt and pleaded, "I have lost. Please, spare my life. I can exchange my life for a wealth of extraordinary treasures." Jiang Yu's face turned cold as iron, and he replied icily, "No need. The blood feud of the high barbarian mountain starts with you." With that, he mercilessly swung his sword at the kneeling messenger's head. Under the blazing sun, the clouds dispersed and the fierce winds ceased. On the cliff, Jiang Yu tightly gripped the severed head of a harpy, blood dripping through his fingers. He turned to face his clan, his gaze sweeping over their shocked and trembling faces. "Clan members," Jiang Yu's voice pierced the silence, "do you remember the decadal raids of the Harpy King?" Painful memories flickered in their eyes. Jiang Yu continued, "How many of our fathers and grandfathers never returned? Our Gaoman mountain tribe has weakened, teetering on the brink of extinction multiple times." His voice was filled with fury. "They treat us like livestock for slaughter." His words ignited a fire of hatred in the hearts of his people. Jiang Yu saw their fear turn into anger and nodded secretly. He pressed on. "The blood feud can be avenged even after 9 generations. Today, I have slain their messenger. When we grow stronger, we will ascend Tianshan and confront the Harpy King himself. Are the people of our tribe no more than ants?" "No." The roar of defiance echoed through Gaoman Mountain. When the clamor subsided, Jiang Yu continued, "From today, we will migrate to the eastern coast. There is a tall mountain there, rich in resources and beauty, the perfect place for our tribe to rise again." "Migrate! Migrate!" the clan chanted in unison. 3 days later, the entire Gaoman mountain tribe packed their belongings and followed Jiang Yu eastward. As they left their homeland, Jiang Yu looked down at the familiar wooden huts and silently vowed, "One day, I will return." After a month of arduous travel, the tribe finally reached the mountain by the eastern seashore. The Harpies were delighted to find that it was just as Jiang Yu had described, scenic and resource-rich. In midair, the Harpy warrior Liang exclaimed excitedly, "You, this great mountain is our new home. Give it a name." Jiang Yu surveyed the majestic mountain, memories of famous mountains and rivers from his past life flashing through his mind. He smiled and said, "This mountain is grand and magnificent, like a gift from the heavens. I thought of calling it Tianshan, but that's the Harpy King's domain. How about adding a word and calling it Paradise Mountain?" Paradise Mountain. What a great name. The clan cheered, though only Jiang Yu knew the ambition hidden behind that name. With daylight still ample, Jiang Yu led the clan to settle near the cliff. They immediately began chopping trees with their prepared bronze axes and building wooden houses. In less than a month, a village resembling the old Gaoman mountain tribe rose on the mountain. Thus, the Gaoman mountain tribe began their new life by the eastern seashore. Meanwhile, chaos engulfed the entire continent of Farand. The war between the Titans and the ancient dragons grew fiercer, causing heavy casualties on both sides and devastating almost every race. Demigods bled, legends fell, and the world was shrouded in a pall of gloom. 20 years later, by the eastern seashore, the Gaoman mountain tribe had grown to over 1,000 people. One day, while Jiang Yu was meditating on the cliff, a furious roar echoed from the distant western forest. "Azuna, do you really intend to perish with me?" In the midst of his cultivation, Jiang Yu suddenly opened his eyes. At this moment, his gaze was as brilliant as purple stars, and his aura had surged significantly compared to 20 years ago. He had reached the peak of the second tier of transcendence, mastering the path of the Thunder Wing. Jiang Yu squinted towards the distant west, where the ground trembled with an approaching disturbance. In the blink of an eye, an ancient dragon and a titan over 100 meters tall entered his sight. The ancient black dragon was entirely pitch black, its scales glistening with a metallic sheen, but it was covered in wounds, clearly in poor condition. The titan was a female, adorned with a crown of woven vines, her face beautiful, skin fair, and figure graceful. If her size were reduced 100-fold, she would resemble the human beauties commonly seen on the internet in Jiang Yu's previous life. Despite his confusion at the sudden appearance of a titan and an ancient dragon, Jiang Yu remained decisive. "Why are a titan and an ancient dragon fighting here?" he pondered, then quickly summoned several adult harpies and commanded, "Quickly, follow the clan's established protocol and lead everyone to the shelter caves." "Yes, Chief." The harpies responded immediately and swiftly took action. Over the past 20 years, all the harpies had followed Jiang Yu's orders without question, demonstrating exceptional efficiency. Seeing his clan evacuate in an orderly manner, Jiang Yu nodded slightly. He glanced westward again, hesitated for a moment, then spread his wings and silently flew towards the commotion. In the forest thousands of miles to the west, a fierce battle was unfolding. Despite her severe injuries, the Titan woman raised her spear high and aimed it at the black dragon's reverse scales. Golden blood spurted out instantly. Mephit, you killed my brother. Today, you will join me in eternal slumber, the Titan woman roared. Seeing no escape, the ancient dragon Mephit sighed and mocked, all right, Asuna, being buried with a beauty like you isn't a bad deal. Before he finished speaking, Mephit unleashed a dark aura that engulfed the sky. The world plunged into darkness as a black dragon claw emerged from the shadows, piercing Asuna's chest like a sword. Enduring excruciating pain, Asuna summoned all her remaining light energy. A brilliant spear of light broke through the darkness, piercing straight through the black dragon's head. The clash of light and darkness unleashed a cataclysmic explosion. Trees within Jiang Yu's sight were instantly reduced to dust, and the world was thrown into chaos. Despite sensing the impending danger and retreating rapidly, Jiang Yu couldn't escape the disaster. The explosion's shockwave knocked him unconscious, and he crashed heavily to the ground. When the dust settled, Jiang Yu struggled to his feet. Surveying the scene, he saw that the forest within 1,000 miles had been reduced to ashes, with light and dark energies intermingling, creating a barren wasteland. In the center of this desolation lay the bodies of the Titan woman and the ancient black dragon. Amazing! Jiang Yu flew above the two ancient demigods' bodies, unafraid of the overpowering aura emanating from them. He murmured with a hint of a smile, a dead titan and a dead ancient dragon. Fortune favors my clan. I already know how to make use of you. His gaze swept over the enormous corpses, calculating in his mind. The bodies of demigods can endure for eternity. If I can secretly hide them, they will become treasures for my clan. He then noticed the golden blood flowing on the ground and felt a pang of regret. I need to fetch some greenstone. This blood must not go to waste. He acted immediately. Jiang Yu swiftly returned to the camp to announce the good news that the danger had been averted. The tribespeople were overjoyed and breathed a collective sigh of relief. Jiang Yu then ordered the preparation of bronze tools and identified 2 suitable locations within the belly of Tiantang Mountain to dig large pits capable of holding the bodies of the Titan and the dragon. He planned to preserve these demigod creatures' remains for future use. Once everything was arranged, Jiang Yu picked up a green stone and flew towards the battlefield where the Titan and the dragon had perished together. Upon arriving, the scene before him was awe-inspiring. The blood of the 2 demigod creatures had already coagulated, yet their extraordinary bodies still emitted an aura of reverence. Puddles of golden blood beneath them continued to shimmer faintly. Jiang Yu noticed that where the forces of light and darkness intertwined, the blood sizzled as if unseen powers were wearing it down, decaying it together. This sight made him abandon the idea of bathing in both the Titan's and the dragon's blood simultaneously. After careful consideration, Jiang Yu decided to choose the Titan's blood. He looked at himself and felt that he resembled a humanoid creature more closely. Thus, he approached the edge of the pool formed by the Titan's blood, took a deep breath, and leaped in with the green stone in his arms. Instantly, a wave of excruciating pain swept over him. Jiang Yu felt as if every inch of his skin and every cell in his body were burning, as if being reforged in a furnace. A violent force rampaged within him, seeming to extract and then forcibly re-inject his blood. Just as Jiang Yu was about to reach his limit, the green stone suddenly emitted a gentle glow. A cool sensation spread throughout his body, soothing the violent force and calming the process of his bloodline transformation. Jiang Yu had just begun to relax when an even more intense pain struck, as if he had fallen into the deepest pits of hell. This time, without the dilution of water, he was directly immersed in pure Titan's blood. The agony ebbed and flowed, lasting for 3 days and nights. During this time, system notifications kept ringing, but Jiang Yu had no energy to pay attention. When the pain finally subsided, Jiang Yu, relying on sheer willpower, managed to stay conscious. He discovered that the Titan's blood in the pool had dwindled to 1/10 of its original amount and had lost its luster, becoming like ordinary liquid. Jiang Yu struggled to climb out of the pool and inspected his body. The changes delighted him. The gray-black feathers on his wings had completely fallen off, replaced by new ones as white as snow. His hair had turned silver. Except for his wings, all his feathers had disappeared, revealing fair skin and a handsome face. Most excitingly, his claws had transformed into human-like hands and feet, significantly enhancing his mobility and combat ability. Finally able to check his system panel, Jiang Yu saw a flood of information. You have bathed in Titan's blood. Your attributes have changed. You have bathed in Titan's blood. Your bloodline has begun to change. You have bathed in Titan's blood. All attributes have increased. You have bathed in Titan's blood. Your willpower has increased. You have bathed in Titan's blood. You have awakened the power of light. You have bathed in Titan's blood. Your harpy bloodline has fully mutated. Please name the new bloodline. Jiang You carefully reviewed his updated attribute panel. Name, Jiang You. Race, harpy fully mutated. Please name. Template, regular player currently unavailable. Template, master NPC. Class, Thunderwing. Age, 36. Attributes, Strength 25, Constitution 20, Spirit 25, Agility 25, Charisma 30. Level, Unlocked Sealed, will be available when the game starts. Skills, Throwing Mastery, Spear Mastery, Sword Mastery, Extraordinary Thunder Power, Extraordinary Light Power. Skill points, Unlocked Sealed, will be available when the game starts. Talent, Champions will you have exceptional insight and reaction abilities, unparalleled combat awareness. Quest system, Unlocked Sealed, will be available when the game starts. Game start countdown, 3,643,100 days, 4 hours, 19 minutes. Seeing the race naming option, the word angel flashed through Jiang Yu's mind, but he immediately felt an inexplicable terror and quickly dismissed the idea. One must not overreach their position, he reminded himself. Since he couldn't become an angel, he decided to settle for something else. System, name the new race. Winged One? Jiang Yu declared decisively. The system promptly responded, congratulations on successfully naming your race. Harpy is now Winged One. Jiang Yu soared above Paradise Mountain, gazing down at the two massive pits, each 100 meters wide, that were nearing completion in the mountain's belly. For the dedicated eaglemen, digging these enormous holes in just 3 days was a breeze. Seeing his people bustling about, Jiang Yu decided to personally help with the finishing touches and landed gracefully. The eaglemen saw Jiang Yu's figure and, though his aura was familiar, they struggled to recognize him. Unlike his previous form, which bore some eagle-like features, Jiang now resembled a miniature titan with wings. An elderly eagleman with silver hair trembled as he asked, "You? Is that you?" "Yang, it's me." Jiang nodded in confirmation. His old playmate had aged, the inevitable fate for ordinary eaglemen of the ancient era who had a lifespan of around 50 years. Those who hadn't ascended to the extraordinary would eventually grow old. "That's wonderful. You've become even stronger. We're one step closer to revenge," Liang exclaimed with joy, and the other eaglemen smiled in relief. "Yes, our goal is within reach," Jiang raised his voice, addressing his people. "But I can't conquer the heavenly mountain court alone. Now, I've found a way for all of us to grow stronger together." "How? Will it work?" "Our tribe doesn't have a single eagleman with extraordinary potential." The tribe members were puzzled. Jiang explained, "I evolved and grew stronger because of Titan's blood, and now, Titan's blood is right before us. These 2 pits aren't just for burying the dead titans and dragons. They're to use their blood to transform our people. I'll build a pond here so everyone can bathe in the Titan's blood." One tribe member voiced his concern, but legend says Titan's blood is untouchable, and those who touch it will burn to death. "I have a way," Jiang assured firmly. A day later, the pits large enough to hold a titan and a dragon were formed in the mountain's belly. Jiang led all the young and strong of the tribe on a journey thousands of miles away to drag back the colossal bodies and bury them in the pits. He then declared the pit containing the ancient black dragon off-limits and constructed a 100-meter-wide pool above the corpse of the female titan. Jiang crushed green stones to line the pool's bottom and made a small incision in the female titan's body, allowing golden blood to flow slowly into the pool. After these preparations, he gathered all the tribe members to collectively soak in the special pool. During the first bath, only a few eaglemen showed any changes. However, Jiang mandated that everyone must bathe in the pool once every 7 days. Over time, the eaglemen's feathers gradually shed, their beaks fell off, their gray-black fur turned white, and their limbs began to take on a more human form. Yet, no one awakened any extraordinary abilities. 20 years flew by. Now, Jiang stood atop Paradise Mountain, overlooking the entire tribe. His white wings spread behind him, silver hair and purple eyes, with a handsome face resembling a small titan. The Paradise Mountain tribe had grown to 5,000 people, and their appearance had drastically changed from the eaglemen of the past. Jiang estimated that in another 100 years, before the titan's blood ran out, his people would all reach his current form. By then, his winged tribe would no longer fight alone. Looking down at the increasingly prosperous village, which had grown to the size of a small town, Jiang couldn't help but sigh. "It's a pity that Liang, Sang, and Lai never became extraordinary. Time is ruthless. All my old friends are gone. Boss, don't be so down. I'm here with you, aren't I? Trust me, with my lifespan, I'll definitely outlive you." Just as Jiang Yu was sighing, a lazy boy's voice came from beside him. Jiang Yu's mouth twitched slightly, and he turned his head. There, he saw a small turtle mimicking his pose, standing on a rock with its claws behind its back, gazing down the mountain as if surveying its kingdom. Seeing its lively demeanor, Jiang You couldn't help but laugh and scold. Xiao Ba, if you can't comfort someone, don't speak. Outlive me, huh? At this, he suddenly paused. Over the past 20 years, Zhang Shang had advanced from the second tier of the extraordinary Thunderwing to the third tier Holy Wingwalker. After being baptized by the blood of the light Titaness, his potential in light power surpassed that of thunder power. He skillfully integrated these extraordinary powers into his career system, achieving the hero rank. At this stage, such powerful individuals were often revered as heroes by the public, with a lifespan extended to 500 years. Of course, this only applied to ordinary intelligent races. Some extraordinarily gifted extraordinary beings, like the little turtle in front of Jiang You, had lifespans that defied common sense. Perhaps Jiang Yu's gaze was too intense, causing the little turtle to shiver. Boss, why are you staring at me like that? It's creepy. Jiang Yu snapped out of it, gently patting its head with a smile. Actually, you're right, Xiaoba. Thanks to you, I won't be lonely in the long years ahead. The sunrise painted the sky, and the sea breeze brushed over the mountain peaks. Just as Jiang Yu was bantering with the little turtle, a figure surrounded by light power descended from the sky, landing in front of him. Chief, 1,000 miles to the west, a tribe of trolls is heading this way. A troll tribe? Jiang Yu was taken aback. Why would a troll tribe come here? This is a coastal area. Has the legend of the sea tribes faded from the continent? He pondered for a moment before giving orders. Roar, gather the Skywing squad and come with me to check it out. The Skywing squad consisted of about a dozen tribesmen who had awakened extraordinary powers over the past 20 years. Influenced by Titan's blood, almost all of them had awakened light power. Their forms had evolved far beyond their kin, with faces that had shed feathers and now resembled Jiang Yu's. After instructing Roar, Jiang Yu turned to the little turtle. Xiaoba, stay in the tribe and guard against any surprises. Despite its cute appearance, the little turtle was a formidable master-tier fighter. Boss, I want to go with you. The little turtle's tiny eyes sparkled with excitement. Haha, Xiaoba, I don't mind you coming along, but you don't have wings. The little turtle immediately deflated. In this era, only legends could fly. All right, Roar, go gather the others. We'll set out immediately. Yes, sir. Half an hour later, Roar appeared before Jiang Yu with a dozen extraordinary eagle men. Let's go. Jiang Yu commanded, lifting his bronze sword, leading the group westward. Hours later, as the sun set and dusk enveloped the land, Jiang Yu finally arrived above the troll tribe. Looking down, he saw a large tribe of about 10,000 people, but they appeared disheveled, as if they had been driven away. Just as Jiang Yu was observing, a robust voice boomed from below in the troll tribe. Who among the friends of the Eagle King's court is in the sky? We are the Great Wood Clan under the Natural Titan. Please come down and meet us. Nature Titans, the Great Wood Clan? Jiang Yu had a vague sense of familiarity with the name of this troll tribe. He gazed down at the troll encampment below, a hint of puzzlement in his eyes. After careful observation, he noticed that the speaking troll exuded a powerful aura, clearly the strongest among them, having reached the rank of a hero. This realization made Jiang Yu slightly lower his guard. The invitation from the troll tribe echoed again, and Jiang Yu decided to investigate personally. He turned to Roar and the other eaglemen beside him, his voice steady. Roar and I will go down. The rest of you, observe from here. Yes, Chief. The eaglemen responded in unison. Jiang Yu and Roar slowly descended into the center of the troll tribe. His gaze swept over the curious faces of the trolls around them, and he began. Trolls, we are not of the Eagle clan, but the Winged clan, who have lived on this coastal land for generations. Upon seeing Jiang Yu and his companions more clearly, the trolls murmured in admiration. The troll chieftain who had spoken earlier stepped forward, eyes filled with surprise and respect. I must have been mistaken. You possess the majestic appearance of titans, unlike the Eagle clan. He bowed slightly. I am Lancent Greatwood, chieftain of the Greatwood clan. Jiang Yu responded politely. Hello, Lancent. I am Jiang Yu, chieftain of the Winged clan. He got straight to the point. I want to know why the Greatwood clan is here on the eastern coast. Are you planning to settle here? Sensing Jiang Yu's caution, Lancent gave a wry smile and explained. We are not here to settle. We have come to cross the sea to another continent. Cross the sea? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. In this era, crossing the sea is no easy feat. Lancent nodded firmly. Indeed, we are crossing the vast ocean to reach another continent. Why? That doesn't seem like a wise decision, Jiang Yu pressed. Lancent's expression turned serious. I agree, but it is the last will of the Nature Titan, Her Highness Taillaner. Her last will? Has Her Highness Taillaner passed away? Jiang Yu's tone carried shock and a hint of regret. Yes, Chief Jiang Yu, Lancent explained. Her Highness fell in battle, but in her final days, she called us to her and foretold a prophecy, guiding us to cross the sea to escape the ravages of war. In his heart, Lancent kept a secret. Nature Titan Taillaner had left behind a way to be resurrected, which was the true reason for their journey. However, he decided not to share this with Jiang You. He only hoped to allay Jiang Yu's suspicions and ensure the tribe's safe passage. They had already lost too many kin on this journey, and Lancent did not want any more complications at this critical juncture. After hearing Lancent's account, Jiang Yu, though still puzzled by the troll's decision to cross the ocean, chose not to probe further. He nodded. I understand, Lancent. The winged clan will not hinder your crossing. Thank you. Lancent breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Yu then inquired about the ongoing war between the Titans and the ancient dragons. Lancent described the fierce and escalating conflict, with no signs of abating, leading to countless casualties and widespread devastation. His expression was filled with fear and dread. In his view, even without crossing the sea, their tribe would suffer greatly in the war. Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully. He realized that the outcome of this cataclysmic war would likely be mutually destructive, with no end in sight. From the troll's descriptions, it seemed the conflict might continue for many years. After the conversation, Jiang Yu and Roar returned to the Wing clan's territory. In the following days, Jiang Yu kept a close watch on the troll tribe. True to their word, the Great Wood clan worked tirelessly along the eastern coast, felling trees and building ships. A year later, the entire Great Wood clan, numbering in the thousands, boarded their wooden ships and set sail across the ocean. Jiang Yu stood on the shore, watching the fleet disappear over the horizon, feeling a deep respect for the courage of these trolls. By the shores of the East Sea, a gentle breeze caressed the waves as Jiang Yu stood on the beach, watching the figures of the Jumu tribe fade into the distance. Before their departure, the Jumu tribe had requested to borrow some of Jiang Yu's people as scouts for their maritime expeditions. Jiang Yu knew well that once these scouts left, it was unlikely they would return. Despite this, he gathered a group of adventurous young people and asked for their willingness to volunteer. In the end, 50 brave souls decided to embark on the journey. To ensure these warriors never forgot their roots, Jiang Yu gave them the surname Feng and bestowed upon them the tribal name of Iran. As he watched the 50 Feng clansmen sail away, Jiang Yu turned and led the remaining tribe members to settle by the seaside. Time passed, and under the influence of Titan blood, the tribe's appearance gradually evolved in the direction Jiang Yu had envisioned, and their extraordinary abilities grew stronger. After the third span of 20 years, the population of the Paradise Mountain tribe reached 10,000, with nearly 100 extraordinary individuals. At this time, war raged in the outside world, and occasional refugees brought news of the conflict. The Titan giants and ancient dragons had suffered heavy losses, and the various races of Farrand had been reduced by half. Another 20 years passed, and the population of the Paradise Mountain tribe surged to 30,000, with hundreds of extraordinary individuals. Under Jiang Yu's guidance, unique extraordinary professions specific to the Iran emerged: Sky Knights, Light Swordsmen, Guardians of Light, and Sky Assassins, all primarily based on light attributes. These newly developed professions had limited upper tiers, mostly at the first tier, with only the Light Swordsman advancing to the second tier of Light Swordmaster with Jiang Yu's assistance. Jiang Yu had hoped to pass on his own profession, but no one in the tribe awakened both light and thunder attributes, so he had to abandon the idea. Fortunately, a genius among the new generation of light swordsmen advanced to the second tier in just 30 years, promising to raise the profession's upper limit in the future. In the sixth span of 20 years, Jiang Yu's cultivation reached the final stage of the Holy Winged Walker, just a step away from becoming a legend, but he could not break through. By this time, the Paradise Mountain tribe's population had reached 100,000. Besides Paradise Mountain, Iran villages and towns dotted the surrounding peaks. After a century of evolution, the appearance of the new generation had become similar to Jiang Yu's, completely shedding their avian features and resembling small titans with wings. That year, Jiang Yu gathered the entire tribe at Paradise Mountain and officially declared their independence from the avian tribes, establishing themselves as the Iran. Meanwhile, shocking news arrived from the outside world. The Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor, leading their remnants, had engaged in a final battle on the plains of the sky, resulting in mutual destruction. Both supreme leaders went missing after the battle. At the same time, in the far north of the Farrand continent, across snow-covered wastelands and mountain ranges, a group of goblins clad in thick furs rode dire wolves to a massive metal door. The expedition was led by one of the 3 legendary figures of the goblin race, the great sage Azeba. He wore a crown made of unknown creature bones and held a staff resembling jade, exuding an aura of both authority and mystery. Great sage, the ruins discovered by our scouts are right here, said a particularly tall middle-aged goblin knight respectfully, his eyes sweeping over the towering metal gates before them. Upon hearing this, Azeba's emerald eyes flickered with a mixture of blue and white light, as if he had entered a mystical state. Moments later, he snapped back to reality and, to everyone's astonishment, leaped down and knelt before the metal gates. Heavens bless our race. Heavens bless our race. he shouted fervently. The prophecy indicates that within lies the key to our race's great prosperity. No, it's more than that. With what we find inside, we goblins will surpass the titans and the ancient dragons, becoming the rulers of all of Furland. After his outburst, Azeba quickly regained his composure and turned to the middle-aged goblin knight, issuing an order. Azel, I command you to return to the goblin court with all haste and inform King Amigel. Tell him to send our most elite troops and finest craftsmen here. This place is crucial to the rise of our goblin race, more important than anything we have discussed before. Yes, great sage, I will ensure the message reaches the king. Azel responded solemnly, pounding his chest in affirmation. A month later, a goblin army of nearly 10,000 had set up camp at the site. After another 2 months, the goblins managed to open the metal gates through some mysterious means. Years later, the various races of Furland were astonished to discover that the goblins had suddenly produced beings resembling titans. These new creatures stood only 2 meters tall, had average physiques, and lacked any extraordinary aura, yet they were closely guarded by the goblins. They called themselves humans. Following this, the goblin race began showcasing a series of inventions that baffled the other races of Furland. These remarkable creations were so powerful that even the remaining titans and dragons felt threatened. Meanwhile, atop the Paradise Mountain by the Eastern Sea, in a magnificent marble structure, an important meeting of the winged people was underway. Jiang You sat at the head of the assembly, with 2 young winged individuals by his side. The male winged person stepped forward to report. Chief, we have confirmed that the Titan King and the ancient Dragon Emperor have indeed mutually destroyed each other. Most of the titans and dragons have perished. There are fewer than 10 titans left, and only a dozen or so ancient dragons remain, all gravely injured. Their allied races are beginning to lose faith. More importantly, it appears the goblins are quietly reaching out to the various races. The female winged person added, the Eagle King was severely injured in the final battle and remains loyal to the wounded Thunder Titan. Recently, they even repelled the goblin emissaries. Jiang You nodded thoughtfully. The goblins have ambitions beyond their station. However, both the Titans and the Eagle King are our enemies. After a moment of contemplation, he issued a command. Claire, relay my order. The winged people will end our seclusion. Let our members make their presence known across the lands and skies of Furland. We must show everyone that Furland is home not only to the eagles, but also to the winged people of the Eastern Sea. I believe it won't be long before the goblin emissaries come to our Paradise Mountain. A decade has flown by like water. On the continent of Farrand, the winds of change are sweeping through. The ancient dragons seem to have sensed some hidden danger and have vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, the remaining titans and goblins are increasingly at odds, teetering on the brink of conflict. Thunder Titan, the mightiest of the titans, once intended to personally punish the traitorous goblins. However, when he reached within 1,000 miles of the goblin court, he sensed a deadly threat and had to retreat. Back in the Titan homeland, he focused on helping his kin recover and heal. Simultaneously, nearly 1 million goblins gathered around the goblin court, pledging their loyalty to King Amegar. Unlike the once aloof aerial court, the goblin court was exceedingly friendly to its scattered kin. They provided food, assisted in finding homes, and even trained extraordinary professionals. These efforts led the previously dispersed goblin tribes, loyal to different titans, to unite and support Amegar as their king. The aerial court, the serpent court, the half-blood giants, the centaur court, and other races loyal to the titans publicly condemned the goblins' betrayal. However, these reproaches couldn't change the fact that the goblins were growing stronger by the day. Curiously, a mysterious group of humans appeared within the goblin court. Observant onlookers quickly deduced that the goblins' rapid rise was closely tied to these humans. At the same time, the reputation of the winged people was spreading across the continent. As one of the few intelligent races capable of flying, the winged people possessed light-based abilities, including healing powers, making them highly respected by various races on the continent. Moreover, the winged people often outperformed the aerial people in aerial encounters. This was because the winged people had hands similar to humans, allowing them to skillfully use bows and arrows, striking enemies from a distance. This made the winged people archers one of the most formidable units in Farrand. Even extraordinary professionals found it challenging to face a regimented winged people army. The goblin court keenly recognized the importance of the winged people. When the first snowflake of winter fell on Paradise Mountain, the goblin envoys arrived as expected. A stylishly dressed delegation ascended the mountain. Among the green-skinned, short-statured goblins with slender limbs was a human woman who resembled a winged person without wings. The winged people soldiers led the goblin envoys to Jiang Yu's tent. Throughout the journey, the goblin envoys displayed the proper etiquette and demeanor of distinguished emissaries. Only the human woman showed a keen curiosity about the winged people, looking around with a lively expression. Upon reaching the white stone fortress where Jiang Yu resided, The goblin envoys first demonstrated their respect for the king of another race by placing their hands on their chests and respectfully saying, "Honorable king of the winged people, we are emissaries sent by our king Amegar, bringing you our sincerest greetings." Jiang You rose to greet them, her pristine wings tucked behind her, her violet eyes scanning the goblins before settling on the standout human girl. Smiling, she said, "Welcome, emissaries from the goblin court." Seeing Jiang Yu's friendly demeanor, the goblin envoys felt a sense of relief. The leading envoy got straight to the point. The titans and ancient dragons have ruled Farron for millennia, oppressing all races with their sheer might. They are arrogant and have sparked devastating wars, causing countless deaths and turning the land and sky into a sea of fire. Now, the races of the continent are filled with resentment, their hatred for the titans and dragons at its peak. Under the leadership of our great sage, high priest and king, we goblins have united the races of the continent to rise up and overthrow the titans' rule. We, as emissaries, represent the goblins and the races of Farron, seeking an alliance with the winged people to achieve this grand cause. What say you, king of the winged people? Jiang Yu responded directly. The winged people are willing to ally with the goblins to overthrow the titans and dragons. But what benefits does the goblin court promise to my people? The goblin envoy smiled. Overthrowing the titans and gaining freedom is not the greatest benefit? Jiang Yu shook her head, speaking earnestly. The winged people have lived by the seaside for generations, never bowing to the titans. What difference does it make if we join your cause or not? The goblin envoy felt a bit frustrated, but remembered the great sage's instructions. Winged people had the best aerial forces on Farron and must be won over. He sighed and said, "Honorable king of the winged people, the great sage and King Amegar indeed have promises. If the winged people join the anti-titan alliance, after the war, you may choose any land as your territory. Additionally, we are willing to share some of our wondrous goblin technological products with the winged people." Jiang Yu finally nodded in satisfaction. "Very well. Please present the treaty, and my people will ally with the goblins to fight against the unjust titans." After the negotiations, both sides were pleased. Jiang Yu instructed her people to prepare a night feast to entertain the goblin delegation. As night fell, the winged people and goblins feasted and drank merrily around a grand bonfire. The flames illuminated every face, and the winged people girls sang and danced before the enormous fire. Amidst the revelry, the human girl who had accompanied the goblin delegation quietly approached Jiang Yu and softly asked, "Honorable king of the winged people, I have a question." "Please ask." "May I ask, king of the winged people, did the ancestors of the winged people also come from the sanctuary?" "What? A sanctuary?" Jiang Yu was taken aback. Even as a seasoned time traveler, this question left him puzzled. He frowned as he sized up the human girl before him. After a moment of hesitation, he asked, "Why do you say that?" The girl noticed Jiang Yu's reaction, and a hint of disappointment flashed in her eyes. She explained, "A sanctuary is a high-tech creation built by humans at the end of the previous era to avoid disasters and preserve their lineage. Although most sanctuaries have collapsed over the ages, and the humans inside perished silently, I believe some bloodlines must have survived." She paused, then added, "That's why I decided to follow the goblin envoy here after hearing about the characteristics of the winged people." She looked Jiang Yu up and down, forcing a smile. "It seems I was mistaken. My apologies for disturbing you, esteemed winged king." With that, she turned to leave. Jiang Yu watched her retreating figure, his brow furrowed. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration flashed through his mind. He recalled scattered information about the eras on the continent of Furland from a game expansion in his previous life. As a hardcore gamer, pretending to be a human from the previous era to gain some benefits shouldn't be too difficult. Moreover, he was quite envious of the goblins' technological advancements. Wait, Jiang Yu cleared his throat. Airships, trains, sailing, steam power. The girl froze in her tracks. With each word Jiang Yu uttered, her eyes grew brighter. She slowly turned around, looking at Jiang Yu with delight. "You know about our era. Are you really one of my people?" Jiang Yu shook his head. "I'm not, or rather, I was once a human, and I didn't come from a sanctuary." He deliberately blurred the lines between humans and humanity, speaking the truth. The girl didn't seem to mind these details. She stared at Jiang Yu, her beautiful eyes shimmering with hope. "Regardless of whether you have human blood, my intuition tells me your soul is 100% human." She said earnestly, "Dear kin, if future generations of humans forget everything, please remind them of our past glory. No matter how downtrodden or humble we are now, we must live on resiliently, waiting for the chance to rise again. And, in critical times, please protect them." Hearing such somber words, Jiang Yu couldn't help but ask, "Are you in a difficult situation now? I remember you being highly regarded among the goblins." The blonde girl gave a bitter smile and shook her head. "In our sanctuary, the powerful sequences have long perished. The remaining people are no match for the goblin extraordinaries. When the goblins breached the sanctuary, we had just awakened and didn't have time to use our weapons against them. But Jiang Yu was even more puzzled. Your weapons can handle the mighty titans, but not goblins? Our weapons are effective against titans because they carry human blood. They likely evolved from ancient creations of our people, making the weapons particularly effective against them. But goblins are different. They are no weaker than us, the girl explained. Jiang Yu suddenly understood. I see. The girl continued, back to the earlier point. While we seem highly regarded, it's actually an illusion. Goblins are incredibly selfish. They admire our civilization, crave our past, learn our knowledge, and take over our weapons, yet fear our potential. They are controlling us. A mocking smile appeared on her face. Hundreds of us awakened in the sanctuary, and many children have been born over the years. But while goblins learn our knowledge, they don't allow us to educate our own offspring. The Goblin King, Amigel, gave us a choice. Either become an ordinary race on Furland, struggling to survive and reproduce, or be forever bound to the goblins, which means eternal servitude. We could only choose the former. Jiang Yu nodded in understanding, sighing. I can imagine that if this continues, humans will become a weak and insignificant race on Furland, constantly facing the threat of extinction. Exactly, the girl said firmly, but we'd rather start over than be slaves. She looked at Jiang Yu solemnly. If humans face danger in the future, please help us. I beg you. I will. Jiang Yu promised, nodding. Then, may I know your human name? The girl asked. Jiang Yu. Hearing this name, the girl finally smiled in relief. So, you're from the Eastern humans. My name is Christina. The next morning, the Goblin envoy bade farewell to Jiang Yu and others, returning to the Goblin King's court. Jiang Yu stood on the mountaintop, watching them depart. As he looked at the human girl's back, he couldn't help but sigh. When I played games in my previous life, I often heard about prehistoric ruins. Historians of various races on Furland speculated that the previous era was a steampunk age, but they didn't know that humans were the rulers of the continent then. Jiang Yu mused to himself. If the system wasn't down, would I have triggered a legendary quest by now? A year later, a goblin messenger hurried to Mount Heaven, his steps quick as he passed through the gates of the white stone fortress. His arrival caught the guard's attention, but no one stopped him, as if his visit had been anticipated. Jiang Yu, the winged tribe chief, sat solemnly at the head of the council hall. After a respectful bow, the goblin messenger eagerly conveyed his king's decree. Chief of the winged tribe, please lead your brave army to the plain of Munnan in central Furland by the time the autumn leaves fall. My king has decided that this year, when the leaves are in full descent, we will rise with our entire tribe against the tyranny of the Titans. The messenger's voice trembled with excitement. The Titans are unjust, and all tribes will fight against them. Once victory is ours, the goblin tribe wishes to share the continent with all allied tribes. Jiang Yu nodded slightly, a resolute glint in his eyes. Messenger, please inform the Goblin King that the winged tribe will honor the alliance and arrive at the plain of Munnan at the appointed time. Overjoyed, the goblin messenger placed a hand on his chest and said, May the friendship between the goblin and winged tribes last forever. May our friendship last forever. Jiang Yu replied with a smile, watching the messenger depart. 3 days later, the square outside the white stone fortress was teeming with people. Jiang Yu had gathered 10,000 of the tribe's bravest adult winged warriors, along with several hundred powerful combatants of extraordinary prowess. They stood in neat rows, their eyes fixed on the chief standing on the high platform. Jiang Yu stood atop the white stone fortress, overlooking his tribe. With a hand on the bronze sword at his waist, he took a deep breath and spoke loudly. Many years ago, our ancestors were a subordinate tribe of the Eagle King Court, struggling to survive in the great wilderness. Every decade, the Eagle King Court would come to our ancestral high barbarian mountain and forcibly conscript almost all the young and able-bodied men into endless wars. Jiang Yu's voice was filled with sorrow and anger. Each conscription meant the shattering of families, and almost no one returned. The vast sea forest is filled with the countless corpses of our ancestors from high barbarian mountain, soaked with their blood and tears. My father, grandfather, and forefathers perished in that never-ending war. The war between the Titans and the ancient dragons drained our ancestors' blood. Seeing the reddened eyes and rising emotions of his tribe, Jiang Yu continued, When I became the chief, there were only about 200 people left in the tribe, all old, weak, sick, and disabled. When I came of age, I too was conscripted into that seemingly eternal battlefield. I witnessed firsthand the Titans flaunting their immense power, treating us as less than living beings. I experienced the Eagle King Court using us as expendable cannon fodder, with countless Eagle tribe members buried in the sands of war. Jiang Yu's voice grew firmer. From that moment, I realized the true nature of the Titans and the Eagle King Court. So, When the Eagle King court conscripted us a second time, I killed their messenger and led our people to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Here, we thrived and grew stronger. We gained opportunities, evolved our bloodline, and became the more powerful winged tribe. Jiang You looked around, his eyes shining with determination. Today, we finally have the strength to resist the Titans and the Eagle King court. My warriors, are you willing to follow me, to fight the Titans and conquer Mount Heaven? Willing. Willing. The square erupted with thunderous shouts. Fight the Titans. Conquer Mount Heaven. Jiang Yu raised his sword high and shouted. Then, march forth. Yes. 10,000 winged warriors responded in unison, their voices echoing to the skies. The continent of Furland is vast and expansive. The winged legions set off from the shores of the Eastern Sea and, after over a month of high-speed flight, finally arrived at the central Munnan Plains. The sheer distance they covered is rivaled only by the merfolk of the western coast. A sky legion of 10,000 winged warriors moved like a massive dark cloud, and no one dared to stand in their way. Each warrior wielded a longbow, ready to unleash a terrifying barrage of arrows at any moment. Along the way, Jiang Yu led his forces to annihilate several groups of reckless beasts, further solidifying his confidence in the impending war. As they reached the skies above Munnan Plains, Jiang Yu looked down to see nearly 1,000,000 troops from various races already camped there. Minotaurs swung heavy stone axes, dwarven smiths worked with bronze weapons, centaur archers, though bare-chested, displayed exceptional marksmanship, and the numerous troll clans, who had betrayed the Titans, were in abundance. The merfolk from the distant western coast excelled in water magic, while the gnomes, though primarily there to cheer, should not be underestimated. Wind and light fairies gathered under the watchful eye of a great forest fairy, and the Treants formed an impenetrable wall. There were also the beastly wolf riders, kobolds, and boarmen tamed by the goblins. The most striking presence was the Goblin Legion. Clad in sturdy armor, about 10% of them wore iron weapons and armor. Outside their tents, they displayed steam-powered steel weapons, showcasing their formidable strength. The plains hosted hundreds of intelligent species, with troop numbers ranging from tens of thousands to hundreds. When the winged army soared overhead, like an immense sea of clouds blocking the sky, they drew the attention of every race on the plains. Some mistakenly thought it was the Eagle King's court switching allegiance, but experts quickly clarified that this was the more powerful winged tribe. The saying "one wing equals 5 eagles" filled everyone with anticipation for this aerial force. At that moment, a squad of goblin sky knights flew up to Jiang Yu. These knights, clad in armor and armed with large swords or flails, used the power of the wind to fly. Jiang Yu realized that this might be an advanced branch of the goblin knight profession. He recalled that in the future, the 4-element knights wind, earth, water, and fire knights pioneered by the goblins would become the foundation for knightly professions worldwide. As a few goblin wind riders ascended into the sky to meet Jiang Yu, a group of humans sat around a strange steel contraption in the center of the goblin camp on the vast Mingyan plains. A middle-aged man with blonde hair looked up, his gaze fixed on the massive army of winged beings. A flicker of nostalgia crossed his eyes, as if he was recalling the once mighty aerial forces of the old empire. He murmured softly, "Back in the day, the Empire's Sky Symphony Legion, one of the 9 great aerial legions, was far more majestic and imposing than these winged folk." The blonde woman sitting next to him rolled her eyes slightly, her tone tinged with helplessness. "Those days are long gone. The Empire has fallen, and our current mission is simply to ensure the survival of humanity on this land." She paused, then added, "If humanity were to go extinct here, it would betray all the sacrifices the Empire made to protect this world." A dark-haired man nearby nodded in agreement, then turned to the blonde woman. "Fiona, you've had contact with the Winged King up there. Do you think he could become an ally?" Fiona gave a bitter smile and shook her head. "The Winged King is not that simple. He seems to know some secrets, but not many. Interestingly, he wants me to believe that he, too, is from our era, reborn as a winged being through something called reincarnation." A young man with blue hair couldn't help but laugh out loud. "That's outrageous. Even the most powerful wizards of the Empire couldn't pull off something like that." An elderly man with black hair pondered for a moment before speaking slowly. "Precisely because of that, it might actually be a good sign. At least it shows that this winged king has desires and ambitions, which means he could be swayed to our side." The blonde woman's eyes lit up as she suggested, "Grandpa Yang, this winged king claims to be an oriental human from our era. Why don't you try reaching out to him and see what he wants?" Yang shook his head with a wry smile. "You really don't let anyone rest, do you?" "Fine, I'll give it a shot." Fiona sighed, a hint of frustration in her voice. "If I had known it would come to this, I would have set the awakening time earlier. It's frustrating to be at the mercy of the goblins." The blue-haired man immediately retorted, "You can't say that. If the goblins hadn't accidentally broken through our secret lock, we might have never woken up." the Empire's glory would have been lost forever in the annals of history. Meanwhile, in the sky, a squad of goblin riders had arrived before Jiang You. The lead rider bowed respectfully and reported, "Honorable Winged King, our Lord Amigel has prepared a camp and supplies for your people." Following the rider's direction, Jiang Yu saw a tidy camp next to the goblin encampment, stocked with ample provisions and equipment. He nodded to himself, thinking that Amigel indeed valued the winged beings. Noticing Jiang Yu's satisfied expression, the goblin rider continued, "Honorable Winged King, after you have settled your people by sunset, our Lord requests your presence at the central tent to discuss the strategy for the campaign against the Titans with the other leaders." Jiang Yu nodded solemnly. "Very well, I will be there on time." As the sun began to set, the entire Morn Plain was bathed in a golden glow. Jiang Yu, honoring his promise, led a squad of elite knights through the orderly goblin army camps, heading towards the tent of Goblin King Amigel. Along the way, he noticed that every goblin soldier stood tall and proud, embodying the demeanor of a well-trained army. After passing through numerous checkpoints, Jiang Yu and his entourage finally reached the center of the goblin encampment. There stood a massive, circular tent, as white as clouds, seemingly floating against the green sky. Outside, 2 rows of tall goblin soldiers stood in silence. They wore feathered helmets, yellow cloaks, and wielded various weapons. This yellow cloak guard was Amigel's most elite force, with each member being an extraordinary warrior. Upon entering the tent, Jiang Yu saw that many of the leaders from different races had already gathered. Goblin King Amigel highly valued the strength of the Winged Legion and showed Jiang Yu great respect by placing his seat third in rank, just below the trolls and dwarves, even above the centaur chieftain. Amigel personally welcomed Jiang Yu, giving him a close-up view of the legendary Goblin King. Born at the end of the Titan and Dragon eras, Amigel had unified the goblin race across the continent with his extraordinary power and tactics. However, the most striking feature was the pristine, glowing spear in Amigel's hand. The spear of Amigel, forged from rare materials, it had once slain a Titan giant, but was also destined to be an ominous artifact for the future Goblin Empire. Jiang Yu observed the Goblin King seated at the head. Though small in stature, Amigel exuded an overwhelming presence. At around 500 years old, he was in his prime, radiating unparalleled authority. As the leaders of various races arrived, Amigel began to speak. His voice was steady and powerful, filled with charisma. "Leaders, chieftains, I thank you for bringing your people to join us in resisting the cursed rule of the Titan giants. Remember, the moment our ancestors became slaves to the Titans, we were doomed to be slaves for generations. I believe all of you, like my people, yearn for freedom. No one wants to be a slave forever, which is why we rise in rebellion." Jiang Yu listened quietly, though inwardly he scoffed at Amigel's words. He understood that the true reason for this uprising was the weakening of both Titans and dragons after their war, providing an opportunity for the goblins. If Jiang Yu had the goblin race's strength, he would likely be the one making a passionate speech from the head seat. Amigel continued, "Today, I, Amigel, form an alliance with all races here on the Morn Plain, swearing a blood oath that the goblins and all present races will be brothers from this day forth." Saying this, he took a cup of wine, cut his palm with a dagger, and let a drop of blood fall into the wine, turning it crimson. The other leaders followed suit, and Jiang Yu did the same. He secretly mocked the blood oath ritual, wondering where Amigel had learned it, but it undeniably set a precedent on the continent of Furland. Once everyone had drunk the blood wine, Amigel declared with great fervor, "With this blood oath, we become brother races. When we defeat the Titans, we shall share the continent." The crowd, moved by his passion, shouted, "Amigel! Amigel!" The meeting then moved into tactical discussions. The tactics of this era were relatively simple, focusing mainly on air-ground coordination. Jiang Yu was tasked with dealing with the Titan giants' aerial forces, including hawkmen, griffins, and hippogriffs. Amigel promised that if they encountered any flying extraordinary warriors, the Goblin Wind Knights would provide support. The meeting lasted until the afternoon of the next day. On the third day, Amigel gave another rousing speech on the highest hill of the Morn Plain, condemning the Titans and calling for a united assault. His words stirred the spirits of the million-strong army, especially the Minotaurs, who waved their stone axes and tree trunks, roaring with enthusiasm. Thus, in an atmosphere charged with fervor, the allied forces set out, aiming straight for the Titan throne Prowess. Prowess is the seat of the Titan throne. This towering city stands atop Mount Prowess, the highest peak on the Farron continent, barring the extreme north and south. Legend says that the Titan king, Axumus, commanded 1,000,000 slaves and took nearly 1,000 years to build this Titan stronghold. Jiang Yu stood among the allied forces, listening to the elderly chieftain of the Earth Bear tribe describe the grandeur of Prowess. The main gate, towering at 300 meters, was designed for the Titan giants. The 500-meter high walls loomed over all, and beside the gate, a small opening only 3 meters high allowed passage for slaves and subordinate races. The chieftain's voice was filled with awe. Back in the day, it took us 3 days and nights just to wander through the city. The palaces of the Titan giants were all extraordinarily massive. But the most breathtaking sight was the throne of the Mountain King. The entire summit of Mount Prowess was carved into a gigantic throne. The Titan King, 500 meters tall, sat upon it like a god ruling the world. Listening to these descriptions, Jiang You couldn't help but feel a sense of yearning for the power and majesty of the Titan King. However, the reality before him starkly contrasted with the city's former glory. After a 3-month march, the million-strong army finally arrived outside Prowess. Jiang Yu gazed at the once mighty Titan city, and the sight before him left him in shock. The walls that once encircled the mountain had half collapsed, and only a few Titan palaces remained intact. Most astonishing of all, the legendary throne of the Mountain King had vanished, replaced by a flat stone surface, as if some force had leveled the entire mountain peak. Yet, Jiang Yu had no time to ponder these changes, as an epic battle was about to unfold. Facing the allied forces of goblins and various continental races was an equally vast army on the Titan side. Trolls, harpies, serpent-folk, mud creatures, ogres, naga, half-giants, cyclopes, treants, and various magical beasts formed this immense legion. Even more awe-inspiring were the 8 towering giants standing like ancient deities within the army, exuding a powerful and domineering presence. Leading them was Thunder Titan Atli, whom Jiang Yu had briefly encountered over a century ago. Confronted with such formidable forces, if Jiang Yu didn't know that the war would ultimately end in victory for the Goblin Alliance, he might have started contemplating a dignified death. On the battlefield, Thunder Titan Atli stepped forward first, his voice booming like thunder. Amateur, are you here to rebuild my city for me? This million slaves, how convenient. Saves me the trouble of conscripting them. Ha ha ha. Goblin King Amateur rode his dire wolf out from the allied ranks. Though his stature was like an ant compared to Atli, his posture was as upright as a pine tree, radiating unwavering courage and determination. Jiang Yu silently admired him. No wonder he could unite the various races of the continent to overthrow the Titan rule and establish the Goblin Empire. He indeed had extraordinary qualities. Amager looked up at Atli, his voice calm yet resolute. Atli, the era of the Titans has come to an end. I will be the one to bring down your glory. After defeating you, I will build a goblin capital in Prowess. Your time is over. The Thunder Titan giant erupted in fury upon hearing Amagel's brazen declaration. His voice thundered across the battlefield. The honor of the Titans, even if it sinks into the filth of this world, is not something you ants can break. Amigel, you once groveled at my feet, begging for mercy. Now, I give you one more chance. Kneel, and you may live. However, perhaps due to the lingering threat from the Goblin faction, the proud Thunder Titan decided for the first time to spare these people. Among the 8 Titans present, only 3 were full-grown. The remaining 5 were juveniles. Despite their towering height of nearly 100 meters, they were merely of legendary rank. Atli relented in the face of the Titan's propagation, but Amigel firmly shook his head. He stared directly at the giant before him, who loomed like a mountain, and shouted, Atli, I despise the humiliation you brought upon me. Since that day, I can no longer kneel. With that, he raised his spear, the spear of Amigel, and launched himself toward the Thunder Titan Atli. Today, we shall vanquish the Titans. Soldiers, charge with me. Amigel displayed astonishing bravery as he, a legendary being, faced off against a demigod. The sight of Amigel fighting in midair inspired the various races of the continent behind him. The morale of the million-strong army soared, and they charged toward the Titan camp. The battle erupted instantly, with swords clashing and bodies colliding, reaching a fever pitch in mere moments. The fiercest combat occurred between Amigel and the Thunder Titan. Surprisingly, Amigel was neither killed nor repelled by a single blow from the Titan. His body suddenly radiated with a massive, crimson aura, reminiscent of a wolf's smoke signal reaching the sky. This overwhelming presence was more than that of a mere legend. It was clearly that of a powerful demigod. Jiang Yu was shocked to realize that Amigel had advanced to the rank of a demigod knight from the Blood Knight lineage. On the battlefield, each of the 2 other demigod titans was engaged by a dozen goblin legends. Of the remaining 5 titans, 3 were held back by 3 legendary trolls and dwarves, while the other 2 were besieged by 2 elite goblin armies, one of which was Amigel's yellow robe guards. Jiang Yu then understood why Amigel dared to challenge the titans. The goblins' depth was unfathomable. Though their legends were not invincible, their well-trained 10th Sandstrong troops were enough to take down even a renowned legend. Above the battlefield, countless harpies, griffins, hippogriffs, flying beasts, and wolf bats soared from the Titan army's ranks. Facing this massive aerial force, Jiang You raised his bronze longsword and issued a battle cry to his winged kin. Today marks the battle that will bring glory to the winged race. We will show those flying swine that the sky belongs to us. Tighten your grip on your bows and swords. Defeat them. Let their heads pave our way to becoming a mighty race on this continent. Kill, kill, kill. Proadas Mountain stood tall on the plain, with open skies and vast clouds, naturally suited for aerial combat by the winged ones. Against the opposing force of nearly 10,000, Jiang Yu led his 10,000 winged warriors with agile tactics. They flew higher, launching volleys of arrows from a distance, retreating when necessary. When close combat was inevitable, the frontline winged warriors would drop their bows and draw their swords, using their blood and flesh to halt the enemy. The long-range suppression from above proved highly effective. Even the wind-powered griffins were driven into disarray under such a tactical assault. The sight of 1,000 arrows darkening the sky was terrifying, especially for the harpies, who could only use their talons, making it a lasting trauma. After hours of fierce fighting, the winged ones suffered 3,000 casualties but ultimately emerged victorious. The skies over Proadas were cleared of the Titans' aerial forces. After the battle, the winged warriors returned to their camp to replenish their arrows, eat, rest, and then set out again. Jiang Yu ordered them to form 50-man squads to harass the Titans' various tribal armies, while he led several hundred extraordinary winged warriors to join the assault on the Titan giants. As Jiang Yu took to the skies again to survey the battlefield, the Proadas plain was littered with corpses and rivers of blood. Titans and goblin legends were locked in ferocious combat. He noticed that each goblin legend wielded a peculiar alchemical device, explaining how they could stand against the mighty Titan demigods. In the goblins' central camp, Jiang Yu saw a site filled with strange alchemical creations, continuously firing at the Titans. These devices, which resembled the super cannons of his previous life, were incredibly powerful. When Jiang Yu's winged army joined the ground battle, a rain of arrows from the sky showered down like a waterfall, instantly shattering the morale of the Titan camp. The goblin commanders, witnessing this, burst into triumphant laughter, mocking the inevitable defeat of the Titans. However, the soldiers of the Titan camp did not completely scatter. Their eyes were fixed on the center of the battlefield, where the Thunder Titan Atli was suppressing the Goblin King Amigel. This sight inspired them to grit their teeth and continue fighting, braving the relentless arrow storm. The leader of the more civilized troll clan shouted, "Raise your shields! Raise your shields!" Meanwhile, the primitive mud creatures lifted the corpses of their enemies above their heads as makeshift shields. The boarmen, ogres, and half-giants, instead of retreating under the aerial assault, became even more ferocious, launching even more violent attacks on their foes. On the other side of the battlefield, Jiang Yu led hundreds of extraordinary winged warriors to confront a young Titan. Despite his youth, this adolescent Titan already possessed legendary strength. He was fiercely battling a dwarf legend with a mysterious long whip. Jiang Yu commanded his troops, "Winged warriors, heed my call. Aim for the weak spots, fire the radiant piercing arrows." This was a unique use of the power of light by the winged race. First volley. Aim for the eyes. Instantly, hundreds of specially crafted bronze arrows, blazing with intense light, shot towards the young Titan's eyes. After the volley, Jiang Yu swiftly led his troops to flank the Titan. Second volley. Attack the neck. He issued 10 consecutive attack commands, each targeting a different weak spot of the Titan. After the final volley, the young Titan let out a painful wail, his body covered in wounds. The enraged Titan spewed a massive cloud of dust at Jiang Yu and his men, but the winged warriors, well prepared, easily evaded it. The dwarf legend seized the moment, wielding a giant steel axe gifted by the goblins, and decapitated the Titan with a single strike. As the head of the young sand Titan hit the ground, an eerie silence fell over the battlefield. This was the first time a Titan had been slain by a race other than Titans or dragons. In that moment, everyone realized, mortals could indeed challenge the gods. The goblin soldiers erupted in thunderous cheers. In the center of the battlefield, the Thunder Titan Atli witnessed his kin's head being hoisted into the air by the winged warriors as a show of defiance, and his fury knew no bounds. His golden eyes flashed with lightning and filled with bloodlust. A tremendous aura surged skyward, instantly turning the clear sky into a stormy cloudscape. "Insignificant ants," Atli roared. "How dare you desecrate the gods? I will kill every last one of you on this land." Boom. 18 colossal bolts of lightning struck down from the sky like pillars, instantly claiming tens of thousands of lives. The laws of thunder began to rage, and an apocalyptic crisis loomed over everyone. Just then, Atli felt a sudden pang of dread. The white spear in Amigel's hand erupted with unparalleled silver brilliance, a sense of being locked in by bloodline enveloping Atli. In his final moments, he heard the Goblin King's low voice, "Holy spear, pierce him. A strange mechanical voice echoed around Atli. Thunder sequence laws in turmoil. Spatial disorder. Lock on human bloodline. Lock on extraordinary source. Verdict. Pierce. Zing. A blinding light swept across the battlefield, briefly blinding everyone. When they reopened their eyes, they saw the once invincible Thunder Titan lying on the ground, barely alive. In his dying moments, Atli looked at the equally astonished Amigel, his eyes devoid of their former arrogance. He struggled to his feet and shouted to two adult titans not far away, "Bedex, Mx, take the children and leave." Atli. The two adult titans cried out in grief. "Go. Remember, you must find my king, Asimus. Avenge us and restore the titan race. Go." The remaining titans were enveloped in starlight and vanished in an instant. The goblin king Amigel roared in fury, "Proud titans, fleeing in disgrace? Atli, I will sever your head and use your skull as the gate of my future goblin capital. You will guard it for eternity, for my goblin race." Hearing this, the dying Atli's heart flared with boundless resentment and anger. His last breath slipped away, and he finally fell, dead. Witnessing the fall of the Thunder Titan and the retreat of the other titans, Amigel felt a great sense of relief. No one knew that he was actually at his limit. Only the equipment from the human sanctuary, designed to counter titans, had allowed him to barely hold his own against Atli. He had lost half of the 20-some goblin legends he had brought. Though Amigel's spear had killed Atli, he was unsure if he could defeat the remaining titan demigods. Fortunately, the power of Amigel's spear had intimidated the titans into fleeing. Hovering in midair, Amigel gazed down at the mountains and rivers and the awe-filled eyes of the myriad races below, feeling a sense of intoxication. As the wind's whispers were the only sound left, he recalled his spear and raised it high, declaring loudly, "We have won." As Amiger's words fell, a deafening cheer erupted across the land. The various tribes of the Goblin Alliance rejoiced, remembering the Goblin King's promise, and were filled with excitement. In stark contrast, the races of the Titan faction looked ashen-faced, regretting their misplaced bets. In the sky, Jiang You soared with his bronze longsword held high, celebrating the dawn of a new era with everyone. Though he and the Winged Ones were not yet powerful enough, he didn't want to dampen the spirits at this moment. Goblin King Amiger floated in midair, looking down at the cheering tribes on the ground and the elated Winged Ones in the sky. Raising his voice, he declared to all, "My people, allies of the goblins. Today, we have together defeated the titans who ruled Furland for countless years, becoming the masters of the land. From now on, we shall no longer be conscripted into endless wars, nor be slaves to titans and dragons. Peace will come to our people." Amiger seemed genuinely ecstatic, tirelessly recounting past events. Finally, he spoke of future plans. "I will honor my vow to establish the Goblin King city in Proedas and, upon its completion, be crowned Emperor of the Goblins. At that time, I will allocate lands to each tribe. Furthermore, the Titan's legacy will be shared with all the tribes." At these words, the cheers grew even louder. After all, hadn't the tribes followed the goblins in their rebellion against the Titans for just this? Amiger continued to announce that the Goblin Alliance's continental army would capture as many of the Titan-aligned races as possible, distributing these captives as spoils of war among the continental tribes. That night, the Goblin King hosted a grand victory feast in the camp, distributing large quantities of beef, mutton, and fine wine. The kings and leaders of each tribe were invited to join an even more sumptuous banquet outside Amiger's main tent, around a huge bonfire. When Jiang You arrived with a few of his guards, he saw a massive hand being roasted over the fire. A group of goblin chefs were busily sprinkling various spices on it. Jiang Yu recognized it immediately as the hand of the Thunder Titan, Atli. He whispered to the small turtle on his shoulder, "Poor Atli, even in death, he's being roasted and eaten by goblins." The little turtle nodded in agreement, finding the practice distasteful. Before taking his seat, Jiang Yu approached the Goblin King Amiger's throne to pay his respects. At that moment, Amiger was in high spirits, flanked by 8 goblin maidens, while loyal guards in yellow robes stood at a distance. The famed white spear that had shaken the continent was planted beside the throne, symbolizing the Goblin King's authority. Jiang Yu had long coveted that spear. Amiger was delighted to see Jiang Yu. After all, the Winged Ones were among the few tribes that had fully supported him. He warmly said, "Jiang Yu, come, take a seat. The feast is about to begin." Ignoring the change in address, Jiang Yu directly asked, "Your Majesty, now that the Titans are vanquished, what are your plans for the races that sided with them?" Amiger replied, "Naturally, they will be conquered and destroyed. Building an empire requires many slaves." Jiang Yu continued, "What if they surrender and pledge allegiance?" Amiger frowned in thought for a moment before saying, "If they are not staunch loyalists of the Titans, I might allow their race to survive. I am not a cruel person." He considered that the many Titan-affiliated races spread across the continent would take a lot of time and effort to completely eradicate. It would be best if they surrendered. Moreover, as the emperor of the continent, having more races under his rule would be beneficial. Seeing this, Jiang You quickly said, "Your Majesty, the Winged Ones have a blood feud with the Eagle King court. If they submit a letter of surrender, please do not accept it." Amager was surprised. The Eagle King court has a blood feud with the Winged Ones? Jiang Yu replied frankly, "Your Majesty, my ancestors and father all perished because of the Eagle King court and the Titans." Amager responded, "I understand. The Eagle King court has no right to live on the same continent as us. But when you go to annihilate the Eagle King court, you might need the help of our legendary warriors. I have heard that the old Eagle King is also a legendary strongman." Jiang Yu confidently said, "Thank you for your concern, Your Majesty. The old king is not a threat. I can handle him." Shortly after Jiang Yu left, a white-haired goblin elder hurried over to Amager, saying, "Your Majesty, what you just said was inappropriate." Amager frowned. "What was inappropriate?" The elder explained, "The Eagle King court should not be completely destroyed. If their race is wiped out, the Winged Ones will become the dominant sky race in Furland without any checks. Griffins, hippogriffs, and two-headed dragons are just magical beasts and can't form a proper opposition." Amager hesitated. "But I already promised him." The elder suggested, "You promised him the destruction of the Eagle King court, not the extinction of every eagle. If a few eagle princes escape, it would be perfectly normal. The scattered eagles across the continent can easily rebuild a new Eagle King court." Amager worried, "But wouldn't that seem like I'm going back on my word?" The elder reassured, "How could it be breaking your word? Your Majesty is now the supreme ruler of the continent, the King of Kings. Naturally, you must consider things from this perspective." Hearing this, Amager felt it struck a chord with him. The sage speaks wisely. So be it. Late at night, the starry sky felt like a dream. On the plains of Proedas, a grand feast was underway. The enormous bonfire lit up the night, making the surroundings as bright as day. In the glow of the flames, seats were arranged in front of the Goblin King Amager's tent for the kings and leaders of various tribes across the continent. Over the bonfire, the massive hand of a thunder titan was being roasted, stripped down to the bone. The Goblin King distributed the titan's flesh to the tribal leaders present, celebrating their victory over the titans and symbolizing the goblins' rise to dominance on the continent. As an important ally of the goblins, Jiang Yu also received a piece of the titan's meat. The specially prepared flesh was exceptionally delicious, devoid of its original explosive nature. This feast of semi-divine meat seemed to break the Farron people's inherent fear of titans and dragons. From then on, bathing in dragon blood and consuming dragon meat became a tradition, despite the dragon race's continual resistance. Halfway through the banquet, Jiang Yu watched with interest as the troll chieftains in front of the bonfire engaged in a comical drunken boxing match. At this moment, an elderly human quietly approached him. "Honorable Winged King Jiang Yu," the old man said respectfully, "I am Yang Yin, one of the humans who emerged from the sanctuary. You are also from the previous era's humans?" Jiang Yu asked curiously, feeling a sense of kinship with the old man. Yang Yin nodded and smiled. "Yes. Fiona told me that you were once from the eastern human tribes. No wonder I feel such familiarity seeing you." They exchanged a smile, and Jiang Yu asked directly, "What brings you to me?" "Yang Yin." Yang Yin solemnly replied, "We have developed 3 kinds of enchantment techniques: fire, lightning, and wind. We are willing to share these techniques with you." Jiang Yu's eyes lit up, but he cautiously asked, "What do you want in return?" "Please, in a few hundred years, when humans are scattered across the continent, shelter some of them and teach them these enchantment techniques," Yang Yin pleaded earnestly. Jiang Yu nodded seriously. "All right, I agree. But why are you so pessimistic about the future of humans?" Yang Yin sighed deeply and revealed the goblin's true intentions. Although Amager sheltered humans, he did not allow them to pass on knowledge, fearing they might threaten goblin supremacy. After hearing this, Jiang Yu felt deep sympathy for the humans and gained a deeper understanding of the goblins. That night, he not only acquired valuable enchantment techniques, but also learned about the complex politics of the continent. The next day, Jiang Yu bid farewell to Amager and led the remaining winged army towards the Tianshan Mountains. 10 days later, nearly 8,000 fully armed winged warriors hovered menacingly over Tianshan. Below, the warriors in the Eagle King's court nervously looked up at the sky. An eagle messenger hurriedly flew over, shouting loudly, "Honorable Winged King, please stop. We have submitted a letter of surrender to His Majesty Amager, seeking to join him." Jiang Yu sneered and decisively declared, "No need. The Eagle King's court has no place in Farron. Today, I will flatten Tianshan and destroy your court." He raised his longbow and issued a battle command to his soldiers, "Men, Today we avenge 9 generations of blood feud. Attack. In an instant, a dense rain of arrows poured down, and the eagles on Tianshan fell, their blood staining the rocks. The surviving eagles took to the air to fight back, and a fierce battle ensued in the sky. Despite their fierce resistance, the eagles were forced to retreat under the winged warriors' superior range and tactics. Just as the eagles' morale was about to collapse, a thunderous roar echoed from the largest stone palace on Tianshan. Damn winged ones, you've gone too far. A tall eagle adorned in deep black feathers and a golden crown soared into the sky, surrounded by a violent wind aura like a descending typhoon. This was none other than the Eagle tribe's sole legendary warrior, the Storm King Lycris. Facing the fierce attack from the Eagle King, Jiang You decisively ordered the winged troops to retreat, choosing to stay behind and face the aged legendary warrior alone. In the land of Farand, a legendary warrior represents the pinnacle of a tribe's strength, often requiring generations of accumulation and inheritance. From the extraordinary to the professional, then to formal and heroic stages, each step demands immense time and resources, undergoing countless trials of blood and fire. The emergence of a legend signifies the true rise of a race, capable of protecting it for millennia. The Eagle King, the only legend of the Eagle tribe, had entered his twilight years. Though he appeared middle-aged, he had actually lived for 900 years, with his life nearing its end. As he aged, his physical abilities waned, and his power was no longer what it used to be. This made him increasingly cautious, as seen during the battle between the Titans and the Goblins. Despite the Eagle tribe's generations of loyalty to the Thunder Titans, they held back to ensure the future of the Eagle royal court. The Eagle King's greatest regret was the absence of a new legend among his descendants. Despite many gifted young eagles in the tribe, he was reluctant to pass on the royal legendary profession to non-royal members. In his prime, a remarkably talented prince had risen to the heroic stage within a few decades. However, to consolidate his rule, the Eagle King conspired to end his son's extraordinary path, leading to the prince's suicide and the exile of his descendants. It was said that this small tribe eventually settled in a small mountain in the east, thriving there. High above Tianshan, the Eagle King, wielding the power of the storm and holding a bone spear, charged at Jiang You with fury. He had planned to surrender to the Goblin King to preserve the Eagle royal court. He had chosen his strongest offspring as his successor and sent the talented tribesmen to the Titan Goblin battlefield to ensure a smooth transition of power. However, the sudden appearance of Jiang Yu's winged army disrupted his plans entirely. What infuriated him even more was Jiang Yu's clear statement that the Eagles had lost the chance to surrender, meaning his painstakingly maintained royal court was on the brink of collapse. The Eagle King soared into the sky, killing intent surging as he closed in on Jiang You. To his surprise, the winged leader showed no fear, instead calmly drawing his longsword, ready for the battle. The Eagle King smirked inwardly, thinking this heroic stage winged warrior had no understanding of the terror of a legend. When the distance closed to 50 meters, the Eagle King raised his bone spear, the violent storm power swirling around him, forming a legendary domain of storm that enveloped Jiang You. In an instant, dozens of wind spears formed from the storm shot towards Jiang You. Simultaneously, the Eagle King accelerated his charge, aiming his bone spear at Jiang Yu's vital points. Facing such a ferocious assault, Jiang Yu's purple eyes shone brightly. His white wings behind him suddenly glowed with pure white light, transforming into 2 wings of light. His speed skyrocketed, dodging all attacks with the grace of dancing on a knife's edge. Seizing the moment when the bone spear missed, he swung his bronze sword, crackling with violet lightning, striking the Eagle King's black wings. Blood splattered, and the Eagle King cried out in pain, his fury intensifying. Jiang You, seemingly amidst a stormy sea, relied on his champion's will and superior combat awareness to evade the Eagle King's fierce attacks while continuously wearing down his opponent's stamina. Ultimately, amidst the gasps of onlookers, the Eagle King's hands were severed, his wings broken, and he fell heavily to the ground. As Jiang You pursued relentlessly, the fallen Eagle King smiled bitterly, offering to surrender and submit to the winged tribe. However, Jiang You coldly rejected his plea, insisting on the complete destruction of the Eagle royal court. In his despair, the Eagle King couldn't help but ask why they insisted on such extermination. Jiang You coldly retorted, "Eagle King, do you remember the Eagle tribe of Gaoman Mountain?" The Eagle King, pondering deeply, had no recollection. Jiang Yu continued, "You may not remember, but we will never forget. Our winged tribe's ancestors were from the Gaoman Mountain Eagle tribe. When we were weak, it was your Eagle royal court that repeatedly drained the blood of the Gaoman Mountain tribe. My father, my grandfather all were consumed as cannon fodder in the Titan Dragon battlefield. Today, we are here for revenge." Jiang Yu laughed loudly, giving the Eagle King no chance to explain, and beheaded him with a single stroke. As the head flew through the air, the Eagle King suddenly remembered that the descendants of his most outstanding son had settled in Gaoman Mountain. He regretted deeply. Had he not acted as he did, would the outcome have been different? With endless remorse, the Eagle King's consciousness faded into eternal darkness. You have slain the legendary Eagle King, gaining 5,000 experience points. The system's notification rang in Jiang Yu's ears, but his focus remained on the battlefield before him. Jiang Yu stood atop Tianshan, his bloodied longsword still in hand. His gaze swept past the fallen Eagle King, looking towards the sky where the fierce battle between the winged and the eagles raged on. Despite their smaller numbers, the winged were using superior tactics and powerful ranged attacks to suppress the eagle warriors of the royal court. As news of Jiang Yu's victory over the Eagle King spread, the atmosphere of the battlefield shifted dramatically. The king is dead. The king is dead. The cries of panic spread through the eagle ranks. Many eagle warriors muttered in disbelief. How is this possible? The Eagle King was a legendary warrior, yet he was slain by the hero-tier winged king. Fear spread like a plague through the eagle army. Already at a disadvantage, their morale shattered completely. A few eagle warriors were the first to flee, and soon, like a domino effect, more and more eagles abandoned the fight, scattering in every direction. The flames of vengeance, fueled by 9 generations of enmity, burned in the hearts of every winged warrior as they ruthlessly pursued the fleeing enemies. Soon, the sky and ground were littered with the bodies of eagles, with tens of thousands of lives lost in this act of retribution. Meanwhile, on the other side of Tianshan, in a secluded corner of the Eagle Royal Court, a secret conversation was taking place. A cloaked figure addressed a tall, young eagle. So, Prince Food, was I right? The Eagle King was no match for the Winged King. Now, will you come with me? The young Eagle Prince Food looked grim, his eyes filled with fear and despair. He took a deep breath and replied sorrowfully, as you said, the Eagle Royal Court has fallen. I will go with you. A wise choice. The cloaked figure nodded with satisfaction. In time, we will help you rebuild the Eagle Royal Court. When? Prince Food asked urgently. Not now, the cloaked figure replied calmly. For now, you must gather the remaining eagles of Furland. Understood, Prince Food responded, a determined look flickering in his eyes. Back at the battlefield center, Jiang Yu still stood by the Eagle King's corpse. He surveyed the chaos around him, watching the eagles flee and the flames consume the collapsing Eagle Royal Court. Suddenly, a profound sense of clarity washed over him, dispelling years of obsession. As if guided by a mysterious force, Jiang Yu's consciousness delved into his spiritual sea. In this mystical realm, he condensed his will into a radiant purple and white halo for the first time. The intertwining lights attracted numerous lightning and light elements, inscribing intricate patterns on the halo with the laws of thunder and light. Simultaneously, the external world underwent a stunning transformation. Brilliant light and purple lightning filled the sky over half of Tianshan. A mysterious domain of thunder and light formed around Jiang Yu. You have awakened the legendary domain, the Holy Thunder Domain. The system's notification echoed once more. Within this newly formed domain, Jiang Yu's body underwent a dramatic transformation. His physique became more perfect, his features extraordinarily handsome, beyond mortal limits. His silver hair shimmered with a gentle glow, with faint light flowing through it. His pristine white wings, if observed closely, revealed the powers of light and thunder coursing through them. With silver hair, purple eyes, and immaculate wings radiating light and thunder, Jiang Yu's appearance had reached a divine level. Simultaneously, a surge of vibrant life force flowed through his veins, akin to the burgeoning vitality of spring. The system's notifications continued. Your bloodline has undergone complete evolution, awakening the bloodline talent, longevity species. Your bloodline evolution did not trigger a racial bloodline ascension. The longevity species talent is incompatible with your bound race. You have advanced to the legendary class, Holy Thunder Blaze. You have awakened the legendary trait, Divine Might. You have awakened the legendary trait, Holy Heart. The birth of every legendary profession comes with the awakening of unique legendary traits, which vary depending on the profession. Typically, a legendary profession awakens only one trait. For instance, the Harpy King awakens the Storm Lord trait, enhancing his control over storms. However, Jiang Yu's case is extraordinary. With the help of Qingshi, Jiang Yu absorbed the extraordinary blood of 2 titans, awakening both thunder and light powers. This rare occurrence allowed him to awaken 2 legendary traits, one passive and one active. Divine Might significantly amplifies the damage of his thunder power, while Holy Heart enables him to enter an absolute combat state. These 2 traits catapulted Jiang Yu to legendary status, making his strength comparable to seasoned legendary warriors. What thrilled Jiang Yu even more was the complete evolution of his bloodline. The system informed him that he had acquired the immortal kind bloodline, granting him a much longer lifespan and paving the way for his future ascension to godhood. However, when he noticed that the system indicated the winged race had not evolved into the immortal kind, Jiang You fell into deep thought. He envisioned the winged race rivaling the elves in the future, becoming an immortal race. The reality was that although the winged had slightly longer lifespans due to bloodline mutations, they remained as short-lived as ordinary races. On the continent today, apart from dragons, only dwarves with Titan blood enjoy a longer lifespan of up to 300 years. Other races do not live beyond 200 years. Jiang Yu couldn't help but wonder how the elves achieved their longevity. As he pondered, a sudden, fervent cheer erupted from the entire Tianshan. Jiang Yu snapped out of his thoughts and looked up at the sky. All around, winged warriors unfurled their white wings, raised their longbows and swords, and cheered jubilantly. Their eyes, filled with the joy of victory, were all focused on Jiang Yu. On Tianshan, the bodies of the harpies lay like a carpet, and the collapsed Harpy King's court smoldered in flames. 9 generations of blood feuds had finally been avenged today. The winged race, long shackled beneath the legendary threshold, had finally broken through to have their first legendary warrior and officially stepped onto the stage as one of the continent's powerful races. In the face of his people's cheers, Jiang Yu recalled the promise he made before setting out. He retracted his holy thunder field, soared into the sky, and his clear voice echoed across every corner of Tianshan. My people, I once said that the winged race, after a century of accumulation and power, would rise and avenge 9 generations of blood feuds, flatten Tianshan, and shatter the Harpy King's court. Today, we have done it. The harpies who once scorned us now lie on the ground. The Harpy King is left with nothing but a foolish head, and Tianshan trembles beneath our feet. No more will countless harpy tribes suffer the pain of enslavement. Jiang Yu paused and continued, My people, I once said that the crown should be born from blood and fire. At this very moment, amidst this sea of corpses and blood, in the ruins of this collapsed court, I crown myself king. At that moment, the clouds in the sky parted, and golden sunlight poured down, enveloping Jiang Yu and making him appear divine and holy. The mountains crown me. The blazing sun forges my golden crown. From today onwards, I am the king of the winged. Jiang Yu's proclamation echoed through the mountains and valleys, resonating with the rivers and streams. As soon as his proclamation ended, it was met with a wave of echoes, like the roar of the ocean or the reverberation from the mountains. The winged warriors in the sky raised their arms and shouted, King, King, our race has a king. After being crowned king in the Tianshan Mountains, Jiang Yu led his people on a flight around the mountain, meticulously searching for the ruins of the Eagle King's court. They carefully collected precious artifacts and respectfully buried the remains of the Eagle people. Through their efforts, the dilapidated court buildings were restored, laying a foundation for future development. According to the agreement with the Goblin King Amager, this land would become the territory of the winged people. Jiang Yu gazed into the distance, already envisioning a grand mountain city. He decided to establish an outpost for the winged people on the continent, paving the way for their long-term development. However, Jiang Yu knew that the path of evolution for the winged people would be long and arduous. In the short term, their strength was unlikely to see significant improvement. He devised a grand plan. Through bloodline refinement, he aimed to enhance the potential of his people over generations, ultimately transforming the winged people into an immortal race. To achieve this, he planned to seek the remains of the Titan giants after the Goblin King Amager was crowned emperor. It was rumored that a large amount of such precious resources lay buried beneath Mount Prowess. With about a year until Amager's coronation, this period was perfect for constructing their magnificent capital. Jiang Yu dispatched a team of elite winged warriors to station at Prowess, closely monitoring the situation. Then, he led the main force back to the shores of the Eastern Sea. Having just ascended to legendary status, Jiang Yu needed time to consolidate his position. More importantly, he had to quickly determine his future path. Based on what he knew, there were 3 distinctly different paths beyond the legendary level. The first path was to continue the legendary journey, training in the mortal realm to pursue invincibility, ultimately achieving supreme legend and immortality. This path was often chosen by grand mages, legendary warriors, paladins, and high priests who had no hope of becoming gods. The second path was the road to godhood, establishing a divine kingdom on earth and eventually ascending to the divine throne to become a great deity. This well-known path required one to first become a demigod and then ignite the divine flame. However, divine positions were limited, and to achieve an existing godly position, one had no choice but to slay a god. The third path was the little-known route of the Skylord. This path was fundamentally incompatible with the road to godhood, as it pursued absolute uniqueness rather than the coexistence of gods. On the summit of Heaven Mountain, under a torrential downpour, Jiang Yu sat on a rock, contemplating his future. He recalled a unique quest he had received in a past life game. realizing that although this path was difficult, it was not impossible. When the divine kingdoms of the gods began to crumble, many deities were forced to flee as saints. During this time, numerous mortals seized the opportunity to kill gods, usurping their divine positions and becoming new gods. This fact proved that gods were not truly immortal. The end goal of a mortal legend becoming immortal was even more challenging than becoming a god, and before reaching that end, their combat prowess and survivability were inferior to some weaker deities. After much deliberation, Jiang You stared at the champion's will, talent shining on his system panel, recalling his origins. In that moment, a flicker of determination flashed in his eyes. Since he had come to this world, what was the point if he couldn't become the strongest? He resolved to walk the path of the Sky Lord and reach the pinnacle of power. But how to begin this journey, and how to progress along it? Jiang Yu's heart was filled with anticipation and questions, ready to face the challenges ahead. Reflecting on the description of the Sky Lord from the game lore of his past life, Jiang Yu's thoughts turned to the path of divinity. He envisioned the progression of a demigod, condensing the heart of law, establishing a terrestrial divine kingdom, connecting to the authority of heaven and earth, gathering faith, igniting divine fire, forming a divine persona, elevating the divine kingdom to the skies, and forging a divine throne in the heavens. This process transforms a demigod into a true god, wielding the authority of heaven and earth, obtaining divine status and duties, shepherding the people on behalf of the heavens, and becoming part of the cosmic order. However, the path of the Sky Lord was different. Though they also wielded authority, the Sky Lord's goal was to rule the heavens and earth. Establishing the Sky Throne was a necessary step. Before becoming the master of the world, they needed to suppress myriad laws with the throne. To Jiang You, laws were akin to the great Tao, and his goal was to stabilize the world with his own being, to subdue all laws with his own path, one path to rule them all. The status of the Sky Lord was singular and absolute, almost deserving of being called the one true God. Jiang Yu understood that this own path was not among the myriad world laws or the 3,000 great Taos known to heaven and earth. Instead, he had to create an entirely new path to subdue the 3,000 great Taos. His gaze fell on the long sword at his waist, and thoughts surged like a flowing river, with knowledge from his past life churning in his heart. Wisdom from two worlds collided in his mind, as if he stood on the shoulders of giants, overlooking the ages. This epiphany lasted an entire year, and even as a legendary figure, Jiang Yu grew increasingly haggard. Finally, on another day of thunder and heavy rain, a sudden flash of insight revealed an unprecedented path to advancement. This path was extraordinarily difficult, yet equally glorious. Atop the mountain, amidst the pouring rain, Jiang Yu suddenly opened his deep purple eyes, as vast as the starry sea. His wings spread out like clouds hanging low, rainwater streaming down his face and feathers, as if the world was leaving its mark on him. He stood up, gripped the long sword at his waist, drew it from its sheath, and slashed at the sky, letting out a hearty laugh. In his heart, Jiang Yu thought, "I've heard that a will strong enough can even bend the laws. Then, I will replace the laws with my will and forge a new one. This path has no name yet, but my will shall judge heaven and earth, simple and clear. Let's call it judgment. I will forge the throne of judgment in the heavens, establish the way of judgment, and begin the subjugation of all laws. This judgment law will forge 3,000 judgment swords, tempered by the myriad laws, ultimately achieving immortality." With his path clear, Jiang Yu felt a weight lifted from his heart. He realized that the first step was to truly master a single law, to serve as the foundation for the judgment law. At that moment, his champion's will surged like a sword pointing to the sky. In the depths of Jiang Yu's soul, a phantom sword formed from his powerful will appeared, followed by countless phantom swords representing the suppression of numerous laws. These myriad swords intertwined and fused in his mind, eventually forming a phantom throne composed of countless judgment swords. As this sky throne emerged, a violent thunderclap echoed through the heavens, shaking the world. As if sensing a threat, dark clouds swiftly covered the sky. Creatures across the world felt a sense of unease, as if something precious was about to be taken away. In Proedas, the Goblin King, who was caressing his unfinished emperor's throne, felt a sudden wave of disgust. On a hidden island in the vast ocean, several ancient dragons were startled awake from their slumber. Legendary figures around the world felt a mix of anticipation and dread, sensing both great opportunity and great peril. Atop the mountain, drenched in rain, Jiang Yu suddenly felt a great terror rising within him, as if the world's malice had manifested. He jolted awake, cold sweat soaking his body. It was as if someone whispered in his ear, "Blasphemy! Blasphemy!" Hastily, Jiang Yu dismissed the phantom of the judgment throne in his mind, and the anomalies in heaven and earth vanished. Despite the lingering fear, Jiang Yu was not deterred by the world's malice. On the contrary, this resistance ignited his fighting spirit. He muttered to himself, "This path is precisely the treacherous road I wish to traverse as a champion. This is the beginning of becoming the strongest." Jiang You decided to perfect the laws he currently grasped. For now, he had only scratched the surface and should not provoke the world's consciousness. Upon reflection, the early stages of this arduous path were actually quite similar to the path of a demigod. He planned to first condense the heart of law, become a demigod, and bide his time. Thunder, light. I will start by mastering these two laws. I will tread the path to godhood in appearance, but act as the master of heaven and earth in essence. As for the throne, it can be forged later. Jiang Yu looked up at the bright moon and the sparkling stars in the sky, thinking, the heavens could indeed use a bit more. In a matter of days, outside the heavenly mountain, a winged messenger hurriedly flew back from the west. His face was urgent, and his wings flapped rapidly, carving a long trail in the sky. Arriving at the white stone fortress of the heavenly mountain, the messenger shouted loudly, "My king, the goblin capital, prowess city, is complete. King Amager has announced that the coronation ceremony will be held in a month." Inside the white stone fortress, a small turtle was dozing on a wooden table. Jiang Yu was buried in handling accumulated clan affairs when he heard the winged messenger's shout from outside. He immediately stood up from his wooden chair. Amager is finally going to be crowned as the Goblin Emperor. A wave of excitement surged in his heart, more intense than the vicissitudes of time. After the winged messenger entered the hall and announced the news again, Jiang Yu instructed his personal guards to take the messenger to rest. He then turned to his winged assistant and commanded, "Shao Yi, select 800 elite winged warriors to accompany my personal guards and me to Proadas to celebrate Amager's coronation." "Yes, my king." A winged girl named Inona, who was diligently working at a nearby wooden table, nodded in response. Inona was one of the most outstanding administrative assistants Jiang Yu had selected from dozens of intelligent and reliable winged individuals. After Inona left, Jiang Yu gently tapped the small turtle's head on the table and smiled. "Xiaoba, stop sleeping. Let's get ready to head to Proadas." The little turtle woke up with a start, its eyes filled with a clear, naive look, far less shrewd than it would be in the future. It stood up on its hind legs, crawled onto Jiang Yu's shoulder, and rubbed its sleepy eyes, saying, "Boss, another long trip? Let's get going then." Jiang Yu chuckled. With Amager being crowned emperor, the world is changing. Who cares about the change? Xiaoba remains unshaken. The little turtle proudly lifted its head. "Who are you calling Xiaoba?" "Boss, my bad." The next day, 1,000 elite winged warriors gathered in the sky above the heavenly mountain, including 200 personal guards and 300 extraordinary professionals, forming an impressive aerial force for Amager's coronation ceremony. At Jiang Yu's command, everyone followed him westward to Proadas. A month later, Jiang Yu and his winged troops arrived at Proadas. The once plain landscape had transformed into a magnificent city. The city walls, towering 500 meters, inherited the style of the Titans, while the internal buildings were designed to accommodate goblins and other races of the continent, orderly and reminiscent of ancient large cities. At the city gate, a massive skull was embedded in the center, its open mouth serving as the entrance. Every intelligent being passing through could feel a sense of divine majesty and subtle unease. Clearly, King Amager had kept his promise, forging the head of the Thunder Titan Atrus into the city gate. At the flattened mountain top, a grand palace combining steampunk and ancient human styles stood majestically. In front of the palace was a vast square, dominated by a stone statue of King Amager, hands behind his back, gazing over the landscape. Jiang Yu couldn't help but admire its grandeur. As Jiang Yu and his winged companions landed outside the city gates, a goblin official approached to guide them into Proadas. The official led them directly to a high-rise building shaped like outstretched wings, solemnly announcing, "Your Highness, Winged King, this is the residence specially prepared for your noble kind. From now on, this place belongs solely to the winged race." Jiang Yu smiled upon hearing the news. Thanks to these developments, the winged people now had a foothold in the capital of the goblins. He looked up at the imposing building with its symbolic design of outstretched wings, silently admiring the goblins' attention to detail. "This is basically an embassy," Jiang Yu thought with delight. As the name suggests, this street not only featured wing-shaped buildings designed for the winged people, but also structures like the hammer-shaped dwarf buildings, tusk-like troll buildings, forest-like fairy buildings, and unique constructions for centaurs, merfolk, and gnomes. The street had become a gathering place for various distinguished races. Just as Jiang Yu was about to push open the door to the winged people's building, a goblin official spoke up, "Your Highness, this building has yet to be named. Would you honor us by naming it? We will then commission a sign for it." Without hesitation, Jiang Yu said, "In that case, let's call it the Winged People's Embassy." To his surprise, the goblin official exclaimed, "The name you chose is exactly what the humans from the shelters call their buildings." It seems the rumors are true. Your Highness is indeed close to the humans. Jiang Yu laughed heartily. In some ways, I do share a lot in common with them. He wasn't worried that his closeness to the humans would cause any suspicion among the goblins. After all, the most advanced human technology and equipment were almost entirely in the hands of the Goblin King, Amigel. The goblin official then said respectfully, Your Highness, the custom sign will be delivered tomorrow, and we will take care of your meals during this time. Additionally, the coronation of our king will take place in a month, and we hope you will be there on time. Jiang Yu responded solemnly, I will keep that in mind. After the goblin official courteously took his leave, Jiang Yu led his people into the soaring, wing-shaped embassy. The spacious interior was immediately apparent, capable of accommodating thousands of winged people with room to spare. A few hours later, Jiang Yu, accompanied by several guards and a small turtle, strolled through the newly built goblin city. The city was meticulously planned, with wide, open streets and several rings encircling the central Mount Proedas. This new city, designed to house 1 million residents, showcased Amigel's grand ambitions. Finally, Jiang Yu climbed the towering city walls, overlooking the burgeoning metropolis. The newly constructed goblin capital shone brightly, signaling the rise of a vibrant new civilization. In the days that followed, Jiang Yu spent most of his time in deep cultivation, occasionally stepping out for some fresh air. During this period, he was summoned by Goblin King Amigel. Surprised by Jiang Yu's legendary status, Amigel became even more cordial. After all, in the current Farand, Jiang Yu's winged people boasted the most formidable aerial force, something Amigel couldn't afford to ignore. However, after Jiang Yu left the palace, the Goblin Grand Sage approached Amigel's throne and advised, Your Majesty, now that the winged people's leader has reached legendary status, he might not be so easily controlled. A force of 10,000 winged people is a formidable aerial army, even for legends and demigods. Amigel frowned upon hearing this. The Grand Sage continued, Your Majesty, perhaps we should form our own aerial force. Our own? Using those harpies? Amigel asked, puzzled. The Grand Sage shook his head. The harpies are useless now. My suggestion is that we goblins, with our various knight professions, should select a flying beast as the mount for our aerial knights. Amigel's interest was piqued. Brilliant. So, Grand Sage, which flying beast do you have in mind for our aerial knights? Griffins, the Grand Sage said with a smile, leaning on his wooden staff. During our campaign against the Titans, we captured a large number of griffins. Excellent, 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 Amigel exclaimed, clearly pleased. With you, Grand Sage, it's like a fish finding water, or a saber-toothed tiger growing wings. Let's proceed as you suggested. The Grand Sage further proposed. Since the Winged King has achieved legendary status, why not appoint him as the guardian of the eastern frontier of the Empire? Amigel nodded in agreement. That's fine. That area hasn't been explored by the goblins yet. It's just an honorary title. We can take it back when the goblin race expands and develops further. As Amigel was about to visit his newly acquired goblin concubine, the Grand Sage spoke again. One more thing, Your Majesty. What is it? Amigel asked, without a hint of impatience. Right now, the humans from the shelters are making many moves, maintaining contact with various races. I believe it's time to show our stance, the Grand Sage said seriously. Amigel frowned. Besides the goblins' accumulated power over countless years, the humans from the shelters played a crucial role in conquering the Farand continent. Without the humans, they wouldn't have been able to defeat the Titans. The Grand Sage continued, we need to send a message to the humans and let the other races see our stance towards them. Isn't there a human girl named Fiona? She was reportedly trained as a shelter administrator in their era, making her the nominal leader of those humans. I suggest, Your Majesty, that you marry her as a concubine to declare your stance to the world. Amigel was somewhat reluctant. In his eyes, goblin beauties were the epitome of beauty. Human women, no matter how attractive, looked like large monkeys to him. He preferred the green-skinned goblin beauties. Seeing this, the Grand Sage continued to persuade, Your Majesty, you are destined to be the emperor of the Goblin Empire and must make sacrifices. Besides, marrying her is just a gesture. You don't have to touch her. Just keep her in the palace as an ornament. This way, we can humble the proud humans and turn them into a disorganized mess. At the same time, it will send a clear message to the other races. Why not do it? All right then. Amigel reluctantly agreed, fine, I'll handle it later. There's no need to rush. The Grand Sage quickly added, your coronation is next month, and all the queens and concubines will be presented then. Half a month later, Jiang Yu, residing in the Winged People's Embassy, heard a startling piece of news. What? That blonde human girl named Fiona married the Goblin Emperor as a concubine? The Winged People were astonished. Even the little turtle, Xiaoba, exclaimed, really? With such a huge difference between races, can there be true love? However, It is said that after Amijel married that human girl, he never touched her. The winged one who brought the news said. Upon hearing this, Jiang You frowned and fell into deep thought. As the founding emperor of the Goblin Empire, Amijel was known for his strategic brilliance, and this move must have a deeper meaning. After a moment, Jiang Yu suddenly realized something and said to the winged officials around him, I understand now. We should avoid any contact with the humans for the time being. Little Turtle looked puzzled. Boss, what's the meaning behind this? Is there a deeper reason? The winged girl, Anona, also suddenly understood. I get it too. By taking the human leader's daughter into his harem, Amijel is signaling to us that humans are his property. He's telling us not to mess with them. Jiang Yu smiled approvingly. Exactly. Well done, little E, you're very smart. Inona beamed with a sweet smile. Half a month later, the new city of Prowess became exceptionally lively. A large influx of intelligent species from the goblin faction, along with continuous migration of goblins from all over the continent, swelled the city's population to nearly 1 million, with over 900,000 being goblins. On this early spring day, when everything was coming back to life, Prowess appeared particularly majestic. Today was the day Amijel would be crowned emperor of the Goblin Empire, and the entire city was filled with a festive atmosphere. From an aerial view, countless goblin citizens stood on the streets at the foot of the mountain, waiting for the grand ceremony. Goblin soldiers lined up on the city walls and streets, facing the direction of the palace, slightly bowing their heads with their hands on their chests. In the white stone plaza in front of the palace, Jiang You led several thousand leaders of various races standing on the right side, while on the left side were nearly 10,000 goblin nobles and officials, led by the Grand Sage and the High Priest. A wide red carpet stretched from the center of the plaza directly up the 900 steps to the palace. Elite goblin soldiers, armed with weapons, guarded various parts of the plaza. At the peak of noon, a loud proclamation echoed through the plaza. The savior of Farrand, the destroyer of titans, the brave and fearless lord of goblins, the leader of the alliance of continental races, the great leader Amijel, arrives. Jiang Yu turned his head and saw Amijel striding forward with a commanding presence, accompanied by an elegant and noble female goblin. Behind them was a retinue of nearly 300 goblin consorts. Among them, Jiang Yu instantly recognized the blonde human girl, Fiona. Compared to the beautiful and confident woman he had first met, she now looked haggard and desolate. Her once radiant face now bore a sickly beauty, a stark contrast to her former self. Just as Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon her, Fiona's eyes flickered momentarily before dimming again. The blazing sun overhead couldn't dispel the chill in Fiona's heart. Yet, Amigel's coronation ceremony would proceed unaffected by anyone's emotions. Amijel walked slowly down the coronation avenue lined with red fox fur. On either side, goblin soldiers held their spears high, forming a majestic arch over the red carpet. This unique ceremony left the continent's various races wide-eyed, marveling at the distinctive aura of goblin civilization. Ironically, this creative idea was Fiona's brainchild. Reaching the end of the red carpet, Amijel turned to glance at his wife, giving her a slight nod before ascending the 900 steps alone. The Goblin Queen led 300 consorts to a smaller viewing platform on the side. Sunlight bathed each step as Amijel climbed, finally standing at the topmost point. He took a deep breath and turned to face the assembled subjects and allied races, as if confronting all of creation. At that moment, the Goblin High Priest stepped forward from the ranks, holding a crown studded with golden gems, and proclaimed loudly, "Countless years ago, the Titans and Dragons enslaved the races of the continent, their relentless battles fracturing the earth and shattering the skies. It was not until our king, Amijel, emerged from the void, leading his army to victory after victory. His exceptional talents and semi-divine nature enabled him to drive out the Titans and slay the Thunder Titan, thus ending the reign of the Titans and Dragons. Today, with peace reigning across the lands, all races live harmoniously under the rule of the natural-born leader, Amijel, whose might echoes across Furland. On this day, on behalf of the Goblin race and the leaders and kings of all other races, I humbly request that Amijel establish the Goblin Empire and be crowned as the great emperor of the empire under the witness of the mountains and the illumination of the sun, moon, and stars." As his words concluded, the Goblin officials and nobles on the left side knelt and chanted in unison, "We humbly request Amijel to be crowned emperor of the empire." On the right side of the square, representatives of the various races exchanged glances before following suit, kneeling and shouting. The dwarf race humbly requests Amijel to be crowned emperor of the empire. The fairy race humbly requests Amijel to be crowned emperor of the empire. The troll clans humbly request Amijel to be crowned emperor of the empire. Jiang Yu was no exception, shouting, "The winged race humbly requests Amijel to be crowned emperor of the empire." Yet, as he looked up at Amijel on the high platform, the phrase, "to take and replace," surfaced in his mind once more. It was the second time he had thought of those words. Amigel gazed down at the kneeling masses, a look of intoxication crossing his face. He mused, is this what it feels like to be an emperor? Surely, the Titan King seated on the throne of mountains in Proadas felt the same way. Finally, Amigel spoke, his voice more authoritative than ever. Since you all request it, I, Amigel, shall henceforth be the Goblin Emperor. The Goblin High Priest then ascended the 900 steps, standing before Amigel and solemnly announcing, Your Majesty, bow your head one last time, so that I may place upon you the crown that symbolizes imperial authority. From this moment on, none shall make you bow. Amigel bowed slightly, allowing the high priest to place the golden crown upon his head. Instantly, the crowd erupted in cheers, marking Amigel's official coronation. His first words after donning the crown resonated throughout the square. I, Amigel, Goblin Emperor. All rise. Your emperor grants you the right to lift your heads. In the first year of the Goblin Empire, Amigel was crowned as the first emperor, ushering in a new era. With great ambition and vision, he quickly implemented a series of political and military strategies. First, Amigel appointed 4 major guardians from different races. The strongest chieftain of the troll clans guarded the northern territory, the winged people safeguarded the eastern skies, the dwarves protected the mountains, and the merfolk watched over the western seas. These guardians were given titles equivalent to dukes in the Goblin Empire, highlighting the importance of these races to the empire. Moreover, the various races that participated in the campaign against the Titans were rewarded with titles and honors, as a token of appreciation. Amigel understood that a stable empire required the support of all races. Next, Amigel appointed 2 Grand Dukes from the Goblin race, the eldest sons of the High Priest and the Great Sage. They were sent to the western and southern territories to establish Goblin duchies, tasked with expanding the territories and increasing the population for the Goblin race. Amigel also ordered the chieftains of the original Goblin tribes to return to their homelands, gather their people, and establish cities. At that time, the Goblin race had a population of 10 million, with 1 million concentrated in the capital and the remaining 9 million scattered across the continent. Amigel's ambition was for every Goblin tribe to settle and establish Goblin cities in every corner of the land. He envisioned a future where countless cities would surround Proadas City, making it a true imperial capital. Finally, Amigel granted titles to 300 young Goblin nobles who had distinguished themselves in battle. They were sent to areas outside the core population zones of the empire, as well as uncharted territories untouched by other races, to establish fiefdoms and expand new lands. These were the main actions taken by Amigel and his Goblin officials in the first year of the empire's founding. 1 year later, on a certain late night, beneath the foot of Mount Proadas, the stars shimmered, and the silver moon hung high. A beautiful blonde girl sat on a tree branch, swinging her long, slender legs, and closed her notebook. She spoke softly, Empress Fiona, I know everything you've said, but why did you ask to meet me here at such a late hour? Opposite her stood a young and handsome winged man. Fiona smiled slightly, Jiang You, there's one thing you don't know. Amigel has already begun training Griffin riders. In the future, when Goblin Griffin riders dominate the skies, the unique position of the winged people will cease to exist. As a smart person, you should understand the consequences. Jiang Yu frowned upon hearing this. He quickly analyzed the situation of the various races. The trolls were strong but scattered. The dwarves had Titan blood but were countered by human weapons. The merfolk struggled on land. The fairies were disorganized, and the centaurs posed limited threats. Only the winged people, in an era without a powerful aerial force, effectively controlled the Goblin sky sovereignty. This was something the ambitious Amigel could not tolerate. Seeing Jiang Yu deep in thought, Fiona continued, We can help you with this matter. You have a solution? Jiang Yu asked in surprise. Of course, but first, you need to agree to one request, Fiona said mysteriously. What request? Don't worry, it's not excessive. I just want a child with your bloodline. What? Jiang Yu was stunned. This request was outrageous. Fiona, however, was very serious. A few years ago, a high-ranking old seer in my clan awakened. When I was forced to marry Amigel, he prophesied with his life that the most favorable future for the human race was to incorporate your bloodline into it. Jiang Yu was both amused and helpless. Even if I agree, you are Amigel's empress. If he finds out, we'll both be in big trouble. He won't find out, I assure you. Trust in the heritage of my clan, Fiona said firmly. Seeing the determination in her eyes, Jiang Yu sighed. All right, I agree. But first, tell me how you plan to prevent the winged people from being replaced by Goblin Griffin riders. Fiona breathed a sigh of relief and explained, We will proactively offer to help Amigel raise the Griffins. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu couldn't help but think of historical anecdotes from his past life. All right, the night is beautiful, let's not waste time. Let's get to work, Fiona urged. Okay, Jiang Yu responded, somewhat awkwardly. The night was as dark as ink, with stars scattered across the sky. A silver moon hung high, casting a silvery glow over the forest at the base of Mount Prolatus. A gentle breeze rustled the full branches of the trees, creating a sound that was both melodious and mournful, echoing through the air. The depths of the forest were shrouded in layers of darkness, misty and obscure. A single beam of moonlight rode the wind, traversing high mountains and deep valleys, reaching the bottom of a secluded pool. That night, Jiang You and Fiona met, sleeping peacefully without dreams. The following morning, the sky was overcast, and raindrops began to fall. Fiona hurriedly departed, slipping back to the mountaintop palace under the cover of the gloomy weather. As an imperial consort, she had her own quarters within the palace. Even though the goblin emperor Amigel had no interest in human beauties, he would not tolerate his consorts acting recklessly. Jiang Yu stood alone in the depths of the forest, watching the rain fall on the grass, sighing softly before heading back to the Averial embassy in Prolatus. As he stepped inside, a small turtle darted over like a flash of purple lightning, leaping onto his shoulder. "Boss, where were you all night?" the turtle asked curiously. "I had important matters to discuss with the humans," Jiang Yu replied calmly. The turtle suddenly twitched its nose and asked in confusion, "Wait, why do you smell like jasmine?" Jiang Yu's mouth twitched slightly as he lifted the turtle off his shoulder. "Wang Xiaoba, you're a turtle, not a dog. Why do you need to sniff around?" At that moment, the Averial official Inona approached with several other officials. "Your Majesty, what did the humans say this time?" As the head of Jiang Yu's Averial administrative body, she was responsible for assisting with governance. Jiang Yu relayed the conversation he had with Fiona, omitting only the parts about childbirth. After hearing it, Inona sighed. "The humans have had a rough fate, now reduced to shepherding griffins for the goblins." "You're mistaken," Jiang Yu said with a smile. "The humans are thinking long-term. They are not simpletons. However, their actions do benefit us greatly. By the way," Jiang Yu continued, "make preparations and select those who will stay behind at the embassy. I will visit Emperor Amigel once more to bid farewell. After that, we will return to Heaven's Peak." "Understood, Your Majesty," Inona replied. It turned out that Amigel had summoned Jiang Yu to deploy part of the Averial forces to subdue some die-hard Titan giants. The enemy forces included griffins, windbirds, and other flying units, necessitating the assistance of the Averial army. As a loyal ally in Emperor Amigel's eyes, Jiang Yu had immediately led 3,000 Averial soldiers to Prolatus, placing them under the command of the Goblin General. This time, he did not lead the troops personally but appointed a masterclass Averial to lead them in battle alongside the goblins. After the handover, he could have left, but he stayed an extra day because of Fiona's invitation. Jiang Yu arrived at Emperor Amigel's palace to find Fiona standing behind the Goblin Emperor like an attendant, seemingly reporting important matters. Amigel's face lit up with joy upon seeing Jiang Yu. "Jiang, thank you for deploying your troops so promptly. Those remnants of the Titans will be completely eradicated. The Averial will always be the best allies of the goblins." Amigel said warmly, "It is our pleasure to serve Your Majesty. The Averial people are all thrilled and honored." Jiang Yu responded respectfully. "Excellent." Amigel nodded with satisfaction. After some polite conversation, Jiang Yu took his leave. Before departing, he gave Fiona a deep look. His eyes filled with complex emotions that were difficult to express. A month later, Jiang Yu and his entourage finally returned to Heaven's Peak, ready to embark on a new journey. 5 years later, in the 6th year of the Goblin Empire, Jiang Yu was attending to a month's worth of state affairs within the White Castle of Paradise Mountain. Sunlight streamed through the high windows, illuminating the towering stacks of documents. The king of the winged people had developed a habit of dedicating just one day each month to governance, spending the rest of his time focused on cultivation. As the sun reached its zenith, a sudden burst of hurried footsteps shattered the tranquility. Inona, a female officer of the winged people, pushed open the door with a grave expression. Taking a deep breath, she reported, "Your Majesty, urgent news from the north. Our kin traveling in the Bros Mountains discovered an encampment of over 10,000 hawk people on one of the peaks. Even more astonishing, their leader is said to be the 9th prince of the old Hawk King." Jiang Yu's brow furrowed at the news. He set down his quill and asked in a deep voice, "Isn't there a newly built goblin city in the valley plains of the Bros Mountains? That city should house tens of thousands of goblin residents. Why would these remnants of the Hawk royal court dare to camp so close to a goblin city? Such a large gathering couldn't have gone unnoticed by the goblins." Inona nodded in agreement. "Your Majesty, you are perceptive. Our people have investigated. Over the years, Hawk people have been openly visiting Bros City annually." Jiang Yu let out a cold laugh, a sharp glint flashing in his eyes. "It seems the goblins have been holding back on us. What should we do?" Inona asked, her worry evident. "Should we allow these remnants of the Hawk royal court to grow stronger?" Jiang Yu stood up and walked to the window, gazing into the distance. His voice was calm and resolute. For now, we must not act rashly. These hawk people won't amount to much, and the goblins won't allow us to wipe them out entirely. We need to wait for the right moment to decisively eliminate these hawk royal remnants. Inona, our primary task now is to strengthen our winged people. Time flew by, and another 10 years passed in the blink of an eye. In the 16th year of the Goblin Empire, Jiang You was cultivating atop Paradise Mountain. Years of dedicated practice had deepened his aura, making it even more imposing. The mountain breeze gently stirred his silver hair. Suddenly, Inona appeared at the mountain's peak. Time seemed to have left no mark on her. She remained youthful and beautiful. She respectfully reported, "Your Majesty, a young human claiming to be your son has come to see you." Jiang You, seated on a stone, didn't even open his eyes as he responded indifferently, "I have no human son. Send him away. Is anyone claiming to be my child these days?" Inona turned to leave, but just as she reached the steps, Jiang Yu suddenly remembered something. He opened his purple eyes wide and shouted, "Wait, Inona! Bring him to me!" Memories of that rainy night 15 years ago surged back into his mind. Before long, a handsome young human with blonde hair and purple eyes stood before Jiang Yu. The two faced each other in silence. Jiang Yu felt a strange sense of kinship, a connection of blood, and he knew. Fiona had indeed given birth to their child. Breaking the silence, Jiang Yu spoke gently, "My child, come closer." The 15-year-old boy, already quite tall and nearly shoulder to shoulder with Jiang Yu, obediently stepped forward and said, "Mother told me that you are my father." Jiang Yu nodded in confirmation. "That's right, my son. What is your name?" "Mother named me Reinhardt," the boy replied. "Reinhardt, a fine name," Jiang Yu praised. "It seems your mother hoped you would become a strong man, like a lion." He continued, "How did you come here?" "I remember the goblins keep a tight watch over your people." Reinhardt pointed to the distant sky, where a griffin was slowly flying. "Father, I rode a griffin here." Beside the griffin, a winged people soldier followed from afar. Jiang Yu looked at the griffin in the distance and shook his head. "That was very dangerous, Reinhardt. If the goblins found out you left on a griffin, it would be a serious offense." The boy, brimming with confidence, replied, "It's all right, father. Mother will cover for me, and the 19th son of Emperor Amigel is my friend. There won't be any trouble." Jiang Yu gave his son a deep look and asked, "So, you took the risk to come here. You must have something important to say, right?" Reinhardt's face lit up with a radiant smile, as bright as the sun. "Mother said you would surely teach me to become an extraordinary warrior." At the mountaintop, the wind howled fiercely. A few gigantic pine trees at the edge of the cliff twisted and turned, resembling gateways to the heavens. Reinhardt gazed at his father, Jiang Yu, who stood before him with his majestic presence, purple eyes, and white wings. The familial bond coursing through his veins filled him with an unprecedented sense of security. Without waiting for Jiang Yu to speak, Reinhardt began to recount his past. He had been raised in a human tribe, growing up alongside human brothers and sisters. Under the guidance of elders who had taken refuge there, they learned to rear griffins and grew up with these magical creatures. The tribe was also home to numerous goblin officials and soldiers. They served as the eyes and ears of the Goblin Emperor, Amager, monitoring the humans' development and the progress of griffin breeding, while also protecting the tribe. Due to certain agreements, the elders were unable to teach them some precious advanced knowledge. Reinhardt had often witnessed the elders sighing late at night, lamenting the loss of their civilization and the compromises they had to make for the survival of their race. It wasn't until he was 6 years old that Reinhardt discovered he wasn't an orphan. On that day, the Goblin Emperor's human consort visited the tribe, which consisted of half-human children. As the nominal leader of the humans, she was only a Sequence 8 reader, but she led the humans with her expertise from the previous era. The consort brought with her a wealth of supplies and cultivation resources. Some children in the tribe possessed extraordinary potential but had very low talent, possibly due to the changes in epochs. She secured some goblin vocational paths for them, marking the beginning of a new extraordinary force for the humans. This profession was called knight, but it could only reach the hero rank and not the legendary rank. The Goblin Emperor, Amager, explained that the legendary paths of each profession were the result of countless generations of goblins' efforts and could not be easily given to the humans. Reinhardt showed immense extraordinary potential, but the elders did not make him a knight, claiming he had a better future ahead. That night, the human consort stayed with the tribe. As Reinhardt was about to fall asleep, she came to his room and held him, crying throughout the night. It was then that 6-year-old Reinhardt learned that his mother had been forcibly taken as the Goblin Emperor's consort, and his father was a significant figure far away on the eastern coast of the Farron continent, Jiang You, the Grand Duke of the Eastern Realm and Sky Guardian of the Goblin Empire, and the King of the Winged People on the eastern coast. Mature beyond his years, Reinhardt kept his mother Fiona's words deeply hidden in his heart. Although he couldn't learn extraordinary skills, He practiced swordsmanship diligently day and night, hoping to one day become strong enough to take his mother away from the palace. 9 years later, now a handsome young man, Reinhardt received instructions from his mother to travel to Paradise Mountain on the eastern coast to find Jiang You. The next day, a goblin official arranged for him to take several griffins and accompany the 19th prince, Asa Amager, to his fiefdom, where he would teach the prince and his loyal knights how to ride griffins. After completing his task, the 19th prince patted Reinhardt on the shoulder and told him to go about his own business. When Reinhardt looked puzzled, the prince said meaningfully, "I have an agreement with consort Fiona." Thus, Reinhardt smoothly arrived at Paradise Mountain on the eastern coast. By the time Reinhardt finished recounting his story, it was almost dusk. The setting sun cast its rays, and the brilliant light accompanied by the sea breeze painted a picturesque scene. Jiang Yu's purple eyes softened, and he smiled gently. "You've had a hard journey, my child. You carry my blood, and my legendary path can be yours to inherit." Jiang Yu then asked, "I remember the humans had extraordinary individuals known as sequence users. Why didn't your elders let you become sequence users?" Reinhardt answered honestly, "Mother said the era of sequence users has ended. Vocational paths are now mainstream. In this era, extraordinary sequence users have no place to survive, and the resources needed for their advancement no longer exist." Jiang Yu nodded in realization. "I see. This era no longer allows the birth of sequence users. The advancement of sequence users requires organs from extinct magical creatures, which are now impossible to find. Such extraordinary paths must start anew after each mass extinction. Reinhardt, come closer. Let me examine your extraordinary potential." Jiang Yu beckoned. Reinhardt approached, and Jiang Yu placed his hand on his head. The power of the extraordinary stirred, gathering the surrounding elements. A gentle breeze lifted golden strands of hair. Suddenly, white and purple light ignited around Reinhardt's body. Jiang Yu was overjoyed and released his hand. "As expected of my son, Reinhardt, you possess the same extraordinary talent as I do. My vocational path can be fully passed on to you. Although you lack wings, we may need to make some minor adjustments to the vocational path, but it won't be a problem." Under Reinhardt's expectant gaze, Jiang Yu extended his right hand, a faint halo surrounding it, and gently touched Reinhardt's forehead. "Now, hold your breath and concentrate." Immediately, images appeared in Reinhardt's mind. First, a winged youth wielding a bronze-long sword, lightning flashing from the blade, his purple eyes like electric sparks. Then, scenes of the youth climbing the path to legend, creating a profession, inventing advancement paths, and finally, slaying legends with heroic might, achieving legend on the spot. Ultimately, the images solidified into a sequence of legendary paths. Thunder wielder wing of lightning, holy winged walker blazing thunder of the holy. A year later, under Jiang Yu's meticulous guidance, Reinhardt successfully ascended to the rank of thunder wielder. Riding his majestic griffin, he soared towards the human tribe. From the cliff, Jiang Yu silently watched Reinhardt's departing figure, his gaze calm and profound. Throughout the year, Jiang Yu generously imparted his cultivation knowledge and shared numerous historical anecdotes from his past lives with Reinhardt. These stories, like nourishing rain, enriched Reinhardt's heart and opened up more possibilities for his future. Upon returning to the human tribe, Reinhardt diligently tended to the griffins and maintained a respectful and loyal attitude towards the goblin emperor Amigel. However, the more respectful he was, the more the goblin officials looked down on the humans. Incidents of bullying and injustice occurred frequently, but Reinhardt endured them all. Whenever he faced humiliation, he recalled the two stories his father told him on Paradise Mountain, the tales of Qin Fizi, the founding ruler of the Qin state, and Gojian, the king of Yu. These stories served as his inspiration. Decades passed, and Reinhardt officially became the chieftain of the human tribe. The tribe's population had grown to 10,000, and they had nearly 1,000 griffins. As the humans who had emerged from the sanctuary aged, Reinhardt emerged as the new generation's leader. Amigel's trust in him surpassed that of the older generation, leading to a gradual relaxation of the goblins' control over the humans. The number of goblin officials and soldiers stationed in the tribe significantly decreased, with the remaining ones only keeping an eye on the elderly. Reinhardt continued to bide his time, secretly building his strength. Meanwhile, the goblin royal court was rife with undercurrents. As the princes grew older, the struggle for the throne quietly began, fueled by certain factions. Although Amigel was a demigod, the severe injuries he sustained in his early battle with the Thunder Titan began to take their toll, diminishing his lifespan. Despite recovering from his wounds, his aging was evident as he approached several hundred years old. In the Whitestone Castle on Paradise Mountain by the east coast, Jiang Yu was reviewing reports on the development of the winged people. Over the decades, their population had reached 300,000. Under Jiang Yu's planning, 7 prosperous cities had been established along the east coast, each with a population exceeding 10,000 and surrounded by winged people villages. The new city at the foot of Paradise Mountain became the winged people's capital, while the mountain itself was transformed into a military camp and royal palace. The number of extraordinary professionals among the winged people also grew rapidly. The light swordsman Sophia perfected the advancement path for hero-tier professions, forming a system of light swordsman wing of light messenger of light. Other professions such as sky warriors and royal guards also emerged. Today, the winged people boast a heaven battle group composed entirely of 1,000 extraordinary professionals and a 50,000 strong elite winged people army. Jiang You led the winged battle group in clearing the east coast of magical beasts, allowing ordinary winged people villages to spread throughout the region. Recently, he dispatched officials to the border between the east coast and the Farron continent to find a suitable location for establishing a pass, aiming to protect the winged people's living space. As the Goblin Empire expanded, their territory encroached on the outermost winged people villages along the east coast. The goblin population, which was nearly 10 million at the time of the empire's founding, had now grown to about 50 million. As Amagel's ambitions were unleashed, the goblin armies launched invasions in all directions, bringing most habitable regions of the Farron continent under their control. Various races submitted to the goblin banner, and imperial villages sprang up like mushrooms, expanding into desolate lands. Benefiting from the heritage of the previous era's humans, especially in mechanical technology, the Goblin Empire's technological level advanced by leaps and bounds. Steam-powered creations became increasingly common, and although the humans in the refuges did not fully share their knowledge, what they did convey was enough to propel the Goblin Empire to new heights. Emperor Amigel understood the importance of technological development. He established the Royal Institute of Engineering in the city of Prowess to train goblin engineers. These elites enjoyed generous benefits and top-tier education, becoming the best career path for goblins without extraordinary abilities. With comprehensive development in technology, arts, the supernatural, and population, the Goblin Empire entered a golden age. Meanwhile, the winged people also thrived in this rare period of peace. In the 100th year of the Goblin Empire, the winged people built 9 towering fortresses near the eastern coast, incorporating vast coastal lands into their protection. They claimed this was to defend against magical beasts and hostile tribes. Once the 9 fortresses were completed, the territory of the winged people became an independent kingdom. To facilitate governance, Jiang You named this vast land Losendas, which means heaven's gift to the winged ones in the winged people's language. In the original Eagle People's royal court and its surrounding areas in the Tianshan Mountains, the winged people built a majestic mountain city atop the peaks, now home to 30,000 inhabitants. Thanks to the abundant spiritual resource known as wind spirit dew on Tianshan, many descendants of the winged people became known for their wind-related professions. In the Goblin year 150, Reinhardt, the de facto leader of the humans, finally reached the last stage of the extraordinary profession hero rank. Following Jiang Yu's suggestion, he spent decades combining the Goblin Knight profession with his own abilities to develop a new hero rank profession called the Holy Lion Knight, based on the Thunder Rider. His legendary profession concept, known as Lionheart King, also took shape. Thus, the Reinhardt family's legacy profession route was established: Thunder Rider Light of Thunder Holy Lion Knight Lionheart King. By this time, most of the human refugees had passed away, with only a few young extraordinary individuals still alive, including Fiona. Though time had left its mark on her face, she retained her elegant demeanor. The winged people's population had reached 500,000, with 7 bustling cities housing a large number of inhabitants. The capital city at the foot of Paradise Mountain alone had a population of 100,000. Over the years, Jiang You sent envoys across the continent, attempting to establish diplomatic relations with various races, but with limited success. Most races remained in tribal systems and had not yet formed mature governments. However, the dwarves established a strong kingdom among the mountains, and the winged people's envoys successfully established diplomatic relations with them. As time passed, the world seemed to enter a long winter, with temperatures dropping year by year. A large troll tribe from the north, calling themselves the Frost Clan, migrated south to the Haros Plains to escape the increasingly harsh weather. This powerful tribe, with a chieftain and high priest both at legendary levels, actively absorbed advanced goblin culture and joined the Goblin Empire's army, contributing to its conquests. Their efforts over decades earned them rich rewards, with the chieftain being granted the title of Count Frost by Amigel. Haros became the territory of this troll clan, and they eventually built the prosperous city of Haros there. In the Goblin year 190, the 1st Goblin Griffin Knight Regiment was officially established, initially comprising 693 elite knights. This new force delighted the old Emperor Amigel, who named it the Royal Griffin Knights. To honor the humans' exceptional contribution to griffin breeding, Amigel bestowed the title of Imperial Viscount on Reinhardt and granted the humans a river valley on the western edge of the Proedas Plain as their fiefdom. Reinhardt established the first human city there, Rhine City, and the fiefdom became known as the Rhine Territory, with the adjacent river named the Rhine River. Under Reinhardt's advocacy, each Griffin Knight was assigned a human caretaker responsible for the Griffin's well-being. The Goblin Knights were pleased with this arrangement, believing these humans to be very capable. They enjoyed the thrill of riding griffins into battle, unaware that the Knight Regiment could change hands at any moment. That same year, Reinhardt requested the return of the human consort Fiona. By then, the Goblin Empire had almost entirely assimilated the knowledge and technology obtained from the human refugees, becoming a dominant force in Farrand. The human consort's role had become negligible. Aside from a brief period as a court official due to a shortage of talent in the early days of the Empire, the Goblin Emperor had paid little attention to her. With a harem full of beauties, he had no interest in the now-aged monkey. Given Reinhardt's evident loyalty, Amigel granted his request. Thus, after 190 years of solitary confinement in the palace, the human consort Fiona finally returned to the human tribe. When she reunited with Reinhardt, mother and son wept together. The once radiant golden-haired girl, though still beautiful, now had streaks of white in her hair. Seeing his mother's appearance, Reinhardt reaffirmed his resolve to ensure her sacrifices would not be in vain. In the Goblin year 300, the Empire's genius engineers, combining extraordinary power with mechanical technology and integrating the experiences of their predecessors and human science, finally developed a great legacy unique to the Goblin's alchemy. The birth of alchemy led to the rapid emergence of numerous alchemical tools. Various races sent their elites to Proedas to learn this wondrous craft, including a large number of winged students sent by Jiang You. That year, the Goblin Empire reached an unprecedented peak. However, beneath this facade of prosperity, a significant event quietly unfolded, one that would determine the fate of the Goblin Empire. Lurcinda's East Coast. Paradise Hill, White Stone Castle. The pristine castle stood proudly atop the hill, surrounded by a vibrant, sprawling lawn. On this lawn, a flock of radiant light birds frolicked joyfully. At the castle gate, a squad of winged soldiers stood solemnly, guarding this sacred place. Suddenly, several winged officials flew up from the base of the mountain, hurriedly landing on the lawn. They dusted off their garments and quickly made their way inside the castle. Moments later, the tranquil atmosphere was abruptly shattered. What? Amager is dead? In the council chamber of White Stone Castle, a middle-aged male winged official sprang to his feet, shouting in shock. Edward Inona, sit down. On the main seat, Jiang You sat upright on a large chair draped with bear fur. A map of Lurcinda's and the East Coast hung on the wall behind him. Jiang You frowned at his panicked subordinate. The once capable winged female official, Inona, had passed away a century ago. She had never managed to reach the heroic tier and lived only to the age of 200, the lifespan of a master tier. The Edward before him was her most outstanding grandson, also at the master tier. Nonetheless, Jiang Yu felt that Edward's abilities were somewhat inferior to his grandmother's. Other winged officials in the council chamber did not stand up, but their eyes were equally filled with shock. Although Jiang Yu was also stunned by Amager's death, his resolve was as unshakable as the moon in the sky. He turned to the female winged official standing in the hall and asked, Elena, detail everything that has happened in Proedas recently. Yes, your majesty. Elena composed herself and began to recount the intelligence from the winged embassy in Proedas. 3 months ago, the conflict between the 17th and 13th Goblin princes had intensified, leading to deadly confrontations among their followers. Goblin Empress Alessa had to personally intervene. Due to Amager's long lifespan, several elder princes had already passed away. Apart from the 7th prince, who had no interest in the throne and had achieved legendary status, none of the other princes had reached this level. Even those who became heroic tier only lived up to 500 years. The 13th prince, Milan Amager, and the 17th prince, Ash Amager, were the most talented and ambitious among the surviving princes. 2 months ago, the two princes clashed fiercely once again. This time, not even Empress Alessa could mediate. During a hunting contest hosted by Emperor Amager, the 17th prince's fiancée, reputedly the most beautiful among the goblins, was kidnapped by troops sent by the 13th prince and presented to Emperor Amager. Amager's fondness for beauty was well known throughout Furland. Upon seeing the young woman who had grown into such a beauty, he was immediately captivated. Despite knowing she was his son's future wife, he feigned ignorance and took her into his harem. When the 17th prince returned with his hunting spoils and found his fiancée taken by his father, he was furious. That night, he led his personal guards to attack the 13th prince's camp. The 13th prince, caught off guard, was severely injured and barely escaped to report to Amager. Amager, enraged that one son had nearly killed another, ordered the 17th prince to be flogged 50 times and confined to his residence until he admitted his wrongdoing. The 17th prince, realizing he had lost his father's favor and any chance at the throne, stubbornly continued to demand the return of his fiancée during his confinement, but was repeatedly denied, driving him to despair. A month ago, the 17th prince pretended to admit his fault and entered the palace. That night, a fierce battle erupted within the palace, collapsing much of it and corrupting half of it with dark forces. The 17th prince was never seen again. The next day, news spread that Amager had been struck in the heart by his own Amager's spear and was gravely wounded. Shortly after, word came that Amager had died, and the 13th prince, Milan Amager, had hastily ascended to the throne at his funeral. After hearing this, Jiang You was puzzled. The plight of the 17th prince reminded him of an unfortunate figure from his past life known as Prince Shou, though this goblin prince was far braver. What a display of filial piety and brotherly respect! The officials in the hall widened their eyes in astonishment. Jiang You, however, was more perplexed than surprised. Although Amigel had not fully recovered from his old injuries, he was still a demigod. How could he die so easily? The 17th prince who had entered the palace didn't have nearly enough strength to kill a demigod. Who truly killed Emperor Amigel? This mystery lingered in Jiang Yu's mind. In the hall, the expressions of the winged officials soon turned to joy. The goblin Emperor Amigel had been a mountain weighing down on all races. His death was a relief to everyone. The officials began to speculate about the future. Your Majesty, with Amigel dead, will the Goblin Empire fall apart? Amigel was the linchpin of the empire. His death will surely cause chaos. Shouldn't we seize this chance to expand our territory to the west? Lorendos is vast, but it's just a corner of Furland. We need more resources and land. With no demigod to oversee them, the various races on the continent will undoubtedly stir. We should get involved. If we ally with the other races, our number of legends and the quality of our armies might not be inferior to the goblins. Jiang Yu listened quietly to the suggestions, a hint of satisfaction in his eyes. It was a good sign that the winged people were planning for the future and not fearing their enemies. However, he knew that now was not the best time to vie for the continent's resources. His thoughts drifted to the great sage Azeba, who had a profound impact on the Goblin Empire. Although historical records about Azeba were incomplete, they still revealed something. This genius, born in a small village in central Furland, was sent to the Goblin court as a child and became a disciple of the Goblin sage Alago. Azeba was kind, incredibly wise, and a master planner with a unique vision. He had supported and nurtured the young Amigel, who would become the future emperor. More notably, before the Goblin Empire was established, Azeba had acquired a wealth of precious knowledge and treasures from a secret location in the north, laying the foundation for the empire's rise. Azeba lived to the end of the empire, always stepping in to stabilize crises. Undoubtedly, after Amigel's death, Azeba was the true helmsman of the Goblin Empire. A goblin who lived for 3,000 years was intriguing. Even legendary goblins didn't have lifespans that long. Snapping out of his reverie, Jiang Yu looked at the expectant officials below, nodding and shaking his head lightly with a smile. Edward, Miranda, Shaman, Wayne, Limir. Your ideas are good, and I'm pleased. But the time is not yet ripe. The Goblin Empire's foundation is deeper than it appears, and I suspect they might have another hidden demigod. So, for now, our people should remain still. Seeing the officials deep in thought, Jiang Yu turned to a male winged officer and ordered Jamora, send someone to gather information in Paradas day and night and report back to us promptly. Yes, Your Majesty. Jamora obeyed and left to make arrangements. The other officials continued their work, while Jiang Yu headed towards the gates of the Whitestone Fortress. Just before leaving, he remembered something and turned back to ask, Limir, where is your sister Sophia now? Sophia was the genius who had elevated the light swordsman profession to the hero rank of Lightbringer. Your Majesty, a few months ago, Sophia went to the fairy forest in the south to celebrate the 1,500th birthday of her friend, the Light Fairy, Limir replied. 1,500 years old? Jiang Yu raised an eyebrow in surprise. These fairies do live long. Very well, Limir. Sophia is our most promising legend candidate. Ensure she stays safe. Jiang Yu waved his hand. He always paid special attention to the geniuses of his tribe. The winged people had evolved from the eagle people only a few hundred years ago. Although their ancestors had bathed in some Titan blood, it only gave the originally mundane Highland eagle people extraordinary potential. Now, the winged people's potential was roughly equivalent to that of the goblins. Among 50 million goblins, only a few dozen became legends. The 50,000 winged people still had a long way to go. Sophia held Jiang Yu's hopes. Thinking of this, Jiang Yu looked at the young male winged official in the middle and asked, Wayne, do we have any new extraordinary talents in the tribe recently? Yes, Your Majesty. Wayne replied with a smile. It's Limir and Sophia's sister, Evita. She has exceptional talent and understanding in light magic, and became a professional at just 13. Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Limir, who looked proud. 3 talented siblings, Limir. Well done. Keep it up. I hope the first legend among the winged people, apart from me, will come from your family. Your full name is Limir Lai, right? Your Majesty, you have a great memory, Limir said, delighted. So, you're descendants of Arli, Jiang Yu sighed. It's been 300 years. The descendants of my old comrades have grown so numerous. 3 months later, a shocking news broke out from the capital of King Proadas. Several sons of Amigel were deeply dissatisfied with the sudden ascension of the 13th prince to the throne. They fled to their fiefdoms, rallied their kin, and raised armies in rebellion. The 15th, 18th, 21st, and 25th princes each raised their banners of revolt in their respective territories, vowing to dethrone Milan Amigel. The empire was plunged into chaos as the armies of the four princes clashed fiercely with the loyal forces of the second Goblin Emperor within the empire's borders. Of the 1,500 noble lords, all but 2 grand dukes on the frontier, 30 marquises, and over 500 counts, viscounts, and barons were drawn into the turmoil. During this period of unrest, various races on the continent also began to stir. Some even directly allied with the rebellious princes, seeking to maximize their gains amid the chaos. As the nearest non-human tribe to the imperial capital, the human tribe's leader, Reinhardt, was deeply engrossed in reading an important letter at that moment. The letter read, "Reinhardt, my brother, our father died under mysterious circumstances, and now the princes are at war, causing countless imperial citizens to perish in the conflict. Though I had no intention to vie for power, I realized the need to stop this rebellion. I have secretly secured the support of the Grand Duke of the Southern Realm, Mero Azeba. I know your human tribe possesses the ability to ride griffins, and I ask you to have your people ride them into battle for me. If successful, I will lift many of the restrictions placed on humans by the goblins and grant your tribe a piece of land in the Northern Realm. If you choose to support me, please send an envoy within 3 months. I will be raising my army soon to plan our campaign." In the dead of night, inside his tent, Reinhardt furrowed his brow, contemplating the 19th prince's invitation. Beside him were several human elders and his mother, Fiona. They passed the letter around, each offering differing opinions. Some believed the move was too risky, given that the human tribe was only a few thousand strong and constantly under the watchful eyes of the goblins. Others argued in favor of supporting the 19th prince, as living so close to the goblin capital meant they were always at risk of catastrophe at the whim of the emperor. This might be their best chance to leave the capital and seek a better future. After all, under the goblins' rule, the human tribe had barely grown to a few thousand over the past 300 years, making significant development nearly impossible. Opinions were divided, and Reinhardt struggled to make a decision. The fate of the entire human tribe weighed heavily on his shoulders. At that moment, Fiona, who had been silent, finally spoke. Reinhardt turned to his mother and asked, "Mother, what do you think I should do? The few thousand humans we have today are the result of the sacrifices made by the elders from the refuge." Fiona smiled and replied, "My son, you are now the leader of the human tribe and must bear the responsibility for their survival. However, in this matter, you might want to consult your father. I believe he wouldn't miss the opportunity presented by the Goblin Empire's chaos." Hearing this, Reinhardt's gaze turned towards the distant east, the direction of the eastern coast. He murmured, "Father, I understand now, mother. From the imperial capital to the eastern coast and back, riding a griffin would take just over a month. There's enough time. I will make the journey personally." 20 days later, Reinhardt once again set foot on the eastern coast. The east coast now looks entirely different from 300 years ago. Along the mainland near the coast, 9 towering fortresses stand like sentinels. The winged people not only garrison these fortresses, but also patrol the skies above the line connecting them day and night, forming a tight defense line. Reinhardt was immediately intercepted by the vigilant winged people upon his arrival. He had to present his identification to be allowed passage. Fortunately, the pair of jade wing tokens given to him by Jiang You years ago proved useful. He had kept them carefully, and today they finally showed their value. Riding a majestic griffin across the skies of Losendas, Reinhardt witnessed the flourishing scene of the winged people. Vast villages and farmlands spread out, with 7 grand cities standing tall like regional hubs. Compared to his first visit, the changes were astonishing. The once tribal lands had transformed into a powerful kingdom. This sight filled Reinhardt with envy and sparked a deep-seated desire within him. He hoped that one day, the human race could establish their own kingdom on the land of Furland. This thought ignited a fire of determination in his heart. Regardless of whether Jiang You participated in the chaos or advised him to join or wait, Reinhardt had made up his mind to get involved. His goal was clear: to find a land truly belonging to his people. In the skies of the winged people, Reinhardt riding a griffin was particularly noticeable. However, due to the friendly relations between humans and the winged people, most of them only glanced at him before losing interest. Several hours later, Reinhardt finally reached Paradise Mountain. He let his loyal griffin rest nearby and presented his token again, climbing the mountain path to the white stone castle. The sun shone brightly, and the mountain scenery was picturesque. Unexpectedly, Jiang You was not waiting inside the castle, but stood on the wide lawn outside to greet him. After nearly 300 years, although they had kept in touch through letters, The historical reasons during Amagel's reign had limited their meetings. Their last encounter was 30 years ago. At this moment, Jiang You gazed at his son with mixed emotions. The once golden-haired youth had now become a dignified middle-aged tribal leader. His golden hair, inherited from Fiona, was as thick and bright as a lion's mane. Although Jiang You had no feelings for Fiona, he felt an indescribable affection for his son. Reinhardt had traveled a long way, undoubtedly seeking his help for something important. As expected, upon seeing Jiang You, Reinhardt got straight to the point. Father, I need your help. It's about the recent Goblin King's rebellion, isn't it? Jiang Yu pointed out sharply. Yes, father, Reinhardt admitted. The 19th prince sent me a letter asking for military support, offering a generous reward. But I couldn't decide, so I came to seek your advice. Jiang Yu's expression turned serious as he spoke earnestly. Reinhardt, remember, you are not just my son. You are the leader of the human race. Getting involved in the king's conflict is too risky for our people at this stage. Any misstep could have catastrophic consequences. Even though the winged people have developed to this extent, I still tread carefully. The reason is that our strength is still relatively weak. Although Jiang Yu did not explicitly state his stance, his implied advice was clear. Reinhardt should not take the risk. Reinhardt felt a strong sense of frustration, but he knew Jiang Yu's considerations were correct. The stark contrast between reality and his ideals left him feeling suffocated. Let me see that letter. Jiang Yu extended his hand. All right. Reinhardt took the letter from his pocket and respectfully handed it over. Jiang Yu read the letter carefully, and when he saw the name of the Southern Grand Duke, Maro Azeba, his eyes suddenly sharpened. Reinhardt, what is the relationship between this 19th prince and Maro Azeba? Can Maro's support be trusted? Jiang Yu asked. Father, as far as I know, the 19th prince grew up with Maro and they are as close as brothers. Grand Duke Maro has an excellent reputation within the empire, and his promises should be reliable, Reinhardt replied truthfully. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu made a surprising decision. All right, Reinhardt, I take back what I said earlier. You can fully support the 19th prince. Father, you agree? Reinhardt confirmed with excitement. Yes, Jiang Yu nodded with a smile. Moreover, if you encounter difficulties, you can seek help from the winged people. If the enemy is too strong, I will personally step in to assist. My foolish son, Jiang Yu teased slightly, you probably don't realize the weight of the name Azeba. Throughout the 3,000 years of Goblin Empire history, the Azeba family's influence has been ever-present. That very day, Reinhardt eagerly rode his griffin back to the edge of the Prowess plain, preparing to send a reply to the 19th prince. In the 300th year of the Goblin Empire, in September, the autumn air was crisp and the wind was fierce. During this season, the 19th prince Asa Amigel resolutely raised an army in the southern region, with Grand Duke Maro Azeba leading his forces in strong support. A war that would change the fate of the empire was about to begin. Reinhardt's support brought great joy to Asa Amager, and learning that the Wing tribe could also be won over made him ecstatic. The Wing tribe, with their formidable aerial combat abilities, were both utilized and feared by the Goblin Emperor Amager, which is why he supported the Eagle Men. Asa Amager wasted no time and quickly pinned a letter to the East Coast, promising generous rewards and pleading for Jiang Yu's assistance. Jiang Yu readily agreed and began preparing his forces. Within the Prowess Palace, angry shouts echoed alongside the sound of objects being smashed. In the Grand Hall, Emperor Milan Amager, holding a long sword, shattered the table and everything on it. Resisting the attacks of the four princes was already challenging, but time was on his side, and persistence could still lead to victory. However, he never anticipated that his usually obedient brother, Asa Amager, would suddenly rebel. In just 3 months, Asa had conquered the southern territories of the empire, causing many goblin nobles to surrender. During this royal civil war, local lords showed little will to fight. Reluctantly, Emperor Milan Amager had to withdraw elite troops from various fronts to defend the south. Led by the legendary General Thorn, this elite force successfully halted Asa Amager's advance at Amber River. However, this redeployment left the other four princes' battlefields at a disadvantage. On May 1st, year 301 of the Goblin Empire, Thorn seized the opportunity to inflict a crushing defeat on Asa Amager's forces at Amber River. Just as Asa's army was about to collapse, Jiang Yu arrived with 10,000 winged soldiers. In the ensuing battle, Jiang Yu deliberately concealed his full strength, resulting in a stalemate with Thorn. The sudden aerial assault by the winged army caught Thorn's forces off guard, buying Asa time to regroup and ultimately avoiding defeat. The two armies once again faced off at Amber River. On June 3rd, the tide of battle shifted dramatically. The 15th prince defeated the emperor's forces on the Mon Plains and advanced toward Prowess. 4 days later, the loyalist stronghold of Farai City in the west fell, and the emperor's kin, the Farah family, were massacred by the 18th prince, who then marched directly toward the capital. On June 8th, the Frost clan of northern trolls, responding to the call of the 21st prince, broke through Garso City from the rear and moved south. 5 days later, the Roman family of Roman City in the western territories surrendered to the 25th prince, opening the eastern gates and clearing the path for the army's advance. On June 14th, the southern army's rear was ambushed by the human Griffin Knights, leading to a complete rout. The legendary General Thorn, failing to negotiate a surrender, was surrounded and killed. With no further obstacles, Asa Amager seized the opportunity and marched his army northward toward Proedas. On July 29th, the armies of the 5 princes arrived at the gates of Proedas. Standing in Asa Amager's camp, Jiang You gazed at the gate forged from the head of the Thunder Titan Atri, feeling a surge of emotions. Once again, he was here as an attacker. The next day, the 5 princes seemed to reach an agreement and began their siege separately. 20 days later, Proedas fell, but Milan Amager was nowhere to be found. The 5 princes immediately began vying for the throne. Initially, the 5 armies managed to control the violence, and conflicts within the city were not intense. However, on August 30th, a minor incident sparked the first major clash, leading to fierce fighting in the city. As the situation escalated, it finally affected the goblin civilians. Many innocent residents perished in the slaughter, the streets ran red with blood, and Proedas teetered on the brink of destruction. In this critical moment, the great goblin sage Aziba appeared in his demigod form. With his immense prestige, he subdued the rebellious nobles and forcefully quashed the 5 armies' uprising. The demigod status of Aziba caused the 5 princes to panic. If Aziba harbored ambitions of becoming emperor, their fates would be grim. Fortunately, Aziba had no such desire. On September 1st, Aziba summoned the 5 princes to the palace. He declared, "The empire is without a ruler. I will choose one among you to become the new emperor. Each of you will answer a question, and based on your responses, I will make my decision. So, who will go first?" In front of the majestic palace hall, the goblin sage Aziba stood beside the resplendent golden throne, his sharp gaze sweeping across the steps below. 5 goblin princes stood tall, each with a unique bearing, their eyes gleaming with ambition. Aziba's gaze lingered a moment longer on the 19th prince, Asa Amigel, before he began to speak. "Princes, you all know that your father, through hardships and perseverance, united the goblin tribes, allied with the races of the continent, defeated the Titan giants, and established the Goblin Empire. This was no easy feat." Aziba's voice echoed through the hall. "Now, I have a question that concerns your understanding of the empire and its future. Tell me, what is the foundation of our Goblin Empire? What is the empire's core principle?" The 5 princes fell into deep thought, and the hall was enveloped in silence. Meanwhile, outside the palace, nobles and faction leaders of the 5 kings' legion stood waiting in the square, eager for the answer that would soon be revealed. Reinhardt stood beside Jiang You, looking tense, his gaze frequently darting toward the hall. Seeing this, Jiang Yu reprimanded him in a low voice. "Reinhardt, calm down and stay composed. You are over 300 years old. You must maintain your poise." Reinhardt nodded silently, but his heart was still restless. He knew well that the humans and the winged folk were in different situations, and choosing the wrong side this time could mean losing all future opportunities. Just as he was worrying, Jiang Yu whispered, "Trust in your choice. The 19th prince will succeed." He gestured for Reinhardt to look at the Grand Duke of the Southern Realm, Maro Aziba, not far away. Following Jiang Yu's gaze, Reinhardt saw Maro Aziba standing confidently, as if he already knew the outcome. This sight brought Reinhardt a bit of comfort. Back in the hall, the 15th prince was the first to break the silence. "Great sage, I believe it is military power. We goblins possess demigods and the largest number of legends on the continent, the strongest army, and the largest population. Combined, this means immense military power. We defeated the Titans with our might and secured control over the continent. Therefore, the foundation of our empire is military power." Aziba nodded slightly at this, then turned his gaze to the next prince. The 18th prince bowed his head slightly and said with a beaming smile, "Great sage, I believe the empire's foundation is the strength of demigods. This was true for our father, and it is true for you now." His words caused his brothers to glance at him in surprise. Aziba ignored the flattery and looked to the next prince. The 21st prince spoke directly, "Great sage, our empire's foundation lies in our conquest of the Titans. This made the races of the continent submit and recognize the goblins as the rulers of the continent." Aziba frowned slightly at this, but still signaled the 25th prince to speak. The 25th prince pondered for a moment before saying slowly, "Great sage, I believe the foundation of the Goblin Empire lies in its 50 million goblin citizens. The empire belongs to every single goblin, and it is their collective strength that built this great nation. Therefore, every goblin citizen is the foundation of the empire." Aziba's expression softened at this, and he looked deeply at the prince, sighing, "I did not expect you to have such insight." He then resumed his stern demeanor and turned his gaze to Asa Amigel. "Your turn, Asa Amigel." Asa Amigel felt a jolt of anxiety. All the answers he had thought of had already been mentioned by his brothers. As he racked his brain, he suddenly remembered a conversation with Mero Azeba 3 months ago. Mero had said, "Your Highness, my father believes that the empire was established through the goblins' relentless pursuit of knowledge and progress. If you become emperor, you must remember this." This thought struck Asa Amigel like a flash of inspiration. He took a deep breath and answered solemnly, "Great sage, it is knowledge." The empire was built on the goblins' unwavering pursuit of knowledge and progress. As soon as he finished speaking, Azeba's face broke into a smile, and he said with satisfaction, "Ha ha ha, very good, very good. Knowledge is indeed the fundamental force that changes the fate of the goblin race. Prince Asa, your answer is correct. It seems you are the destined ruler of the empire. I pledge my allegiance to you as emperor of the empire." With that, Azeba used his demigod powers to announce loudly. His voice echoed like thunder across the entire Proedas plain. "From this day forth, I, the great sage of the goblin race, Azeba, declare Asa Amigel as emperor of the empire." Year 302 of the Goblin Empire, January 1st. The majestic Proedas mountain stood tall, its peak covered in snow, its midsection shrouded in mist. On this sacred mountain, symbolizing the power center of the Goblin Empire, Asa Amigel was officially crowned as the third emperor. The coronation ceremony was solemn and dignified, with a golden crown slowly placed on Asa's head amidst thunderous cheers. However, this victory was hard-won. To consolidate his rule, the new emperor immediately implemented a series of measures. He conferred the title of duke upon his 4 princes, but exiled them to distant frontiers, forbidding them from ever setting foot in Proedas. The noblemen who participated in the battle were sent back to their fiefdoms, while the most heinous were executed. The Frostclaw clan of northern trolls, who had joined the rebellion, were forced to retreat north, left to bide their time for another chance to head south. At the same time, Asa Amigel generously rewarded the nobles and tribal leaders who supported him. Mero Azeba received precious population and alchemical resources, while other nobles were granted vast lands and people. The Wing clan was no exception. They were given expansive lands on the southern east coast and a portion of alchemical technology. Their leader, Jiang You, named this new territory Lomanda, meaning the land of mountains, earned through the efforts of the Winged clan. Ambitious, he planned to build 5 cities in Lomanda and cultivate 1 million Winged clan members. Reinhardt's contributions were particularly notable. His raid on Amber River bought the army crucial time, laying the foundation for their ultimate victory. As a reward, he was not only granted the title of Count, but also received a vast river plain in the western north. This land, formerly belonging to a convicted border count, became Reinhardt's new territory. He named it Polak, symbolizing rebirth and regained habits. The following year, Reinhardt cleverly negotiated with a border viscount, exchanging his domain for the Bowman territory. The combined Polak domain, rich in natural resources, could sustain a population of 50,000 humans. However, the new emperor's rule was not without challenges. Asa Amigel adopted a conciliatory policy towards other races but remained highly wary of domestic nobles. His attitude towards the great sage Azeba was particularly complex, filled with both gratitude and apprehension. This contradictory mindset ultimately prevented him from becoming a truly legendary ruler. As time passed, in the year 350 of the Goblin Empire, Fiona passed away in the Polak domain. On her deathbed, she requested Reinhardt to bury her under a laurel tree and inscribe, "A sister full of remorse," at the bottom of her tombstone. This was her repentance for strictly following the rules during the Great Calamity, failing to save her sister Vivian. Although Jiang You had no emotional ties to Fiona, he came to bid her farewell. Years flew by, and in the year 567 of the Goblin Empire, the third emperor, Asa Amigel, passed away peacefully in the palace at the age of 493. His reign stabilized the empire, but also sowed the seeds for future turmoil. As early as the year 310 of the Goblin calendar, Reinhardt advanced to the legendary rank in the realm of Polak, embarking on the path of the Lionheart King legendary profession. This remarkable feat not only granted him a millennium-long lifespan, but also elevated the human race to a prominent position in the region. After achieving legendary status and leading his people to independence in the northern territories, Reinhardt finally had the time to consider the continuation of his lineage. This was also the wish of his mother, Fiona. For the prosperity of the human race, she firmly believed that offspring with extraordinary potential were indispensable. Under Fiona's arrangement, Reinhardt married over a dozen wives. This marriage campaign only ended when he strongly opposed it. Thus, the legendary Lionheart King, yielding to his mother's influence, diligently worked to produce outstanding heirs. However, continuing a legendary bloodline proved to be no easy task. By the time Fiona passed away, Reinhardt had only 3 sons and 1 grandson. It was not until the death of the third emperor, Asa Amager, that the Reinhardt family's numbers barely reached nearly 100. Meanwhile, the total population of the human race had surpassed the half-million mark. The population surge strained the existing territories. Reinhardt had to venture north to expand new lands. The northern region of Pollock was not a barren wasteland. It was inhabited by several intelligent species, including kobolds, centaurs, and trolls. After careful consideration, Reinhardt decided to target the kobolds first. Formerly vassals of dragons, the kobolds appeared more vulnerable compared to the centaurs and trolls under the current circumstances. While Reinhardt was waging war against the kobolds, the winged people on the east coast were also flourishing, much to Jiang Yu's delight. In the year 360 of the Goblin Empire, the winged people's prodigy, Sophia, left the southern region and did not immediately return to the east coast. Instead, she continued to travel the continent. It was not until 130 years later that she returned to her homeland, having achieved legendary status and opened the path of the Holy Light Maiden. 30 years later, Sophia's sister, Arita, also advanced to legendary status, creating another legendary path, the Holy Light Sword Saint. This profession was more combat-oriented and better suited to the extraordinary professionals among the winged people. The sisters' achievements caused a sensation within the winged people, becoming a celebrated tale. In contrast, their eldest sister, Limmel, remained at the hero stage, unable to advance further, possibly due to the burdens of governance hindering her cultivation. Over the past 2 centuries, the winged people made significant progress in developing Lomanda. 5 winged cities stood majestically among the mountains, home to about 500,000 winged people living and working in peace. In Losendas and the East Coast, the number of winged people had reached 1.5 million, nearly reaching the region's capacity limit. The growth of winged people in the Tian Shan region was slower, mainly consisting of military households, totaling about 100,000. Thus, the total population of the winged people had reached approximately 2.1 million. After 5 centuries of dedicated cultivation, Jiang Yu's strength had grown immensely. Had he taken the conventional path to demigodhood, he would have long since become a demigod. He had completely mastered the laws of thunder and, under normal circumstances, should have integrated his will into the laws of thunder, attempting to grasp the authority of thunder and become part of the cosmic order. However, Jiang Yu chose a different path. At the moment of integrating his will into the laws of thunder and seizing the authority of thunder, he needed to transform his will into a divine sword, forcibly suppressing and subjugating the authority granted by the laws of thunder. This was the first step on the path of the Skylord, which he named the Throne Realm, corresponding to the demigod realm on the path to godhood. To achieve this goal, Jiang Yu needed to forge a sky throne and an exceptional sword as the vessel of his will, a divine sword. In his vision, this judgment throne was essentially a graveyard of cosmic laws, with each divine sword suppressing and burying a law of the universe. Although divine swords were hard to come by, recent advancements in the alchemy of the Goblin Empire had made significant progress. Jiang Yu had been diligently studying alchemy and sword forging for many years and had made some achievements. However, the real challenge lay in forging the Sky Throne. First, the necessary materials were rare and difficult to find. Second, constructing the throne in the sky would cause a commotion, attracting unwanted attention. Jiang Yu realized he needed to wait for the right moment, a time when everyone's attention was diverted elsewhere. The opportunity finally arrived. In the year 694 of the Goblin Empire, a plague swept across the entire land of Farrand. The origin of this plague can actually be traced. A year before this catastrophic pandemic emerged, a world-changing event quietly took place on the northern ice plateau, beyond the northern borders of the Goblin Empire. This plateau lies outside the Goblin Empire's control. Although the Empire claims dominance over the continent, it hasn't fully conquered the entire land of Farrand. A wide river divides the northern part of Farrand. To the south lies the relatively warm and resource-rich northern territory of the Empire, while the north is a vast expanse of desert and grasslands. In the Empire's northern territory, border lords and various vassal races, including humans, thrive. Meanwhile, in the northern desert, nomadic tribes such as the centaurs, trolls, kobolds, pig-headed people, tiger-headed people, goat-headed people, and cattle-headed people have lived for generations. Among them was the Frostbite Troll clan, which once submitted to the Empire but has since been driven back to the desert, their fate uncertain. North of the desert lies an immense, sprawling plateau, separated from the desert by a towering mountain range. This region is brutally cold, making it inhospitable for most, but it is a haven for giant creatures. Frost giants, behemoths, plateau giant bears, icy giant wolves, plateau giant deer, and plateau ice oxen thrive here. The central ice sea is home to colossal creatures like the blue sea leviathan. In this isolated, frozen world, on one fateful day in the 694th year of the Goblin Empire's calendar, a frost giant was fishing on the shores of the central ice sea when he accidentally unearthed a mysterious ice coffin. Inside lay a stunning woman in a crimson robe. Curious, the frost giant brought the ice coffin ashore, only to watch it melt instantly, awakening the woman. She had blood-red eyes and lips, with skin as pale as snow. Smiling, she asked, "Did you awaken me, giant?" Despite the language barrier, the frost giant inexplicably understood her words. Sensing the immense power emanating from her, he dared not act rashly and nodded in affirmation. The woman in the red robe looked around and murmured, "Though I woke up earlier than expected and my injuries haven't healed, I can sense the world's rebirth. Is this a new era?" She stood gracefully, her figure enchanting. Snow-covered land, at the edge of the sky and sea. I am still on the northern plateau. Suddenly, she pointed towards the vast central ice sea. Countless red threads shot into the water like lightning, instantly dragging numerous fish out, including a massive one over 30 meters long. These fish landed at the frost giant's feet, appearing shriveled as if drained of blood. "Big guy, you woke me up, so you can take these fish," the woman said before transforming into a red light and disappearing. The frost giant stood there in shock, only relaxing after confirming she had truly left. He looked at the large fish at his feet with a pleased expression, then picked up the largest one and headed back to his tribe. For him, today's catch was quite rewarding. After the woman in the red robe left the icy plateau, she spent several days flying over the vast northern desert. As she looked down at the desolate land below, she was shocked to see it had been taken over by centaurs, trolls, and other non-human races. This sight made her ponder. How much time had passed for the continent to give rise to so many new intelligent species? Continuing south, she entered the territory of the Goblin Empire. Along the way, she saw scattered settlements of trolls, fairies, and dwarves, but what caught her eye the most were the small, green-skinned goblins. The closer she got to the empire's heartland, the more goblins she saw, their cities densely packed and their civilization advanced. Observing these proud, green-skinned beings, the woman realized they had become the dominant force on the continent. What truly shocked her, however, were the remnants of human technology from the previous era visible throughout goblin civilization, especially in their highly developed alchemy. This discovery set off alarm bells in her mind and stirred a deep-seated animosity toward the goblins. She wasn't afraid of the existence of other races, for as long as the humans in the sanctuary survived, they would eventually rise again, armed with the knowledge and technology of the previous era. Even if the extraordinary systems had collapsed, there was hope for a new system to be built. What she truly feared was that the human sanctuaries had been raided by these non-human races and the survivors slaughtered in the early stages of their development. With this concern, the woman in the red robe began to search the various sanctuaries she knew of. However, the harsh reality hit her hard. Most of the sanctuaries had already collapsed, with all their human inhabitants dead. The few that had survived until later were in ruins, seemingly having suffered immense destruction. Finally, she arrived in the northern region, seeking the sanctuary managed by her sister sanctuary 490. However, the sight before her shattered all her hopes. Large groups of green-skinned goblins were guarding the place, with only goblins coming and going, no humans in sight. Seeing these long-established goblin outposts, her heart sank, and fury surged within her. The woman in the red robe struck out, a crimson veil of blood enveloping the entire sanctuary in an instant. All the goblins died almost simultaneously, leaving only one legendary goblin severely injured and captured after a brief skirmish. The legendary goblin, surprised that a human had defeated him, exclaimed, "A once lowly human, possessing such strength." This remark caught the woman's attention. She urgently questioned whether there were any humans left in the world. Under her intense interrogation, the legendary goblin revealed the tragic fate of the humans after the sanctuary was discovered. After hearing the story, the woman in the red robe remained silent for a long time before coldly snapping the goblin's neck. It turned out that since awakening, her sister and the other humans had been kept captive, reduced to tools for the goblin's learning. These despicable goblins didn't even allow the descendants of the humans to inherit the sanctuary's legacy. What enraged her even more was that her sister had been forced to marry the goblin emperor. This revelation made the woman's eyes turn blood red with fury. Though she wanted to immediately march to the goblin capital, kill the emperor, and destroy the entire goblin empire, she realized her injuries were not fully healed. Moreover, she sensed several powerful presences in the capital that she was wary of. As a sequence 3 blood ancestor, she possessed immortality, but her combat abilities were only average. However, she had a unique ability to create a highly contagious blood plague with her own true blood. The woman in the red robe decided to use the blood plague to exact her revenge on the goblins. As for the humans in the northern Bolak region who might be affected, she no longer cared. Without the legacy and without her sister, the humans meant nothing to her. Besides, from what she had learned from the legendary goblin, the sanctuary humans were all dead, leaving her with no concerns. Nonetheless, She removed the lethal characteristic of the blood plague for humans, ensuring that infected humans would only fall ill but would not die. Over the following months, the woman conducted repeated experiments to confirm the blood plague's lethality to goblins. Once assured, she released it in a major goblin city in the northern region. The plague's transmission rate was astonishing. Within 7 days, the entire city was infected, and it quickly spread to surrounding areas. The plague, named the Blood Plague, grew increasingly severe, eventually sweeping across the entire continent, affecting all races, including the winged people on the eastern coast. Once infected with the Blood Plague, the body exhibits signs of infection. The afflicted's eyes gradually turn crimson, fangs emerge within 3 days, and they exhale a pestilential breath. They display an intense desire to attack, launching indiscriminate assaults on all nearby life forms. Ultimately, within 7 to 10 days, the infected's body deteriorates and they perish. This horrifying phenomenon was observed and summarized by the goblins. Even legendary warriors, though hard to kill, are not immune to the infection. The blood plague spreads like wildfire, sweeping through the northern regions within 3 months and covering the entire continent within 6 months. Its rapid spread instills fear in all living beings. The goblin sage Azeba grew restless as the northern regions fell. He discovered that this plague was particularly deadly to goblins while other races had a chance of survival. Goblins were doomed once infected, with only the extraordinary individuals managing to survive a bit longer due to their stronger constitutions. In response to this disaster, Azeba urgently ordered local lords and city leaders to shut their gates and prevent the plague. However, the virus was relentless, blocking it in one place only for it to emerge elsewhere, as if someone were secretly spreading it. Soon, the plague had permeated every corner of the continent. With no other options, the goblin sage threw himself into researching a cure for the blood plague. Yet, this was no quick task. Each day, countless goblins died, leaving Azeba exhausted. The fourth emperor of the Goblin Empire, Fry Amigel, was equally haggard. In just half a year, the goblin population, once 200 million strong, dwindled to 100 million, with the number still decreasing. In the face of this crisis, the emperor and the sage set aside their usual rivalry and devoted all resources to the research. Countless goblin alchemists worked tirelessly, with Azeba himself participating. The entire continent was in turmoil, not just the goblins, but all other races as well. When the plague reached the eastern coast city of Losendas, Jiang You was meditating atop Paradise Mountain. Though his meditation periods were indefinite, he could be summoned in emergencies. However, the plague spread so rapidly that it caught everyone off guard. The messenger brought the news in the morning, and by the afternoon, when officials sent by Lemur went to inspect, the plague was already rampant in the city. Faced with this unprecedented crisis, Lemur and the other winged officials were at a loss and had to urgently notify Jiang You, who was still meditating. Upon hearing the news, Jiang You immediately ordered the closure of the 9 gates, sealing off Losendas and Lomanda, and isolating the infected. However, it was too late. The plague had already been lurking among the winged folk for some time. By the time Jiang You managed to stabilize the situation, half of the winged population was infected. Unlike the goblins, the winged folk had a slim chance of survival. About 1/10 of the infected could survive, recovering after a period of weakness. Interestingly, these survivors seemed to become younger, though no one noticed this detail at the time. Half of the winged folk died in agony, while the rest became undead infected. Their eyes and wings turned blood red, their feathers and hair fell out, and fangs grew from their mouths, giving them an evil appearance. To curb the plague and save his people, Jiang Yu gathered scholars and returning winged alchemists to research a cure for the surviving infected. In the human territory of Polek, the symptoms of blood plague infection were surprising, even to the instigator, the red-robed woman. Among the 50,000 humans, half were infected, but most recovered after a period of suffering. Even more astonishing, a few thousand humans underwent peculiar mutations after infection. These mutants' eyes turned crimson, they lost interest in normal food, craving blood instead. They feared direct sunlight, but developed extraordinary blood-related powers. Some descendants of the Reinhardt family were not spared, but their mutations were unique. Their extraordinary powers significantly increased, and they had some resistance to sunlight, likely due to the interaction between their special bloodline and the blood plague. Interestingly, these Reinhardt mutants possessed a bloodline suppression effect over ordinary infected. Reinhardt was deeply concerned about these mutated family members, but after numerous failed attempts to help, he had to temporarily give up. To ensure the safety of the unaffected humans, he relocated these mutants to a remote corner of the Polek territory. As for other races like centaurs, trolls, dwarves, kobolds, pigmen, and minotaurs, their experiences with the infection were similar to the winged folk, with cases of death, mutation, and survival. In the Goblin Empire's year 697, after 3 years of rampant plague, the epidemic was finally brought under control by various races and ceased to spread. The woman in the red robe attempted several times to unleash the plague again, but the goblins were extremely vigilant, quickly containing any signs of infection. After multiple failures, she had to abandon her plan, as her true blood was too precious to waste. The goblins suspected that the plague was a conspiracy targeting them and began investigating its source. This made the redrobed woman's actions even more difficult. She decided to lay low temporarily and find a safe place to recover. Although the blood poison didn't completely destroy the goblin race, it caused significant losses among ordinary goblins, dealing a heavy blow to the goblin empire. The redrobed woman turned her gaze to the human settlements in the northern region of Borek. Despite the passage of time and the potential changes among humans, she instinctively felt it was a suitable place for her to stay temporarily. On January 3rd of the Goblin Empire's year, the redrobed woman finally arrived in Borek. On that day, a stunningly beautiful woman appeared in the small town of Peter in Borek. She wore a bright red hood, her golden hair shimmering in the sunlight. Most striking were her captivating crimson eyes, which, combined with her graceful figure, made her look like a fairy from a painting as she walked in the sunlight. However, the townspeople looked at her with fear and disgust, as if she were a harbinger of plague. To them, her blood-red eyes were a sign of infection, and no one wanted to interact with such an outcast. Just as the redrobed woman felt puzzled, two human guards approached and ordered, "Infected one, you must leave Peter immediately and head to the eastern infected zone Demanklin. That is the area designated by Lord Reinhardt for your kind." Infected? How interesting, the redrobed woman thought, amused. She understood the meaning of infected, those humans infected by her blood poison. She had removed the deadly components of the blood poison. So even if infected, people would only feel weak for a while. Had something else happened? With a smile, she asked, "Where is Demanklin? I'll go there myself." Intimidated by her presence, the two guards respectfully pointed the way. "Over there, ma'am." The redrobed woman nodded in acknowledgement and walked in the indicated direction. An hour later, she reached the outskirts of Demanklin. Even before entering, she sensed a large number of familiar auras within, as if they were derivatives of her own bloodline. As she stepped into the area, realization dawned on her. She released a slight hint of her true ancestor's blood aura, causing all the infected in Demanklin to stop whatever they were doing and look at her with their bright red eyes. An instinctive sense of submission arose in each of them, as if they recognized her as their queen. A sense of belonging swept over them, and they all bowed deeply. Seeing thousands of infected bowing to her, the redrobed woman suddenly understood. "So, my blood poison created you." Immediately, she felt the urge to take these people with her. Among the bowing infected, a few with particularly strong blood power and even brighter red eyes stepped forward. These individuals felt exceptionally close to her, as if they carried the blood of close kin. Surprised, the redrobed woman thought of her sister. Could her sister have left her bloodline on this new land? Eagerly, she asked, "Whose descendants are you?" "Ma'am, we originate from the Reinhardt family. The current human leader, High Ancestor Reinhardt, is our bloodline source." One person respectfully answered. "Reinhardt? Where is he?" the redrobed woman asked urgently. "In Borek City." "I see. Everyone, wait here. The humans see you as outcasts. I will take you away." With that, the woman transformed into a streak of red light and flew toward Borek City. In the Lord's castle of Borek City, Reinhardt was troubled by the issue of the infected. These people could no longer consume normal food and had to rely on blood to survive. This put him in a difficult position. On one hand, these infected were his people, and he didn't want to abandon any of them, especially since some were his descendants. On the other hand, the infected had fundamentally changed from normal humans, and the tribe couldn't hunt for blood for them every day. Some elders and officials had already suggested exiling the infected. As he pondered deeply, a clear, melodious voice suddenly spoke beside him. "You must be Reinhardt. Do you know Fiona?" Startled, Reinhardt turned to see an extraordinarily beautiful woman in red gracefully sitting on a chair by his desk. To appear silently beside him, her power must far surpass his own. A demigod, perhaps? Yet, he felt no hostility from her, only an inexplicable sense of closeness. Then he heard his mother Fiona's name. "Your Highness, Fiona is my mother," Reinhardt respectfully replied. "Where is she?" The redrobed woman calmly said. "Mother passed away centuries ago," Reinhardt answered sadly. "May I know who you are?" he asked, still wondering. "I am her sister Vivian," she said coldly. "Reinhardt, though you have goblin blood, which I dislike, you are still my sister's child and may call me Aunt Vivian." Aunt Vivian," Reinhardt quickly explained. "You may not know, but my father was not the Goblin Emperor, but the Winged King from the distant East Coast." He revealed his true lineage without hesitation, knowing that his aunt despised goblins. As expected, Vivian's expression softened immediately. "Good child, you've had a hard time. Now, where is my sister buried?" I want to visit her. Aunt, I'll take you there. Reinhardt immediately stood up, ready to lead Vivian to his mother's resting place. Outside the Lord's castle in the region of Pole Lake lies a forbidden area, accessible only to members of the Reinhardt family. This place serves not only as the resting ground for the ancestors and deceased members of the Reinhardt lineage, but also as a picturesque expanse of plains and hills. Bathed in the gentle sunlight of spring, the area is adorned with blooming flowers, lush shrubs, and scattered trees that add a touch of vitality to the sacred ground. At the heart of this forbidden zone stands a prominent hill, its slopes covered in vibrant blossoms. Atop the hill, a towering osmanthus tree stands gracefully, its branches and leaves swaying gently in the breeze. Beneath the tree lies a meticulously tended garden, where a solitary gravestone stands. The inscription reads clearly, "The first human leader, ancestor of the Reinhardt family, Empress of the Goblin Empire, the last of the Ember humans, Fiona." Vivian's gaze, however, was drawn to a small line of text beneath the main inscription. "A sister full of guilt." These simple words pierced her heart like a sharp blade. In a moment of daze, she seemed to see a tearful woman gazing at the starry sky in the dead of night, her face etched with endless remorse. Years of accumulated resentment melted away, replaced by a deep longing for her sister. "Fiona, I should have awakened sooner," Vivian murmured to herself. "If I had, perhaps I wouldn't bear such a heavy burden, and the human race wouldn't have fallen so far. But rest assured, I will avenge you all." In the biting northern wind, Vivian stood under the osmanthus tree in her red cloak for an entire day and night. On the third morning, she bid farewell to Reinhardt. Before leaving, she left a drop of her true blood, which would become a precious legacy for the Reinhardt family. "I will take all the infected humans with me," Vivian said calmly. Reinhardt frowned slightly at her words. "Aunt, those infected are no longer like ordinary people. They need to drink blood daily to survive. To me, they are no longer human." Vivian smiled faintly. "In your eyes, they may no longer be human. But to me, they are my true kin. Reinhardt, their existence originates from me. This plague that has swept across the continent was spread by me to exterminate the goblins and seek vengeance." Reinhardt's pupils constricted in shock. He realized with disbelief that this catastrophe was orchestrated by his aunt. The sheer power to bring such calamity to the entire continent was terrifying. He didn't even dare to disclose this news to his father, Jiang You. "Aunt, you can take them," Reinhardt quickly agreed. "The internal debates about them are growing, and the calls for their exile are getting louder." "Good," Vivian nodded. "These infected have lost their human shapes. I plan to develop them for a while before marching on the goblin capital." "March on the goblin capital?" Reinhardt exclaimed, a trace of concern flashing in his eyes. Could Vivian and a few thousand infected really overcome the goblins, who possessed demigods? Vivian seemed to see through his worries and softly reassured him, "Don't worry, I won't act recklessly. If it comes to it, I can retreat safely. And I won't implicate the current human race. I plan to establish a new race with these infected." "A new race? What kind of race?" Reinhardt asked curiously. A few hours later, Vivian returned to the Demanklin district and gathered all the infected. Hovering in the air, she looked down at the thousands of infected humans below, her commanding voice echoing around them. "From the moment you transformed into what you are now, everyone has seen you as outcasts. If the human race rejects us, we will establish our own race. From now on, you and I are all members of the Blood Clan. I will lead you to find our own land and survive tenaciously. I am Vivian, the true ancestor of the Blood Clan. Follow me." As Vivian's proclamation resounded, the infected below awakened from their numbness, growing increasingly excited. Vivian's presence made them feel at ease, and her authority compelled their submission. When she finished speaking, everyone shouted in unison, "True ancestor! True ancestor! Blood Clan, true ancestor! Blood Clan! Blood Clan! From now on, we are the Blood Clan. From this day forth, we all have a home." In the 697th year of the Goblin Empire, on January 6th, a day destined to be recorded in history, the vampire progenitor Vivian, a mysterious and powerful entity, led thousands of infected and mutated humans like a dark tide, departing from the Bolak territory and heading northwest. Their journey was arduous and long, bypassing vast deserts, traversing dense forests, and navigating hazardous swamps. Determination gleamed in Vivian's eyes as she guided her followers through countless perils. Eventually, they arrived at the western coast of northern Furland, a desolate land far from the Goblin Empire's domain. On this new territory, Vivian embarked on her grand endeavor. She personally taught her followers to harness the power of blood, combining the current world's occupational system with vampire characteristics, thus creating two entirely new professions, Blood Knights and Blood Raegers. Both professions could reach the hero tier, showcasing remarkable potential. As for the more profound legendary realm, it was up to them to achieve it on their own. After accomplishing this feat, Vivian secluded herself to heal. The western coast was teeming with life, with a diverse array of creatures. Vivian spared no cost in absorbing their blood energy to regain her strength. Her actions left a significant mark on this land, to the extent that in the future, the mere mention of blood would send shivers down the spines of all living beings on the western coast. Meanwhile, in the central city of Proadas in the Furlan continent, a goblin alchemist named Demiga made a groundbreaking discovery after years of arduous research. During an accidental experiment, he found a wolf-like creature in a dark cave and extracted its toxic substance, mixing it with moonlight grass to create a potion. With a desperate mindset, Demiga injected the potion into a dying, infected goblin. Days later, a miracle occurred: the goblin survived, and the plague was contained. This astonishing result shook the entire goblin empire. Demiga became the savior of the plague overnight. The emperor personally bestowed him with a title and land. Grand Sage Azeba immediately ordered the mass production of this potion for all infected goblins. Within 3 months, the plague was completely controlled, saving 30 million goblins, with an additional 1 million infected goblins fully recovered. This news spread across the continent, with various races coming to purchase the potion. However, the celebration did not last long. 3 months later, a terrifying mutation began to manifest in the cured goblins. Their intelligence plummeted, their skin turned from green to dark green, and their appearance became grotesque. They grew pointed ears, oval-shaped large eyes, a flat nose, and a broad face, with eyes displaying a dull color between red and yellow. More horrifyingly, they developed sharp, venomous fangs. These mutated goblins became shorter, with a triangular body shape and sturdy limbs. They seemed to be in a perpetual state of mating frenzy, gathering in dark caves. When their numbers reached a certain threshold, they would attack any creatures they encountered, especially females, for endless reproduction. In just a few days, numerous female goblins were killed, and the survivors were left in dire straits. Compared to civilized goblins, these mutants had almost become a different species. The Grand Sage repeatedly sent alchemists to study the cause and find a solution, but they found it impossible to reverse the situation in the short term. Treating the plague had already exhausted the Goblin Empire's resources and vitality. In this critical situation, the Goblin Emperor had no choice but to order the expulsion of these cured infected goblins from the cities and villages, banishing them to the wild. These exiled mutated goblins were given a new racial name: goblins. Although the plague was contained, its impact permanently altered the world. A new race was born, destined to leave a significant mark in the annals of history. Within the borders of the Goblin Empire, in the western region of the Shadow Forest Valley, resides the largest troll clan of the empire, the Shadow Forest Clan. This clan's history dates back to the founding of the empire, when they followed Amager to battle the Titans and achieved great feats. As a reward, the Goblin Empire granted them the Shadow Forest Valley and conferred the title of Marquis of Shadow Forest upon their chieftain. Over the centuries, the Shadow Forest clan has flourished on this land. Today, they have grown into a massive clan with a population of hundreds of thousands, establishing a bustling city and several prosperous towns in the heart of the valley. Although troll clans are typically independent and scattered, the Shadow Forest clan holds significant influence within the Goblin Empire due to their formidable strength, with surrounding troll tribes looking up to them. However, in the 696th year of the Goblin Empire, a devastating super plague known as blood poison swept across the continent, shattering the peace of Shadow Forest Valley. Despite their precautions, the Shadow Forest clan could not escape its grasp. Unlike goblins, trolls have a longer infection cycle, and although their mortality rate wasn't as severe, many trolls were infected and later recovered. These survivors, however, were drastically altered. Their tusks grew longer, their bodies became gaunt, and their eyes turned blood red. In the face of this disaster, the Shadow Forest clan actively sought a solution. Unfortunately, due to their limited cultural development and the lack of talent among their alchemists, they could not find an effective treatment. It was then that they learned from their long-standing allies, the goblins, that Proadas had successfully developed the Demiga elixir to curb the plague. They immediately sought help from the goblins and obtained tens of thousands of precious vials of the elixir. When the elixir was administered to the infected trolls, a miracle occurred. Within a short time, the infected were cured, and the symptoms of the plague vanished. This joyous news brought immense relief to the Shadow Forest clan, who promptly sent envoys to Proadas to thank the Goblin Emperor and held a grand recovery feast within their clan to celebrate this hard-won victory. However, the joyous atmosphere did not last long. 3 months later, those trolls who had been cured with the elixir began to undergo drastic changes. Their bodies sprouted thick, wolf-like fur, their tusks became coated with toxins, and their eyes turned beastly. Although their bodies shrank, they did not appear frail. To their fellow clansmen, these once familiar faces had transformed into upright walking wolves. Despite the alarming changes, the trolls reluctantly accepted the situation. What truly made them consider expulsion was the fact that, under the full moon, these cured trolls would lose control and transform into werewolves, attacking and killing other trolls indiscriminately. During the first incident, the Shadow Forest clan's leader attempted to salvage the situation. The clan's alchemists discovered that the moonlight herb in the elixir was the root cause of the transformations triggered by the full moon. However, their limited skills prevented them from stopping the infected from turning feral during each full moon. Each time, many innocent clansmen were slaughtered. Seeking help from the Goblin Empire seemed the only option, but the goblins were preoccupied with the sudden emergence of goblins and had no capacity to address the trolls' plight. As time passed, resentment grew within the clan. The bloodshed and chaos of successive full moons eroded the last vestiges of kinship. The Shadow Forest clan no longer regarded the transformed individuals as their kin. Ultimately, the leader of the Shadow Forest clan had no choice but to follow the Goblin Empire's example and exile the infected from the valley, banishing them to the wilderness. They even gave these former kin a derogatory name, werewolves. The Aviance embassy on the east coast quickly learned about the Goblin Empire's demiga potion. Jiang You immediately traveled to the city of prowess to negotiate directly with the Goblin Emperor and secured 100,000 vials of demiga potion. He returned to the Aviance with these potions and began administering injections to his infected kin. Initially, the outlook seemed promising. The symptoms of the infected were controlled, their contagiousness reduced, and there were even signs of recovery. However, 3 months later, disaster struck. A large number of the infected not only failed to regrow their feathers, but also underwent horrifying mutations. Their faces became grotesque, their smooth scalps lost all hair, and their mouths filled with sharp fangs. Their hands and feet regressed into beast-like claws, and their bodies grew tall and burly. Most heartbreakingly, their once proud wings turned into bare, fleshy appendages, forever stripped of their former grace. The behavior of these mutants also changed drastically. During the day, they became lethargic, remaining motionless like statues. But at night, they would soar through the moonlit skies of the city, hunting for prey. Sometimes they behaved like wild beasts, while at other times they showed traces of intelligence. Despite their terrifying appearance, these mutants did not harm other avians. This evoked sympathy and pity among the tribe, as everyone knew that these former comrades were no longer truly avians. Around this time, news of goblins in the Goblin Empire reached the avians. Upon learning about the origins of the goblins, Jiang You was shocked. He privately lamented that Furland seemed somewhat hasty in creating races. Jiang Yu found it difficult to follow the goblins' example of driving the goblins into the wild. During the same period, Jiang Yu also learned about the origins of the werewolves who had been exiled to the wild by the trolls. It was then that he realized the side effects of the demiga potion were not isolated incidents but affected all races across the continent. After careful consideration, Jiang Yu made a decision different from the other two races. He relocated the mutated avians to an abandoned mountain city in Lomanda. Although he gave them a new name, gargoyles, Jiang Yu still regarded them as part of the avian tribe. Thus, nearly 10,000 gargoyles settled in the mountain city. By day, they slept within the city, and by night, they ventured out. Some gargoyles, lacking food and motivation, could even transform into stone statues, remaining without sustenance for extended periods. Comfortingly, the gargoyles also gained extraordinary abilities. To maintain close ties with the gargoyles, Jiang Yu selected 2 of the stronger gargoyles to guard the White Stone Fortress, responsible for nighttime vigilance. He also formed an all-gargoyle night patrol unit to safeguard the avians' nocturnal peace. With the plague crisis resolved, Jiang Yu turned his attention to another crucial task, forging a sword that could serve as a vessel for the laws of suppression. He recalled a relic from years past, a piece of the Thunder Titan Atri's thigh bone, a war trophy claimed by the goblins when they defeated the Thunder Titans and established their empire. For years, this thigh bone had been stored in the treasury. When the idea of forging a divine sword emerged, Jiang Yu retrieved the Titan bone. He also traveled to the dwarf kingdom atop the mountains to exchange rare metals and delve into forging techniques with the dwarves. Finally, in October of the 700th year of the Goblin Empire, Jiang Yu began the forging of the Thunder Sword. The fate of the Thunder Titan is indeed tragic. Once a giant who commanded respect and fear across the land, he is now reduced to a dismembered corpse, his remains coveted by various races for their invaluable properties. His enormous head was forged into the city walls of Proadas by the Goblin Empire, serving as the grandest gate, a testament to the goblin's might. His thigh bone, known as the Titan's bone, naturally imbued with the power of thunder, is precisely what Jiang Yu seeks on this journey. Jiang Yu arrived at the East Sea, finding an active volcano still spewing lava. Using his legendary power, he easily broke through the volcano's side and constructed a massive furnace from the red rock. He then began adding various rare materials into the furnace one by one. Purple gold, refined gold, mithril, azure stone, magic crystal, gray heart, moon spirit stone, essence of the earth, sunset iron, molten heart copper. These materials gradually melted under the intense heat, forming a pool of molten metal. Finally, Jiang You solemnly placed the Thunder Titan's thigh bone into the furnace. As the bone submerged into the purple molten metal, it sizzled. Jiang Yu vigilantly watched over the smelting process day and night. 13 days later, the entire thigh bone had fully merged into the molten metal. The pool now glowed with a captivating purple hue, occasionally flashing with lightning, brimming with immense energy. For the next 10 days, Jiang Yu forged the molten metal daily with his thunder power. He was fully focused, his clothes soaked in sweat, yet he paid no mind. On the 10th day, he quenched the metal with seawater, added the essence of the sky, and repeatedly hammered it into shape. At last, a purple-gold longsword emerged, its blade crackling with electricity, exuding an overwhelming aura. At that moment, a long-absent system notification appeared. Congratulations, player, on forging a legendary weapon. Forging experience 1000. Jiang Yu instinctively ignored the message. He picked up the longsword and gave it a gentle swing, watching his thunder energy burst forth, drawing a dazzling arc in the air. Not bad, a fine sword. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction and stored the sword away. Night had fallen, and the bright moonlight bathed the land. Jiang Yu looked up at the silver moon in the sky, a smile playing on his lips. To forge a throne, one must understand the sky. What is the ancient silver moon made of? If my future throne is to hang in the sky with it, I might as well find out. With that, Jiang Yu took a deep breath and spread his pristine white wings. The powerful lift propelled him skyward. He soared through the white clouds, emerging from the sea of clouds into the high-altitude winds. At 10,000 meters, the harsh conditions would be unbearable for an ordinary legend. However, Jiang Yu was no ordinary being. His power was nearly demigod-like, just one step away from ascending to a throne in the high heavens. Using his light power, Jiang Yu formed a protective shield around himself and continued to ascend. 20,000 meters, 30,000 meters, 40,000 meters. As the altitude increased, the air grew thinner, and the power of the sky laws became stronger, seemingly trying to hinder his ascent. The silver moon gradually became clearer, emitting a faint silvery glow. Undeterred, Jiang Yu kept climbing. 50,000 meters, 60,000 meters, until he reached 100,000 meters. He had arrived at the boundary near the star realm. Looking around, it felt like he was immersed in a vast starry sky. Here, he saw a massive silver celestial body slowly orbiting the world at the boundary between the star realm and the world. However, when Jiang Yu tried to get closer to the silver moon, a powerful force of moon laws surged forth, making it nearly impossible for him to advance. A strong sense of pressure overwhelmed him, almost as if he were facing a deity. The power of these laws was as deep and unfathomable as the ocean. Jiang Yu realized that every second he lingered here drained more of his strength. This place is truly extraordinary, Jiang Yu mused. No wonder no one wants to come here. Why leave the good earth to fly to the high heavens? He suddenly realized that other legends, and even demigods, couldn't fly freely in the sky like he could. They could only rely on their legendary power for brief flights, while he had real wings, giving him a unique advantage. Jiang Yu left the range of the silver moon's glow, soaring higher into the sky. However, he quickly found himself in a far more hostile environment. This was the edge of the world, where intense forces of various laws intertwined and clashed, resembling countless legends or demigods engaged in fierce battle. The power of the laws of time and space was erratic and palpable, making Jiang Yu's eyelids twitch incessantly. He felt a sense of relief, realizing that if he hadn't been flying towards the silver moon all this time, he might never have reached such heights. Aware of the dangers here, Jiang Yu swiftly returned to the area under the silver moon's glow. Despite the overwhelming pressure that felt like an abyss, for a practitioner focused on willpower, this was actually the best choice. Back in the relatively safe zone, Jiang Yu began to contemplate his future plans. Although ascending to the sky throne could rival demigods, the commotion it would cause was too great, and the timing was not yet right. He recalled the records of the elves about the catastrophe during the 1000th year of the Gnome Empire. A stranger demigod led his followers to attack the capital, severely weakening the Gnome Empire, and even the demigod sage Azeba did not survive past 3,000 years. Jiang Yu realized that this might be the opportunity he had been waiting for. With this thought in mind, he spread his wings and flew towards Paradise Mountain on the east coast. Long after Jiang Yu had left, a pair of exceptionally beautiful eyes briefly opened and closed within the dark star at the heart of the silver moon. In that instant, countless silver rays danced in the dark space, revealing a glimpse of a stunning silver-haired goddess lying peacefully. The laws of the silver moon surrounded her like stars around the moon, bowing in reverence at her feet. Jiang Yu returned to Mount Paradise and immediately set to work on his grand plan to forge a throne. His goal was not merely to create an ordinary seat, but to elevate the entire mountaintop to the heavens. With its unique shape pointed at the top and rounded at the base, the summit, once meticulously cleaned, became an ideal foundation. Jiang You personally oversaw the crafting, using a unique blend of rare metals and platinum to create a dazzling throne. He carefully incorporated the mysterious green stone powder he had obtained earlier, imbuing the throne with incredible power. Finally, he unhesitatingly split a part of his own soul and infused it into the throne. This act ensured his absolute control over the throne, whether he was seated on it or not. The Sky Throne was not just a magnificent ornament. It was a symbol of Jiang Yu's power. It functioned like the core from which a deity governed their divine realm, with the extraordinary ability to resist any law-based force. This made the throne particularly suited for the chaotic, lawless environment of the high heavens. Time flew by, and before long, it was the year 731 of the Goblin Empire. This year marked a significant milestone as Xiao Gue finally broke through his limitations and ascended to the rank of a legendary warrior. Reflecting on Xiao Gue's journey, it was a tale filled with challenges and opportunities. Under Jiang Yu's guidance, Xiao Gue initially progressed from an extraordinary awakening to becoming a self-created professional known as Thunder Turtle. After decades of relentless effort, he reached the pinnacle of this profession and began exploring new paths. Combining his unique traits, Xiao Gue successfully advanced to the master-level profession, Thunder King Turtle. Harboring ambitions of becoming the king of turtles, Xiao Gue raised numerous ordinary turtles in the wetlands at the foot of Mount Paradise. Despite his best efforts, these ordinary turtles never gained wisdom. This setback temporarily dampened Xiao Gue's ambitions, but he did not give up. Instead, he began to seriously contemplate his future path. Jiang Yu's legendary ascension inspired Xiao Gue. He realized that becoming a king was not just about ruling a species. It was about becoming the master of oneself. With this new understanding, Xiao Gue successfully advanced to the heroic level as the Electric Turtle Hero. Influenced by Jiang Yu, his inclination began to lean towards the laws of electricity. Over the next few centuries, Xiao Gue embarked on a difficult legendary journey. Compared to Jiang Yu, Xiao Gue lacked a vast reservoir of knowledge, imaginative ideas, and precise foresight. However, fate seemed to favor this persistent turtle warrior. During this period, Xiao Gue met Sophia, a prodigy of the winged people. They formed a deep friendship, and Xiao Gue provided substantial support to Sophia's cultivation journey, including many resources in the early stages. When Sophia embarked on her continental travels, Xiao Gue unhesitatingly accompanied her. Upon her return, Sophia successfully ascended to the legendary profession of Holy Maiden of Light. This achievement greatly inspired Xiao Gue, prompting him to deeply contemplate his own legendary path. Shortly thereafter, Sophia's sister, Elrita, also achieved legendary status. With the help of 3 legendary warriors, the over 700-year-old Xiao Gue finally broke through his bottleneck, achieving legendary status and earning the title Purple Lightning Turtle Saint. Without his extraordinary talent and long lifespan, it would have been nearly impossible for him to persevere to this moment. Thus, in the year 731 of the Goblin Empire, the winged people suddenly boasted 4 legendary warriors, becoming the center of attention. Jiang Yu guarded his old home in Losendas on the east coast. The Holy Maiden of Light Sophia stationed herself in Lomanda, and the Holy Sword of Light Elrita protected the winged people branch in Mount Paradise. With an additional legendary warrior, the winged people's strength increased significantly, and their ambition to expand new territories grew. After centuries of exploration, the winged people discovered a crescent-shaped archipelago 10,000 kilometers off the east coast. This archipelago, covering hundreds of thousands of square kilometers, could accommodate millions of winged people. In the year 735 of the Goblin Empire, the Holy Maiden of Light Sophia led a large group of winged people on a grand expedition to the archipelago, aiming to relocate their people and expand their territory. This newly established land was named the Sophia Archipelago, marking a significant milestone in the history of the winged people's development. The Sophia Archipelago, the tail end of a crescent-shaped island chain. In the sky, a legion of 10,000 winged warriors stood in perfect formation, their silver armor glinting brilliantly under the sun. Armed with longbows and swords, they were ready for battle at any moment. The exceptional quality of their equipment was a testament to the centuries of development by the winged people. Jiang Yu had once initiated extensive mineral explorations within the winged people's territory. After centuries of effort, they discovered rare minerals such as white iron, fine gold, magic crystals, and blue-patterned spirit stones in Losendas. In Lormanda, they even found a large mithril mine. Common copper and iron mines were scattered throughout the land. These abundant mineral resources laid a solid foundation for the winged people's military development. Nowadays, the winged people not only mastered the forging techniques of the goblins, but also developed advanced alchemy. This led to a significant leap in their armor-making technology. Every winged warrior's armor shone with a silver light, uniform and exuding an aura of solemnity and grandeur. On the land and sea of the archipelago, a massive tribe of sea giants faced off against the winged people. This tribe boasted nearly 1,000 sea giants, with their leaders towering at a height of 15 to 16 meters, possessing robust physiques and wielding longbows as thick as trees. The sea giants, with their sea blue skin, naturally had the ability to control water. They were distant relatives of the Titans, and every adult sea giant possessed hero-level strength. Since ancient times, the sea giants had been the rulers of these islands. They lived in seclusion, uninterested in the affairs of the mainland, and only ventured near the coast for food and rest. Their nests and houses were scattered across the islands. Legend has it that the ancestors of the sea giants were born from the blood of the sea titan that dripped into the ocean. Unfortunately, in the primeval times, the sea titan fell in the battle for titan supremacy, and its body sank into the deep sea, never to be seen again. The sea giant society still adhered to a primitive tribal system. Not long ago, Sophia led the winged people to settle at the tail end of the archipelago. However, shortly after they established their city-state, the sea giants crossed the sea and launched a surprise attack. Among the nearly 1,000 sea giants, 3 leaders were legendary warriors, with the foremost being an ancient legend who had lived for thousands of years. The 3 legendary sea giants attacked simultaneously, raising monstrous waves. Taken by surprise, Sophia's forces suffered heavy losses and were forced to retreat to Losendis. When Jiang You heard the news, he consoled Sophia and decided to take action himself. For centuries, since defeating the Eagle King, Jiang You had been meditating atop Paradise Mountain, not taking part in any battles. Now, with the winged people flourishing, it was time to showcase his prowess once more. As he ascended to the sky throne, dealing with 3 legendary sea giants was a trivial matter for him. Thus, in the 742nd year of the Goblin Empire, a month after Sophia's expulsion, Jiang You led 10,000 elite winged warriors across the sea to the Sophia archipelago once again. At that moment, the sea giants had not yet dispersed and were foraging along the coast. Seeing the winged people return, they were instantly furious. As the sea giants' emotions surged, the ocean roared with towering waves. The leading sea giant chief roared, raising a massive stone club, "Shameless bird people. The archipelago is the territory of our sea giant clan, and you dare to invade again." Before he finished speaking, nearly 1,000 shirtless sea giants behind him roared in unison, "Get out! Get out of our sea!" In midair, Jiang Yu effortlessly cut through a giant arrow flying towards him. Facing the enraged sea giants below, he slightly curled his lips. "You reside at the head of the archipelago, and we at the tail. We had no intention of being your enemies. Since when did the entire archipelago become your territory? In this world, the strong take their place. You harm my people, so today you will repay with your lives." With that, Jiang Yu drew his purple gold longsword, and in an instant, thunder roared, shaking the heavens and the earth. His figure flickered in the lightning, resembling a thunder god descending, exuding an overwhelming presence. Vast, boundless dark clouds suddenly enveloped a region spanning thousands of miles. Thunder roared from the heavens, akin to a thunder dragon swimming through the sea of clouds. The trees on the island, illuminated by lightning, appeared ghastly pale. Birds scattered in fear, beasts curled up in their nests, and magical creatures crouched low, as if facing a formidable enemy. This was the legendary presence of Jiang Yu, spreading his domain across the land. He stood high in the sky, holding a purple gold long sword, and commanded with authority, "Winged ones, follow me to battle." Before his words had faded, Jiang Yu leaped from the sky, his sword channeling 100 bolts of thunder from the storm, striking towards 3 legendary sea giants. Inspired by their lord's heroic demeanor, tens of thousands of winged warriors raised their spirits. "Kill! Kill! Kill!" they roared in unison, their silver armor clinking, their swords forming a forest of blades. They descended like a torrent of light, piercing through the darkness. The winged warriors quickly split into 2 groups. One circled the sea giants in the sky, wielding longbows and raining arrows down. The other followed Jiang Yu, swords in hand, charging directly at the sea giants for close combat. The sight made the 3 legendary sea giants turn pale. Compared to the previous legendary female winged warrior who was like a star over the ocean, Jiang Yu before them was like a blazing sun about to bathe the sea. The leading sea giant dared not be careless, raising a stone club. A sea blue glow emerged, cracking the stone to reveal a bone staff that looked like it was made of blue jade. The aura of the ocean's master surged like a deep abyss, causing all marine life in the vicinity to submit. The sea giant leader fully activated his legendary power, brandishing his blue staff towards Jiang Yu. The sea boiled instantly, sending hundreds of water columns skyward, breaking through the thunder clouds. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, and a blue giant made of seawater formed on the ocean's surface, raising its hand to strike Jiang Yu. Facing the sudden appearance of the 1,200 metal sea giant, Jiang Yu remained unfazed. His innate champion's will, combined with his extraordinary abilities in this life, had forged an unbeatable combat instinct. Almost before the sea giant fully formed, Jiang You had anticipated its attack. Instead of retreating, he advanced, stepping through the air and throwing his purple-gold longsword at the sea giant leader. His wings then flapped powerfully, dodging the giant's punch at the last moment. As he plummeted towards the sea, 100 bolts of lightning struck the water, illuminating the area with purple light. Using the cover of the lightning, Jiang Yu reached the sea giant leader in an instant, caught his returning sword, and with a swift slice, broke through the leader's shield and skin. Blood gushed, the head fell, and the blue-boned staff lost its power source, sinking into the sea. The entire process took only a few moments. Jiang Yu stood above the sea giant leader's corpse, lightly shaking the blood off his sword, and looked at the remaining 2 terrified legendary sea giants with a slight smile. Mere sea wretches. Do you also wish to challenge me? The 2 towering sea giants exchanged glances, swallowed hard, then knelt on one knee, raising their weapons in surrender. Your Majesty, your might is like the endless ocean unleashing world-ending thunder. We are willing to submit. As the 2 legendary sea giants knelt, all the sea giants laid down their weapons and knelt in surrender. Jiang Yu surveyed the scene, seeing the blue-skinned giants kneeling between the sea and land, and nodded slightly, saying with authority, "Good. From now on, the sea giants will inhabit the head of the archipelago, and the winged people will inhabit the tail. Watch over and help each other, and exchange what you need. You will guard the seas for my people, and the winged ones will guard the skies. I will also protect you." The 2 sea giants breathed a sigh of relief and responded loudly, "Your Majesty's terms are not harsh. We are willing to comply." Jiang Yu added, "Moreover, you attacked the new city my people were building on this island. Though no lives were lost, the city was destroyed. You must stay and help rebuild it until it is completed before you can leave." The sea giants obediently nodded. Yes? Only then did Jiang Yu look with satisfaction at the blue jade staff, lying between the shallow sea and the beach, smiling. "This is a staff made from the demigod bone of the sea titan. Excellent. It can be used to forge a sword for me. Andic, have someone collect this staff and place it in the white stone fortress." A winged warrior in silver armor flew over and respectfully saluted Jiang Yu. "Yes, my king." In the following days, Jiang Yu oversaw the archipelago's tale, naming the large island Wengi Island and the new city Wengi City, meaning the City of Victory. A few days later, Sophia set foot on the archipelago's soil once more. Her steps were resolute, and a sense of mission shone in her eyes. As the governor of the archipelago, she bore a significant responsibility to continue the migration efforts of the winged people while also developing this promising new land. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu embarked on his journey back to Heaven Mountain, filled with a longing for the light's law, ready to delve deeper into his cultivation. Time flew by, and before long, it was the year 751 of the Goblin Empire. That year, an event shocked the empire. High Priest Moser mysteriously died just as he was about to ascend to demigod status. Subsequently, Grand Duke Lar Moser of the Western Territories raised the banner of rebellion but was quickly suppressed. The Moser family was completely purged, leaving no survivors. This high priestly family, which had co-founded the empire with Amigel, vanished from the annals of history. Emperor Fry Amigel swiftly responded by appointing his 7th son, Indi Amigel, to take over as the Grand Duke of the Western Territories. Indi assumed control of all the former Moser family's forces upon his arrival. Little known to most, Indi was actually the illegitimate son of Moser's consort and Fry Amigel. As time moved forward to the year 878 of the Goblin Empire, the 4th emperor, Fry Amigel, passed away. Despite his many accomplishments, he never achieved legendary status. The throne was inherited by his 5th son, Gunnar Amigel, who became the 5th emperor. In the year 901 of the Goblin Empire, the Sophia Archipelago reached a significant milestone. The winged people's population there grew to 300,000, and their total population surpassed 4 million. However, the path beyond demigod status remained an uncharted territory, with no one having successfully broken through. Confronted with this reality, Sophia and Erida made a momentous decision. They chose to pursue the path of mortal legends, determined to achieve immortality. In the year 955 of the Goblin Empire, disaster struck the southern city of Blackwood. Alchemist Emerson's experiment went catastrophically wrong, nearly turning the entire city into a lifeless wasteland. More terrifyingly, at nightfall, goblin skeletons eerily rose. This marked the first necromantic incident on the Farron continent, causing widespread panic. The Goblin Empire had to dispatch a legion of professionals to quarantine the area and took the most extreme measures, setting the entire city ablaze. By the year 998 of the Goblin Empire, the legendary life of the first Lionheart king, Reinhardt, came to an end in the Polak territory. Despite his remarkable achievements, he never transcended to demigod status. His 9th-generation descendant, Vega Reinhardt, inherited the mantle of human leadership and the title of Count of Polak. As Reinhardt lay on his deathbed, Jiang You, sensing something amiss, arrived in the Polak territory to bid farewell to his old friend. Watching his only son pass away, Jiang You deeply felt the loneliness of the path to longevity for the first time. At Reinhardt's request, he was buried beside Fiona. The tombstone read, Reinhardt, second leader of the human race, the foundational king. Jiang Yu stood under the osmanthus tree for 3 days before silently leaving behind a trail of deep footprints. In the year 1003 of the Goblin Empire, an unprecedentedly powerful enemy emerged in the far northwest. This was the greatest threat the Goblin Empire had ever faced, and the opportunity Jiang Yu had been waiting for. In January of that year, the Baiman tribe, led by Chief Amand, began a grand southern expedition from the Ice Plateau. They claimed to be responding to the call of the Blood Queen, aiming to conquer the south. Every tribe they encountered centaurs, trolls, kobolds, pig-headed tribes, tiger-headed tribes, and bull-headed tribes submitted to their might. In just 6 months, Amand had swept through the entire northern desert, uniting various tribes under his command. His army, boasting 1,000,000 soldiers, marched southward from the eastern part of the Goblin Empire's northern territories, launching an unannounced attack. Numerous border nobles were obliterated in this sudden onslaught, and the major city of Mgath in the northern territories was captured, plunging the region into panic. In response to this crisis, Emperor Gunnar Amigel swiftly mobilized. He dispatched the Imperial Guard and the Professional Knight Corps southward and called upon nobles and allied races to send troops. Upon hearing the news at the Whitestone Castle on the east coast's Heaven Mountain, Jiang Yu also dispatched a winged people legion to join the battle. On October 3rd, the Baiman army arrayed before the city of Edes in the southern part of the northern territories. This city was the last line of defense connecting the northern territories to the central Goblin Empire. The Imperial coalition forces had also gathered here, and tensions were high, with an epic battle on the horizon. As the entire continent focused on this millennium-defining imperial war, an even more shocking crisis was brewing quietly. In the capital city of Prowess, an unprecedented threat was emerging, posing the greatest danger the capital had faced since the empire's founding. Over 200 years ago, Vivian embarked once again on the icy plateau to seek new allies to perfect her plan of destroying the Goblin Empire. The plateau was teeming with enormous and formidable creatures, whose presence was suffocating. Initially, Vivian sought help from the frost giant tribe that had once saved her, but after several years of teaching, she realized their extraordinary talents were insufficient and ultimately abandoned them. Turning to other intelligent races, Vivian chose the behemoths. The golden behemoths' wisdom rivaled that of the major races of the Furland continent, and the behemoth beasts were natural-born war machines. Seizing the opportunity during a tribal war, Vivian, as the Blood Queen, entered the defeated Ice tribe. Armandice, son of the Ice tribe chieftain, lost his parents in the war. He fled to the edge of the mountains with his younger brother, surviving precariously in a resource-scarce but safe area. At this moment, Vivian descended like a deity, bringing food, shelter, repelling snow beasts and wolf packs, and relocating the tribe to the eastern coast of the Celestial Sea. Under Vivian's guidance, the Ice tribe learned extraordinary professions and established the Behemoth Knight profession. Armand, with exceptional talent, was personally raised by Vivian. Over the next decade, Armand grew to master-level strength, and his brother became an unusually large behemoth beast. Vivian appointed Armand as the chieftain, commanding him to conquer the behemoth tribes on the plateau. Within a few years, Armand had subdued dozens of tribes, and the number of golden behemoths exceeded 1,000. Confident in their progress, Vivian left to recuperate in the Blood Clan's territory, while Armand continued his conquests. In the year 865 of the Goblin Empire, Armand advanced to hero level, commanding hundreds of tribes with a population of tens of thousands. By 997, he rose to legend status, establishing the inheritable profession of the Golden Behemoth King, with his tribes numbering over 100,000. Resource scarcity prompted Armand to consider moving south, but he patiently awaited Vivian's directive, honoring their agreement. 5 years later, a blood-winged vampire messenger arrived. Vivian instructed Armand to move south in a year, to conquer the northern wasteland, and invade the northern part of the Goblin Empire, while she would lead the elite vampires to strike directly at Prowess. If successful, Armand would establish the Behemoth Empire, dominating Furland. In 1003, Armand led his army south and confronted the Goblin Empire's coalition at Aid City. On the night of October 2nd, Vivian led thousands of elite vampires in a surprise attack on the Rhine territory, slaughtering all intelligent creatures. The next day, disguised vampires infiltrated Prowess, launching an assault that killed most of the goblins within half a day. The Goblin Extraordinary Forces organized a defense, but found that conventional attacks were ineffective against the vampires, and those who wielded light powers capable of restraining vampires had long been purged. The great sage Azeba had to personally intervene, engaging Vivian in a demigod-level battle above the city. The fierce clash between the two demigods reduced Prowess to ruins. Enraged, Azeba vowed to exterminate Vivian and her kind. Vivian mocked the goblins as a race of thieves who stole others' achievements, threatening to cast them into the abyss. As the battle intensified, Vivian commanded a river of blood to suppress the clouds, while Azeba used the power of the entire city of Proadas to form a black wall in retaliation. Vivian saw through this as the embryonic form of Azeba's terrestrial divine kingdom, becoming even more triumphant. Amidst the chaos in Proadas, far away on the peak of Heaven Mountain, Jiang You, dressed in white, sat solemnly on a platinum throne, observing the unfolding situation with a majestic and abyssal presence. An elite force of 100,000 winged warriors assembled in the skies around Mount Heaven, their eyes fervently fixed on their king, Jiang You, as if worshipping a deity. Surrounding Jiang You, who stood atop Mount Heaven, in a triangular formation were two legendary winged warriors, a legendary turtle warrior, Sophia, and Erida, as well as Wang Xiaoba. Jiang Yu felt the intense fluctuation of laws clashing in the distant central region. With a faint smile, he gazed into the distance and declared, "My opportunity has come. Today, I shall raise my throne to the heavens." As soon as he finished speaking, an immense legendary power surged from his body, lifting the peak of Mount Heaven towards the direction of the silver moon. As the mountaintop ascended, the 100,000 winged soldiers, clad in gleaming silver armor, knelt on one knee in midair, shouting in unison, "Hail to our king!" Their voices thundered through the skies. Seated on the platinum throne, Jiang Yu's violet eyes sparkled with lightning, and his pristine wings shone brilliantly. An overwhelming aura of kingship emanated from him, sweeping across the land. He nodded slightly to his people, then focused on the two swords planted before his throne, a violet gold longsword and a blue jade longsword. Taking a deep breath, Jiang Yu unleashed his full power. In the sky, the peak of Mount Heaven was lifted by an invisible force, accelerating rapidly. The elite winged warriors struggled against the fierce wind laws and soon fell back. Even the three legendary warriors were repelled by the wind laws. Only Jiang Yu, with his platinum throne, continued to ascend, reaching the domain of the silver moon. High above, Jiang Yu rose from his throne and gazed down at the vast lands below, exclaiming, "Magnificent!" He then drew the violet gold long sword and murmured, "Let it begin." Jiang Yu released his control over the laws of lightning, allowing his consciousness to merge with them. Instantly, countless bolts of lightning formed a purple curtain in the sky. The authority of lightning within the laws followed his guidance, condensing into a purple flower of lightning. As the flower of authority formed, Jiang Yu's indomitable will transformed into a pure white sword of judgment, striking down fiercely. Like darkness being torn by light, the purple flower of lightning authority shattered into a cloud of purple sand. With this step completed, boundless malice rose from the heavens and earth, enveloping Jiang Yu. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Furland continent, Vivian and Azeba, who were locked in fierce combat above Proadas City, paused simultaneously and looked towards the silver moon. They sensed the wrath of the world, as if a force was summoning them to eliminate the world's enemy. However, both demigods suppressed this urge and continued their battle. High above, the authority of lightning began to reassemble in Jiang Yu's consciousness, trying to restore its form. But Jiang Yu ignored it, instead elevating his champion's will, piercing through the heavens and earth like a sharp sword, linking the laws of lightning. Outside, Jiang Yu raised the violet gold longsword and slashed towards the lightning-filled sky. With a thunderous roar, endless lightning converged into the sword, its power nearly tearing it apart. Unfazed, Jiang Yu forcefully plunged the sword into the mountaintop and declared loudly to the heavens and earth, "I decree judgment upon the world. With my champion's will, I inscribe time and space, forging the law of judgment to suppress all realms." As he pronounced this, the newly reformed flower of lightning authority in his consciousness was once again pierced by a sword of judgment, merging into a single purple entity. In the sea of his mind, within the shadow of a platinum throne formed by countless swords, one sword solidified, glowing purple. Jiang Yu released his grip on the sword, facing the approaching malice of the world without fear, laughing heartily, "I have ascended to the throne. Any demigod who dares can come and challenge me, adding more swords of authority to my judgment throne." Before he finished speaking, the platinum throne beneath him shone brightly. Across the continent, countless beings looked up in astonishment, noticing an additional platinum moon next to the silver moon in the sky. Above a platinum moon, Jiang Yu sat serenely on a platinum throne with his eyes closed, quietly waiting. System notifications chimed continuously, announcing his advancement to a demigod realm. However, the system suddenly encountered an error. After a recheck, it confirmed that Jiang Yu had anchored himself to the path of the Skylord, advancing to an unknown realm beyond the legendary level. The system required Jiang Yu to name this new realm. Although he initially didn't want to bother, the persistent prompts left him no choice but to respond, "Throne realm." Immediately, The system acknowledged this new realm and listed the numerous abilities Jiang You had gained. Judgment Law, Suppression Authority, Platinum Moon, and the Throne is Me, among others. Simultaneously, the world's malice permanently locked onto him. A detailed attribute panel appeared, displaying various stats of Jiang You as a winged long-lived species. His agility was an astounding 990 points, nearing the foundational level of deityhood. The panel also listed Jiang Yu's mastery in combat skills and unique innate abilities. At that moment, a sudden downpour began, a natural reaction of the world's will to Jiang Yu's ascension. Meanwhile, above prowess, the vampire progenitor Vivian and the goblin sage Azeba, who were locked in fierce combat, felt a strong impulse. They looked up to see a newborn platinum moon beside the silver moon. The worlds will try to compel them to confront this new threat, but they chose to first settle their current fight. On a secluded island in the eastern seas of the Farron continent, several ancient dragons were abruptly awakened by a sense of impending crisis. They realized the world's will was summoning them to face a newly emerged enemy. After a brief discussion, they decided to send 4 demigod-level dragons to address the threat. The remaining dragons Tiamat and Bahamut will continue executing the Dragon Bloodline project. Before departing, the 4 dragons left behind their respective bloodline legacies: Blood of Greed, Blood of Majesty, Blood of Resilience, and Blood of Fire, to strengthen future dragon descendants. Finally, the 4 ancient dragons unfurled their massive wings and soared towards the platinum moon high in the sky, ready to face this unknown challenge. In the far southern reaches of Furland, within a massive active volcano, a colossal flame giant composed entirely of lava suddenly awoke from the molten depths. His blazing eyes opened, scanning his surroundings in bewilderment. "How long have I slept for the world to awaken me?" he wondered aloud. As he gazed up at the sky, he saw a brilliant platinum moon hanging high above. Squinting his eyes, he was surprised to see, when did there become 2 moons? Yes, they must be called moons. Suddenly, an invisible force surged into the giant's consciousness. The world's will was guiding him toward the platinum moon to destroy the world's great enemy. The flame giant let out a hearty laugh. "Perfect. I've just woken up with nothing to do. Let's go take a look." With that, he began striding towards the sky, his legs made of flowing lava. Meanwhile, in the far northern ice fields of Furland, deep within the ocean, a 300-meter-long blue light whale sensed the appearance of the platinum moon. Without hesitation, it leaped out of the water and flew towards the sky, resolutely following the world's will. Across the sea, on the continent of Phynaton, within a hidden ruin on the western plains, a golden lion king, 10 meters tall with radiant golden fur, lifted its head slightly. Its gaze fell upon the newly appeared platinum moon, its golden pupils narrowing in contemplation. Ultimately, the Lion King chose to lie back down, ignoring the world's call. Across the world, demigod creatures from various continents received the guidance of the world's will. Most chose to continue their slumber or focus on their own affairs for various reasons. However, a significant number of demigods heeded the call and began their journey towards the platinum moon. Among those who responded, 4 ancient dragons were the slowest to act. As they flew through the turbulent wind regions, the laws of wind began to calm. Upon reaching the high skies, the chaotic clashes of laws diminished significantly. The dragons could clearly feel the world's will aiding them. Finally, they arrived before the newly formed platinum moon. The sight before them left the dragons in shock. The so-called platinum moon was actually a towering platinum throne, standing amidst a floating mountain, radiating a blinding light that seemed to consume all colors of the world. Even more astonishing was the scene before the throne. A silver-haired man of majestic stature stood there, with eyes as deep as the cosmos. Behind him unfolded a pair of immaculate white wings, and above his head floated a pure white halo, exuding a divine and noble aura. At the man's feet lay the corpse of a massive blue light whale, half of its body already gone. A blue sword, 17 or 18 meters long, pierced through the whale's head, pinning it to the peak of the heavenly mountain. Blood flowed along the mountain's contours, dissipating into the high skies. Additionally, the man wielded a purple-gold thunder sword, and a lava giant had been cleaved in half, its limbs severed. The giant, not yet dead, howled in agony. The silver-haired man stomped on the giant's head, kicking it onto the platinum throne to suppress it. Calmly, he turned around, his gaze falling upon the newly arrived 4 ancient dragons. A bloodthirsty smile curled at his lips as he asked, "Are you here to kill me too?" The 4 ancient dragons exchanged glances outside the platinum moonlight. For the first time, they felt such immense pressure from a being other than the Titans. No doubt about it. "He's the source of the world's malice, the great enemy," one dragon whispered. "Should we attack? He just killed 2 demigods," another dragon hesitated. "Yes, we must attack," the third dragon affirmed. "I can feel it. His power hasn't reached that supreme level. Besides, He's expended energy killing demigods. And with our united strength, we can definitely defeat him. All right, let's go. The four ancient dragons roared in unison, their resolve unshakable. For streams of dragon breath, like pillars of heaven and earth, erupted from their mouths, targeting Jiang You. Azure light, crimson flames, metallic particles, and the breath of the earth, these four powers of the laws, amplified by the forces of the world, exploded with tremendous force, instantly enveloping the entire region of the Platinum Throne. Boom, boom. The battle of demigods never holds back. However, their attack did not succeed as intended. Jiang Yu stood within the throne, the core of his will. Facing the terrifying dragon breaths, he raised his purple-gold sword with authority and declared, "My will is law, judgment." As soon as he spoke, an unprecedented law appeared between heaven and earth. It resembled a vast Milky Way and a bright, cold moon, exuding a majestic and killing aura. In the face of this power, the authority of thunder submitted, and the authority of heavy water bowed down. Throne's blessing, judgment upon all. Jiang Yu's purple-gold sword radiated a purer white than light itself, which could be called holy. He swung the sword, unleashing a holy ocean that blocked the four mighty dragon breaths. Before the four ancient dragons could react, Jiang Yu, defying the destructive dragon breaths, reversed his sword and took a step forward. Space shattered beneath his feet, and he instantly appeared before the strongest azure ancient dragon, at the edge of the Platinum Throne's domain. Within the throne's range, Jiang Yu could pierce through space and teleport instantly, a feat touching the realm of the divine. At this time, magic had not yet advanced to the point of creating teleportation arrays, and the elves, the creators of the mage profession, were still evolving from trolls to elves. In this era, the power of the gods still dominated the world. The sky unleashed a torrential downpour, relentless and unyielding. This was the wrath of the world's will, sweeping indiscriminately across the continent. In the northern regions of the Goblin Empire on the Farron continent, the second human leader, Vega Reinhardt, stood atop the castle tower, gazing worriedly at the sky. Beside the silver moon, the intense supernatural reaction from the platinum moon set off alarm bells in his mind. "Please let it not be what I fear," Vega muttered to himself. "If the world's malice cannot punish the source, it will descend upon all living beings." As the Count of Polek, he had shown a talent for prophecy since childhood, a key factor in his rise within the Reinhardt family. As the downpour continued, floods began to wreak havoc. Across the Farron continent, other creatures with prophetic abilities also sensed the impending disaster. But in this era, the voices of prophets were insignificant. High above, the platinum moon hung in the sky. At the edge of the floating Heaven Mountain's peak, a battle of epic proportions was unfolding. Jiang Yu, wielding a purple-gold sword, instantly traversed space to appear before the ancient azure dragon, Rajat. Rajat's pupils constricted sharply, hastily halting his breath attack while activating his growth authority. His body swelled rapidly, expanding from 200 meters to 1,000 meters, with his dragon scales becoming thicker and harder. Rajat swung his kilometer-long tail and flapped his wings, stirring up a fierce wind in an attempt to force Jiang Yu back. However, Jiang Yu moved even faster, skillfully dodging the tail while lightly tapping it with his sword. Lightning flashed, spreading along the tail. Using the power of thunder to turn his sword into a super magnet, Jiang Yu leaped onto the dragon's body like an arrow, ready to strike. The power of thunder exploded within Rajat, while the law of judgment suppressed his growth authority. Under this dual assault, the dragon's body began to shrink, and his aura weakened. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Yu advanced step by step toward the dragon's neck, preparing to decapitate him. At this critical moment, another crimson ancient dragon, Matret, launched an attack, a scarlet flame shooting straight at Jiang Yu's back. Ignoring the flames burning him, Jiang Yu focused solely on his lethal strike. Jiang Yu's back was charred black, his once white wings losing half their feathers, and blood spurted from his mouth. Yet, his movements never faltered. Empowered by his authority, his purple-gold sword extended to 50 meters. With a mighty swing, he easily severed Rajat's head. Jiang Yu swiftly grabbed the dragon's head and flew back within the range of the platinum throne, throwing it before the throne. The azure dragon, still gasping for breath, looked painfully at the other dragons, blood pouring from his wounds. The remaining 3 ancient dragons, witnessing this, were filled with grief and rage. They roared and lunged at Jiang Yu, unleashing their respective powers. Jiang Yu retreated to the throne's domain, standing atop the head of a long-dead blue sacred whale, drawing his blue jade sword, ready for battle. As the 3 dragons entered the throne's domain, Jiang Yu's confident smile emerged. Thunder once again roared through the sky, and the authority of heavy water transformed into a canopy of water waves, enveloping the dragons. Jiang Yu's swordsmanship and authority seamlessly intertwined, a web of water and thunder tearing the dragon's flesh to shreds. Jiang You charged at the crimson ancient dragon Matret. Matret immediately activated his demigod trait, Crimson Purgatory, red flames engulfing Jiang Yu's body and will. Jiang Yu's silver hair began to burn, his wings turning to ash, and his robes nearly destroyed. But his resolve was as unyielding as iron. The other two dragons, seeing this, also launched their most powerful attacks. The ground turned into a steel cage, countless metal weapons raining down from the sky. Matret opened his giant maw, spewing flames capable of incinerating everything. In this dire moment, Jiang Yu faced Matret Hedon, shouting, "Platinum Moon," as he charged into the encirclement. High above the heavens, a radiant full moon suddenly appeared before Jiang Yu, shining like a brilliant mirror. It deflected the first wave of crimson dragon breath towards the other two ancient dragons and simultaneously melted the storm of metallic weapons in midair. The platinum throne then burst into dazzling light, asserting its dominion. The majestic power of the vast cosmos, carrying the will to judge all beings, swept through, momentarily disrupting the control of the three ancient dragons. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Jiang Yu shattered the space again, appearing directly before the slender neck of the crimson dragon. His sword gleamed with a cold light as he swung it down in one swift motion. The massive crimson dragon head fell, and in Mitrate's wide eyes, disbelief was evident. No, Mitrate. The two remaining ancient dragons, snapping back to reality, felt a surge of dread. Witnessing their strongest companion being slain, their resolve and courage dissipated like smoke. Even demigods are not immune to the fear of death. The two dragons exchanged glances, seeing the fear and hesitation in each other's eyes. The bronze dragon, as the elder, gritted his teeth and shouted, "Vanast, you go first, I'll cover. We're done fighting." The golden ancient dragon, Vanast, glanced anxiously at her brother and then at the silver-haired, winged man drenched in dragon blood. She nodded hurriedly. "All right, Masonite, once I leave, you must follow immediately." With that, she flapped her wings vigorously and flew away from the high heavens with all her might. As Vanast fled the battlefield, the oppressive presence of the silver moon descended. The world no longer sheltered her, but she gritted her teeth and continued to fly downward. 10,000 meters, 9,000 meters, 1,000 meters. She fled in panic until she passed through the gale zone and flew towards the earth, descending into a torrential downpour. When she saw the land, mountains, rivers, and vast plains below her, along with a kobold tribe living there by herding, Vanast finally breathed a sigh of relief, feeling a sense of surviving a great calamity. Rain poured down, and the wind blew the grass low, revealing cattle and sheep. She landed on the ground, temporarily distancing herself from the dangers above. The moment the golden dragon Vanast descended, every member of the kobold tribe on the vast plains, numbering in the thousands, felt an intense dragon's presence from the sky. Instinctively, they looked up, seeing a 200-meter-long golden ancient dragon flying overhead, very close to them. Within the tribe, the kobold shaman, holding a dragon bone staff, became excited. Ancestors above, this is the dragon revered in ancient legends. The more knowledgeable kobold professionals were also moved to tears, thinking, "Our faith, our master, has reappeared in Furland. After 1,000 years, have the ancient dragons, once the overlords, returned? Are we going to prosper once more?" Amidst the excitement, the kobold shaman wasted no time, raising his staff high and shouting, "Children, kneel and greet our master." In Vanast's puzzled gaze, thousands of kobolds knelt in unison, disregarding the pouring rain and muddy ground, respectfully worshipping her. This feeling made Vanast somewhat intoxicated. She thought, "It's been so many years since I felt this. I didn't expect that there are still races on this continent that remember us ancient dragons." However, before she could finish her thoughts, a sudden, sharp sense of danger descended. The next moment, behind her, a bright platinum moon descended straight from the high heavens. The beautiful and dazzling platinum moonlight sliced through the rain curtain, dispersing the dark clouds. Between heaven and earth, only a platinum moon hung in the long night, illuminating the plains covered by the dark sky. Vanast turned around in terror, and a cold voice of judgment followed. "Judgment!" Before she could react, a brilliant purple sword light slashed through the sky, collapsing the space. Like a gentle breeze, the sword light lightly brushed against her neck. Shoo! Splash! On the plains, in the bewildered eyes of the kobolds, vast streams of dragon blood rained down from the sky, drenching them. In an instant, those touched by the dragon blood grew taller, their heads morphing into miniature dragon heads, their bodies covered with dense scales, and a faint dragon's majesty emanating from them. Fortunately, the dominion and law power within the dragon blood had been cleansed by Jiang Yu's judgment law, so they did not burn to death after the mutation. However, The kobolds had no time to care about their changes. They looked up in fear at the sky, seeing a majestic figure with silver hair and purple eyes, white wings on his back, and a pure white halo above his head, standing in midair. He slowly sheathed his sword, looking down at all beings with his dignified eyes, holding a lifeless dragon head in one hand and the tail of a headless dragon corpse in the other. Behind him, a radiant platinum moon shone brilliantly, as if the heavens and earth were under his feet, his majestic presence vast like the ocean. Stars hung over the vast plains as dark clouds unleashed a torrential downpour, casting the world into a shadowy gloom. Jiang You hovered midair, enveloped in the luminescence of the platinum moon. Despite the heavy rain, not a single drop touched him. He gazed down at the trembling kobolds below, giving them a fleeting glance that would be etched in their memories for years to come. With a powerful beat of his pristine wings, Jiang You ascended, carrying the dragon's head and corpse back to the heavens. He felt a surge of joy, knowing that he could finally reap the rewards of his victory over such a formidable foe. The relentless rain engulfing the Furland continent, however, was beyond his control. It was a manifestation of the world's malice, and he was its epicenter. Jiang Yu did not return to the territory of the winged humans, confident that his kin could withstand the global deluge. To the mutated kobolds, the silver-haired, violet-eyed man with wings had descended under the moonlight, effortlessly slaying an ancient dragon before departing coldly, as if he had merely hunted a common beast. They knelt in the mud, paralyzed with fear and reverence. Meanwhile, the winged humans in Lucinda's, Lomanda, Tianshan, and the Sophia Islands were celebrating with unbridled joy. The platinum moon and the silver moon hung side by side, illuminating the world. They took immense pride in their king's success, and not even the apocalyptic waves crashing against the eastern coast could dampen their spirits. Jiang Yu soared 10,000 meters high, traversing the silver moon's glow to return to the platinum throne on Mount Paradise. He tossed his spoils at the foot of the throne, feeling a significant surge in his power. However, the silver moon began to repel the platinum throne, hinting at the presence of a powerful entity within its core. Seated on his throne, Jiang Yu cast a glance towards the silver moon. This seemingly simple action shattered a balance that had lasted for millennia, triggering a series of changes. The silver moon trembled violently, its light exploding into ripples that spread across the sky. A tremendous force pushed the entire summit of Mount Paradise out of the silver moon's domain. Bathed in the silver moon's radiance, Jiang Yu felt his mind and will shatter like glass. He realized that a deity might be slumbering within the silver moon, and the impact of this revelation far exceeded his recent battle with the ancient dragon. The platinum throne was forced out of the silver moon's orbit, shifting tens of thousands of meters between the astral plane and the world's boundary. To the outside world, the once unified moons suddenly drifted apart, with the gold and silver moons now staring at each other across the sky. Jiang Yu struggled to stabilize his throne, his thoughts racing back to the future prophecy of the rise of the 9 great gods, one of whom was the silver moon goddess. He frowned, realizing that the situation was far more complex than he had anticipated. For reasons unknown, the future deity remains in a deep slumber within the silver moon, yet to awaken in this era. Jiang Yu shifts his focus back to the present matters, as he knows he has ample time to deal with the gods that may emerge in the future. Upon leaving the area illuminated by the silver moon, the platinum throne enters a zone where the laws of reality and time are in disarray. Fortunately, thanks to the properties of the platinum moon and the throne is me, the platinum throne can orbit as a celestial body, following closely behind the silver moon. Jiang Yu is preparing to subdue the bodies of several demigod dragons and a lava giant, integrating their powers into the throne. Suddenly, his purple eyes sharpen, and he gazes into the void beyond the throne. From the high heavens, the sound of heavy footsteps suddenly echoes. Thud, thud, thud. An enigmatic man dressed in black, with a carefree demeanor and striking good looks, appears before Jiang Yu. His crimson eyes glint with danger as he walks through the air, approaching the platinum throne. The man examines Jiang Yu, who is seated on the throne, and a smile curls at his lips. So, you're the source of the world's malice? Without waiting for a response, he scans the surroundings and bursts into laughter. Ha ha ha, I must say, I admire your audacity. Not only have you made enemies of the entire world, but you've also dared to establish this throne near the domain of the Silver Moon Sovereign? That old woman is far from gentle and kind. Look at you, cast out already. While recuperating from his injuries, Jiang Yu warily observes this unexpected visitor. Sensing the man's overwhelming power, far surpassing that of a demigod, he asks in a deep voice, after all this talk, who exactly are you? What? Are you asking me a question? The man looks extremely excited. Fine, I'll tell you. Ha ha ha. I was once the Emperor of Slaughter, a sequence 1 being. Now, even though I've fallen in rank, I've awakened early. With the epic changing, The opportunity for godhood and immortality has arrived. At this, his crimson eyes flare up, and a cold, bloodthirsty aura erupts, sweeping across the heavens. Ha ha ha! Today, I awaken, wielding the power of slaughter, and I see the great enemy of the world. This is wonderful, truly wonderful. I can't wait to see what benefits I'll gain by slaying you before establishing my divine kingdom and achieving true godhood. Jiang You coldly regards the seemingly mad man in black, his hand resting on the hilt of his purple gold sword. Suddenly, the man's gaze falls on the platinum throne, and he laughs wildly. If I'm not mistaken, this throne is the true source of the world's malice, isn't it? Before the words even finish, the man's expression turns icy cold. No matter your schemes, killing you will render them all void. He reaches into the void, and a blackened spear materializes in his hand. Instantly, the sky turns crimson. An overwhelming aura of slaughter floods the heavens, pure and boundless. The murderous intent flows like an ocean, surging between the celestial orbits. Jiang Yu hears the cries of millions of beings, and a blood-red dusk envelopes him. Red threads appear throughout the space of the platinum throne, as if to slice the world apart. Black and red points emerge on Jiang Yu's forehead, hands, feet, wings, body, and heart. Not far away, the spear-wielding man standing in the sea of blood and slaughter lets out a cold snort. He tightens his grip on the spear and thrusts it fiercely towards Jiang Yu. Die! The overwhelming power of slaughter descends, rushing straight at Jiang Yu. Faced with such an attack, Jiang Yu doesn't remain idle. The moment the man in black lifts his spear, Jiang Yu leaps from the throne. His silver hair flows, and his purple eyes blaze. Staring at the murderous man in black, Jiang Yu suddenly smiles. The power of slaughter, I too yearn for it. With these words, the pure white halo above Jiang Yu's head, formed by his will, expands dramatically. The pure white light swells, and a supreme will manifests a pure white holy sword in the external world. Ignoring the impending power of slaughter, Jiang Yu draws his purple gold sword, unleashing endless bolts of lightning. The holy sword descends to join him, and an infinite sword intent rises to the heavens, amplifying his power tenfold in an instant. The platinum moon shines as brightly as the sun. The sword rises with a mighty aura. The chaotic laws of the high heavens suddenly calm. Jiang Yu has used every ounce of his strength, holding nothing back. He steps to the edge of the platinum throne, facing the frenzied, resolute man in black with calm composure. Sword against spear, king against king. Both pour all their might into the attack, abandoning defense, relying solely on sheer, overwhelming courage. The victor lives, the loser dies. Or perhaps, both perish. In an instant, a brutal clash erupts in the high heavens. Judgment, slaughter. The will of judgment and the power of slaughter are like two sharp blades, piercing into each other's bodies. The aftermath of the battle swept across the world, leaving countless beings on various continents staring up in shock. In the sky, a blood moon suddenly appeared next to the platinum moon. The two celestial bodies clashed violently, producing a deafening roar. The emergence of the blood moon threw the land of Feeland into chaos, causing prophets to sigh in deep concern. High above, the platinum throne behind Jiang Yu instantly lost its former brilliance, now covered in dense, blood-red cracks. The summit of the floating Mount Heaven began to fissure, barely maintaining its shape. Jiang Yu himself was gravely wounded, with his forehead, limbs, wings, body, and heart all marked and corroded by the power of slaughter. Blood gushed out like a fountain, staining his white robes crimson. The most lethal wound was at his heart, where the murderous aura had nearly shattered it, piercing through his entire chest cavity. The black-clad, reedied man who fought Jiang Yu was even more severely injured. He clearly hadn't anticipated facing an opponent as fearless and relentless as himself. His black clothing was torn, one eye was blinded, half his chest was exposed, and his waist was almost severed. In a critical moment of their duel, Jiang Yu used his unparalleled champion spirit and exceptional combat awareness to seize the upper hand, delivering fatal blows with every ounce of his strength. The battle paused temporarily. As Jiang Yu braced against the excruciating pain, ready to strike again, the black-clad man's expression suddenly changed. The cold demeanor vanished, replaced by a sinister smile. He laughed heartily. Ha ha ha, I didn't expect anyone in this era to dare to fight me to the death. Until next time. Before he finished speaking, he transformed into a crimson streak of light and vanished from the sky at an incredible speed. Watching the black-clad man disappear, Jiang Yu stood with his sword for a long time before slowly returning to the platinum throne. Blood continued to flow from his wounds, dripping onto the ground from the throne. Despite the pain, he gathered materials from the corpses of 4 ancient dragons and lava giants, including dragon bones, dragon horns, and the spines of the lava giants. He then forged swords using lava and crimson fire, with the law of judgment at the core, working tirelessly for 3 days and nights. When the third dawn arrived, 5 swords emitting divine light appeared before Jiang You. With a wave of his hand, the swords flew out and suppressed the corpses of 5 demigods. Instantly, the platinum throne regained its brilliance. The 6 swords, including the blue jade sword reinserted into the head of the blue sacred whale, began to emit pure white light and underwent a miraculous transformation. The blood and aura from the demigod corpses merged into the swords, their powers suppressed, and their flesh dissolved, leaving only the massive demigod bones to merge into the land of Mount Heaven, making it more solid and expansive. Once everything settled, Jiang Yu finally had the time to overlook the land of Feland and check on the plight of the winged people. What he saw made his brow furrow deeply. The cities and villages along the eastern coast were all submerged by floods, forcing many winged people to seek refuge on mountaintops. Endless torrential rain continued to pour down, worsening the conditions. Although the extraordinary winged people could still manage with their strong physiques, the average winged person, despite their ability to fly, struggled to survive in such severe natural disasters. Has the world's malice not ceased? Jiang Yu pondered for a moment, then reached into the void and grasped the azure sword. Enduring the pain of his injuries, he swung the sword behind him, causing an illusory river of bloodlines to appear. He then threw the azure sword, which transformed into a blue-green river and merged into the illusory bloodline river. At that moment, it seemed as if every winged person in the world heard a clear and uplifting voice proclaiming, "The power of growth, bestowed upon my people." Boom! The torrential rain between heaven and earth grew even more frenzied. Thunder roared like a war drum, and the mountains and rivers quaked as if struck by a giant bell. The moment Jiang Yu infused the power of growth into the bloodline of the winged people, the entire world trembled. On the continents of Ferend and Phoeniton, all winged people simultaneously felt a warm surge coursing through their bodies. Their muscles became more robust, their faces radiated youthful vigor, and their physical condition improved significantly. Even more astonishing, their wounds healed faster, their energy levels surged, and their wings grew broader and stronger. This unique evolution revitalized the entire winged people race. Seated on the platinum throne, Jiang Yu silently felt this unprecedented change. He knew that as long as the platinum throne existed, the power within the winged people's bloodline could not be stolen by anyone. However, doubts lingered in his heart. Why had the winged people not yet achieved immortality? How did the ancestors of the elves evolve from trolls into immortals? His gaze turned toward the eastern Phoeniton continent of Ferend. Recalling the 50 winged people who had crossed the sea with the Great Tree Clan years ago, Jiang Yu decided to find an opportunity to personally check on their progress. As for the world-engulfing storm and the impending flood disaster, Jiang Yu was confident in his people. He closed his eyes and entered a semi-conscious healing state. A halo above his head emitted pure white light, making him appear extraordinarily divine. The platinum throne glowed softly, beginning to orbit the world along the path of the silver moon, fulfilling the duties of the new moon. Meanwhile, in the central region of the Ferend continent, the city of prowess lay in ruins. The battle between 2 demigods had devastated the goblin capital, leaving countless goblins displaced amid the fierce storm. The goblin palace atop prowess mountain had collapsed into a heap of rubble. In the sky, the fight between the vampire progenitor Vivian and the goblin sage Azeba had raged for days. Though both were severely injured, Azeba gradually gained the upper hand with his mysterious power from beyond this world. Realizing that victory was unattainable, Vivian ultimately fled the battlefield with the remaining vampires, transforming into blood mist and bats, leaving behind a threat. Azeba, one day, you will fall into the abyss. Azeba hovered in midair, blood dripping from his wounds, and his expression darkened. He understood the dangers of gazing into the abyss, but as long as he became a true god, he could sever all ties. Unfortunately, that plan now lay in ruins. The vampire attack had inflicted massive losses on the Goblin Empire. The capital was destroyed, countless goblins and warriors perished, and even the great sage Azeba was gravely injured, with lingering blood magic that was hard to dispel. The empire was left weakened, struggling to recover. In the southern region of the Northern Territory, the city of Ade saw a prolonged battle between the behemoth leader Amon's million-strong army and the Goblin Empire's coalition forces. As the rain intensified, Amon gazed up at the silver moon and the platinum moon in the sky and finally ordered a retreat. They had plundered enough resources and population and had achieved their goal of restraining the Goblin Empire. On October 9th, Amon led his army back to the northern desert but did not return to the ice plateau. Instead, he established a royal court on the northern grasslands, becoming the first Khan of the northern grasslands. The Goblin Empire's coalition forces disbanded, with only the elite goblin troops continuing northward to reclaim lost territory. On November 10th, 1003 of the Goblin Empire calendar, a rebellion broke out at the outpost on the mountain outside the northern city of Melanson. Human handlers of the Griffin Knights killed the remaining knights under the cover of night and fled back to the Polak territory on griffins. 3 days later, an imperial edict reached Melanson, stripping the human lord Vega Reinhardt of his count title, declaring humans as rebels, and ordering their extermination within the empire. This edict, directly issued by the great sage Azeba, spread throughout the empire, causing confusion among various races. However, a month later, news of the Goblin capital's destruction and Azeba's severe injury shocked the entire continent. The Goblin Empire's deterrence began to crumble, and various races started to stir, waiting for Azeba to fall before launching an all-out attack. Meanwhile, the vampire progenitor Vivian returned to the far western northern territory with the remaining vampires. She made arrangements and entered a specially made crystal coffin to rest. Her injuries were more severe than Azeba's, requiring thousands of years to recover and return to the world. In the northern region of Polak, within the Lord's castle, Vega Reinhardt's face was as dark as a storm cloud. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. The message sent by Vivian hit him like a sledgehammer, shaking him to his core. He stared at the letter in disbelief, his eyes blazing with anger and disappointment. "That foolish woman," Vega growled, his voice seething with suppressed rage. "How dare she recklessly attack the Goblin Empire? Does she not understand the catastrophe this could bring upon our people?" Vega's mind raced, recalling the immense sacrifices their ancestors had made to secure peace. The blood and tears that had bought them tranquility were now shattered in an instant by Vivian. What pained him even more was that the efforts of his ancestor, Reinhardt, who had painstakingly built relations within the Goblin Empire for centuries, were now all in vain. "Damn Vivian," Vega cursed, his goodwill towards this so-called kin evaporating entirely. Yet he had to admit, Vivian's strength was undeniable. Her sudden assault had severely weakened the Goblin Empire, diminishing its prestige and, inadvertently, easing his own burdens. Taking a deep breath, Vega forced himself to remain calm. Vivian's warning had given him precious time to prepare, and with the incessant rain, the Goblin Empire's punitive forces would not arrive anytime soon. He had to seize this opportunity to plan a way out for his people. After careful deliberation, Vega made a difficult decision: to divide his people into 3 groups and prepare to leave once the world-engulfing rain ceased. The first group would head far west to the northern regions, where they would seek refuge among the vampires. The second group would go straight west to the coast, an area not prioritized by the Goblin Empire but suitable for human survival. The third group would be led by Vega himself, heading north to seek alliance with the Behemoth court. Meanwhile, the relentless rain continued to pour, creating a constant din. Everyone anxiously awaited its end, fear spreading like an epidemic. In January of the Goblin Empire's 1004th year, the global deluge had been ongoing for 3 full months without any sign of stopping. The sky was laden with leaden clouds, pressing down on everything below. Except for a few highlands and mountains, the world had turned into a vast ocean. Realizing the gravity of the situation, various races began building ships and selecting mountains as refuges. The east coast was particularly hard hit, with low-lying areas submerged, cities, homes, and farmlands all swallowed by water. The winged people had to revert to their ancestral ways, taking shelter in caves. Fortunately, their enhanced physical resilience helped them fend off disease. As the rain grew heavier, the winged people also started constructing large ships to carry their entire race. Their accumulated food reserves became their lifeline, staving off the threat of hunger for the time being. Sophia hurried back from the Sophia Islands to manage internal affairs under Jiang Yu's orders, working tirelessly day and night. In March, a catastrophic flood swept through the eastern, central, and southern regions of Farrand. Many races suffered devastating losses, with countless lives claimed by the flood, including members of the winged people. It wasn't until June, as if the souls of the departed had finally appeased the world's wrath, that the unending rain finally ceased. This year would later be known in history as the Year of the Flood. In the Goblin Empire's 1005th year, 6 months after the floodwaters receded, the Goblin Emperor was busy restoring production across the empire while also mustering a large army to crush the rebellion in Polak. However, upon arrival, they found that the humans had long since fled, leaving behind only desolation. In the same year, the winged people, under Sophia's leadership, began rebuilding their homes. The east coast was the hardest hit, with the once flooded land still a swamp. Exhausted, Sophia prayed to Jiang You for help. Jiang You heard her plea and responded. A fiery red lava sword descended from the platinum moon, piercing the ground of the east coast. The power of the lava fire spread across the land, and within months, the entire east coast miraculously returned to normal. The winged people finally resumed production and began rebuilding their cities. However, having gone through such a calamity, they no longer trusted the safety of the land. New cities were built on the mountains, and some even proposed constructing a city suspended in the sky. In the Goblin Empire's 1030th year, the great sage of the goblins had not appeared for nearly 30 years. The continent's various races were restless, with undercurrents stirring. In 1045, the great Khan of the northern grasslands, Amund Icebound, led his army south, pillaging the northern regions of the Goblin Empire. 3 marquisates, 10 counties, and numerous viscounties and baronies were plundered. Countless goblins were taken to the grasslands as slaves, including skilled alchemists. Human tribes allied with the grasslands were particularly ruthless during the raids. Far away in Proedas, the Goblin Emperor Gunnar Amigel was furious upon hearing the news. The following year, he personally led the Imperial Guard and a coalition of northern and central nobles to the grasslands, vowing to defeat the behemoth court. However, the campaign ended in a disastrous defeat. The Goblin army was decimated, with bodies strewn across the battlefield, and even Gunnar Amigel was captured by Amund Icebound. The outcome of this battle sent shockwaves across the continent. Many tribes in the northern regions of the Goblin Empire's northern territory pledged allegiance to the behemoth court. The once mighty and revered millennial empire now seemed on the verge of collapse. In the Goblin Empire's 1047th year, Lion Amigel, son of the 5th Goblin Emperor, was crowned as the 6th emperor. In the same year, Amund Icebound released Gunnar Amigel. However, upon his return, Gunnar was imprisoned until his death a century later. In 1050, atop Paradise Mountain on the east coast, a new city rose. After Jiang You raised the original peak of Paradise Mountain to the heavens, Sophia began constructing a new city there, named Uriel City after the phonetic translation of Jiang Yu's name. That winter, a mysterious group of sea knights riding sharks appeared on the east coast. These sea knights possess sea blue hair, fin-like ears, and robust bodies, each towering at 5 meters tall with extraordinary power surging through them. Despite their human-like faces and limbs, their webbed hands and feet don't hinder their prowess with spears, allowing them to traverse the ocean effortlessly. Unexpectedly, when this sea army reached the eastern coast, the sight before them ignited their fury. Even the once acknowledged Sky King turned a blind eye to this matter. The ancient oath had been trampled upon, and these arrogant winged people were about to face the wrath of the sea tribe. Soon after, a squad of winged people arrived, led by an official. The sea tribe leader coldly declared, "Outsiders, according to the ancient oath, the coastal lands belong to us. By building a city and multiplying here, you have violated the agreement. Leave immediately." The winged official was stunned but quickly retorted, "Impossible. The eastern coast has been our home for generations. How can you expect us to leave? We know nothing of this ancient oath. Your demand is utterly absurd." The sea tribe leader paused and then asked, "What is your position within your tribe?" The winged official proudly replied, "I am the captain of the 5th Squadron, 9th Battalion, Lonsendo's Guard." The sea tribe leader sighed, "We are mere soldiers. Such matters require decisions from higher authorities. In 3 days, our Grand Princess will arrive to discuss the ownership of the eastern coast with your leaders." 3 days later, Sophia led her elite forces to the meeting. The sea roiled as a magnificent sea army emerged, surrounding a radiant sea maiden seated on a giant shell, carried by a colossal sea turtle beast, with sea maidens attending her. The 2 regal women stood, one in the sky and one on the sea, their gazes locked in a tense standoff. The sea princess, Themis, spoke first. "I am Themis, first daughter of the sea mother and ruler of the underwater city of Shellys. Winged ones, why do you occupy our land?" Sophia, unperturbed, replied, "The eastern coast has always been our homeland. The ancient oath you speak of was witnessed by both the land and the sea, granting us this territory. Unfortunately, the land king you mention has long vanished, rendering the old oath void." Themis frowned. "What do you mean?" Sophia smiled. "The Titan King and the ancient dragons fought to mutual destruction. The Titan King, Archimedes, and the Dragon Emperor both disappeared. The remaining Titans were overthrown by a coalition of gnomes and other land races, and the ancient dragons have retreated. The rulers of the land have changed, are you unaware?" Themis was taken aback, then excited. She assessed Sophia and her small turtle, noting their legendary strength, and saw that the winged soldiers were evenly matched with her guards, feeling confident. "Regardless of who signed the oath, since you defeated them, the oath is yours to uphold. You must leave this coast, or we will make you leave." Themis threatened. Sophia laughed in exasperation. "What a ridiculous reason. Sea Princess, war is not a game. Return to your underwater domain. The land is not your playground. If you dare invade, we winged people will ensure you never return." Themis laughed. "Your stubbornness will doom your people." She pointed to the shimmering blue sea behind her. "Open your eyes and see. This vast ocean is all the Sea Mother's domain. Are you not afraid of the Sea Mother unleashing a world-ending storm?" Sophia, unafraid, proudly pointed to the bright, platinum moon in the sky. "Look at that radiant moon. Wherever its light shines is under our king's dominion. Are you not afraid of the platinum moon raining down devastating lightning? Very well, we shall meet on the battlefield. How laughable! Themis returned to the deep sea and first attended to some matters in her domain, the city of Zeus. Although this underwater city is small in scale, it holds significant importance as Themis's stronghold. She quickly assigned personnel to continue gathering intelligence on the mainland, preparing for the upcoming actions. Following this, Themis embarked on a journey to the Sea Mother's residence. Her destination was the largest city in the deep sea Metalbon. This city serves as the ruling center of the Sea Mother and is a gathering place for countless oceanic races. Intelligent species and sea monsters coexist in this city, all bowing to the great ruler of the ocean, the Sea Mother. When Themis finally arrived at the Sea Mother's enormous palace, she was able to behold the Sea Mother's true form. Known as Charybdis, the Sea Mother is an immense creature spanning 1,000 meters. Her body incorporates features of tentacles, jellyfish, whirlpools, scales, suckers, and whales, with countless mouths opening and closing across her vast form, creating a terrifying sight. However, beneath this fearsome exterior lies exceptional wisdom. Charybdis is a pinnacle demigod. Though her power does not match that of the former Titan king, Amisius, she commands immense respect. The oceanic kingdom she established has begun to evolve towards the status of a divine realm. Themis reported the latest intelligence on the eastern coast, the winged people, titans, and dragons to the Sea Mother. Charybdis was profoundly shocked to hear about the decline of the Titan gods and the ancient dragons. She began to seriously consider Themis's proposal to invade the mainland. Although Charybdis herself had little interest in the mainland, she understood that to ascend to divinity with the deep sea kingdom as her foundation, she needed to expand her influence. Despite the vastness of the deep sea, its population and species diversity are limited. As a mother, she also needed to consider the future of her daughters. If her daughters were to become deities, the mainland would undoubtedly be an excellent choice. Moreover, if she wished to establish a pantheon of sea gods, her daughters would be her most reliable allies. After thorough deliberation, Charybdis accepted Themis's proposal. They decided to first attack the eastern coast, launching a war to justifiably expel the winged people and establish a foothold on the mainland. Themis was appointed as the leader of this war. Additionally, Charybdis proposed a plan for Themis to execute. In the spring of the Goblin Empire year 1051, an ancient and legendary delegation of sea creatures arrived in the goblin capital of Proadas. Led by the third sea princess, Melair, the delegation sparked great curiosity among the goblins. When the sea delegation saw the city gates forged from the head of a thunder titan, they gained a deeper understanding of the goblins, the current rulers of the mainland. The delegation met with the sixth goblin emperor, Leon Amigel, presenting him with numerous oceanic treasures. Melair cleverly praised the goblins as the rulers of the mainland, which greatly pleased Leon Amigel. The sea creatures expressed their desire to inherit the eternal oath once shared by the Titan gods and the sea creatures and requested that the Goblin Empire order the winged people to withdraw from the eastern coast. This request placed Leon Amigel in a difficult position. At this moment, his favorite advisor, Mikaja, suggested that they use this opportunity to incite conflict between the sea creatures and the winged people, thereby weakening both factions. Leon Amigel adopted this suggestion. In the summer of the same year, when the Goblin Emperor's decree reached Uriel City, Sophia was furious. She reported this news to Jiang You, who sat on the platinum throne. Even the usually composed Jiang You was displeased with the Goblin Emperor's actions. 3 days later, in Uriel City on the eastern coast, Sophia raised her molten sword high and denounced the goblins' unjust actions. Facing the high-hanging moon, she solemnly declared the independence of the winged people, no longer subjects of the Goblin Empire, and announced the establishment of the Winged Kingdom, also known as the Kingdom of Losendas. The establishment of the Kingdom of Losendas marked the independence of the winged people, with Jiang You naturally becoming the king of Losendas and Sophia appointed as the vice queen, responsible for state affairs in Jiang Yu's absence. When this news reached Proadas, the emperor and his ministers of the Goblin Empire were taken aback, clearly not expecting such a drastic move from the winged people. However, the empire found itself in a dilemma. Its main forces were stationed in the northern regions to fend off the threat from the Behemoth Kingdom, and the various races within the continent could not be mobilized. With no other options, Emperor Lion Amigel could only hope that the Sea Tribe would deliver a heavy blow to the winged people. In July, Themis, the Grand Princess of the Sea Tribe, personally led her forces to attack the eastern coast of the winged people's territory, igniting what would become a millennium-long war between the winged people and the Sea Tribe. With the roar of the waves, countless sea creatures surged toward the land of the winged people. Sea Tribe knights rode various marine creatures onto the shore, while their warriors drove intelligent species like mermen, jellyfish people, and sea mud people as cannon fodder into the fray. Fortunately, the coastal villages of the winged people had been evacuated in advance, and the civilians were safely relocated to the rear, resulting in no civilian casualties from this assault. To repel the Sea Tribe's invasion, Sophia quickly mobilized all the Winged People's military units within Losindas, with the Winged People from Tian Shan, Lomanda, and the Sophia Islands also standing by. She herself, wielding the sword of molten fire, personally led the army to the front lines. After abandoning her path to divinity, Sophia had made significant strides on the road to legendary status. Coupled with the sword of molten fire bestowed upon her by Jiang You, her power had reached a demigod level. With the home field advantage, she engaged in an evenly matched battle with Grand Princess Themis of the Sea Tribe. In terms of high-level combat power, the few legendary warriors sent by the Sea Tribe were held at bay by the elite Winged People's Professional Corps and Xiaowu Gue. The Winged People's advantage in flight played a crucial role in countering high-level threats. The Winged People established defensive lines in front of several coastal cities, attacking from the sky and defending from the city walls. However, they sometimes struggled to cope with the overwhelming numbers of the Sea Tribe. Months later, Sophia realized that this method of city defense not only resulted in heavy casualties, but also failed to fully utilize the Winged People's aerial superiority. After careful consideration, Sophia made the tough decision to abandon several coastal cities of the Winged People, expanding the strategic depth. She ordered the relocation of the Winged People in these cities to the rear, changing tactics to have the Winged People's military units use mountaintops as bases, inflicting maximum damage on the enemy from the air. This strategic shift quickly proved effective, with the Winged People gaining the upper hand. The Sea Tribe forces that landed were heavily shot by the Winged People, who were difficult to attack in the sky. The land initially occupied by the Sea Tribe became hard to defend, as their supply lines were constantly cut by the airborne Winged People, putting them in a difficult position. Soon after, the Sea Tribe was forced to retreat back to the sea. However, once back in the water, the Winged People could no longer pose a threat to them. In the Sea Tribe held the same advantage as the Winged People did in the sky. After a series of fierce clashes, the borders returned to their original state. Seeing no progress, Themis grew anxious. She realized that the idea of attacking the mainland seemed unnecessary to most of the Sea Tribe. The Sea Tribe, who had lived in the sea for generations, had little interest in the land and obeyed orders mainly out of reverence for the Sea Mother's long rule. In desperation, Themis sought the help of the Sea Mother. Faced with the Winged People's aerial superiority, she couldn't think of any other solution. Themis implored the Sea Mother, Charybdis, to raise a monstrous wave to flood the eastern coast, transforming part of the coastal area into sea, creating a home field advantage for the Sea Tribe's forces. The Sea Mother had reservations about this, fearing that such an action would arouse the resentment of the continental races, complicating future efforts to rule the land. After all, once flooded, the land would become saline and unfit for farming. However, the misargument was also valid. If they couldn't even land on the coast, all subsequent plans would be futile. After weighing the pros and cons, Sea Mother Charybdis ultimately agreed to the request. Year 1051 of the Gremlin Empire, November, East Coast. After the Sea Tribes were pushed back into the ocean, the coastline temporarily regained its calm. Sophia moved the command tent to a hill by the sea and dispatched elite winged patrol squads day and night. Eudyxie, an ordinary winged warrior, patrolled the skies above the coast daily with his comrades, keeping a close watch on the vast expanse of the sea. For 5 months, Eudyxie had fought alongside the holy maiden Sophia against the Sea Tribes. He experienced initial defeats and witnessed victories after Sophia changed her strategy. Ultimately, the winged soldiers united to drive the Sea Tribes back into the ocean, filling Eudyxie with pride in his identity. To Eudyxie and his comrades, the tall, blue-skinned Sea Tribes belonged in the ocean, feeding the sharks, not seizing land. They believed that after being repelled, the Sea Tribes would not attack again and that peaceful days were imminent. On this day, the sun shone brightly in a cloudless sky. The sea was calm, and a gentle breeze made Eudyxie feel comfortable and at ease. His comrade, Eurus, couldn't help but complain, "Ugh, after months of eating seafood, my mouth is as salty as a fish's." To supply the hundreds of thousands of troops, Sophia ordered the battlefield to be cleaned after each battle, using the seafood left by the Sea Tribes as rations. Eudyxie laughed and reassured him, "Victory is near. When we return home, I'll treat you to a meal of lamb from the northern grassland king's court at Uncle Ade's tavern." "Eudyxie, you can afford that? Those greedy gremlin merchants charge a fortune," Eurus exclaimed in surprise. "Ha ha ha, because my sister is a servant to Lady Sophia, my family is quite well off," Eudyxie replied proudly. "Eudyxie, my dear brother." Eurus suddenly adopted a flattering tone. "What do you think of me as your brother-in-law?" As they chatted, enormous shadows suddenly rose on the distant horizon. Eudyxie happened to look in that direction and was instantly alarmed. "Quick, quick, we must inform Lady Sophia immediately. A massive sea disaster is upon us." Not just them, but all the winged patrol squads noticed the approaching colossal waves and turned back. However, before they could return to inform Sophia, A silver-haired, valiant female figure had already appeared in the sky, standing at the forefront of all the winged soldiers. Sophia, gripping the sword of lava, glared at the approaching waves. Realizing that even unleashing the full power of the lava's flame would be futile, she knelt on one knee, praying devoutly to the platinum moon in the sky. Themis, O king, please protect your people. The monstrous waves, hundreds of meters high, surged forth with astonishing speed. As Sophia knelt in midair, the first wave was already upon her. The towering waves obscured the sky, bringing with them the salty sea breeze. Sophia, at the forefront, seemed so insignificant, like an ant about to be swallowed by the waves. All the winged soldiers were gripped by fear and despair. At that critical moment, the platinum moon in the sky suddenly radiated a brilliant light, surpassing the sun's brightness. In an instant, a massive blue sword, enveloped in the waters of the boundless sea, descended from the heavens and struck the coastline. An invisible force spread out, as if a supreme will controlled the ocean, forcibly suppressing all the towering waves. Then, a clear and commanding voice echoed through the heavens and earth, under judgment, the power of heavy water, to calm the sea borders. High above the heavens, Jiang You sat serenely on a platinum throne, his silver hair flowing in the void. His violet eyes suddenly opened, gazing down at the deep sea. At the same moment, in the abyssal depths, the colossal head of Sea Mother Charybdis lifted as if sensing something. Her gaze pierced through the layers of water, reaching towards the high heavens. The eyes of these two powerful beings met across time and space, engaging in a silent confrontation. After a long moment, the Sea Mother lowered her head, and Jiang Yu closed his eyes. Though he appeared relaxed, he had exerted all his strength. Suppressing the tidal waves caused by the Sea Mother was no easy task, especially given his unhealed injuries. Following this silent clash, the Sea Mother decided to delegate the task of attacking the continent to Themis. She granted Themis access to all marine resources, but chose not to intervene directly herself. For the sake of her divine aspirations, the Sea Mother opted for a temporary compromise. Under the East Sea, Themis sat triumphantly on a temporary throne, relishing the sight of the massive waves stirred by the Sea Mother. She watched Sophia, who seemed as insignificant as an ant before the waves, and let out a triumphant laugh. However, in the next instant, a formidable will swept through like a divine hand, instantly calming the raging waters. Themis felt a terrifying presence suffusing the water with another form of authority, a majestic aura enveloping the deep sea and pinning her firmly to her throne. As a newly ascended demigod, this power made her shiver with fear. She looked up at the brilliant platinum moon in the high heavens and murmured to herself, finally believing the words of the winged woman. On the east coast, countless winged people witnessed this astonishing scene. They gazed fervently at the platinum moon above, chanting devoutly, "Holy, our king, holy, Lord of the high heavens." Sophia gripped her lava sword tightly, her eyes sparkling with excitement. The little turtle stood silently before the blue jade sword embedded in the shore, watching the platinum moon in the sky, silently hoping for Jiang Yu's return. Thus, the first war between the winged and the sea tribes came to an end. Time flew by, and it was now the winter of the 1052nd year of the Goblin Empire. The Behemoth King Court in the northern grasslands launched another southern raid. Behemoth Great Khan Amandisblade personally led his army, crushing the Goblin Northern Legion. He swept through the northern territories, leaving desolation in his wake. The Goblin Border Legion was forced to retreat into the cities, resulting in the near depopulation of the northern Goblin lands. Interestingly, Amon's wrath was directed solely at the goblins. He spared other races, taking only some food and valuables. This led to a significant increase in the non-goblin population in the north, allowing them to thrive for the first time. Upon hearing of the Northern Legion's devastating defeat, Goblin Emperor Lion Amigel of Prowess flew into a rage. He immediately ordered the dismissal of the Border Legion commander, Cade, and had him brought back to the capital. He appointed a goblin noble to lead the northern forces instead. However, considering his own safety and that of his numerous offspring, Lion did not personally lead the campaign. In the 1053rd year of the Goblin Empire, taking advantage of the empire's northern disarray, the winged kingdom of Locendas accused the empire of betraying allies and dispatched troops westward to seize the Malga River area, expelling all goblins there. Sophia's actions were primarily in preparation for the next Sea Tribe War, and because the west bank of the Malga River bordered the Whispering Forest, near the winged people's ancestral land in the high barbarian mountains. When this news reached Proedas, Goblin Emperor Lion Amigel was furious, condemning the winged people for their audacity. After much deliberation, he had no choice but to swallow his anger. 2 years later, in the 1055th year of the Goblin Empire, the dwarf kingdom of Ewart in the western mountains declared its independence. The mountains in the west are rich in minerals and metals. 1,000 years ago, the dwarves acquired precious forging techniques from the ancient human race and perfected them. This craft became the cornerstone of the dwarven kingdom, enabling them to amass immense wealth over the millennia. Known as the Kingdom of the Mountains, the dwarves supplied the Goblin Empire with fine weapons and armor every year for the first 1,000 years of the empire. However, with the turn of the millennium, the Goblin Empire began to decline, and the dwarves' military supplies dwindled annually. A few years ago, the rise of the behemoth court on the plains and the independence of the winged people on the eastern coast further strained the Goblin Empire's resources. Recently, the current dwarven king, Jiang You, decided to lead his people out of the Goblin Empire's control and establish the independent kingdom of Yuet Mountains. This move deprived the Goblin Empire of one of its primary sources of weaponry, further weakening its power. Consequently, the attitudes of other races on the continent towards the goblins subtly shifted. In the year 1056 of the Goblin Empire, the eastern coast became a battlefield once again. After years of recuperation, the Sea People launched a fierce assault on the territories of the Winged People. This time, the Sea People's Grand Princess, Themis, led an elite force from the deep-sea city of Metalbane, joined by her sister, the third Princess Melair, and her followers from the southern seas. Sophia once again wielded the lava sword, leading the Winged People army of Losendas to meet the enemy. However, Themis had learned from her previous defeat and changed her tactics. Instead of a large-scale landing, she quickly assembled a force of extraordinary warriors to penetrate deep into Losendas along the river. Upon discovering the Winged People's main city, she swiftly dispatched elite troops upriver to attack, forcing the Winged People into a decisive battle. Caught off guard, Sophia hastily responded and suffered a crushing defeat. Fortunately, Erida arrived in time, wielding the sapphire sword and leading the elite Winged People army of Lomanda, barely managing to fend off the Sea Sisters' fierce assault. Despite Sophia's subsequent orders to set up iron grills and traps along the major rivers to hinder the Sea People's movements, the Sea People had already established a foothold on land. They expanded the riverways and built underwater fortresses, making it difficult for the Winged People to dislodge them easily. These entrenched positions prolonged the war for decades until both sides were exhausted. Due to the involvement of two pairs of sisters leading the conflict, the prolonged war became known as the Sisters' War. The Winged People suffered heavy casualties, with hundreds of thousands perishing on the battlefield. However, the protracted conflict also honed their skills, leading to significant advancements in potion-making and professional paths. Notably, several heroic Winged People broke through to legendary status during the battles, bolstering their high-end combat capabilities. In the year 1137 of the Goblin Empire, a troll tribe known as the Blood Axe Clan emerged on the southwestern border. Initially a small tribe, the Blood Axe Clan rose to prominence thanks to a troll named Auden Bloodaxe. Auden, gifted and ambitious, traveled the continent in his early years. He served as a mercenary in the Goblin Empire, engaged in arms smuggling in the northern desert, learned forging techniques in the Dwarven Kingdom, and even traded on the eastern coast. With the wealth and power accumulated over the years, Auden could have lived a comfortable life in one of the Goblin Empire's major cities. Despite the empire's decline, many non-native residents still thrived within its cities, becoming imperial citizens. However, Auden Bloodaxe chose a different path. Observing the weak state of the Goblin Empire and witnessing the strength of the dwarves, behemoths, winged people, and sea people, Auden, one of the rare intelligent trolls, realized that despite their overall strength, the trolls were fragmented and lacked unity. After a series of fortuitous events, Auden embarked on the path to becoming a legend. He returned to his homeland in the Domat region on the southwestern border and took over the Blood Axe clan, becoming the chieftain. He established the worship of the god of slaughter as the tribe's faith, a decision initially met with strong opposition from the tribe members who saw it as a betrayal of their ancestors. Auden Bloodaxe subdued them with his strength. Previously, troll tribes had no unified faith. Most trolls were simple-minded, physically strong, and crude in behavior. Although they were formidable in battle and occasionally produced legendary warriors, they never formed a powerful force. This was mainly because most troll tribes operated as independent clans, unwilling to submit to one another. Today, if the Blood Axe clan tried to dominate the Stonehammer clan, tomorrow the Stonehammer clan would fight back to defend their clan's honor. They each revered their ancestors and never considered a unified belief system. Auden Bloodaxe aimed to unify the troll tribes under the worship of the god of slaughter. The god of slaughter proved to be truly divine, granting the trolls powerful blessings in battle. However, unifying the various troll clans, overcoming the divisions caused by different ancestral spirits, and bringing the continent's trolls together was an arduous and time-consuming task. Auden Bloodaxe was determined to see it through, possessing both the strength and resolve. Thus, the Blood Axe clan began to quietly expand in the southwestern border of the empire. In the 1st century, they annexed nearby small troll tribes such as the Bloodhand clan, Stonehammer clan, Sharp Axe clan, Swamp clan, and Undertree clan, becoming a newly risen major troll tribe in the southwestern region of the Goblin Empire. Auden spent more time unifying beliefs and resolving clan differences than conquering these tribes, making their initial growth slow. Unifying minds often proved more challenging than conquest. The Goblin Empire only knew that a major troll tribe named Bloodaxe had risen in the southwestern border. Auden Bloodaxe even showed submission to the Goblin Empire, gaining its support. He established a small city in the Domat region as the residence of the Bloodaxe clan. In the year 1157 of the Goblin Empire, the tranquility of the eastern coast was shattered. The Sea Tribe launched their third invasion against the Winged People. However, the Winged People were no longer the same as before. Thanks to the development of the Mulgar region, their population surged, and their strength significantly increased. Sophia realized that ground combat remained a weakness for the Winged People. She decisively recruited a mercenary army composed of trolls, dwarves, and centaurs. This diverse force became the key to turning the tide of battle. Within just over 20 years, the Winged People had driven the Sea Tribe back into the ocean. This victory made mercenaries a regular tactic for the Winged People in their fight against the Sea Tribe. However, as the variety of mercenaries grew, management issues became increasingly apparent. Erita suggested establishing a specialized department for unified management, and this proposal quickly reached Jiang You. After careful consideration, Jiang You decided to create a new royal department dedicated to handling foreign mercenary affairs. He also established a bounty system for professionals. This important department was headed by the newly promoted legend, Field. To improve management efficiency, Field divided the department into two parts: the Mercenary Division, responsible for the numerous ordinary mercenaries, and the Adventurer Division, which specifically handled powerful professionals. Meanwhile, the main force of the Goblin Empire's Northern Legion was gradually replaced by mercenaries. Despite this, these mercenaries effectively repelled multiple southern raids by the Behemoth Court in the north. In 1189, the outstanding alchemist of the Winged Kingdom, Afamo, accidentally spilled several types of magical beast blood into a freshly made light potion while researching how to enhance the Winged People's light affinity. To cover up this costly mistake, he secretly poured the potion into a manger, where it was consumed by a white horse. Surprisingly, the white horse underwent astonishing mutations over the next month. It not only awakened to the power of light, but also could manipulate light elements, and its intelligence greatly increased. Most notably, a long horn grew from its head. This horse became the ancestor of unicorns. Afamo eventually chose to release it into the wild. In 1209, the Sea Tribe launched their fourth attack, this time directly targeting the Sophia Islands. Defending the islands proved difficult, and half of the archipelago quickly fell, resulting in heavy losses for the Winged People. In 1236, a legendary figure named Mahmud emerged once again from the human tribes of the far north. He replaced the Reinhardt family as the new leader of the tribe. For the long-term development of the tribe, Mahmud spent considerable time and effort to marry a mermaid princess from the Western Sea. This union infused the Mahmud family with mermaid blood, having a profound impact. In 1245, the Bloodaxe clan in the southwest of Farand expanded once again, annexing all the troll clans along the southwest border of the Goblin Empire, increasing their population to 100,000. That winter, the previously obedient Bloodaxe clan suddenly rebelled, occupying the city of Gank on the southwest border of the Goblin Empire. The emperor of the Prowess Empire, Leon Amigwal, was furious and immediately ordered the Duke of the Southern Realm, Peter Aziba, to lead an army to suppress the rebellion. Odin Bloodaxe realized he was still no match for the Goblin Empire, quickly returned Gank, and reaffirmed his loyalty. Only then did the Duke of the Southern Realm withdraw his troops. Afterward, Odin Bloodaxe focused on developing his tribe, secretly aiming to rival the power of the Duke of the Southern Realm. In 1289, the Sea Tribe launched another attack on the Winged People. In 1311, Majira, the leader of the Lizard Men, declared independence from the Goblin Empire's rule in the southern swamps of Farand, establishing the Lizardman Kingdom. In the same year, the Bloodaxe clan of trolls formed an alliance with the Lizardman Kingdom. In 1356, the Sea Tribe attacked the Winged People once again. This year, the great alchemist of the Winged People, Ura, discovered and created the Light Gem, greatly increasing the chances of the Winged People awakening extraordinary powers. In 1344, the sixth Goblin Emperor, Leon Amigwal, died with deep resentment. On his deathbed, he handed 3 arrows to the Crown Prince, symbolizing his 3 lifelong regrets: the decline of the Empire, the incursions of the Behemoth Court, and the independence of powers like the Winged Kingdom. Crown Prince Mirdan Amigwal solemnly took the arrows, vowing by his father's bedside to avenge these 3 grievances. However, just 3 days after Leon Amigwal's death, Crown Prince Mirdan was assassinated in a coup by his brother, Misha Amigwal. 7 days later, Misha Amigwal was crowned the 7th emperor, and he casually discarded the 3 arrows that symbolized the former emperor's last wishes. In 1365, the Sea Tribe attacked the eastern coast once more. The hatred between the two races had become an insurmountable abyss. In her fury, Sophia swore to erase the Sea Tribe from the world. In 1378, an event occurred that changed the fate of Farrand. In the depths of a fog-shrouded ocean, on a massive island, a new generation of dragons with various ancient dragon bloodlines was born. The platinum ancient dragon Bahamut primarily bred 5 types of metallic dragons: gold, silver, bronze, brass, and copper dragons, along with some other dragon species like gem and crystal dragons. Meanwhile, Tiamat, later known as the mother of chromatic dragons, bred 5 types of chromatic dragons: red, blue, green, black, and white dragons. Although these new dragons were not as powerful as the ancient dragons, they each inherited traits from their creators. Bahamut valued order, and the metallic dragons adhered to this principle. Tiamat advocated for freedom, a trait reflected in the personalities of the chromatic dragons. As the young dragons grew, tensions between the metallic dragon faction and the chromatic dragon faction deepened. When they reached a certain age, the gold and red dragons were the first to clash, quickly drawing other young dragons into the fray. On Dragon Island, daily skirmishes resembling gang fights took place. Though Bahamut and Tiamat saw these as minor scuffles, the seeds of conflict were deeply planted in the hearts of the two dragon factions. In 1399, rat men, long dwelling in the underground world, suddenly appeared in Central Goblin Empire. These rat men carried numerous pathogens, causing a massive death toll among the Central Goblins. Fortunately, the Goblin alchemists worked together to develop a plague antidote and drove this ratman tribe into the deep forests of the Central Western region. The emergence of the rat men marked the first discovery of an underground world in the land of Furland. This revelation sparked an adventuring craze in the central regions, attracting a massive influx of goblin adventurers eager to explore the subterranean unknown. Among these brave explorers, some returned safely with astonishing discoveries, while others perished in the mysterious depths, becoming legendary heroes. Time flew by, and it was now the year 1406 of the Goblin Empire. A century ago, the state of the goblin race worried many wise individuals. Among the pessimists was Leonard, the Grand Alchemist and Royal Court Marquis, who drew inspiration from the 2 birth forms of the behemoth race. Determined in secret, he set out to develop a similar trait within the goblin race to ensure that if the goblins ever declined, their naturally small stature would not render them powerless. However, the goblin nobility and citizens did not support such experiments. They believed the behemoths were merely a barbaric race from the icy plateau, not yet fully rid of their beastly nature. Facing widespread opposition, Leonard had to conduct his research in secrecy. In that very year, Leonard's efforts finally bore fruit. A bear goblin, born to a common goblin mother, came into existence. This newborn was not only tall enough to rival trolls, but also possessed considerable intelligence. In fact, the bear goblin's creation owed much to troll genetics. 31 years later, in 1437 of the Goblin Empire, another grand alchemist, Miberin, drew inspiration from ancient human records to develop an airship suitable for the current environment, in response to the aerial dominance of the winged men. Powered by magic crystals, these airships, manned by hawkmen and goblin archers, played a significant role in countering the behemoth court, slightly easing the pressure on the northern frontier. Time continued to pass, and it was now 1467 of the Goblin Empire. On the platinum throne high above, Jiang You finally opened his eyes. His wounds had healed, and several suppressive powers within him had converged. Feeling the vast power within, Jiang Yu's resolve to ascend the throne grew even stronger. Surveying the land around him, where the remains of demigods lay buried, the glory and might of the throne path were silently conveyed. When Jiang You descended from the heavens and returned to Uriel City, countless winged men rejoiced, welcoming their long-absent king back from the Platinum Moon. Many of the younger generation, who had never seen Jiang You in person, were thrilled to finally behold their king. Back at the White Stone Castle, legendary figures and kingdom officials of the winged men, including Sophia, Erida, Little Turtle, and Field, had been awaiting his return. Seated at the head of the table, Jiang Yu's gaze fell on Sophia, the kingdom's deputy ruler. Her youthful beauty remained, but streaks of gray in her silver hair evoked a sense of pity in Jiang You, making him realize that the path of mortal legends was not an easy one. The winged men had not yet become an immortal race. Their lifespans were still limited. Even a legend like Sophia could only live for 1,000 years and was slowly aging. Jiang Yu then looked at Erida beside her and saw a similar situation. These sisters had worked tirelessly for the winged men in his absence, earning the love and respect of all their people. Observing the sisters, Jiang Yu made a decision but first turned to more pressing matters. How many winged men are there now? Jiang Yu inquired. An official immediately responded, Your Majesty, despite losing half of the Sophia Islands and the eastern coastal regions, and facing constant wars with the sea tribes, we have developed the more fertile Morgar River area. The current population of the winged men is around 7 million. Hearing this number, Jiang Yu smiled with satisfaction. Excellent, you have all done very well. Now, what is the current situation on the continent? Sophia herself answered, Your Majesty, the Goblin Empire is in shambles. The Prairie Court has been established, and the winged men kingdom, dwarven kingdom, and lizard men kingdom have declared independence. The Goblin Empire's power has greatly diminished. And what of the great sage Azabur from the Goblin Empire after the Great War? Jiang You continued to ask. Your Majesty, Azabur has not been seen for a long time. Many races speculate that he has long since died from his injuries, Sophia replied. Jiang Yu shook his head. Azabur is not that simple. He then asked out of curiosity, who was the demigod that appeared suddenly in Proedas back then? Erida responded, Your Majesty, according to reports from our people who were stationed in Proedas, it was a demigod who claimed to be the true ancestor of the Blood Clan. This demigod was said to have close ties with the humans. However, he disappeared after that battle. I see. Jiang Yu nodded, then asked another question of concern. What about the sea tribes? Any recent news? I didn't see any of them in the kingdom when I descended. Your Majesty, the sea tribes have not waged war against us for decades. It is said that there was a rebellion within the sea tribes, and Themis had to lead troops to suppress it, Sophia answered, a hint of coldness in her tone. Honestly, I kind of miss Themis and her sister. Hearing this, Erida smiled without commenting, and the other winged men remained silent, knowing well that the Sea Mother was a powerful demigod on the verge of godhood. Jiang Yu smiled slightly. We made a pact back then that I might not be able to intervene in the wars between our two races, so the burden will still fall on you. At this stage, Jiang Yu was not confident he could defeat the Sea Mother, especially in the deep sea. Therefore, the standoff between the two races would continue, but it had not weakened the winged men. Rather, they had grown stronger. It's no burden at all. Serving your Majesty and the winged men is our honor. Sophia led the response, and the others echoed her sentiments. Jiang Yu dismissed the officials of the White Stone Castle, telling them to return to their homes. As night fell, he called out to the sisters, Sophia and Elrita, wait a moment. Come with me to the Platinum Moon. The two legendary winged women exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with curiosity, but they did not question him. They simply nodded in agreement. Though reserved by nature, they were exceptionally capable born to be his trusted aides. After ensuring they had their lava longsword and sapphire longsword, Jiang Yu extended his hands, taking one of theirs in each, and ascended to the sky. They flew over territories that even legends struggled to reach, arriving at the lofty domain of the Platinum Throne. The sisters looked around in awe at the majestic throne and the nearby eternally shining silver moon. Jiang Yu warned, do not gaze upon the silver moon. A powerful being slumbers within, one that even I cannot defeat. The sisters obediently nodded. Turning to them, Jiang Yu asked, Sophia, Elrita, you are not young anymore, are you? Sophia had lived over 1,000 years, and Elrita was not far behind. By their natural lifespan, they should have died centuries ago. But Jiang Yu had infused their winged bloodline with the power of growth, extending their lives. Despite this, their time was running out. Sophia smiled calmly. To be honest, Your Majesty, I have been looking for a successor these recent years. I am very old, but the winged race must continue to thrive. Elrita gently echoed her sentiments. They were indifferent to life and death, concerned only with the future of their king and people. Jiang Yu solemnly said, Sophia, Elrita, the winged race is at a critical stage of rapid development. I have a way to let you live much longer. The sisters asked in surprise, Your Majesty, what way? I will bind a power to you. But from then on, you must be entirely linked to the Platinum Throne. As long as the throne remains, so will you. If the throne shatters, you will perish with it. We are willing. The sisters responded in unison. To continue witnessing the rise of the winged race and to serve Jiang Yu, how could they refuse? Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction and ascended the Platinum Throne. Facing the kneeling legendary winged women, he solemnly declared, Today, in the name of the Platinum Throne, I bestow upon Sophia the authority of lava fire and upon Elrita the authority of heavy water. From this moment, you are the emissaries of the throne's power, wielding its great might on my behalf. As his words fell, the sisters' swords emitted a brilliant light of laws, gradually transforming into ethereal forms and merging into their bodies. The Platinum Throne trembled and shone brightly. Outside, the Platinum Moon shone majestically in the sky, outshining both the silver moon and the sun. When the light faded, Sophia and Elrita appeared younger and more imposing. Sophia's eyes glowed with intertwined hues of red and yellow like lava, while Elrita's eyes turned a deep blue. They had become emissaries of the throne, comparable to demigods. 3 days later, Jiang Yu retrieved the corpse of the Titaness of Light, Asuna, from Mount Heaven and brought it back to the high heavens. He forged a sword of light from her thigh bone, invoking the power of authority to suppress it. He then embedded the sword into Asuna's skull, enhancing the power of light. The Titaness remains were absorbed by the floating land of the Platinum Throne, expanding its area. In the year 1468 of the Goblin Empire, the sea tribes invaded the eastern coast once again. After quelling a rebellion, the sea princess Themis led her troops to attack. With their enhanced powers, Sophia and Elrita quickly subdued Themis and Meleager. Themis had to retreat to the sea to seek reinforcements, but due to her poor relationships, the invasion ended in a lackluster manner. Jiang You observed the entire battle from White Stone Castle and understood why the once powerful daughter of the Sea Mother had become a lonely sea witch. Relieved, he bid farewell to Sophia and the others and left Losendas, preparing to travel the continent, fulfill an ancient promise, and explore the origins of the elves. In the year 1469 of the Goblin Empire, Jiang Yu set out from the Nine Passes with a small turtle, journeying west along the Malga River, through the Whispering Forest, and arriving at the former High Barbarian Mountain. The goblins had occupied the area, building a small town at the foot of the mountain. Jiang Yu walked around the village, reminiscing about his confrontation with the Eagle Envoy over 1,000 years ago. Discovering that the ancestral cave of the winged people in High Barbarian Mountain had been taken over by goblins, he angrily eradicated them and had the turtle dispose of their bodies in the Whispering Forest. After staying in High Barbarian Mountain for a few days, Jiang Yu continued north towards the Great Desert Plains. With the typical flight pace of an average winged person, it takes 7 days to reach the Han Hai Forest by flying west from Gaoman Mountain. Although Jiang Yu could travel faster now, he chose to slow down and retrace his steps from the past. Heading west from Gaoman Mountain, the goblins have established a trade route. Along this road are numerous goblin tribes, with a constant stream of goblin caravans escorted by hired troll mercenaries. Several goblin towns also dot the route, showcasing the goblins' achievements over the years on the Furland continent. When Jiang Yu arrived at the Han Hai Forest again, the scene had drastically changed. The once mighty throne of the Thunder Titans had been leveled, replaced by a grand goblin city Todcab, built on the site of the former multiracial camp. This city, one of the largest in the eastern region, gathered various races from across the continent, with trolls being particularly noticeable. To the east of the city stood a towering platform, level with the city walls. Runes glowed on the platform, and the light of magic crystals shone brightly. Several of the latest alchemical airships developed by the goblins were docked there, highlighting the prosperity of goblin technology. Jiang Yu boarded one of the airships with his small turtle, drawing curious glances from onlookers. Since the independence of the Kingdom of Losendas, sightings of winged people on the continent had become rare, and the goblins' attitude towards them had shifted. Despite this, under the restraint of the Goblin Emperor, the relationship between the two races had not deteriorated to the point of hostility. The airship captain had a few reservations about the winged people, but Jiang Yu's authoritative demeanor left him no room for disrespect. The airship took off, flying over the Han Hai Forest, the Thunder Swamp, and the Burner Mountains, finally reaching the largest city in the northern region, Yobud. Here, the Goblin Northern Legion was stationed, tasked with defending against the Northern Behemoth Court. From Yobud, Jiang Yu headed north into the grasslands to find the human tribes that had migrated north years ago. These tribes had since adapted to life on the plains, forming various nomadic groups of different sizes. The largest of these, the Rhine tribe, had established a grassland city at the confluence of 3 rivers on the northeastern edge of the northern region. This tribe, ruled by the Reinhardt family, was the main branch of the humans who had migrated north. When Jiang Yu arrived at the Rhine tribe, the current chieftain, Dio Reinhardt, was overjoyed. Although many generations had passed and many had forgotten their ancestors, the main branch of the Reinhardt family had always cherished Jiang Yu's portrait, knowing that this king of the winged people from the East Coast was one of the sources of their bloodline. This secret was the Reinhardt family's greatest trump card. In the chieftain's residence, Dio performed an ancestral salute to Jiang Yu, with tears in his eyes, saying, "Ancestor, the source of the Reinhardt bloodline, you have not forgotten us. You remember that among the humans, we are your descendants." Jiang Yu felt a bit awkward, as his attention to this family had indeed waned after Reinhardt's death. But faced with such respectful descendants, he couldn't bear to hurt their feelings, as they were indeed his bloodline. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yu asked, "The direct descendants of Reinhardt, my bloodline heirs, have you always remembered your ancestors' oath?" Without hesitation, Dio replied, "We dare not forget a single word of our ancestors' oath to revive the human race and avenge the goblins." The enmity between the races and the human race's ambition were always on his mind, though the humans were too weak to achieve it now. Jiang Yu nodded and said, "I have come to fulfill a promise made 1,500 years ago. Fiona once said that in the future, the precious technology of the human race would be returned to you. Here is the human race's enchanting technology." He handed Dio a heavy book, which contained the enchanting techniques Fiona had entrusted to him, as well as new techniques developed by the winged people over the years. Dio accepted it with great respect and gratitude. Jiang Yu sighed and continued, "I have one more thing to say, not to the entire human race, but specifically to the Reinhardt family." By this time, night had fallen, and 2 moons hung high in the sky. Jiang Yu pointed to the bright platinum moon and said, "Do you see that platinum-colored moon? That is my avatar in the sky. In the future, If the Reinhardt family is ever in dire need, call out my name under the light of the platinum moon, and I will protect you. Remember, do not call upon me lightly. My protection is only for your moments of crisis. Despite the limitations, Dio was still deeply grateful. Thank you, Ancestor, for your grace. So, the Ancestor is the vast white moon in the sky. Many people in the human race worship the white moon now. Ancestor, your descendants have an unworthy request. Please grant it. Speak. The Reinhardt family wishes to establish a faith in the platinum moon within the tribe, to unite the hearts of our people and eventually spread it to the entire human race. Jiang You was taken aback, realizing this was the beginning of a church. He smiled and said, "You may." Although he did not need faith, he also did not want the human race to have other beliefs. Since this process was difficult to control, it was better to seize the initiative and occupy the space of future deities. In the region of the Three Forks River, Jiang You and the little turtle spent a fulfilling month. Every day, Jiang Yu explored the nearby scenery with the company of Dio Reinhardt, while the little turtle enthusiastically guided the professionals of the Reinhardt tribe, thoroughly enjoying itself. On the day of departure, Dio Reinhardt led the entire tribe to bid farewell to Jiang Yu. This gesture not only expressed respect for their ancestral bloodline, but also subtly indicated the close relationship between the Reinhardt tribe and the winged people, aiming to enhance the tribe's waning status among humans. Jiang Yu continued westward, arriving at the hills of the former Polak territory. The once thriving area had become desolate, and the former osmanthus trees had vanished. Amidst the overgrown weeds, the gravestones of Fiona and Reinhardt were half buried in the soil. Jiang Yu quietly tidied the gravestones and stood there until sunset before leaving. Afterwards, Jiang Yu changed his plans, deciding not to go further west but to head east instead, flying over the Farron continent. He enjoyed the continental scenery along the way and eventually reached the eastern coast. This area, located in the northern part of the winged people's eastern coast, had noticeably colder weather. Jiang Yu, along with the little turtle, crossed the ocean, enduring half a month of fierce winds and storms, and finally set foot on the Phoenician continent. The first impression of this land was its slightly higher temperature and humid air, with the most striking feature being the presence of several powerful magical beasts in the forest. Flying over the dense forest, Jiang Yu noticed the abundance of magical beasts and occasional signs of intelligent species. Following these clues, he arrived at the foot of the mountains and discovered a Knoll tribe. Jiang Yu landed in the tribe, inquiring about the troll clan that had crossed the sea 1,000 years ago. The Knolls knew nothing and could only nervously mention that the most powerful species nearby were the Treants in the Edith Great Forest. As he left, the little turtle secretly left behind a piece of its shell as a memento, hoping that this tribe might develop its own civilization in the future. On the way to the Edith Great Forest, Jiang Yu noticed a particularly tall oak grove in the center of the forest. There, he encountered a powerful demigod, father of oaks, Sylvanus. Upon first meeting Jiang Yu, Sylvanus called him the man hated by the world, but quickly changed his demeanor to a friendlier one upon sensing Jiang Yu's formidable presence. Jiang Yu inquired about the fate of the troll clan that had crossed the sea a millennium ago, without intending to rashly confront the master of the forest for the time being. 1,000 years ago, a tribe of trolls came to this land? The father of oaks, Sylvanus, pondered for a moment before recalling. Slowly, he began to speak, his voice rustling like an ancient oak tree. Indeed, around 1,000 or so years ago, a large tribe of an intelligent species passed through the forest beyond these oak woods. At that time, they did not come near our territory, and we tree folk, who slumber for ages, paid them no mind. But with my demigod wisdom, I instinctively recorded everything around me. From what I remember, that large tribe traversed the forest and headed towards the central part of the continent. Jiang Yu nodded, trusting that the father of oaks had no reason to deceive him. Hovering in midair, looking down at the forest like a vast green ocean and the Treant settlement glowing with spiritual energy, Jiang Yu suddenly asked, "Sylvanus, how many years have you been alive?" "Countless millennia." "Why do you ask?" The father of oaks responded, puzzled. "Nothing. See you later." Jiang Yu smiled, turning to fly towards the continent's center. During his flight, Jiang Yu pondered. By the timeline, in the ancient era of tens of thousands of years ago, the father of oaks, the titans, and the primordial dragons of the Furlan continent all emerged around the same time as powerful beings. If the Furlan continent could give birth to numerous titans and primordial dragons, then the Phoenician continent, with its millennia of history, must have also birthed many powerful and ancient beings. However, these beings seemed not to dominate the continent like titans and dragons, but rather were scattered and independent. Realizing that the Phoenician continent was not simple, Jiang Yu became more vigilant in his journey. Soon, he crossed the vast forest and arrived above a sprawling swamp. In the swamp, a large tribe of lizardmen was holding a ritual. A demigod-level swamp lizard was their totem and master. Jiang You had no interest in the giant lizard hidden in the swamp, but as he flew over and paused to watch, the lizard seemed provoked. It let out a roar and chased after him. Jiang Yu was delighted to find that the world's malice could be so useful, so he lured the giant lizard away from the swamp. On the Phynoton continent, the platinum moon shone brilliantly for the first time. After a fierce battle, Jiang Yu gave the demigod lizard a peaceful death and took its body back to the platinum throne, further consolidating his authority and strengthening the judgment law. The commotion from the demigod battle was soon sensed by the strong beings of Western Phynoton. The Father of Oaks was the first to receive the news. Looking east and feeling the vast, blade-like will from the swamp, he sighed. To walk the world so brazenly with the world's malice, one must be immensely powerful and confident. That big lizard really was foolish, living all those years for nothing. However, it had been somewhat irrational and beast-like for many years, perhaps due to a problem in its cultivation. With that, he closed his eyes again. In the great swamp, the lizardman tribe was thrown into panic. Days later, a brave lizardman warrior ventured to the battle site. He found no trace of the totem's body, but there was a large pool of drying blood. In his grief, he drank the blood. Surprisingly, the demigod blood, purified by the judgment law, did not kill him but instead transformed him. He grew taller and his extraordinary talents strengthened. Returning to the tribe, this lizardman warrior usurped the chieftain's position, founding the Phynoton lizardman royalty. Leaving the great swamp, Jiang Yu came to a vast grassland like an ocean. It was midsummer, and a winding river flowed through the grassland. Countless creatures drank from the river, with magical beasts occupying the upstream and ordinary beasts wading downstream. Jiang Yu hunted a few magical beasts for a meal, then continued on with his small turtle. Flying over the river and deep into the grassland, Jiang Yu discovered a pride of golden man lions. These lions, regardless of size, radiated extraordinary auras, with some of the stronger ones even reaching legendary levels, their intelligence not low. More striking was an ominous-looking ancient ruin deep in the grassland. It also emitted a powerful demigod aura, much stronger than the previous swamp lizard. As Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon the ruins, a dominant aura burst forth, as if a tyrannical king was expelling an intruder. Vaguely, Jiang Yu saw a majestic golden lion standing between heaven and earth, its mane luxuriant and its body golden. Clearly, the golden lions outside were its descendants. Facing the golden lion's domineering aura, Jiang Yu merely chuckled. He stood above the golden lion pride, releasing an even more overwhelming kingly aura, as if descending from the heavens, majestic and powerful. He stared at the demigod golden lion within the ruins. After a long while, the aura within the ruins finally weakened and disappeared. Heh. A light laugh echoed across the vast grassland. Jiang Yu thought, these demigods of Phynoton, each hiding in their lairs, unwilling to leave their comfort zones, are nothing like that hospitable giant lizard. On the grassland, all the golden lions lay prostrate under Jiang Yu's aura, not daring to move. The legendary Lion King buried its head low, terrified. It thought to itself, all these years, I've seen some silver-haired, winged birdmen from the east, but none as terrifying as this. I wonder if the beautiful winged people in the Natashir Great Forest like lionesses? Long after Jiang Yu left, the legendary Lion King still did not dare to lift its head. Jiang Yu continued east, flying over valleys, crossing mountains, and traversing plains, eventually arriving at the edge of a vast forest. Standing below the clouds, he saw villages scattered throughout the forest. The villagers still retained some troll features, but their faces were much softer. They were not as burly and tall as trolls, with a stature somewhere between trolls and elves. The Natashir Great Forest, the final resting place of the Giantwood clan after their journey across the sea, is a beautiful forest illuminated by the silvery moonlight, witnessing the transformation of a race. The former trolls, under the leadership of the first elf king, abandoned their old identity and became elves. For over 1,000 years, they have thrived on this land, with their footprints covering the entire Natashir. Jiang Yu, with wings spread, looked down at the scattered elf villages below. Fond of the troll clan he had once encountered, he decided to seek an elf to inquire about the current state of the tribe. As the first light of dawn appeared, he gently descended to the outskirts of the outermost village with a small turtle on his shoulder. At that moment, Ranger Bruce was gearing up, ready to start his daily patrol. The faint aura of extraordinary power around him indicated that this official-level professional was quite significant in this remote village. Bruce was stunned as he reached the village entrance. A silver-haired, purple-eyed winged man with an imposing presence was approaching, with a small turtle standing upright on his shoulder. The powerful aura of this winged man reminded Bruce of the High Silver Moon King, Altais, whom he had seen in the capital, but this figure seemed even more formidable. Bruce was filled with doubt. Although the winged people were vassals of the elven court, he had never heard of such a powerful ruler among them. He couldn't help but feel somewhat apprehensive. Jiang Yu also observed the clearly nervous primitive elf. Although he found the appearance of the current elves somewhat unfamiliar, he took the initiative to speak. As you can see, I am a winged man, seeking my kin who crossed the sea long ago. Forgive my curiosity, but what is your race? You seem somewhat similar to the trolls of Farand. Hearing the comparison to trolls, Bruce quickly shook his head in explanation. Honorable winged one, I am Bruce, the ranger of this village. The winged people will always be partners of the elves. You are correct that we were once trolls, but now we are elves. This name was given to us by our great ancestor, the first elf king Otto, after he heard the voice of the silver moon. The voice of the silver moon? Jiang Yu caught on to this key phrase. Bruce, full of reverence, explained, yes, the voice of the silver moon is the oracle of the silver moon goddess. It was under the protection of the goddess that we successfully reached Natashir. Jiang Yu frowned slightly, his expression darkening. He noticed the silver moon emblem on Bruce's clothing and was inwardly shocked. The silver moon goddess had started influencing the elves so early, something he had never anticipated. He was eager to explore the elven capital. Quickly regaining his composure, Jiang Yu smiled and asked, Bruce, I would like to visit your elven capital. Can you point me in the right direction? Bruce put down his gear and pointed northeast. Of course, my lord. Our capital, Tailhaner, is in that direction. Along the way, you may encounter your winged kin, as their settlement is near the capital. After thanking Bruce, Jiang Yu took to the skies. Along the way, he passed many elven settlements, noticing the population density increasing as he neared the capital. He observed carefully and found traces of the silver moon goddess in each settlement, which made him feel both urgency and confusion about how the dormant silver moon sovereign had managed all this. The elven capital, Tailhaner, is nestled in the heart of the Natashir forest. This city was meticulously chosen by the first elven king for its rich resources, flat terrain, and, most importantly, its strategic position that allows influence to spread throughout the entire forest. As Jiang Yu flew closer, the first thing that caught his eye was a towering tree nearly a kilometer high, standing majestically in the center of the forest like a colossal wave rising from a green sea. In comparison, the surrounding trees seemed insignificant. The giant tree's canopy cast a vast shadow, under which the elven city was built. The city itself was a harmonious blend of elegant houses and well-proportioned streets. Symbols of the silver moon were ubiquitous, and flowers were scattered throughout. The summer sunlight filtered through the leaves, adding a serene and leisurely atmosphere to the city. A clear river wound through the city, bringing coolness and nourishment. Suspended in the air, Jiang Yu gazed down at the unique elven city. His eyes were inevitably drawn to the massive tree, and he couldn't help but marvel. The last time he had seen such a gigantic tree was the father of oaks. Although this tree showed no signs of sentience, its vitality and power were unmatched. As Jiang Yu was absorbed in his observation, a silver-haired winged man flew over and called out from afar, My kin, have you forgotten the leader's warning? Although we winged folk are the closest brothers to the elves, it is still impolite to hover above the elven capital. Come down with me. Jiang Yu did not respond but pointed to the giant tree in the center and asked, Do you know how this 1,000-meter tree in the center of Tailhaner came to be? The winged man flew closer to Jiang Yu, surprised, and said, Dear kin, have you lost your memory? This giant tree is called Tailhaner. It grew from a seed that was the embodiment of a nature titan named Tailhaner, brought by the ancient treefolk clan before they crossed the ocean. The elven ancestors planted the seed when they arrived here, and it sprouted the following year. It has been growing ever since. As he finished speaking, the winged man moved closer to Jiang Yu, and suddenly realized that this person was not any winged folk he knew. When Jiang Yu turned to look at him, a wave of majesty washed over him, as if a king had descended. The winged man felt a deep-seated reverence and trembled as he asked, You are? Jiang Yu gently replied, Child, I come from the eastern coast of Rosendas on the Furland continent. My name is Jiang Yu. The winged man exclaimed, The eastern coast of the Furland continent. That is the ancestral land before our people crossed the ocean. You said your name is Yu. Yulier. You are King Yulier. You are the ancestral king recorded in our history. Jiang Yu nodded in confirmation. Yes, I am. The winged man was overjoyed. It is truly you, my king. Please wait. I will go to our homeland and bring our people to meet you. Jiang Yu wanted to decline, but seeing the hopeful look in the winged man's eyes and remembering the 50 winged folk who had ventured across the ocean, he softened and said, Go ahead, bring them to me. Before long, thousands of winged folk took to the sky. The leading elder held an ancient parchment portrait and compared it with Jiang Yu. The resemblance, combined with the kinship they felt, confirmed that this was indeed their ancestral king. The elder wept with joy, leading the group in their highest form of respect, chanting in unison, King, King. This scene caught the attention of everyone in Tailhaner. Forest rangers put away their bows and looked up, Residents stepped out of their treehouses, and even elven King Altais emerged from the night moon court, leaning on his staff, gazing skyward. Everyone wondered, who was this silver-haired, purple-eyed winged man being hailed as king? Jiang You looked at his long-lost people, still so respectful after 1,000 years, and said with satisfaction, "Well, since you still regard me as your king, you will, like the winged folk on the other continent, bask in the light of the platinum moon." However, this statement caused the winged folk to look troubled. The elder explained, "King, for over 1,000 years, we have worshipped the silver moon, just like the elves. The platinum moon that appeared 500 years ago is hard for our people to accept." Jiang Yu smiled and said, "My people, that platinum moon is my incarnation." As he spoke, he willed it, and the platinum moon in the sky shone brightly, its light spreading. A pure white halo appeared above Jiang Yu's head, and a shadow of the platinum moon materialized behind him, exuding a divine and majestic aura. The winged folk were astonished. Some immediately expressed their desire to change their faith, others hesitated, and some struggled internally. Jiang Yu saw this and gently said, "It's fine. Faith is free. Whether you believe in the silver moon or the platinum moon, you are all my people." Seeing the winged folk breathe a sigh of relief, Jiang Yu sighed inwardly, noting each person's reaction. He knew that even deep blood ties could be eroded by faith over time, and that some measures would be needed. But that was for later. He then said to the winged folk, "Now, find a few people to take me to meet the elven king." "Yes," the winged folk responded respectfully. Below, on the vast land, the High King Altus gazed at the platinum moon that suddenly lit up, his expression changing drastically. Being well-informed, he understood the significance of this celestial phenomenon. He watched as Jiang Yu descended from the sky, guided by the winged beings, towards the court of the night moon. Altus took a deep breath, gripped his silver moon staff tightly, and stood tall in front of the court, waiting in silence. When Jiang Yu arrived, guided by the winged beings, Altus adjusted his attire and greeted him with the impeccable elegance of an elf. The grim visage of his troll ancestry had faded, replaced by a refined and gentle demeanor, reminiscent of the elves of later generations. "Honorable Lord of the Platinum Moon, I am Altus the Elf. Welcome to Terranor." Jiang Yu sensed from Altus' words and demeanor that this High King had recognized his identity. He asked, "You know who I am?" Altus responded immediately, "Half a month ago, the Platinum Moon suddenly shone brightly, its light enveloping the Lost Marsh. Shortly after, news came that the Marsh King Mathis was slain. The one who defeated the Marsh King was you, wasn't it?" "It was me," Jiang Yu admitted with a smile. Altus marveled, "Such a magnificent feat. Even the heavens and the seas cannot contain your grandeur. The plains and forests cannot fully express your greatness. We honor you, noble lord of the Platinum Moon. If I had not already pledged my faith to the Silver Moon, I would surely seek your protection." Jiang Yu laughed heartily. This High King first praised his greatness, and then made it clear that his faith was already pledged to the Silver Moon. "Altus, you are very wise," Jiang Yu said meaningfully. "Rest assured, faith is a matter of personal freedom. No one will interfere with people's beliefs." Hearing this, Altus breathed a sigh of relief. Though he wielded the Silver Moon staff and had barely reached a demigod level, if Jiang Yu had forcibly interrupted the elf's faith in the Silver Moon, he would have had no choice but to invoke the Silver Moon's master. Jiang Yu indeed had his concerns. He had once considered destroying the Silver Moon faith and even exterminating the original elves of Natashir. But the mere thought made his heart race as if a great danger was imminent, forcing him to abandon the idea. He suspected that doing so might prematurely awaken the entity within the Silver Moon. Though he did not know the full extent of the Silver Moon's power, it was likely not weaker than his own, and perhaps even stronger. As fellow celestial moons, if the Silver Moon's master were to be enraged, it would be easy to drag his Platinum Moon down from the sky. Setting aside these thoughts, Jiang Yu asked about the matter that most intrigued him. "Altus, I'm very curious. How did your ancestors transform you from trolls into elves?" Altus' expression changed. This was one of the greatest secrets of the elven race, one he was reluctant to reveal. But under Jiang Yu's unwavering purple gaze and sensing the impending pressure, he decided to answer. After all, even if Jiang Yu knew the secret, he might not be able to replicate it. "Honorable Lord of the Platinum Moon, such a matter is beyond mere words. But I can show you. Please, follow me." "Very well, lead the way." The High King Altus nodded, lifted his Silver Moon staff, and led Jiang Yu to the back of the court of the Night Moon. The winged beings stayed behind, aware that the secrets of the Elven King were not for them to see. Only a High King like Altus would yield to a celestial ruler like Jiang Yu. On this midsummer night, the elven courtyard was deep and beautiful, adorned with flowers, like a dreamscape. Jiang Yu recalled his time as a player entering the depths of the elven kingdom of Furland. Back then, he was guided by elven guards to complete a quest. The courtyard here was similar, only missing the elven princess known to players as the Midsummer Night's Dream, who used to swing on a swing. Jiang You had once received several quests from her. The deeper they went, the more vibrant the life force became. Finally, Altus led Jiang You to the great tree Terranor, a mysterious forbidden area bathed in the light of the silver moon. Looking up, the light of the silver moon continuously flowed into this silverlit sanctuary. Guided by Altus, Jiang Yu passed through a silver light membrane that felt like water, entering this mysterious place. The scene before him immediately captivated his gaze, like a visual feast. Not far away, a well shimmering with brilliant colors and enveloped in a soft glow appeared before Jiang Yu. Surrounding the well were ancient tree roots, and within the well, golden water seemed to swirl, then calm, exuding an aura of timeless eternity. The water, like the golden blood of titans, was actually the essence of the natural tree Terranor. A nearly ethereal silver beam descended from the sky, directly entering the golden well, causing a wondrous transformation. The Well of Eternity. Even before Altus could speak its name, it had already formed in Jiang Yu's mind. The silver moon. It's the silver moon again. The source of the elves' immortality was a means of the silver moon. Suddenly, a sense of urgency surged in Jiang Yu's heart. The silver moon's influence was so deep, it had directly become the origin of the elves. Standing by the side of this remarkable well, Jiang Yu's gaze was profound, as if he had unraveled the mysteries of the Well of Eternity. The water within shimmered dreamily, continuously rising as a delicate mist that spread and merged with the world around it, like radiant light. Under the power of the silver moon, this enigmatic energy eventually diffused throughout the entire Nadashil forest. Jiang Yu stared into the well, his mind filled with the history of the elven race. Bathed in the energy dispersed under the glow of the silver moon, every elf had grown more exquisite in appearance, their forms becoming increasingly graceful and noble, with lifespans extending to unimaginable lengths over the ages. He realized that this astonishing transformation was due to two key factors: the essence contained within the tree of nature, an avatar of a nature titan, and the mysterious power of the silver moon. Jiang Yu pondered deeply. Titans were not typically known for their willingness to sacrifice for other races. Yet this nature titan not only guided the ancestors of the elves during their migration, but also transformed into a tree, becoming the cornerstone of the elves' creation. There seemed to be only two explanations. Either the nature titan was a direct beneficiary, or it was an anomaly willing to sacrifice itself. What puzzled Jiang Yu even more was that after the nature titan transformed into a tree, the primary beneficiary turned out to be its neighbor, the silver moon. This led him to speculate that perhaps the nature titan was an avatar of the silver moon's ruler. Shaking his head, Jiang Yu refocused his attention on the Well of Eternity before him. He analyzed that to create such a well, following the methods of the silver moon's ruler, it would require the voluntary sacrifice of a titan and the infusion of a power as formidable as the silver moon's. He speculated that the silver moon's ruler chose a titan as the sacrificial subject, likely because titans, like the elves, were long-lived beings. The choice to avoid dragons might have been due to a preference for humanoid creatures with aesthetically pleasing forms. The transformation of the nature titan into a tree and subsequently into elves clearly aimed to align with the appearance of titans, as evidenced by the significant change from trolls to elves. However, replicating the silver moon's ruler's methods was no easy task. Jiang Yu mused silently. Not only was the source of a power comparable to the silver moon's elusive, but even the first requirement, a willing titan, seemed impossible to fulfill. The titans of Furland had long vanished, and even the corpse of the last light titan, Asuna, had been used to nourish the platinum throne. Jiang Yu looked up at the tree of nature standing in the forest's center, thinking to himself, I can't possibly package this tree and take it with me, can I? He quickly dismissed this absurd notion. To make the winged people a long-lived race like the elves, the only viable option was to find an alternative solution. Jiang Yu decided to seek out a creature with long-lived bloodline to embed into the genes of the winged people. Yet, in the current era, his extensive search across 2 continents and his own knowledge revealed that the only suitable and potentially usable humanoid long-lived bloodline was his own. Compared to the Silver Moon's ruler, Jiang Yu realized he had an advantage. He was connected by blood to the winged people, and this bond might allow him to find a simpler method. As he was deep in thought, the voice of the High King Altus broke the silence, respectful and nervous. Your Eminence, the Platinum Moon. This is the source of our elven transformation, the Well of Eternity. Jiang Yu smiled at the nervous elven king as he turned to face him, reassuring, don't worry. The Silver Moon's ruler is my neighbor. I won't harm this well. He understood that the elves' faith was deeply rooted. Even if they had not fully transformed into their future forms, it would not greatly impact the ruler of the Silver Moon's plans. After all, the faith of both the beautiful and the ugly was fundamentally the same. However, whether it was the evolution of the winged people or his own progress, Jiang Yu realized the need to accelerate. Upon his return, besides contemplating how to turn the winged people into a long-lived race, the more pressing task was to begin the construction of the second layer of Mount Celestia, aiming to reach the divine realm. This was even more crucial than the winged people's evolution. From the Silver Moon's layout, it was clear that the early schemes of the gods had long been underway. Jiang Yu knew that time was of the essence. He had to act swiftly and prepare for the imminent changes. The ethereal glow of the Well of Eternity pulsated endlessly, as if it were alive. The silver light of the moon fell like a delicate veil over this mysterious realm, layering it with a silvery sheen. Jiang Yu stood with his hands behind his back, staring at the Well of Eternity, lost in thought. He recalled the words of the former Emperor of Slaughter, who had once been Sequence 1. The information in his tone made Jiang Yu certain. The Master of the Silver Moon must be a higher sequence being. Above Sequence 1, there is only Sequence 0. The Master of the Silver Moon, a Sequence 0 powerhouse. Jiang Yu furrowed his brow, realizing this would be a formidable opponent. He pondered silently, noting the similarities between himself and this powerful being. They both could raise the moon into the sky. In the future world, there would be 9 main gods. Besides the Father of Oaks and the Master of the Silver Moon, there were 7 other future main gods, either hidden or slumbering. Although he couldn't understand why the Master of the Silver Moon chose the elves over humans to spread their faith, this did not change the fact that they were enemies. Jiang Yu made up his mind. First, he needed to gain divine combat power, then lead the entire winged race to evolve. In that instant, his aura changed dramatically, as if he had transformed into a sword aimed at the heavens, radiating a sharpness that could cut through anything. This aura came swiftly and disappeared just as quickly. The High King, Altai's, who had been standing tensely behind him, watched in amazement. Before he could recover from the shock, he heard Jiang Yu's melodious voice. "Let's go, Altai's. It's time to return." Altai's, relieved, quickly responded. "Yes, Your Majesty." Back at the court of the Night Moon, several anxious winged beings awaited in the courtyard of the Elven King's court. Seeing Jiang Yu and Altai's emerge from the court of the Night Moon, they immediately approached and respectfully said, "Ancestor King, High King, you have returned." Jiang Yu nodded and turned to Altai's. "Altai's, you don't need to see me off. Tonight, I will return to the land of the winged race." Altai's attempted to persuade him. "Your Majesty, the scenery at my court of the Night Moon is beautiful. If you wish, I can arrange for it to be cleaned right away." Jiang Yu declined politely. "No need, Altai's. My purpose in coming to the continent of Phynaton has been fulfilled. I won't stay here much longer." He glanced deeply into the depths of the court of the Night Moon and continued, "Altai's, with your lifespan, you should live a long time. I hope you remember, the winged race and the elves are allies for a millennium. Many years from now, we will still be so." Altai's solemnly promised. "Of course, Great Majesty. The elves will never forget." Jiang Yu revealed a mysterious smile and said, You might not know. The Master of the Silver Moon is my good neighbor. When I raised the moon, I received her help." He explained further, "Indeed, under the Silver Moon's light, I avoided the endless crushing of the chaotic world laws before the throne realm. When she awakens, our 2 races will surely grow closer." Altai's looked up at the 2 shining moons in the night sky, filled with doubt. He began to question whether his previous vigilance had been laughable. From the beginning, Jiang Yu had indeed done nothing to harm the elves. Jiang Yu patted Altai's on the shoulder and said seriously, "Also, Altai's, I won't take the winged beings in Phynaton with me. They will remain in Natashir, standing together with the elves. This is my sincerity." With that, Jiang Yu, along with the waiting winged beings, flew towards the land of the winged race, leaving the bewildered Elven King Altai's behind. Jiang Yu's words were not empty. He truly did not intend to take away the winged beings who had already embraced the faith of the Silver Moon. There was a plan for them to stay. Taking off from the court of the Night Moon, passing over the city of Terranil, Jiang Yu and his group arrived at the winged beings' settlement about 100 kilometers from the Elven city. This territory was granted a few centuries ago by the Elven King, after migrating to the Natashir forest, to the growing winged race. The winged beings built a small town named Urur here, serving as a haven for their people. In the Elven system, such feudal landowners were called lords, not chiefs. The various Elven lords, together with the court of the Elven King, formed the current Natashir Elven Society. Following Jiang Yu was the old winged being, Hater Lai Feng, who, as an exception, became one of the Elven lords. The town of Urur was named after the first winged lord, Urur Lai Feng. By the time of the current lord, Hater Lai Feng, it had been passed down for over 50 generations. When the elder winged man Hater introduced himself, he mentioned the origin of the Feng surname. This surname was the result of a collective decision made by the first 50 winged men before crossing the sea to the east. Today, this group of winged men on the continent of Phynaton is also known as the Feng winged men, a branch of the original winged men race. Over the years, These winged men lived in the forest of Nadashir, surrounded by the energies emanating from the Well of Eternity. Although these energies primarily affected the elves under the influence of the silver moon, the winged men were also impacted to some extent. Their bodies became more slender and elongated, their features more delicate, as if they had absorbed the elves' graceful demeanor. Hater's middle name, Lai, caught Jiang Yu's attention. This name was in honor of the ancestral winged man, Lai. Hearing this familiar yet ancient name, Jiang Yu felt a deep sense of loneliness. His thoughts drifted back over 1,000 years to when Lai was one of his closest companions in his youth. To this day, the image of the tall, slender winged man remained vivid in Jiang Yu's mind. This made him feel a certain kinship towards the elder winged man, recognizing him as a descendant of an old friend. The winged men displayed remarkable speed and soon arrived above the winged man town of Ural. Jiang Yu looked down at the town and observed that the winged men there were living quite well. Although they had inevitably adopted some elven customs and aesthetics, this was not a major issue. As long as life was manageable, some influence from elven culture was to be expected. The town's residents were mostly the same winged men he had seen during the day, along with some who had rushed back from other places. When Jiang Yu descended, thousands of winged men knelt in unison, expressing their utmost respect to their ancestral king. Jiang Yu hovered in midair, appearing divine and majestic under the light of the platinum moon. He delivered a long, encouraging speech to his people, a scene that was deeply imprinted in the mind of one winged man. In the years to come, this winged man would create a painting titled The Lord of Platinum, which would be passed down through generations. Afterward, Jiang Yu went to the residence of the elder winged man Hater. Accompanying him were several strong members of the Feng winged men, those who had been the first to change their faith. In the flickering candlelight, Jiang Yu sat at the head of the table, smiling as he spoke to them. It has been hard for you, living far from the tribe and developing on the continent of Phinodon for so many years. My king, it has not been hard for us. The winged men immediately stood up and respectfully responded. Jiang Yu gently shook his head. My eyes do not deceive me. All right, let's not dwell on that. This time, besides my personal matters, I have a task for you. My king, please give your orders. The winged men responded in unison. Jiang Yu slowly laid out his plan. I do not mind freedom of faith, but if more beings believe in me, it would also be beneficial for me. This time, I will not take you back to the continent of Furland. You need to promote the faith of the Platinum Moon among the elves as much as possible. I allow my followers to simultaneously believe in both the Silver Moon and the Platinum Moon. I think this will make it easier to spread the faith. The winged men exchanged solemn looks. My king, we will do our best to accomplish this task. Jiang Yu nodded and continued. Do not put too much pressure on yourselves. This is not something that needs to be accomplished immediately. If it cannot be done in 1 generation, then 2 or 3 generations will suffice. Just ensure that it is done safely. Additionally, if you encounter difficulties that you cannot resolve, call upon my name under the Platinum Moon. Yes, my king. The winged men responded in unison. Jiang Yu nodded in satisfaction. He knew that this move would not truly undermine the foundation of the Silver Moon's faith, as there were many intelligent beings among the elves. But causing some trouble for the ruler of the Silver Moon was still a pleasing endeavor. In the near future, the elves of the Nadashir forest would split into several tribes. The strongest and most numerous tribe would be the Silver Moon elves, the current mainstream elf tribe. Other elf tribes would include the forest elves of Wazhill, the sun elves of Sinahill, the dark elves of Ifil, the sea elves of Osanil, and the light elves of Bright Hill. And after today, perhaps a new tribe, the Platinum Elves, would emerge during the division of the elf tribes. For some time afterward, Jiang Yu remained in the Nadashir forest. He inquired about the whereabouts of nearby demigods from the elf king Artis. Seizing an opportunity, he also slew a demigod known as the Mountain Serpent, one of the major demigods in central Phinodon and the closest to the elves. The news of the Mountain Serpent's demise brought great joy to the elf king Artis. The elves had long wanted to expand westward into the mountainous regions, but the Momir Mountains were occupied by the Mountain Serpent, making progress difficult. Countless elves had lost their lives as a result. The Platinum Moon's slaying of the Mountain Serpent removed a significant obstacle for the elves, for which they were immensely grateful. Meanwhile, Xiao Gui spent his days playing with the winged men children in Ural and even built a hot spring in the middle of the town, adding a touch of joy to the winged men's lives. A few days later, Jiang Yu and Xiao Gui embarked on their journey back to the continent of Furland. Months later, Jiang Yu returned to the coastal city of Uriel in the East Sea with the little turtle. Despite the passage of years, the winged tribe had not changed much. However, in the capital of the Goblin Empire, Prowess, a bizarre event was quietly unfolding. A year ago, cases of goblin children mysteriously disappearing began to surface in Prowess. Initially, these incidents did not attract much attention, as such things happened every year. However, as the number of missing children soared, the entire city was gripped by fear. The disappearances spread like a plague, with nearly 1 in 10 goblin families losing a child, including those of noble lineage. The city hall launched an investigation, but the disappearances continued unabated. Chief Municipal Officer Burroughs was under increasing pressure, especially as Emperor Misha Amigul was bombarded with complaints from the nobles. In a fit of rage, the emperor ordered Burroughs to uncover the truth immediately and shifted the nobles' demands to the city hall. Burroughs led his investigation team tirelessly, yet they made no progress. Desperate, he turned to the underground gangs for clues, only to find that the gang leaders' youngest sons had also vanished, and they too were searching in vain. Amid the city hall's hopelessness, a sudden disaster struck Prowess. One night, a horde of dark creatures emerged from a nearby grove. These creatures were slightly shorter than adult goblins, with black-red skin, horns, hunched backs, and emitted a strong smell of sulfur and malevolence. Thousands of these dark creatures surged into the city, killing anyone in sight and devouring everything. Emperor Misha Amigul promptly deployed the Imperial Guards to annihilate them. Although ferocious, these creatures were not very powerful and were wiped out within a night. However, the real horror was just beginning. As the goblins cleared the bodies, they were horrified to find that these vile creatures bore a striking resemblance to the missing children. This discovery shattered everyone's psychological defenses. Before the goblins could recover from the shock, a terrifying aura from the abyss suddenly enveloped half of Prowess. From the grove emerged a heavily wounded demon, burning with rage and wreaking havoc in the city. This demon was a high-level fiend from the abyss, nearly godlike in power, far surpassing ordinary legendary beings. Wherever the demon went, flames erupted, and countless Imperial guards and civilians were slaughtered. As Emperor Misha Amigul prepared to summon legendary warriors to combat the demon, the long-retired goblin sage Aziba suddenly appeared and swiftly vanquished the demon with thunderous force. Aziba's emergence was like a shot in the arm, reigniting hope among the despairing goblins. His renown spread throughout the empire, deterring even other races from acting rashly. However, after the battle, Aziba retreated once more, abstaining from imperial affairs. The goblins began referring to the transformed children as little sufferers, as their appearance closely resembled lesser fiends. Although the disaster had ended, the scars and questions it left behind were far from healed. In the Whitestone Fortress, Jiang You listened to Sophia's report, frowning slightly. Aziba's behavior was indeed odd, but his attention was elsewhere. The Wing tribe's population was still sparse, and they needed to guard against Sea tribe attacks, making it impossible to replace the goblins' position for now. Moreover, having the Goblin Empire attract the attention of Furlan's hidden demigods was advantageous for him. Sophia continued, "My king, the investigation into the various races' beliefs has also yielded results. New faiths have emerged across the continent, but they have not yet spread widely and may need more time." Jiang Yu nodded in understanding, realizing that all factions were starting to make their moves. He said to Sophia, "Sophia, I will be returning to the high heavens to break through my realm. I entrust the leadership of the Wing tribe to you." "Yes, my king," Sophia responded respectfully. "If you encounter difficulties, come to the Platinum Moon to find me," Jiang Yu added. "Understood," Sophia replied, ready to shoulder this significant responsibility. Jiang Yu returned to the heavens and once again took his seat upon the Platinum Throne. In the deep, serene sky, the silver moonlight continued to illuminate the surrounding stars, reflecting off the platinum glow of the throne. Around the throne, 7 radiant swords stood silently, each corresponding to one of the 7 suppressed world authorities. Along with the powers bestowed upon Sophia and Erida, and the purple-gold sword hanging at his waist, a total of 10 world authorities were subdued by his judgment power. Due to the characteristic of "the throne is me," these 10 authorities constantly honed Jiang Yu's will, making the judgment laws increasingly powerful. Forging laws with supreme champion will, suppressing world authorities, his will had no upper limit, but the capacity of the Platinum Throne was finite. This limitation necessitated expansion and creation. Jiang Yu realized that, much like how deities needed to forge a godhead as the beginning of their power, cleanse their bodies to become divine, and elevate their spiritual light, his Platinum Throne was akin to an even more vast and powerful godhead, intensifying his own ascension. Thus, Jiang Yu decided to construct a second layer of the Celestial Mountain, making the previous Platinum Throne and the peak of the first Celestial Mountain its core. This is the true essence of the path of the Sky Lord. The expansion of the Celestial Mountain essentially means the enlargement of the heavenly territory. In Jiang Yu's system, the construction of the Celestial Mountain is fundamentally different from the divine realm of gods. Divine realms are rooted in the main world, serving as domains that can elevate authorities, amplify divine power, and regulate the force of will, equivalent to a world. A deity's will is supreme within its divine realm, and it is rare for anyone to defeat its master there unless the power disparity is immense. However, a divine realm is ultimately just an extension of the main world's will. In contrast, Jiang Yu's path of the Sky Lord leans towards an outward expansion system, modeled after the will of the abyss. In the future, when the 7 layers of the celestial mountain are established, his will would be formidable enough to rival the will of the abyss. With his eyes closed, Jiang Yu elevated his will, transcending his spirit, and began forging the 2nd layer of the celestial mountain. This time, he did not need to transport land from the earth. The authority of the mountain serpent swirled at the base of the 1st celestial mountain, gathering the purest stardust in the heavens to form the 2nd layer of the celestial mountain. The platinum moon hung silently in the sky, slowly changing, witnessing the beginning of this grand endeavor. On a summer night in the year 1504 of the Goblin Empire, the 7th emperor of the Goblin Empire, Meisha, unexpectedly died. When the ministers found him, he had already been dead in the palace for several days. This Goblin Emperor, who ruled for only 148 years, was the most talented of the Meager descendants, with the potential to advance to legendary status, but unfortunately died young. Meisha's death triggered a fierce battle for the throne. Goblin princes killed each other, and the entire Prowess plain was ravaged by war, with countless goblins perishing in this power struggle. Eventually, the central lord of the Goblin Empire, Marquis Harga, led his troops east to the imperial capital, slaughtering the rebellious princes and all of Meisha's offspring. With the support of the ministers, he was crowned emperor. Notably, Harga father was the former imperial crown prince, Mirdan, meaning the throne ultimately returned to the crown prince's line. However, Harga bloody methods initiated a brutal tradition of extermination during succession in the Goblin Empire. In the year 1566 of the Goblin Empire, Odin Bloodaxe, chieftain of the Bloodaxe clan, annexed the Fire Tree clan of the Western Territories. This large troll tribe, known for cultivating fire trees, had established a troll city. The annexation increased the Bloodaxe clan's population to 300,000, making it the most powerful troll tribe in the southwest region. This victory solidified Odin Bloodaxe, resolved to unify all trolls on the Farron continent, and the worship of the god of slaughter expanded accordingly. In the year 1587 of the Goblin Empire, the Sea Tribe invaded the Winged Kingdom once again. This time, the Sea Tribe's Grand Princess Themis brought strong reinforcements. Second Princess Meteor also joined the war. The combined might of the 3 Sea Tribe princesses matched that of Sophia and her sister, leading to a stalemate among the high-level combatants. Consequently, the overall strength of both tribes clashed, turning the war into a protracted conflict and the longest confrontation in the history of the 2 tribes. In the winter of 1597 in the Goblin Empire calendar, the northern plains experienced a catastrophic drought. Not a single drop of rain fell for an entire year, leading to mass deaths of the plains wildlife. This disaster not only altered the ecological landscape, but also profoundly impacted the political dynamics of the continent of Furland. The Behemoth Court, ignoring the threat of Azeba re-emerging in Prowess, once again mobilized to march south. This time, the invasion was massive, with nearly a million-strong coalition of various plains tribes surging towards the Goblin Empire like a tidal wave. Over the course of 3 months, the Northern Legion, stationed at the border, suffered consecutive defeats and eventually disintegrated. The entire northern region turned into a battlefield, with countless goblins and their kin, the goblins, being slaughtered. Emperor Harg of the Goblin Empire, enraged upon hearing the news, personally led the Empire's elite forces northward to confront the invaders. The Imperial Guard, the Southern Noble Coalition, and the Troll Mercenaries formed a formidable counterattack force. Despite Harg military experience, he ended up with 2 losses and 1 victory in 3 engagements with the Plains Army. After careful consideration, Harg abandoned the plan to counterattack the plains and instead fortified the cities across the northern region. 3 months later, after plundering the northern territories, the Plains Army finally retreated north. This war made Harg realize the terrifying destructive power of the Golden Behemoths and the Behemoth Beasts. To prepare for future threats, he secretly recalled the Grand Alchemist Leonard and tasked him with breeding bear goblins for the Empire. 50 years later, in 1648 of the Goblin Empire calendar, the first organized Bear Goblin Legion made its debut on the continent of Furland. Coincidentally, the beloved son of the great Khan of the Plains Court, Amond Pyrrhus Amond, led an army southward, and the Bear Goblin Legion saw its first combat. Clad in heavy armor, the Bear Goblin Legion met the enemy in the northern region and decisively defeated the formidable Behemoth army. The legate, Tommen, gained instant fame in this battle and even captured Pyrrhus Amond. To secure the release of the 13th prince, the Plains Court had to promise not to march south for the next 50 years. This victory brought great pride to Emperor Harg. He promoted Tommen, granting him an earldom in the northern region, making him the first bear goblin to join the nobility. Over time, the bear goblins, with their formidable combat skills and loyalty to the goblins, gradually became part of the ruling class of the Goblin Empire. Meanwhile, significant changes were also taking place on the eastern coast of the continent of Furland. In 1666 of the Goblin Empire calendar, the young 5th princess of the Sea Tribe, though not yet a demigod but already at a legendary level, participated in a war that had lasted for 79 years. Witnessing the brutal conflict between the two races, she composed the legendary song Siren's Song. Whenever this song echoed across the eastern coast battlefield, both sides' soldiers would involuntarily cease fighting, lost in the enchanting melody. The Goblin Empire's technology continued to advance as well. In 1687, alchemist Lamar constructed a ship on the Rhine River that incorporated various alchemical techniques, enabling long-duration sea voyages. The visionary Harg Amigel ordered Lamar to build ships in the coastal city of Kesslen in the eastern region of the Goblin territory. Kesslen Port, located in the southeastern corner of the continent of Furland, is the largest southeastern coastal port of the Goblin Empire. In 1724, the legendary figure of the Northern Plains, King Amund Iser of the Behemoths, passed away. On his deathbed, he appointed his youngest son, Pyrrhus Amund, as his successor. However, his three equally accomplished sons, Milan Amund, Human Amund, and Edson Amund, launched a rebellion, citing Pyrrhus's previous capture by the goblins. This led to the War of the Four Kings on the plains. Within a month, Pyrrhus Amund was defeated. He fled south with his remaining followers to seek refuge in the Goblin Empire. Harg Amigel welcomed him, granting him a fertile land in the northern region and bestowing upon him the title of Marquis of Behemoth. The following year, Harg Amigel began planning a campaign to march north to the plains to avenge past humiliations. In that same year, a special newborn was welcomed into a winged official's family in the city of Uriel on the eastern coast. This child, Ludowizi, possessed dual talents in light and darkness, destined to play a significant role in the future of the continent of Furland. The extraordinary racial talents of the winged people have significantly improved over the years, thanks to the relentless efforts of Jiang You and the winged people's leadership. However, even with these advancements, Ludwig's innate abilities remain exceptionally rare among his kind. This young winged person showed remarkable intelligence, able to harness extraordinary powers at the age of 6 and becoming a light swordsman by the age of 10. As the child of a winged people official in the city of Uriel, Ludwig's presence soon caught the attention of the White Stone Castle. His exceptional talents and noble background brought him into the sight of Sophia. After thorough evaluation, in the year 1734 of the Goblin Empire, the 10-year-old Ludwig was accepted as Sophia's disciple, beginning his journey under her tutelage. However, Sophia did not advise Ludwig to follow the traditional path of a light swordsman. Instead, she encouraged him to create his own profession starting from the master level, pursuing a dual-class path. She keenly observed that with his rare dual affinity for darkness and light, Ludwig was destined to walk an extraordinary path. 10 years later, Ludwig lived up to expectations and created the profession of Light Dark Knight, an extremely rare knight class among the winged people. Given their natural ability to fly, few winged people needed mounts, and the path of the knight was not popular. But during his travels in Rosendas, Ludwig encountered a magical horse in the forest, its body pure white and adorned with a single horn, exuding a strong aura of light that made him feel an extraordinary kinship. After adopting the horse, Ludwig spent every day with it, drawing inspiration and thus embarking on the path of a knight. 20 years later, in the year 1754 of the Goblin Empire, Ludwig successfully advanced to the self-created profession of Light Dark Grand Knight. At this time, the Sea People and the Winged People were engaged in fierce battles along the eastern coast. Filled with passion, Ludwig requested permission from Sophia to join the front lines and fight alongside the winged soldiers. However, as the current acknowledged legendary prospect of the winged people, Sophia resolutely refused his request, unwilling to let him take such a risk. But Ludwig did not relent. Standing before the Platinum Castle, bathed in the light of the Platinum Moon, he delivered a stirring speech. "Master, fellowkin, the king is the Platinum Moon in the sky. I shall be a star orbiting that golden moon. I will blaze a trail for the king and sacrifice for the king. If I dare not fight for the king, if I dare not bleed for the winged people, how can I become a star of the golden moon?" Coincidentally, these words reached Jiang You, who was gazing down from the platinum throne. Seeing this spirited young winged person, Jiang Yu was pleased. He gathered the light of the platinum moon to the front of the white stone castle, illuminating all the winged people there. Then, his voice echoed from the heavens. "Ludwig, young winged one, I heard your words. Go, fight, and prove that you are the bright star of the future. Sophia, let him go. Every young winged one is a child of the morning, but they will eventually stand under the bright sun." Faced with Jiang Yu's decree, Sophia reluctantly agreed, urging Ludwig to be cautious. On the battlefield, Ludwig demonstrated fearless courage and achieved great military success. As the disciple of the winged peoples and the kingdom's vice-regent, he chose to charge into battle on his white horse, like a knight from ancient legends, greatly boosting the morale of the winged soldiers. Ludwig's unique approach caught the attention of Anfir, the fifth princess of the Sea People. Whenever Ludwig appeared on the battlefield, Anfir would sing the Siren's Song, attempting to counteract the morale boost he brought. Over time, the power of the siren's song began to show. In the year 1756 of the Goblin Empire, inspired by Anfir's siren song system, a young female practitioner from the Sea People created a new siren song with hallucinogenic effects. Subsequently, the development of the siren song saw explosive growth, with numerous songs possessing abilities like hallucination, confusion, hypnosis, paralysis, and bewitchment being created and widely used on the battlefield between the Winged People and the Sea People, causing significant casualties to the Winged People. The Grand Princess of the Sea People, Themis, was overjoyed by this development and established a dedicated Sea Singers Corps to assist the Sea People's army. The emergence of the Sea Singers Corps dealt a major blow to the Winged People, whose military operations began to falter, leading to the loss of some eastern coastal territories to the Sea People. To counter the Sea People's fierce attacks, the kingdom's vice-regent, Sophia, called upon scholars among the Winged People to pool their wisdom and find a solution. Meanwhile, in the year 1768 of the Goblin Empire, a prodigious troll from the Blood Axe clan in the southwest of the Goblin Empire created the Berserker profession. This profession was incredibly suited to the characteristics of the troll race. The troll chieftain, Odin Bloodaxe, was delighted upon hearing this news and immediately promoted it within the Blood Axe clan. Given that the troll clans were known more for their brawn than their brains, the emergence of a genius capable of creating a profession, especially one so well suited to trolls, was a rare occurrence. The appearance of the Berserker profession greatly boosted Odin Bloodaxe's confidence, further solidifying his resolve. His gaze began to turn towards the various troll tribes across the continent, ambitiously planning a larger scheme. As early as 1726 in the Goblin Empire calendar, the ambitious Goblin Emperor Harg Amigel seized the opportunity presented by internal strife within the Prairie Court to launch a grand northern expedition. He skillfully utilized Pilus Amand as a guide, leading his army deep into the heart of the prairie. Harg Amigel's luck seemed particularly favorable, as the Goblin army encountered two prairie armies in succession and emerged victorious in both fierce battles. These consecutive victories boosted Harg Amigel's confidence, prompting him to continue his advance, hoping to completely conquer the vast prairie. During the subsequent campaign, the Goblin army engaged in fierce battles with the forces of Milan Amand and Human Amand. Despite the tenacious resistance of the enemy, Harg Amigel's troops managed to secure victory after bloody conflicts. These continuous triumphs filled Harg Amigel with pride, and he firmly believed that he was on the verge of conquering the last of the Amand sons and unifying the prairie. However, fate often takes unexpected turns. Just as Harg Amigel was preparing for the final strike, Edson Amand led an elite force in a sudden flank attack on the recently victorious and resting Goblin army. This surprise assault completely overturned the situation, leading to a devastating defeat for the Goblin forces. Harg Amigel's northern expedition suffered heavy casualties and was forced to retreat back to the northern territories in disarray. Unexpectedly, Edson Amand did not press his advantage. Instead, he chose to gather all the tribal leaders on the prairie and held a solemn coronation ceremony before the tomb of his ancestor Amand, officially becoming the Great Khan of the Prairie Behemoth Court. This move not only solidified his rule, but also brought rare unity to the prairie tribes. As the Great Khan, Edson Amand demonstrated exceptional diplomatic wisdom. He proactively invited Harg Amigel to a border summit, where the two leaders negotiated and ultimately agreed to extend the original 50-year non-aggression pact to 100 years. This decision brought long-term peace and stability between the two races. Time flew by, and it was now 1770 in the Goblin Empire calendar. On the eastern coast, in the city of Uriel, a female winged officer named Lilica was at a turning point in her life. She had witnessed the sacrifice of her comrades on the battlefield, experienced the kingdom's defeat firsthand, and heard countless unsettling siren songs. These experiences left her physically and mentally exhausted, and she ultimately had to withdraw from the Legion with severe injuries, returning home to Uriel to recuperate. During her recovery, Lilica could not forget the harrowing scenes from the battlefield. She realized that the sea folk siren songs gave them a significant advantage in battle, resulting in heavy casualties for the Winged People. This imbalance sparked her determination to find a solution for her race. With this resolve, Lilica embarked on arduous research. She delved into music and magic, working tirelessly day and night. After 3 years of effort, she created a song called Wings of Light, a magical anthem unique to the Winged People. Armed with this newly composed battle song, Lilica returned to the front lines. When the melody of Wings of Light resonated on the battlefield, the winged warriors seemed to be infused with new strength. Their courage and resolve were greatly amplified. This uplifting song brought a glimmer of hope to the Winged People. However, despite the positive impact of Wings of Light, it was still insufficient to completely counteract the negative effects of the siren songs. The Winged People remained at a disadvantage on the battlefield. This reality made Lilica realize that she needed to create an even more powerful song. With a profound faith in the Platinum Moon and the Winged King Jiang You, Lilica plunged back into arduous creation. After 3 years of relentless effort, she finally composed the first sacred hymn for the winged people, Platinum Word. This hymn was solemn, sacred, and displayed a powerful dispelling, clarifying, and inspiring effect against the siren songs. The birth of Platinum Word became the key to turning the tide of war. When large-scale battles erupted again on the eastern coast, the sirens sang their prized Pearl of the Ocean. However, this time, the winged warriors were no longer afraid. As the sacred melody of Platinum Word echoed across the battlefield, under the protection of the Platinum Moon, countless winged warriors shouted in unison, their fighting spirit soaring. This was the first time the winged people achieved victory under the influence of the siren songs, and Lilica became famous for this battle. This victory not only changed the course of the war, but also marked the official establishment of the winged people's sacred song system. In the ensuing years, numerous talented winged singers emerged, creating classic hymns such as Song of Paradise Mountain, Holy Words of Light, March with Light, Kingdom, and Under the Golden Moon. The sacred songs of the winged people and the siren songs of the sea folk engaged in a prolonged and intense confrontation on the battlefield, with neither side willing to give ground. By 1801 in the Goblin Empire calendar, a young winged warrior named Ludwig began to make his mark on the battlefield. His bravery and valor earned him great fame, and he received personal attention and encouragement from winged king Jiang You. These honors earned him the affectionate title Morning Star among the winged people. Just 6 years later, in 1807, Ludwig once again created a miracle. He pioneered a new legendary career pathlight and Dark Paladin, becoming the youngest legendary hero in the history of the winged people. This achievement not only brought him personal fame, but also injected new vitality into the winged people. Meanwhile, Lilica did not rest on her laurels. In 1830, leveraging the sacred song system she had established, she pioneered a legendary path known as the Holy Song Shepherd, ultimately achieving legendary status. This was not only a recognition of her personal achievements, but also an acknowledgement of the entire winged people's sacred song system. This series of developments, from Harg Amagel's northern expedition to the rise of Lilica and Ludwig, showcased the intricate political and cultural landscape of this world. Every race and every hero strived for their future, weaving their own legendary stories. In the year 1860 of the Goblin Empire, the flames of war between the winged people and the sea tribe continued to rage in the Abudo region along the eastern coast. On this battlefield, two legendary figures stood out. On one side was Ludwig, the commander personally appointed by Sophia, the vice-regent of the Winged Kingdom. On the other side was Anfiel, the fifth princess of the Sea Tribe, renowned for her siren song. At the break of dawn, Ludwig's majestic wings were always the first to soar into the sky, followed closely by the elegant figure of Anfiel rising from the sea. Their clashes became a daily spectacle, their skills evenly matched in the flurry of blades and magic. Although Anfiel had been a legend for a longer time, Ludwig's extraordinary combat talent allowed him to bridge the gap. Sophia once marveled that Ludwig's battle prowess ranked among the top 5 in the entire winged people. As time passed, a peculiar sense of mutual respect began to grow between the two adversaries. Despite being an enemy commander, Anfiel rarely targeted ordinary soldiers of the winged people. Her battles were almost exclusively against legendary opponents. Whenever her siren's song echoed, the entire battlefield would fall into a brief, eerie calm, as if an unspoken understanding flowed between both sides. This unique battlefield atmosphere made Abudo the area with the fewest casualties for the winged people. Ludwig grew increasingly curious about this unique opponent. Amid their relentless encounters, he began to initiate conversations, and Anfiel gradually started to respond. Their dialogues quietly unfolded in the pauses between clashing swords. Time flew by, and soon it was the year 1880 of the Goblin Empire. High above the skies, a massive mountain formed of stardust and earth floated. This was the new Heaven Mountain, created by Jiang You with the power of the Mountain Authority. At its peak, Jiang You sat on a platinum throne, shrouded in a radiant platinum glow. His body emitted a golden light, and his immense will manifested as ever-ascending laws of judgment. The pure white wings behind him grew increasingly ethereal, as if about to transform into pure light, while a halo of pure white above his head cast tendrils of white brilliance. His transformation was ongoing, requiring more time to complete. Another 20 years passed. In the year 1900 of the Goblin Empire, the population of the Blood Axe clan of the Trolls surpassed the 5 million mark. Under the leadership of Chief Auden Bloodaxe, the berserkers of the Blood Axe clan had conquered all the troll clans in the southern region. The last large troll tribe willingly submitted. Auden Bloodaxe's dominion now covered the entire troll-inhabited southern region. Successive dukes of the south in the Goblin Empire had long been aware of the rise of the Blood Axe trolls. Over the centuries, they had repeatedly attempted to suppress them, but these efforts only strengthened the Blood Axe clan. The current Duke of the South, Lindazeb, had repeatedly petitioned Emperor Harg Amigel to send troops to eradicate the Blood Axe clan, but each time he was rebuffed and even scolded by the Emperor. The emperor valued the Blood Axe clan because their berserkers had often answered his call to arms, particularly during the northern campaigns on the plains, where they had sent a full 10,000 berserkers, sustaining heavy losses without complaint. In the emperor's eyes, the loyalty of the Blood Axe clan surpassed even that of the Duke of the South. In that same year, the elderly Auden Blood Axe miraculously achieved demigod status, and his fame quickly spread across the southern region, even attracting attention from distant troll tribes. His prestige reached unprecedented heights. Time continued to fly, and by the year 1910 of the Goblin Empire, an unexpected announcement shocked the entire continent. Auden Blood Axe, the self-proclaimed loyal servant of the empire, declared himself king in the southern region, establishing the Troll Kingdom. This famously unruly race now had its own kingdom. In the same year, Auden Blood Axe led his troll army to capture the goblin cities of Inya and Dumias, seizing control of the Inya River region and Dumias area in the south, uniting the entire troll-inhabited southern region. This move dramatically altered the political landscape of the south, laying a solid foundation for the rise of the Troll Kingdom. The region of Ini River and the Dumia area have been overrun by trolls, especially the Ini River basin, leaving only the Lamales Valley between them and the southern capital, Aziba city. Duke Jimia Aziba of the south was struck with a wave of dizziness upon hearing of Auden Blood Axe rebellion. His face turned pale, and his hands trembled uncontrollably. 5 million trolls had united to form a kingdom, and the infamous berserker trolls known for their prowess were now at his doorstep. Jimia Aziba clenched his teeth, painfully aware that his meager forces were no match for this nascent troll kingdom. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Jimia Aziba decided to act while the Troll Kingdom was still in its infancy and Auden Blood Axe was preoccupied. He immediately summoned his trusted advisors and drafted 2 urgent letters overnight, one to the Goblin Emperor and the other to his own ancestors, pleading for assistance. Meanwhile, in the imperial capital of Proadas, Jimia Aziba's plea and the urgent report from southern officials arrived almost simultaneously. Emperor Harg Amagor was stunned by the news that the troll Auden Blood Axe had ascended to demigod status, established a troll kingdom, and raised arms against the empire. The emperor nearly collapsed from the shock. The threat from the northern plains had just been quelled, and now a major crisis erupted in the south, adding insult to injury for the empire. Harg Amagor stared incredulously at the report, repeatedly verifying every word. He subconsciously preferred to believe this was due to Jimia Aziba's incompetence. After all, the Aziba family had a long history of hostility towards the Blood Axe clan, filing complaints year after year. In the emperor's view, Auden Blood Axe rebellion was likely an act of desperation. The next day, at the imperial court, Goblin Emperor Harg Amagor was furious, publicly castigating Jimia Aziba as an idiot. He roared, "A noble family that has guarded the south for generations, commanding the entire region, is about to be overthrown by the very trolls they govern. What a fool and a failure." After intense discussions, the court made several decisions. First, send envoys to the Troll Kingdom to communicate directly with Auden Blood Axe and clear up any misunderstandings. Second, mobilize the central Goblin legions in preparation for a possible southern campaign. Third, order Duke Jimia Aziba to hold Aziba city at all costs, preventing any further advance by the troll army. Lastly, the emperor would personally seek the counsel of the great goblin sage, Aziba, given that Auden Blood Axe had ascended to demigod status and the empire's legendary warriors were mostly stationed in the north and east, with limited forces available to confront Auden Blood Axe in the south. After the court session, the emperor's messengers immediately set out from Proadasone, headed for Aziba city in the south, and the other for the troll capital of Eka city. When the emperor's envoy reached Aziba city and delivered the emperor's letter to Jimia Aziba, the southern duke read it and lost his composure on the spot. Ignoring the presence of the envoy, he cursed Harg Amagor as an idiot. Nevertheless, he followed the court's decisions, quickly assembling the southern nobility's coalition army and legendary warriors to fortify Aziba city. Meanwhile, the other envoy, after a long journey, finally arrived at Eka city, the Troll Kingdom's capital, to meet the much-discussed, loyal subject, Auden Blood Axe. When the envoy relayed the emperor's inquiry about whether the rebellion was due to oppression by the southern duke, Auden Blood Axe and his ministers exchanged glances and burst into thunderous laughter. Auden Blood Axe stood up, looked the goblin envoy in the eye, and boomed, "Go back and tell your emperor. Either cede the southern lands to the Troll Kingdom or prepare to face the wrath of the troll berserkers." In the year 1913 of the Goblin Empire, a colossal battle erupted between the Troll Kingdom and the Goblin Empire in the southern region. Tens of thousands of troops clashed fiercely in the Lamales Valley, soon covering the ground with bodies and rivers of blood. Auden Blood Axe, a demigod, was intercepted by a cloaked squad of legendary warriors sent by Aziba, plunging him into a grueling fight. As the epic battle raged, Jiang You, high above the sky, closely monitored the battlefield. Suddenly, he sensed a familiar aura, the mark left by the Slaughter Emperor many years ago. Jiang You immediately rose from his platinum throne and descended to the battlefield. However, The aura of the Slaughter Emperor quickly faded, while the aura of the troll demigod below was steeped in a strong essence of slaughter. Jiang You gazed intently at Auden Bloodaxe, his eyes piercing as if to see through the demigod's essence. After some contemplation, he decided not to intervene. Although Auden Bloodaxe's power indeed stemmed from the authority of slaughter, killing him would not grant Jiang You true control over that power. Jiang Yu returned to the heavens, resuming his focus on his own transcendence. On the Lamelles battlefield, Auden Bloodaxe was drenched in sweat, his back soaked with cold perspiration. When Jiang Yu's gaze fell upon him, an inexplicable sense of impending death loomed over him, instilling fear even in the demigod. Fortunately, the platinum moon in the sky did not claim his life, but Auden Bloodaxe lost the will to continue fighting. Thus, the colossal battle between the Troll Kingdom and the Goblin Empire came to an abrupt halt. In the ensuing negotiations, the Goblin Empire grudgingly acknowledged the existence of the Troll Kingdom. From then on, the Goblin Empire found itself surrounded by formidable foes on all sides: the Eastern Prairie Court, the Southern Troll Kingdom, the Western Swamp Kingdom, and the Northern Mountain Kingdom and Wing Kingdom. With power rising from all directions, the empire was on the brink of turmoil. In the year 1938 of the Goblin Empire, the docks at Keslinport were bustling with activity. Several massive goblin alchemical ships were preparing to set sail, their metallic hulls glinting in the sunlight. On the decks, thousands of goblins, bear goblins, and harpies were busy making final preparations. This expedition was set to journey to the eastern continent of Phynaton, a daring attempt by the Goblin Empire in its waning days. The fleet set off smoothly, but fate had other plans. During the voyage, a violent storm raged for 3 days and nights, blowing them off course. When the storm finally subsided, they were completely lost. The fleet leader reluctantly ordered a return, but it took a grueling 6 months before they finally sighted land. Upon landing, their excitement turned to shock. This was neither the familiar continent of Ferrand nor their intended destination of Phynaton, but an entirely new land. Even more astonishing were the strange, jelly-like creatures inhabiting this place, some of which even had basic attack abilities. However, the true rulers of this land were green-skinned, sturdy beings of intelligence who lived in tribes and called themselves orcs. Unfortunately, the goblins and their companions were soon captured by a powerful nearby orc tribe. Initially, the orcs mistook the bear goblins and goblins for a peculiar orc tribe, given their similar green skin. Fortunately, a wise and well-traveled orc shaman in the tribe stopped his kin from killing these strange visitors. The goblins' alchemical skills, particularly their iron forging techniques, soon greatly enhanced the tribe's power. They quickly conquered the surrounding mountain giants and stone beings, becoming the dominant force on the coastal plains. Through their interactions with the goblins, the orcs developed a keen interest in the continent of Ferrand and the Goblin Empire. However, the expedition of goblins, bear goblins, and harpies never returned to their homeland. Their descendants took root in this new land, starting a new chapter. Time flew by, and it was now the year 1980 of the Goblin Empire. To divide the Behemoth Khanate and the tribes of the plains, the Goblin Empire promised that all major tribes, except the humans, could join the empire and vowed to grant large swathes of land to the first tribe to submit. Swayed by the Goblin envoys, a large centaur tribe named the House Clan moved south to join the Goblin Empire. True to their word, the empire granted the centaur tribe vast lands near the Pyrrhus territory of the southern Behemoth, helping them establish the Centaur Kingdom. The Great Khan of the Plains was furious upon hearing this. He condemned the goblins' treachery and mobilized the plains tribes, especially the human tribes, to annihilate the fledgling Centaur Kingdom. This prolonged war lasted 6 months, with heavy losses on both sides. Ultimately, the Centaur Kingdom was destroyed, but the goblins' scheme began to take effect. Some plains tribes, harboring independent ambitions, did not fully commit to the battle. The Behemoth tribe bore the brunt of the fighting, and though they eventually won, their population and strength were significantly weakened, reducing their control over the plains. Time passed again, bringing us to the year 1992 of the Goblin Empire. On the western coast of the Ferrand continent, a little-known history was unfolding. Nearly 1,000 years ago, a group of humans arrived on this land, ruled by bear people, ogres, merfolk, and sea-dwelling mermaids. This region was isolated from the western mainland by a vast mountain range, untouched by goblin influence, with only occasional dwarf sightings. When this group of humans first arrived, they numbered only in the tens of thousands. After a millennium of hard struggle, they finally settled down. To adapt to this resource-rich yet challenging land, their bodies became extraordinarily robust, and their temperament wilder. They began to call themselves barbarians, embracing their wildness and drifting away from their ancestral cultural rituals. In the year 2000 of the Goblin Empire calendar, the Abdu region on the east coast experienced a rare period of calm. The Winged Legion and the Sea Legion stationed there had not engaged in fierce battles for many years, with monthly casualties even remaining in single digits for several months. Ludwig explained to the public that the prolonged war had wearied both armies. It was no longer uncommon to see 3 generations of a family serving together in the military camps. However, that year, a shocking event shattered the apparent tranquility between the two races. A group of foreign mercenaries, while on a mission, accidentally discovered the Wing tribe's legendary genius Ludwig and the Sea tribe's fifth princess, Anfir, sharing an intimate moment on the coastal rocks. Even more surprising, they were nearly inseparable on the battlefield, demonstrating perfect synergy. This revelation spread like a bombshell among the two tribes. Initially, Whitestone Castle dismissed the rumors. Sophia outright denied them, calling them absurd. After all, the Wing tribe and the Sea tribe had harbored deep-seated hatred from years of war. Ludwig, the youngest legend of the Wing tribe, vice-regent of the kingdom, and prize student of the Holy Flame Saintess Sophia, was hailed as the Platinum Moon and the future Morning Star by Winged King Jiang You. How could he possibly be involved with a Sea tribe princess? For any winged warrior with a sense of honor, this was unacceptable. As the rumors intensified, Sophia from Whitestone Castle and Themis, the Grand Princess of the Sea tribe, were forced to launch their own investigations. The results stunned everyone. Ludwig had not only fallen in love with the Sea tribe princess, but had also fathered a child. When both tribes found them, the lovers were hiding in a small cabin near Abdu's coast, with Anfir pregnant with their second child. On a sunny, calm day, elite forces from both tribes gathered around the coastal cabin. In the air, Sophia and Erita led the Wing tribe's legends and elite troops. On the sea, Themis, Melair, and Medial commanded the Sea tribe's legendary warriors and elite Shark Knight squad, eyeing the cabin menacingly. All eyes were fixed on the 3 figures in front of the cabin. A haggard Ludwig, a heavily pregnant Anfir, and their beautiful little girl with pristine white wings. This scene infuriated Sophia. She furiously questioned, "Ludwig, do you know what you're doing? You are the morning star of the Wing tribe. Why are you entangled with the Sea tribe princess?" Her tone was filled with disappointed exasperation. The Sea tribe's grand princess Themis was equally enraged. She stared coldly at her sister, who had once created the siren song and nearly brought victory to the Sea tribe. Taking a deep breath, she shouted, "Anfir, kill the winged man beside you. Kill that damned winged half-breed, and I will forgive you and allow you to return to the Sea tribe." Her words carried a murderous intent as vast as the ocean toward Ludwig and the little girl. In front of the cabin, the little girl trembled in fear, clutching her parents' hands tightly, crying, "Daddy, I'm so scared." Ludwig immediately shielded his wife and daughter, while Anfir held their daughter close, softly comforting her. "Lucifer, my beloved daughter, don't be afraid. Daddy and Mommy will protect you." In Anfir's arms, little Lucifeel buried her head deep in her mother's chest, her trembling body betraying her fear. As Themis's anger grew, the sea responded with towering waves that crashed against the rocks, the salty sea breeze mingling with the spray, ruffling the hair of the 3 standing before the wooden cabin. After calming her daughter, Anfir turned to face the ocean, her gaze fixed on Themis, her voice pleading, "Sister, I am beyond forgiveness, but for the sake of our thousands of years of sisterhood, please spare my husband and child." The sea breeze lifted her deep blue hair, making it flutter like delicate seaweed. Themis, however, remained unmoved, her own deep blue hair billowing behind her as she spoke coldly, "Impossible. Anfir, they must die. You betrayed the will of the deep sea. You will come back with me now, return to the deep sea, kneel before our mother, and atone for the rest of your life." "No, sister, I can't." Anfir cried out in near despair. Themis commanded forcefully, "Anfir, kill them. You are a princess of the deep sea. When you chose to do this, you should have known the consequences." Seeing Anfir hesitate, she added coldly, "Fine, if you won't do it, I will, and then I'll take you back." Standing atop the raging waves, Themis raised her trident, summoning a massive wave that surged towards the 3 in front of the cabin. Suddenly, a wall of fire composed of lava and light appeared before the rocks, blocking the attack. In the air, a beautiful winged woman descended slowly, her sword held horizontally as she shouted angrily, "Themis, who do you think you are? My disciple is not yours to punish. Themis, you wretched, detestable birdwoman." Themis stomped her foot in rage. Sophia sneered, "Themis, your fishy stench is still as unbearable as ever." In front of the cabin, Ludwig fell to his knees before his teacher, pleading, "Teacher, I was wrong and am willing to pay for my sins. But my daughter is innocent, please forgive her. My wife has never harmed a winged person and never will, please let them go." Hearing this, Sophia felt deeply disappointed. She hadn't expected her hard-trained disciple to become so wretched because of a sea nymph. Had the kingdom's honor, racial vendetta, and platinum faith vanished from his heart? But her innate kindness made her restrain her emotions, speaking coldly, "Ludwig, I can accept your daughter, but not this sea nymph. She must die. Turning to Themis, Sophia shouted sternly, Themis, take your people and leave. The east coast is our territory, and today you shall not set foot on its shores. Themis ignored her, roaring at Infer, Infer, you traitor, you must make a choice today. Otherwise, the deep sea will no longer accept you. You will no longer be a daughter of the sea, condemned to walk the sinful earth barefoot, never finding peace. Tears streamed down Infer's face. Sister, I love them more than I love myself. I can't meet your demands. Themis's tone softened slightly. Infer, don't forget that the deep sea nurtured you. If you don't choose and remain steadfast, the Sea Clan will see you as an enemy. The winged race child you bore will face eternal pursuit from the Sea Clan. Rather than living in constant fear, end her suffering soon. No. Infer refused without hesitation. Her daughter meant more to her than life itself. Themis sighed, fine, if that's the case, I will make the decision for you. We are all daughters of our mother, princesses of the sea, and we shouldn't jeopardize our future here. Hearing this, Infer looked desperate. She glanced at her kin standing on the sea, then at her frightened daughter in her arms and her husband standing before her. Taking a deep breath, she stepped forward. Sister, I am willing to die to seek our mother's forgiveness in exchange for their lives. With that, she severed her own life force without hesitation. Ludwig, watching his wife collapse before him, felt his heart wrenched with pain. He picked up Infer's lifeless body, taking the hand of the stunned Lucifer, and turned to Sophia with a deep sigh, pleading, I'm sorry, teacher. Please take care of my daughter. She is innocent. Then, he looked up at the platinum moon in the sky. Exalted platinum moon, please forgive my daughter. May the platinum light shine upon her, and I will atone with my life. With that, he severed his life force just like Infer, collapsing before everyone. Sophia, sensing something wrong, rushed over but was too late. Only the tearful little Lucifer stood timidly behind her parents' bodies. Sophia sighed with a bitter smile. Child, come to me. On the sea, Themis watched her sister die, overwhelmed with grief and anger. She brandished her trident and roared, Ah, that wretched child killed my sister. Everyone, follow me, kill her. Kill that damned winged brat. Sophia snorted coldly, Themis, you won't even spare a child. All winged people, stop them. A fierce battle erupted as the winged people blocked Themis's forces. Seeing her forces unable to approach Lucifer, Themis stood on the sea, using her bloodline power to call out loudly, Mother of the Sea, your daughter beseeches you. Kill this abomination tainting the sea princess. In the distant deep sea, the slumbering sea mother Charybdis suddenly awoke, hearing her daughter's call. Seeing her youngest daughter Infer dead on the shore and the winged people fighting the Sea Clan in the sky, she was instantly enraged. For the first time in countless years, the terrifying beast that had never left the deep sea extended its dreadful tentacles into the world. Above the coast, as Themis's call echoed, Sophia felt a pang of unease, a strong sense of crisis welling up inside her. Then, from the depths of the ocean, countless massive tentacles, each 1,000 meters long, surged from the sea like towering mountains. They brought with them a storm that roared through the heavens and endless seawater, raising waves 1,000 meters high that crashed down on all the winged people on the coast. The terrifying force felt like the entire ocean pressing down. Sophia felt a sense of helplessness. Facing this storm and tsunami that could engulf the entire east coast, she flapped her white wings, praying to the platinum moon high in the sky. Exalted platinum moon, great king, please descend upon this coast and protect your people. High above the heavens, Jiang You, seated on his platinum throne, instantly heard Sophia's call. His gaze, sharp as a sword, fell upon the eastern coast where the mother of the deep, Charybdis, emerged, unleashing an apocalyptic storm and towering waves. Jiang Yu's purple eyes ignited with pure white holy flames, seemingly illuminating the entire sky in an instant. Charybdis, how dare you? Jiang Yu's voice thundered, his words becoming reality. The platinum throne erupted with brilliant light, enveloping the entirety of the second heaven mountain and spreading across the world. Under the watchful eyes of all, the platinum moon shone like a radiant sun. Jiang You exuded the majesty of the Lord of heaven and earth, akin to a divine emperor descending upon the world. On the earth below, countless beings looked up in astonishment, bewildered by the sudden change in the platinum moon. By the coast, wooden huts were swallowed by the massive waves. A beautiful winged woman clutched young Lucifer tightly, striving to flee the battlefield. Yet, Lucifer's gaze remained unusually calm, as if she had matured in an instant, observing the cataclysmic scene. On the battlefield, the winged beings witnessed the sky obscured by the colossal waves, plunging them into darkness. From the sea, a gigantic creature rose, instilling fear in all who saw it. Torrential winds and rain swept through, casting the world into chaos, even eclipsing the platinum moon. As the winged beings fell into despair, Jiang You stood abruptly in the heavens. He grasped the purple-gold sword at his waist and stepped forward, descending along a path of resplendent platinum light to the coast below. He appeared like a brilliant pillar of light, cutting through the darkness, standing before the monstrous waves. Jiang You unsheathed his sword with resolve, the mighty sound of its draw resonating through the heavens and earth. Under the watchful eyes of Sophia, Erita, and all the winged beings, the terrifying presence of the deep-sea lord suddenly dissipated. A magnificent sword light, like the first light of dawn, instantly quelled the towering waves and apocalyptic storm. The sea became calm and peaceful. Charybdis, you have overstepped your bounds. Jiang Yu's voice was authoritative yet indifferent, echoing through the heavens and earth. Sunlight pierced through the clouds, illuminating Jiang Yu. All witnessed a majestic figure standing in the sky, sword in hand, overlooking the earth. His pristine white wings seemed to be formed of light, and the pure white halo above his head radiated divine majesty. His presence alone commanded the reverence of all creation. Platinum Moon, do you intend to stop me? The massive sea monster roared in fury. Stop you? You're not worthy. Jiang Yu sneered, his purple eyes glinting with icy disdain. The deep-sea sovereign seethed with anger, but restrained her urge to strike. She glared at Jiang Yu in the sky, attempting to reason. Platinum Moon, my daughter is dead. She was my own flesh and blood, a child I nurtured with endless care. So what? Jiang Yu retorted dismissively. The deep-sea sovereign took a deep breath. Today's conflict will end if that wretched child dies. We will retreat immediately. Jiang Yu slowly descended from the sky, walking towards the gigantic sea monster. Each step he took reverberated through the world, as if treading on the hearts of all present. Neither the sea beings nor the winged beings dared to move. Only young Lucifer's golden eyes shone with a peculiar light, fixed unwaveringly on Jiang Yu. Finally, Jiang Yu stood before the deep-sea sovereign, meeting her gaze directly. His purple eyes locked onto the massive eyes above her head as he declared, word by word, I forbid it. If you dare set foot on shore today, I will slay you. As soon as those words were spoken, the atmosphere between heaven and earth froze instantly. The sea was as calm as a mirror, and even the wind seemed to hold its breath. The sea tribes and the winged people swallowed hard in unison, wishing they could bury their heads in the sand like ostriches. The enormous, hideous head of Charybdis, the sovereign of the deep, began to glow with a dangerous red light. Her fury was almost enough to set the entire ocean ablaze. Storms and the authority of the sea clashed violently, with howling winds threatening to overturn the earth and the sea trembling as if about to unleash towering waves. The aura of the Mother of the Deep and the Platinum Sovereign clashed fiercely in midair, distorting and warping the very space between the sky and the sea. Jiang Yu stood proudly in the air, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing at the corner of his mouth, his sword intent slightly raised. He looked the colossal sea monster, towering nearly a kilometer above the sea, straight in the eye, seemingly waiting for Charybdis's next move. However, to everyone's surprise, the anticipated cataclysm did not occur. The Mother of the Deep took a deep breath, followed by several more, before slowly retracting her serpent-like tentacles into the sea. Her voice was low and powerful, Platinum Sovereign, I will remember you. With that, she extended her tentacles, gathered all the sea tribes on the surface, and slowly sank back into the depths. The winged people in the air stared in disbelief as Charybdis retreated. Jiang Yu squinted, watching the massive figure gradually disappear into the deep sea, feeling a tinge of regret. He thought to himself that if Charybdis had dared to take another step forward, he was confident he could have stopped her. This position was precisely at the boundary between the deep and shallow sea. Although Charybdis emerged nearly a kilometer above the surface, most of her body was still underwater, with nearly half of her tentacles firmly gripping the deep seabed. So cautious. Jiang Yu sighed inwardly. No wonder she will become one of the main gods in the future. As the sun set, Jiang Yu shook his head, watching the figures of the sea tribes completely disappear. He turned and flew towards the small wooden house, followed closely by Sophia and the other winged people. Upon arriving in front of the house, Jiang Yu looked at the intertwined bodies of Ludwig and Anfiel and sighed. Ludwig, to fall in love with a sea demon without permission, if he were alive, I would have sentenced him to death. Betraying his own people is a mistake I cannot tolerate. But he is dead, and this ignorant sea princess also deserves death. But she is dead too. Since they are both dead, let it be. Their bodies may escape punishment, but their souls will not. With that, he reached out and grabbed the two corpses. To everyone's astonishment, the confused souls of Ludwig and Anfiel were pulled out by Jiang Yu. He looked at them and softly pronounced, You too shall sing hymns in my heavenly kingdom for all eternity. The two confused souls seemed to awaken instantly at Jiang Yu's words. Their gazes turned towards the winged people and rested on the little girl, Lucifeel, in the arms of a female winged person. They looked at Jiang Yu with pleading eyes. Jiang Yu sighed and said, all right, all right. He beckoned to Lucifeel. Come here, child. The little girl wiped away the tears that had welled up upon seeing her parents' souls and obediently walked over to Jiang Yu. Your name is Lucifeel? Jiang Yu asked. Yes. Lucifeel nodded vigorously. Looking at the delicate and adorable little girl before him, Jiang Yu felt an inexplicable sense of affection. He extended his arms and, in front of all the winged people, gently picked her up, stroking her small head. He smiled and said, Lucifeel, from now on, you shall inherit your father's title of Morning Star. Lucifer Ludwig Morningstar, the new name of the little girl, seemed to bring an invisible force sweeping through the entire winged tribe the moment Jiang Yu picked her up. Sophia silently breathed a sigh of relief, feeling the hostility in the eyes of the winged ones behind her dissipate instantly. From this moment on, though Lucifer was the daughter of Ludwig, she also became a child personally named and held by the king, a special relationship that undoubtedly paved the way for her future. Jiang Yu gazed at the girl in his arms, admiration flickering in his eyes. He recognized that Lucifer had inherited her parents' talents, possessing both light and dark abilities, along with an affinity for the holy song system. This unique combination of gifts made her a worthy successor to Ludwig. However, the shadows of the past still lingered in Jiang Yu's mind. He turned to Sophia, his tone serious as he instructed, Sophia, you will personally mentor this child. I do not want to see Ludwig's tragedy repeat itself. Remember, her parents made mistakes, but the child is innocent. The winged tribe must not harbor any discrimination. You must raise her as if she were your own. Sophia nodded solemnly, a determined light in her eyes. Rest assured, my king, I will raise Lucifer to become the new morning star of the winged tribe. Jiang Yu smiled and nodded, about to say more when his gaze was drawn to Anfiel's corpse. A subtle, unreadable smile appeared on his face as he murmured, life is truly miraculous. Is this the power of a mother? Sophia, puzzled, followed Jiang Yu's gaze and saw the abdomen of the sea princess Anfiel, lying on the rocks, suddenly convulse violently as if something was about to burst out. The surrounding winged ones also noticed this anomaly and held their breath. As Anfiel's abdomen swelled more and more, it finally exploded with a loud bang, like the rupture of amniotic fluid, and several oddly shaped little beings crawled out of her belly. Though their faces were still tender, they bore the faintly discernible features of their parents, hinting at future beauty. However, their body structure was astonishing. Their upper bodies resembled those of the winged tribe but lacked arms, replaced by wings. Their lower bodies had claws, making them look more like bizarre creatures with human heads and bird bodies. Lucifer, in Jiang Yu's arms, stared wide-eyed at these newly born, oddly shaped sisters, disbelief written all over her small face. Sophia and the other winged ones showed obvious disgust, viewing these new lives as nothing short of monsters. Jiang Yu knew that the very birth of these little beings was a miracle. Their development was incomplete, merely accelerated by Anfiel's dying moments. Moreover, the sea monster's bloodline caused a reversion in the winged bloodline. Seeing the disgust on the faces of the winged ones, Jiang Yu realized that while they might accept Lucifer, accepting these monstrous infants would be much harder. Even he found it difficult to feel affection for these strange beings. Sophia cautiously approached and asked in a low voice, my king, what should we do with these newborns? Jiang Yu turned to Sophia and asked, what do you think we should do? After a moment of thought, Sophia replied, my king, these little ones are innocent as well, but they belong neither to the winged tribe nor the sea tribe. I suggest we find a place along the coast to settle them, provide food daily, and ensure they grow up safely. Once they can fend for themselves, we will no longer interfere. Jiang Yu nodded in agreement. All right, let's do that. He then looked at Lucifer in his arms and gently asked, Lucifer, did your parents think of names for your brothers or sisters? Lucifer answered crisply, yes, they did. Mother said if it was a brother, he would be named Sevi, and if it was a sister, she would be named Siren. Jiang Yu nodded thoughtfully, his gaze returning to the strange beings crawling on Anfiel's corpse. In that case, let them all be called Siren. 3 innocent new lives, neither of the sea tribe nor the winged tribe, were thus given names. They would be sheltered by the winged tribe in their early years, and the wheels of fate began to turn slowly. With the arrival of the dual rulers, the centuries-long war between the winged tribe and the sea tribe temporarily came to an end. Both armies retreated to begin a new cycle of recuperation. Jiang Yu returned to the platinum throne high above the heavens. His second celestial mountain was under construction, and his will and true spirit were in a critical phase of ascension, not to be interrupted. In fact, avoiding a direct confrontation with the Mother of the Deep was a fortunate turn of events. Engaging in a full-scale battle with the demigod on the brink of divinity would surely disrupt Jiang Yu's advancement, making it not worth the risk. The Mother of the Deep retreated in disgrace, perhaps for similar reasons. On the vast second celestial mountain, a completed area radiated dazzling light. Two souls dressed in white holy garments sang hymns of praise in this luminous realm. Holy, holy, how can sinners gaze upon? How can sinners gaze upon the majesty and glory of the true Lord? A wooden house appeared out of nowhere in this light-formed world. This was the heavenly realm Jiang You designated on the second celestial mountain, a future haven for the souls of fallen or devout winged tribe members. However, until Jiang You attained divine strength, only legendary-level souls could ascend to this heaven. But that day was not far off. This heaven was similar to the divine realms of other gods. Although Jiang You himself did not need it, he made arrangements for the sake of his followers. On the platinum throne of the first celestial mountain, Jiang You cast a final glance at the eastern coast before closing his violet eyes, continuing on his path of ascension. Time was of the essence, and he had to give it his all. On a nameless rocky beach along the eastern coast of the kingdom of Losendas, 3 sirens grew rapidly under the care of the winged tribe. Their growth cycle was incredibly short, taking only a few years to reach adulthood. Once mature, they left the beach where they had grown and flew to distant lands. While the winged tribe did not mind them staying, they would not allow them to act recklessly. The sirens, inherently free-spirited, loved living between the sea and the land. They inherited their mother's enchanting voices, often singing by the coast to lure passing intelligent beings, with whom they would either mate or kill. Regardless of the species they mated with, their offspring were always female sirens, a powerful racial trait. Over time, they would propagate a race known as the Siren tribe. Meanwhile, their sister Lucifeel had a very different fate. Lucifeel was taken back to Uriel City by Sophia, who carefully taught her the professional system. Lucifeel was exceptionally gifted, much like her father, able to wield extraordinary power at the age of 6, becoming a light swordsman at 10, and skillfully singing holy songs by 15. Sophia took particular care in Lucifeel's education, instilling in her the same celibacy principles to avoid repeating Ludwig's mistakes, demanding eternal loyalty to the race and the king. Sophia saw herself as Lucifeel's mother. Erida often visited Sophia, guiding Lucifeel in swordsmanship during each visit, which facilitated her overall progress. Despite this, Lucifeel occasionally thought of her biological parents and would visit her unique sisters during her free time, bringing lots of food and toys. However, her siren sisters did not seem appreciative. While they accepted the food and toys she brought, they increasingly resented her. In their minds, as children of both the winged tribe and sea monsters, why was Lucifeel adopted by the kingdom's vice-ruler while they had to grow up like wild dogs on a rocky beach? The blood of sea monsters twisted their minds, filling them with envy and resentment towards Lucifeel's life, which they could never attain. Finally, when Lucifeel was 10, the Siren sisters harshly berated her before flying away, leaving the winged tribe's sanctuary. They had already reached adulthood due to their bloodline leaning more towards sea monsters. In contrast, Lucifeel's bloodline was predominantly that of the winged tribe. Inherited from their parents, the Sirens also possessed some extraordinary power, their songs fully retaining the power of the sea monster's song. This granted them self-protection abilities and the potential to grow stronger over time. The departure and insults from her Siren sisters dealt a significant blow to Lucifeel. She became more serene and resilient, focusing intensely on her training. She decided not to follow her father's career path completely, but hoped to carve out a new legendary route. Sophia firmly believed that Lucifeel would eventually surpass her father. Time flew by, and soon it was the year 2038 of the Goblin Empire. The 7th Emperor of the Goblin Empire, Harg Amager, passed away. He was the only Goblin Emperor since Amager to break through to the legendary realm, but unfortunately, he could not become a demigod like his ancestor Amager. After Harg Amager's death, the young prince Villain Amager ascended the throne. Villain Amager's accession was smooth and uneventful. However, the Goblin Empire now faced internal and external troubles, and the seemingly lofty emperor's throne was, in reality, a challenging mess. In the north of the empire, the Baiman tribe's grassland court looms like a sword hanging over their heads, representing the greatest current threat to the Goblin Empire. To the east, the Rosenda's kingdom, established by the rising winged people, harbors ambitions, and if not for the hindrance of the sea tribe, the entire eastern border of the empire might have already fallen. In the west, the Dwarf Mountain Kingdom and the Lizardman Swamp Kingdom have grown powerful but remain relatively peaceful, with few goblin troops stationed there. However, in the south, the rise of the Troll Kingdom is like a ticking time bomb, growing stronger over the centuries and forcing the Goblin Empire to form 3 new legions to resist its expansion. Whenever Verland Amager thinks of the Troll Kingdom in the south, he feels a splitting headache. He recalls how his father, Harg Amager, often cursed the foolish actions of the southern Duke Azeba family, which turned what could have been an ally into a rebel kingdom. Verland bitterly realizes that they had always mistakenly trusted Auden Bloodaxe as a loyalist, never suspecting him. If not for the presence of the Azeba family, he would have gladly torn Zimia Azeba to pieces. Fortunately, the legendary squad dispatched by the goblin sage Azeba has been stationed in Azeba City in the south, making it difficult for the Troll Kingdom to expand northward. Auden Bloodaxe, while expanding his territory southward, also contacted troll tribes across the continent, inviting them to join the Troll Kingdom. After centuries of effort, most of the western troll tribes have responded, expanding the Troll Kingdom's influence to cover a third of the western territories, overlapping with the Goblin Empire's domain. Simultaneously, Auden Bloodaxe has sent envoys to the north to the grasslands, periodically allying with the grassland court to attack the Goblin Empire, weakening the empire's strength over time. Over several centuries, the Goblin Empire's territory and influence have continually shrunk, while other races have grown stronger. The Troll Kingdom's growth has been particularly astounding, with a population reaching 10 million, becoming the greatest threat in the Empire's south. Verland Amager recognized the danger posed by the trolls long ago. Upon ascending to power, he immediately took action, issuing decrees to covertly and overtly weaken all troll tribes within the empire. Many robust trolls were sent to the northern frontier to fend off attacks from the grassland court, leaving their tribes deprived of food and resources by local officials, making survival increasingly difficult. Trolls who made mistakes faced severe punishments, including conscription and execution. Verland Amager originally intended to gradually weaken the troll tribes within the empire and eventually erase them from goblin lands. However, when these policies reached the corrupt local officials, they either persecuted the troll tribes to achieve political gains, causing large-scale rebellions, or were bribed to turn a blind eye, leading many troll tribes to flee the empire and join the Troll Kingdom. These measures inadvertently strengthened the Troll Kingdom, later seen as a catalyst for the Goblin Empire's decline. In the Goblin Empire year 2105, Troll King Auden Bloodaxe, citing the persecution of continental trolls by the Goblin Empire, called for a nationwide army to attack the Goblin Empire. Before the expedition, he declared that he would break through Azeba City. Simultaneously, the northern grassland court took the opportunity to march south, responding to the Troll Kingdom's call. The Goblin Empire was suddenly caught in a pincer attack from the north and south, struggling to cope. The current southern duke, Alex Azeba, gathered all the southern forces to defend Azeba City to the death. However, unexpectedly, Auden Bloodaxe did not directly assault the fortified city, but instead bypassed it to strike the major city of Black Forest in the southeast. In the Goblin Empire year 2106, Black Forest City fell, and the southeastern region was lost. Many southern nobles, seeing their homes taken, became desperate and pressured Alex Azeba to leave Azeba City and lead the army to reclaim the lost territories, even including some legendary figures from the south. Even Emperor Verland Amager issued an order condemning him for his inaction. Under immense pressure, Alex Azeba had no choice but to lead his forces eastward, eventually encountering the troll army at the Lumina River. A decisive battle was imminent, and the outcome of this battle would determine the fate of the southern territories of the Goblin Empire. Near the river Lumia lies a vast plain where two massive armies stand facing each other across the water. To the west, Eryx Azabar leads the goblin forces, poised for battle. To the east, Auden Bloodaxe commands the troll army, ready to strike. The battle is imminent. The goblins, leveraging their advanced alchemical technology, hold the upper hand. The sky is filled with countless airships, raining down magical fire, protected by flocks of hawkmen. On the ground, alchemical cannons roar incessantly, their fire striking the trolls on the opposite bank like a relentless downpour. However, the troll army does not falter. They boast the continent's largest number of berserkers, who charge ahead fearlessly, ignoring casualties and wielding only wooden planks as they rush toward the enemy. Auden Bloodaxe has placed almost all his berserkers at the forefront, putting everything on the line. In the skies, Auden Bloodaxe personally leads the legendary warriors of the trolls in fierce combat against the goblins' elite forces. Despite having achieved demigod status for years, Auden Bloodaxe's strength has not significantly increased, but his combat skills have become more refined, rivaling those of the winged warriors Sophia and Erida. On the ground, the fearless charge of the troll berserkers quickly breaks the goblins' front lines. As Eryx Azabar attempts to regroup, a large number of trolls have already crossed the river using makeshift bridges created by the sacrifices of berserkers and ice mages. The two armies clash with a thunderous roar. The goblin front line collapses, and the panic spreads rapidly to the rear. The forces composed of various nobles' troops disintegrate instantly, leaving only the Imperial 3 legions and the Southern Duke's personal troops to offer stubborn resistance. Yet, under the relentless assault of the troll army, the goblin center cannot hold out for more than an hour. Eryx Azabar, knowing the battle is lost, chooses to die fighting rather than retreat. He understands that losing this battle means the entire Azabar duchy will fall into troll hands. After the battle, the troll army advances rapidly, capturing major cities in the western southern regions such as Movira, Akalito, and Yerban. Ultimately, they lay siege to Azabar city. Eric's Azabar's son, Mando Azabar, refuses to surrender, prompting a fierce troll assault. The city falls after 7 days. Auden Bloodaxe orders a 3-day massacre in Azabar city to offer a blood sacrifice to the god of slaughter. Nearly 1,000,000 goblins are killed, shocking the entire continent. When news reaches the palace of Proedas, the goblin emperor Villand Amager is both shocked and enraged, cursing the incompetence of Duke Azabar. He hurriedly dispatches the Imperial Guard to fortify the Amber River. The guards regroup the scattered troops and prepare for defense on the northern bank. This time, the goblin army learns from their mistakes and adopts a defensive stance. The troll army, after several probes, decides not to advance recklessly, leaving a garrison on the southern bank before withdrawing. As a result, the land south of the Amber River falls under the control of the Troll Kingdom, further shrinking the territory of the Goblin Empire. In the year 2145 of the Goblin Empire, Auden Bloodaxe relocates the capital to Azabar City, renaming it Barrow City, establishing it as the new troll capital. 10 years later, a troll tribe on the plains successfully tames the giant wolves as mounts, giving rise to the wolf cavalry. Around the same time, the Reinhardt family of the Trident River tames the plains lion horses, bringing forth the Golden Lion Knights. 12 years later, the Prairie King's army sweeps south, with troll wolf cavalry and human Golden Lion Knights leading the charge, achieving continuous victories and earning widespread renown. Meanwhile, the Southern Troll Kingdom attacks the Amber River as agreed. In May, the Prairie Army captures the northern stronghold of Yobud, where the goblin legend Rigo, commander of the 1st Northern Legion, falls in battle. The Northern Legion collapses, and the Prairie Army advances rapidly, capturing major northern cities such as Haros, Melanson, and Polek, finally halting at Mohand, north of Garso. The Goblin Empire hastily mobilizes the Western and Eastern legions to support the north. This time, the Prairie Army does not retreat after plundering. Instead, they prepare for long-term occupation. Great Khan Edson Amen believes that the northern territories of the Goblin Empire, now firmly under Prairie control, can be securely held by the Prairie King. Despite the Goblin reinforcements' efforts to reclaim the territory, they ultimately fail and are forced to establish a new defensive line along the Alls River in central Northern Territory. The two nations temporarily establish a new boundary. The following year, to reward the exceptional contributions of the Reinhardt Human Knights and the Troll Wolf Cavalry, Edson Amen grants the Polek territory to the Reinhardt family, the Haros territory to the Troll Wolf clan, and directly governs the Melanson territory under the Behemoth King's court. In the year 2169 of the Goblin Empire, dusk was approaching. The golden sunset bathed the land in a radiant glow as nearly 1,000 human knights, clad in armor, marched into the Polek territory. They bore 3 banners, the Golden Lion, the Roaring Behemoth, and the Platinum Moon, symbolizing the Reinhardt family, their allegiance to the Grassland court, and their faith in the Platinum Moon, respectively. The emblem of the Golden Lion of the Reinhardt family shone brightly on the knights' cloaks. This formidable troop, known as the Golden Lion Knights, had earned their fame during the southern campaigns, striking fear across the plains and the north. Wendell Reinhardt, the current head of the Reinhardt family, led this elite force westward. Their destination was not the Goblin-forged city to the south of Polek territory, but rather an ancient, long-abandoned castle ruin to the north. The rhythmic pounding of hooves startled the wildlife and sent birds flying. After many years, humans once more set foot on this ancestral land. The knights halted before the castle ruins, tears welling up in their eyes. Wendell Reinhardt, accompanied by his 2 sons, ascended a small, overgrown hill behind the castle ruins. They dismounted and cut their way through the underbrush with their swords, finally reaching 2 ancient, weathered tombstones. Wendell carefully unearthed one tombstone, brushing away the dirt to reveal the inscription. Second leader of the humans, Reinhardt, the king who laid the foundation of the human race. The first leader of the humans, ancestor of the Reinhardt family, empress of the Goblin Empire, the last ember of the humans, Fiona, a sister full of regret. With a heart full of emotion and guilt, Wendell gently touched the tombstone and whispered, "Ancestors, do you see? We have finally returned. We have reclaimed what was ours. Those goblins who exiled us have paid dearly in blood." He called his sons to kneel before their ancestors, then explained, when Ancestor Fiona passed away, Ancestor Reinhardt planted an osmanthus tree at her grave. Sadly, time has erased it. Turning to his sons, he asked, "Which of you is willing to plant a new osmanthus tree here and guard it for generations to come?" The brothers exchanged a knowing glance. The eldest, Mandel, resolutely said, "Father, I am willing to plant an osmanthus tree here and protect it for generations." Wendell smiled with relief. "Good, Mandel. Since you are willing to take on this responsibility, you shall govern the Polek territory. Do you accept this great duty?" "I do, father." Mandel Reinhardt replied firmly. Gazing over the plains, Wendell proclaimed, "From today, This hill is sacred ground for our family, under the guardianship of the Reinhardt family for generations. Mandel, you must protect this hill and the Polak territory. Now that we have reclaimed it, we must never lose it again. As night fell, the sky was adorned with two moons, one golden and one silver. Wendell looked up at the platinum moon and revealed the family's greatest secret to his sons. The platinum moon in the sky is not just our faith. It is also the source of our family's bloodline, the origin of the Reinhardt family. Seeing his son's astonishment, Wendell elaborated, over 2,000 years ago, our ancestor Fiona and the ruler of the platinum moon, Jiang You, had a child. That child was our forefather, the great Reinhardt. He emphasized, the great king who sits on the platinum moon is our family's ultimate trump card. Only in the direst of times should you seek his help. Do not squander our ancestors' goodwill. Maintain reverence, faith, and devotion. Only then will our family always have the chance to rise again. Wendell carefully scraped off the words, Empress of the Goblin Empire, from the tombstone, muttering, mere green-skinned dwarfs, how can they be worthy of our ancestor Reinhardt? Forgive me, ancestors. He turned southward, his eyes filled with determination. One day, we will drive these green-skinned dwarfs into the wilderness to join their goblin kin. Mandel, Charlemagne. Remember my words and make them the family creed. In the years that followed, the Reinhardt family flourished in the Polak territory. In the year 2170 of the Goblin Empire, the family relocated 50,000 humans and 3,000 elite soldiers to the Polak territory, expanding their lands. Mandel Reinhardt became the Lord of Polak. In 2173, Mandel rebuilt the new Polak city and raised the Goblin Polak city to the south. In 2259, Mandel was killed in battle by the Als River, and his son Tumen Reinhardt succeeded him as lord. In 2279, after having 7 daughters, Tumen Reinhardt finally had his first son, Arthur Reinhardt. The Kingdom of Losendas, year 2150 of the Goblin Empire. Lucifiel, the adopted daughter of Sophia and blessed by the Platinum Moon, embarked on a journey to break through to legendary enlightenment. She left the city of Uriel on the east coast, determined to travel the continent and spread the faith of the Platinum Moon. As a member of the Winged People, Lucifiel enjoyed a special status. The Winged People were not only a major power in the eastern part of the continent, but had also earned the respect of various races for their millennia-long defense against the sea tribes. Forces from all over the continent were willing to provide conveniences to the traveling Winged People, a gesture of goodwill aimed at both currying favor with the powerful Winged Kingdom and expressing gratitude for their protection. Lucifiel's journey began in the south. She first arrived at the mountain city of Lomanda, where over 100,000 gargoyles lay in slumber. These creatures possessed a trait that the Winged People envied. Once they fell asleep, they turned as hard as stone, entering a state of neither life nor death, akin to immortality. As Lucifiel walked through this silent city, gazing at the stone-like sleeping gargoyles, she softly sighed. I will find a way to save you all. Continuing south, Lucifiel reached the southeastern port of Kesslin. This place had drawn the attention of the Goblin Emperor due to the mysterious disappearance of a goblin fleet years ago, and had since developed into a bustling port. Here, Lucifiel saw for the first time the grand seafaring ships created through alchemical technology, and the city had become a retreat for goblin nobility. Next, Lucifiel visited the Troll Kingdom. Despite being welcomed by King Auden Bloodaxe, she couldn't shake a sense of underlying malice. Leaving hurriedly, she then traveled to the Swamp Kingdom and the Mountain Kingdom, discovering that, like the Troll Kingdom, they had established their own belief systems. Traveling west to the western coast of the Furland continent, Lucifiel encountered tribes of barbarians, bearfolk, mermen, and ogres. At that time, a two-headed ogre was leading a tribe to attack the barbarians' territory. Remembering her mentor's teachings, Lucifiel imparted the berserker profession system she had learned in the Troll Kingdom to the barbarians, helping them resist the ogre's assault. Although the barbarians ultimately chose to migrate north, their gratitude towards Lucifiel never wavered. They even honored her as the Valkyrie and began to worship the Platinum Moon. Heading north to the far northwest, Lucifiel arrived in the Momed region. This area was home to dozens of human city-states, the largest being Momed City, ruled by the Momed family with mermaid bloodline. However, due to past bloody political struggles, the Momed family lost their chance to become the rulers of humanity, and various human tribes broke away from their control. The human city-states were cold towards Lucifiel's arrival, preferring to worship the blood ancestor and maintain friendly relations with the bloodline and mermaid tribes. Lucifiel continued north, briefly visiting the unwelcoming bloodline castle before heading east to the ice plateau. On this vast land, she witnessed awe-inspiring giant creatures and magnificent sky seas. It was on the coast of the Sky Sea that Lucifiel felt the opportunity for a breakthrough and decided to stay and cultivate. In the year 2200 of the Goblin Empire, the sea tribes had not attacked the east coast for 200 years, providing the Winged People with a rare opportunity for development. Sophia decided to expand northward, occupying the Anlin Valley and the Odro Mountains, forcing the local goblins and trolls to leave. This action heightened tensions with the Goblin Empire and drew condemnation from the Troll Kingdom. In 2222, Lucifiel finally pioneered the legendary profession Pathmorning, staring the coast of the Sky Sea. Overjoyed, she soared through the skies, with even the platinum moon showering its light upon her. After her ascension to legend, she continued to explore the Ice Plateau, witnessing the Behemoth tribe, the frost giants riding mammoths, and various other giant creatures. Despite her curiosity about the cause of this gigantism, years of searching yielded no answers. Subsequently, Lucifiel traveled south to the grasslands, arriving in the land of the Trident River humans, where she was warmly received by the old patriarch of the Reinhardt family, Wind Reinhardt. Learning that Jiang You had once stayed there, she decided to follow in Jiang Yu's footsteps to the continent of Phoeniton. In 2229, Lucifiel landed on the continent of Phoeniton and made her way to the Natashir Forest of the Elves, where she met the Elf King Althais and the Windwing tribe leader, Lesson Refong. Here, she witnessed the power of many demigods, which momentarily shook her resolve to follow the path of mortal legends. However, after much contemplation, Lucifiel decided to uphold her mentor's mission and pave a path of hope for future winged people. Returning to the continent, Lucifiel landed on the northern part of the east coast. In a large forest, she encountered a legendary red dragon commanding kobolds and goblins to build a dragon's nest. A fierce battle erupted between the two proud beings. Ultimately, the red dragon fled with severe injuries, leaving behind a spiteful remark, "Damn bird. I, Atropanth, will return." The red dragon fled west, eventually finding refuge in a high mountain forest near the Polic territory. In the year 2268 of the Goblin Empire, after a long journey, Lucifiel finally returned to the city of Uriel in Losendas. After Lucifer returned to Uriel City, the kingdom entered a period of stable development. Sophia assigned her the important task of training the winged soldiers. The resulting winged legion was entirely under Lucifer's command, becoming a privilege unique to her lineage. In this era, Sophia had her island legion, Erida controlled the Holy Sword Legion, and Ludwig once commanded the Sky Knights, though they were later disbanded. Not wanting to fall behind, Lucifer established the Radiant Battalion, favoring those winged beings who were bold and daring. She handpicked the bravest, most skilled, and most adaptable warriors. Veterans of the former Sky Knights flocked to join, bringing a wealth of experience to the new battalion. In the year 2300 of the Goblin Empire, Lucifer led the Radiant Battalion in a proactive strike, engaging the Sea Tribe garrison on the Sophia Islands in fierce combat. The battle was extremely brutal, but the Radiant Battalion ultimately achieved a decisive victory, reclaiming the Sophia Islands for the kingdom. This victory not only made the Radiant Battalion famous, but also further enraged the Sea Tribe. The Sea Tribe's Grand Princess Themis could no longer contain herself. She led a massive force to attack the eastern coast, shattering their fear of the Platinum Moon in the high heavens. War between the Winged and the Sea Tribe erupted once again. This time, Lucifer personally led the charge, always at the forefront of every battle. Under her command, the Radiant Battalion's morale soared, achieving brilliant victories and becoming the most dazzling force in the war. Meanwhile, in Proedas, Goblin Emperor Velindamigwal breathed a sigh of relief upon learning that the Sea Tribe and the Winged were at war again. He had been deeply concerned when the Winged occupied the Anlin Valley and the Odolo Mountains. Now, the Goblin Empire faced pressure from the Behemoth Court in the north and the Troll Kingdom in the south. If the Winged Kingdom in the east also launched an attack, he feared he would meet the fate of a fallen ruler. In the year 2301 of the Goblin Empire, a ferocious red dragon wreaked havoc on human territories in the Polak region, frequently raiding villages and abducting civilians. Lord Tumen Reinhardt was furious and led his army to retaliate. However, they underestimated the dragon's strength. Not only was it a legendary red dragon, but it also commanded a large force of kobolds and goblins. The human army of Polak suffered a crushing defeat, and Tumen had to flee in disgrace. Among this army was Arthur Reinhardt, only 22 years old. Recently promoted to master level in the Thunderlight profession, he was a standout in his field. However, his first expedition ended in such a humiliating defeat, forcing him to flee with his father. Upon returning to the Polak lord's castle, they were met with even worse news. Arthur's closest sister, and Lord Tumen's most beautiful daughter, Avril Reinhardt, had been abducted by the legendary red dragon Atropans. The news was like a bolt from the blue, causing Tumen to faint in a fit of rage. Arthur Reinhardt, overwhelmed with fury, immediately wanted to take up his sword to face the dragon, but the guards held him back. A master-level human warrior wouldn't even get close to the dragon's lair. With tears in his eyes, Arthur swore an oath. He would slay the red dragon Atropans and use its head to decorate his room. 3 days later, Tumen Reinhardt awoke and summoned Arthur, ordering him to travel north to the plains and seek help from his grandfather, Wind Reinhardt, in the Trident River human territory. Arthur set off immediately. Upon meeting Wind Reinhardt, the old man quickly dispatched one of the three human legends, his son-in-law, the legendary knight Tvedo, to lead the Golden Lion Knights south to slay the dragon. However, the red dragon Atropans proved to be exceptionally cunning. After a fierce battle, the dragon realized its forces were no match for the Golden Lion Knights, and it was evenly matched with Tvedo. Continuing the fight would lead to its defeat. It immediately took to the skies, escaping with the captured Avril Reinhardt. The legendary knight Tvedo couldn't catch up and could only watch as it disappeared into the horizon. Standing in the forest, Arthur Reinhardt used his greatsword to cut down the kobolds blocking his path, looking up at the retreating dragon with clenched fists and gritted teeth. "Damn dragon! Sister, are you okay?" he shouted in his heart. In the year 2302 of the Goblin Empire, Arthur Reinhardt joined the Golden Lion Knights and marched south to battle the Goblin Empire. 16 years later, at the age of 39, Arthur finally broke through the Master level and was promoted to the Hero level as a Holy Lion Knight. This young Holy Lion Knight was deeply cherished by Wind Reinhardt, who hoped to see another legend in the family. He had a Lionheart armor specially crafted and gifted it to Arthur. Another 27 years passed, and Arthur Reinhardt, having served in the Golden Lion Knights for 43 years, was suddenly summoned back to the Polak region by Tumen Reinhardt. Fearing a family crisis, Arthur led his fellow knights back in haste. However, what awaited him was not a crisis but an unexpected surprise. In the castle hall, a red-haired girl who appeared to be in her teens was waiting for him. She looked human, except for her vertical pupils, revealing her non-human identity. She stood up and introduced herself, "Uncle, I am the daughter of the Red Dragon and Reinhardt, Nylavia." Faced with this beautiful red-haired girl, Arthur Reinhardt felt a mix of emotions. She was both his sister's daughter and the offspring of the dragon he had sworn to kill. After a long silence, Arthur finally asked, "Nylavia, why have you come to Polak?" The girl's expression was sincere, with hidden pain and anger in her eyes that reminded Arthur of his younger self. She firmly replied, "Uncle, my mother has died in torment. I escaped with her help before she passed. I want to join you in killing the red dragon. Though I have the blood of a red dragon, I am willing to be a dragon slayer." Thus, the homeless Nylavia followed Arthur Reinhardt and joined the Golden Lion Knights, embarking on a path of battles and conquests. To hide her dragon-like vertical pupils, she wore a mask and took on the male identity of Nia, fighting alongside the human knights. Her fiery red hair and fierce fighting style quickly made her the most dazzling new star of the knights, earning her the title Lion of Flames. In the year 2389 of the Goblin Empire, the Golden Lion Knights achieved another victory, breaking through the northern city of Mugas, further expanding the territory of the Behemoth King's court. 11 years later, Lucifer led the Radiant Legion to break through the Tauren stronghold on the eastern coast held by the Sea Clans, killing 2 legendary sea warriors. Her reputation and Siren bloodline shocked the entire Sea Clan, causing great regret to Themis. To turn the tide, Themis set her sights on Lucifer's Siren sisters, who were not highly regarded by the winged men. Themis found the 3 Siren sisters on a small island in the northern part of the eastern coast, promising them great benefits and acknowledging their status as daughters of the Sea Clan princess, successfully recruiting them into the Sea Clan's forces. The Siren sisters were indeed extraordinarily talented, especially in the Siren song, and soon, they had taught hundreds of Sirens numerous songs. In 2401, the 3 Siren sisters led hundreds of their people to join the Sea Clan. When the Siren's song echoed on the battlefield, Lucifer was furious and personally led the Radiant Legion to raid the Sirens' singing grounds. Although they were blocked by legendary sea warriors and failed, from that moment on, her familial bond with the Siren sisters was completely severed. Time flew by, and it was now 2450. Arthur Reinhardt, stationed outside the city of Melanson, finally broke through to the legendary realm, taking on the title of Lionheart King, becoming the second legend in the Reinhardt family after Wind. Hearing the news from the distant Trident River, Wind cried tears of joy, exclaiming, "The family has a successor." Barring any surprises, Arthur would become the head of the family after Wind's passing. Subsequently, Arthur took over as the leader of the Golden Lion Knights and sent people to search for the Red Dragon Atropans. 3 years later, the Red Dragon Atropans was found in the Putillas Mountains on the eastern side of the northern Haros Plains. Seizing the momentary lull in the war between the Behemoth King's court and the Goblin Empire, Arthur decided to lead his personal guards, the elite of the Polek territory, a dozen heroic knights, and Nylavia to hunt the Red Dragon. After 3 months of preparation and travel, Arthur's team finally reached the dragon's lair. What greeted them was a countless number of kobolds and goblin minions. Arthur ordered Nylavia to lead the army against these minions, while he wielded his greatsword to face the Red Dragon Atropans directly. Using the legendary traits of the Lionheart King, Arthur displayed power that matched the Red Dragon. In the heat of the battle, a winged golden lion with a platinum moon crest on its forehead appeared as a phantom behind him, roaring towards the sky. The red dragon was forced to retreat, its body covered in wounds. Just as Arthur was about to slay the red dragon, an unexpected event occurred. From the back of the mountains came another loud dragon roar. The red dragon was overjoyed. Isra, dear sister, come help me kill this human legend. A legendary green dragon, Isra, appeared out of thin air behind them, spewing corrosive acid and severely injuring Arthur's troops. She flew to the red dragon's side and said sternly, Atrapans, don't forget you owe me 5 dragon eggs. Not just 5, 10. They'll give you 10, the red dragon quickly promised. The green dragon nodded in satisfaction and then cast a spell that enveloped Arthur. At the same time, a green mist spread in the sky, attacking Arthur. The red dragon ignited flames around them, blocking any retreat. Surrounded and outnumbered, Arthur had no choice but to fight to the death. The phantom of the Lion King behind him roared continuously as he swung his sword at the green dragon. However, facing the combined assault of the agile green dragon and the red dragon, Arthur gradually became overwhelmed, his body covered in wounds. On the ground, Arthur's troops were also surrounded, struggling to hold out. If Arthur were to die or flee, they would be annihilated. But if they did not leave, as one of the family's only 2 legends, Arthur's fall here would spell the end of the Reinhardt family. At this moment, Arthur was filled with regret. Years of hatred and the joy of becoming a legend had made him lose his caution, and the humans on this continent, who had never seen dragons, could not have imagined the existence of a green dragon. The red dragon Atrapans, now smug and no longer in a dire situation, sneered, Arthur Reinhardt, do you know how delicious your sister was back then? He then glanced at Nilawea on the ground and angrily said, that traitorous wretch is here too? Ha, they'll make you suffer worse than your mother. In this critical moment, Arthur suddenly recalled the family's secret wind had told him. The platinum moon in the sky is not only our faith but also our ancestral bloodline. Arthur, if the family faces an existential crisis, you can pray for the help of the platinum moon. Recalling these words, Arthur hesitated no longer. While fending off the attacks of the 2 dragons, he looked up to the sky, earnestly invoking the power of his bloodline, and shouted, Great Platinum Moon, please bestow your mercy upon us and protect your loyal Reinhardts. High above in the heavens, sitting on a platinum throne, Jiang You suddenly heard a call resonating through his bloodline. Fragmented prayers emanated from a small stream of blood, different from the vast and grand river of the winged ones. Jiang Yu opened his violet eyes, his majestic gaze piercing through time and space to locate the source of the call. Amidst the mountains, a legendary human warrior with flowing golden hair and a robust build, Arthur Reinhardt, was fighting fiercely in midair. Behind him loomed the shadow of a Lion King, exuding a faint aura of royalty. 2 legendary dragons, one red and one green, attacked him from both sides. Despite being covered in wounds from their ferocious onslaught, Arthur's resolve remained unshaken, and his great sword continued its valiant charge. Below, an elite human unit was struggling to fend off the overwhelming tide of kobolds and goblins, showing signs of exhaustion and nearing defeat. Jiang Yu observed the scene silently, his silver hair cascading down as he supported himself on the throne, pondering, the Lion King? Arthur? The first human king from the ancient era in the expansion? But wasn't he supposed to be called Arthur Pendragon? How did it become Reinhardt's bloodline? Is it a correction of the world line? Or is Pendragon actually a remnant of Fiona's bloodline among humans? History indeed differs. However, since you are my descendant, I shall grant you the power to overcome your foes. Jiang Yu's eyes narrowed slightly, disdainful of personally dealing with mere legends. He reached into the earth before his throne and summoned a snow-white, jade-like demigod's bone, faintly imbued with draconic might. Then, he took a long, platinum stone from the steps drenched in platinum light. Jiang Yu fused the bone and stone into a great sword, inscribing it with the holy mark of the second heaven and a white moon symbol. Finally, he etched a trace of his own bloodline into it, ensuring only Reinhardt's bloodline could wield the sword. A stone great sword, glowing with platinum light, hovered before Jiang Yu. He smiled slightly, the power of heaven, bolstered by bloodline. Legendary Arthur, this should be enough for you to defeat your enemies. With that, he pushed the sword forward, and the stone sword, radiant with platinum light, fell from the platinum moon high in the sky, plummeting straight to the earth. Deep within the Putillas Mountains, Arthur Reinhardt, besieged by the 2 dragons, suddenly felt a stirring in his heart. He looked up to see a platinum comet descending from the platinum moon, heading straight for him. On the battlefield, the red dragon Atrapans continued to taunt, Arthur, little Reinhardt. I heard you have 6 sisters, how delightful. I quite like that. However, at this moment, Arthur Reinhardt had no time to respond. His heart was filled with joy, his bloodline telling him that the platinum light was a gift from his ancestor. As the platinum radiance descended like a small sun over the forest, illuminating a 1,000-mile radius, the two dragons simultaneously noticed the falling platinum comet. On the ground, countless kobolds and goblins felt an overwhelming royal aura suppressing the draconic might, trampling upon their spirits. Thud, thud, thud. Their hearts trembled like ancient godly drums, and all the kobolds and goblins involuntarily bowed. Human knights and soldiers felt a profound reverence, sensing an aura as radiant as the sun illuminating the world. It's the platinum moon, the great platinum moon, the guardian deity of humanity. They raised their swords and shields, clashing them together, and the sound of metal rang through the forest, their fervent cheers echoing across the Putillas Mountains. In midair, Arthur Reinhardt threw his enchanted sword to the ground and opened his arms to welcome the descending platinum comet. Instantly, the platinum light enveloped him entirely. Arthur felt his body lighten, a powerful force filling him. A majestic, deep voice echoed in his ears, "Arthur Reinhardt, my bloodline descendant. I am watching you from the heavens." Suppressing his excitement, Arthur silently vowed, "Great ancestor, Arthur will not disappoint you." The two dragons, startled by the scene, had no time to react. As the light dispersed, Arthur Reinhardt, now clad in armor and wielding the stone great sword, emerged from the radiance. "By the platinum moon, with this sacred sword, I shall vanquish all enemies of humanity." As he spoke, brilliant platinum light flared from the sword, and the Lion King's shadow behind him turned platinum, roaring like a lion howling at the moon. The thunderous power of light and the judgment will of the heaven mountains surged. Arthur Reinhardt, as if divinely inspired, roared and unleashed his full strength against the red dragon, Judgment. Atrapans, the red dragon, felt an overwhelming supreme will lock onto him, his internal laws instantly silenced. Panicking, he tried to flee, but a mighty sword light cleaved through the air, striking his neck. With a splash, scorching red dragon blood rained down from the sky. Atrapans felt his body drifting away. "So, I am already dead." Finally, before crashing to the ground, he lost consciousness completely. The massive dragon head and body struck the Putillas Mountains, plunging the world into silence. The green dragon, seeing this, fled without hesitation. Only Arthur Reinhardt, holding the stone sacred sword, stood proudly in the void, offering a solemn salute to the platinum moon above. High above the Pilatus Mountains, the silhouette of the green dragon gradually vanished into the distance. Arthur Reinhardt let out a long sigh of relief. Although wielding the stone holy sword significantly boosted his combat prowess, the earlier fierce battle and the slaying of the red dragon had exhausted him. At this moment, he was in no condition to face another dragon. In the forest below, as the massive corpse of the red dragon crashed to the ground, kobolds and goblins scattered in all directions. Human knights and warriors, witnessing the victory, erupted in cheers. Arthur Reinhardt, victorious, praised the platinum moon. Their faces were filled with the joy of having survived the ordeal. Nilawea stood before the red dragon's corpse, gazing at the colossal beast that was both her father and her mother's killer. A mix of smiles and tears streamed down her face as she drank the dragon's blood, venting her complex emotions. This dragon-slaying battle had elevated Arthur Reinhardt's prestige to unprecedented heights. True to his word, Arthur Reinhardt mounted the red dragon's head as a trophy in his room. In the year 2468 of the Goblin Empire, a sudden coalition attack shattered the empire's tranquility. The Troll Kingdom allied with the Mountain Kingdom, the Swamp Kingdom, and the Behemoth Court of the Northern Plains to launch an offensive against the Goblin Empire. With the main goblin forces concentrated in the south to fend off trolls and in the north to counter the Behemoth Court, they were unprepared for the usually docile dwarves and lizardmen. The western defenses were caught off guard and suffered heavy losses. Farai City fell to the dwarves, Roman City was occupied by the lizardmen, and several major southern cities were taken by the trolls. A large number of western goblins were forced to flee to the Angamiros Mountains. By the time the Goblin Empire regained its composure, the entire western region had been divided up. The allied forces of dwarves and lizardmen even advanced to the edge of the Mon Plains in the central region, barely held back by Mon City. In the year 2512 of the Goblin Empire, the Behemoth Court launched another southern campaign. Edson Amond led the coalition of the prairie tribes in a fierce assault on Mohan City, while also dispatching centaur tribes to attack Mugus. After 3 months of brutal siege warfare, Mohan City finally fell, and the centaur tribes nearly simultaneously breached Mugus, dealing a devastating blow to the Northern Army. In Mohan City, the remnants of the Goblin Northern Army broke out, planning to retreat to Garso City to continue their defense. Seeing victory within reach, Edson Amond personally led the Behemoth Royal Guards in pursuit. However, in his haste, he was ambushed by the Goblin Northern Army at the gates of Garso City and was killed. With the death of the great Khan Edson Amond, the entire behemoth coalition disintegrated, reminiscent of events from centuries past. Edson Amon's sons began vying for the position of Great Khan, plunging the behemoth court into internal strife. The third son, Eamon Amond, controlled the northern central region. The seventh son, Tada Amond, held the vast western territories, and the 11th son, Randamond, dominated the eastern areas. Each prince rallied their respective tribes, aiming to become the new Great Khan. However, the major tribes under the behemoth court had grown stronger through their southern raids and were no longer willing to follow the court's orders. Instead, they chose to stand by and watch the prince's power struggle. In the year 2515 of the Goblin Empire, seeing the behemoth court mired in internal conflict, the Goblin Empire dispatched troops north to reclaim Mohan City. However, they were blocked by Eamon Amond at the city's gates, unable to advance. News of the Goblin army's northward movement spread, prompting the three behemoth princes to temporarily halt their civil war. Surrounding Troll and Dire Wolf clans, the Polak humans and Centaur tribes also came to aid, forcing the Goblin army to retreat to Garso and establish a final northern defense line along Garso and Eid cities. Over the next 2 decades, the northern situation remained tumultuous. In the year 2532 of the Goblin Empire, the Trolls and Dire Wolf clans of Haros declared independence, forming the Dire Wolf Kingdom. The following year, the Centaur tribes of Mughas established the House Centaur United Kingdom. In 2535, on the plains and steppes south of the Trident River and north of Haros, the tiger-headed folk united with boarmen, half-foxes, and minotaurs to form the Beastman United Kingdom. In 2537, Arthur Reinhardt declared human independence in the Polak territory, establishing the Reinhardt Kingdom, which encompassed the Polak and Trident River territories. He also ordered the expansion westward into the Ulaner Lake region. That same year, a faction of fairies living at the northern and western border established the Fairy Enclave. In 2538, the three behemoth princes, seeing the chaotic situation on the plains and recognizing that the behemoth tribe could no longer restore its former glory, abandoned their ambitions to unify the behemoth court. In 2540, Eamon Amond announced the establishment of the Eamon Kingdom, withdrawing from the struggle for the behemoth court. The fragmentation of the northern nations reduced pressure on the goblins, allowing the Goblin Empire to focus on the western and southern fronts. The Dwarf and Lizardmen coalition in the west, seeing the behemoth court embroiled in its own problems, paused their offensive, holding the line at the edge of the Mon Plains. In the year 2550 of the Goblin Empire, the war between the Winged People and the Sea People concluded once more, with the Sea People being driven back to the ocean. Discontent with the Grand Princess Themis had reached a peak within the Sea People. In Uriel's city of Losendas, Sophia, observing the turmoil across the continent, decided to march her forces westward. The Winged People's multiple armies launched simultaneous assaults. The Tian Mountain Winged People captured Thunder Run City near the Thunder Marsh, and the main Losendas Winged Army advanced westward into the vast sea forest, capturing the eastern metropolis of Todcab. The Goblin Empire's eastern army, unable to withstand the onslaught, was forced to retreat to the central and eastern cities of Gydos. This battle saw the Winged Kingdom nearly occupy the entire eastern region. In 2555, Sophia personally visited the ancestral land of the Winged People, the High Barbarian Mountain. After 3 days of commemoration, she ordered the construction of a new city at the mountain's base, encircling the entire High Barbarian Mountain. This new city was named Starfly City, meaning the first city of flight, symbolizing a new beginning for the Winged People. In the year 2560 of the Goblin Empire, in the southern region, news of the Winged Kingdom's conquest of the eastern territories spread like a cold wind, leaving the Troll King, Auden Bloodaxe, deeply troubled. To him, the Goblin Empire was now a lamb to the slaughter. The northern prairie courts were insignificant, and only the Winged Kingdom posed a serious threat to the future of the Troll Kingdom. After intense discussions, Auden Bloodaxe decided to send envoys north to Haros to forge an alliance with the Northern Wolf Kingdom. Bearing carefully prepared gifts and diplomatic messages, the envoys traversed rugged mountain paths and finally arrived at the Wolf Kingdom's capital. They proposed a marriage alliance, emphasizing that as nations formed by troll tribes, they should unite in a southern-northern alliance. After weighing the pros and cons, the Wolf Kingdom agreed to the proposal. The following year, a grand wedding between the son of the Wolf King and the daughter of Auden Bloodaxe was held at the border of the two kingdoms. The ceremony marked the official formation of the alliance. Nobles from both kingdoms feasted and celebrated, envisioning a future of continental conquest. 2 years later, the southern and northern troll kingdoms began secretly planning a joint attack on the Goblin Empire. Auden Bloodaxe used his diplomatic skills to persuade the dwarves and lizard folk to launch simultaneous attacks on Moon City. For this battle, Auden Bloodaxe led the elite forces of his kingdom north to Amber River. The Battle of Amber River was exceptionally fierce. Realizing that losing this battle would mean the fall of the entire southern region and the empire being surrounded on all sides, the Goblin Emperor ordered a nationwide mobilization, drafting all able-bodied men and professionals to defend the southern region. Both sides engaged in a prolonged tug-of-war at Amber River, with neither gaining a decisive advantage. As the southern battle reached a stalemate, disastrous news came from the west. The dwarves and lizard folk had breached Moon City. The Goblin Emperor, Violent Amigel, was forced to redirect southern troops for defense and organize the evacuation of civilians to the north. He knew that the central region was the lifeline of the empire and could not be lost. 3 years later, Auden Bloodaxe finally broke through the Amber River defenses. The southern goblin army was in disarray, retreating while fighting. Auden Bloodaxe personally led the pursuit of the main goblin forces, while detaching troops to occupy other southern cities. A year later, the remnants of the Goblin Empire established a final line of defense along the Villa River. By then, the empire's territory was reduced to central Vineland and parts of the north, while the Troll Kingdom, for the first time, surpassed the Goblin Empire in territory, occupying the entire southern region and parts of the west. For the time being, the situation stabilized, with Kesslane Port becoming an enclave of the Goblin Empire. Emperor Violent Amigel secretly sent his favorite prince south to Kesslane Port to oversee the construction of large ships in preparation for a future counterattack. Over the next 400 years, except for occasional conflicts between the Winged Kingdom and the Goblin Empire or defending against sea tribes, the continent entered a strange peace, as if the various races and nations had reached a tacit understanding. However, beneath this calm surface, undercurrents surged. Numerous new faiths emerged like mushrooms after rain, and many peak demigods appeared, beginning to establish their influence among the various races and nations. In the south, the Troll Kingdom worshipped the god of slaughter, the Mountain Kingdom revered the god of mountains and forging, the Centaur Kingdom venerated the god of the north wind, the Northern Wolf Kingdom believed in the wolf god, the Half-Orc Kingdom exalted the god of battle, the Lizardfolk Kingdom supported the god of mud and chaos, and the Eamon Kingdom saw followers of the god of savagery and violence. The Eastern and Western Prairie Courts worshipped the god of strength and the god of running, respectively, while the Merfolk of the Western Sea worshipped the sea goddess. Even the Reinhardt Kingdom was not spared, with the faiths of the god of wisdom and healing fiercely competing with the Platinum Moon. Although King Reinhardt eradicated this emerging faith in Polek, the influence of the god of wisdom and healing continued to quietly expand in the Trident River region and among the human tribes of the prairie. Besides these powerful kingdoms, other major races such as the Harpies, barbarians, Murlocs, ogres, serpentfolk, giants, bearfolk, and fairies also developed their own faiths. Only the Goblin Empire, situated at the center of the continent, seemed like a forgotten island, with no new faiths emerging. One deep night in the year 2970 of the Goblin Empire, two figures stood on the walls of Proedas under the moonlight. The goblin sage Aziba, cloaked in black, gazed at the distant plains. Beside him stood a figure of similar height, shrouded in black mist. Hee hee hee, the shadowy figure let out a grating laugh. The time has come, Aziba. With the emergence of many demigods on the continent of Violent, we must decide. Do we wait until they become true gods? Aziba remained silent. The shadow continued, you know, once we chose the abyss, there is no turning back. When we gaze into the abyss also gazes into us. Besides, we are not without advantages. By bringing millions of fresh souls to the abyss, we will surely gain the favor of the abyssal will. Then, with the abyss help, we can ascend to become abyssal lords, comparable to true gods. Isn't that your lifelong dream? Seeing Aziba still silent, the shadow laughed again. Are you worried about your race? Don't be ridiculous. They are merely stepping stones for your ascension. Goblins are resilient. Their bloodline will not be severed. And even if they go extinct, what does it matter to us? Aziba finally roared in anger. Enough? The shadow chuckled. Aziba, who are you pretending for? Don't you realize I am you? The eerie laughter echoed through the night, waking countless goblins and Proedas. After a long silence, Aziba asked in a heavy, hoarse voice, will we return? Rest assured, the shadow replied. The abyss behind us is immensely powerful. It bears the malice of countless worlds, devouring them and waging war against many worlds with gods. The continent of Violent will be no exception. We will return. I understand, Aziba resolved. Let it begin tonight. Execute our plan and lead all of Proedas into the abyss to become demon lords. Ha ha ha, you finally see it my way. The shadow laughed as it approached Aziba, and the two figures gradually merged into one. Rolling black mist and vast negative will spread through the night sky. On the towering city walls, twin moons hung high, casting a golden and silver glow across the night sky. As a cold breeze swept through, Aziba's black robe flapped wildly, revealing his demonic, twisted face. Darkness as thick as ink, armor like horns, and a malevolent aura surrounded him, with death walking beside him. Below the walls, thousands of demonized goblin minions stood in dense ranks, each one powerful. This elite force was Aziba's meticulously crafted army over the years. Aziba surveyed his army, took a deep breath, raised his demonic claw, and shouted, begin. From today, Proadas will descend into the abyss. Yes, sir. Thousands of shadows responded in unison, dispersing like phantoms. In an instant, a black fog enveloped the entire Proadas. The evil aura spread like wildfire. Goblins in the city awoke in terror, witnessing the rolling black mist, and were instantly petrified. They had no choice but to breathe it in. Suddenly, the agony of soul tearing swept through their bodies. As more goblins inhaled the black mist, their spirits were forcibly expelled, shooting into the sky. From above, one could see countless specks of light converging like fireflies, forming a brilliant galaxy over Proadas. On the city wall, Azeba suddenly soared into the air. He raised his staff, and a massive black curtain descended, instantly swallowing the moonlight. Even the once familiar platinum moon dimmed. Azeba sighed deeply, his immense power erupting like a volcano. In a flash, the dark curtain engulfed Proadas, as if tearing a gaping wound in the land of Furland. The entire city lost its vitality, and a colossal void altar appeared out of nowhere, beginning to connect with the abyss. As the altar emerged, countless blood threads fell like a spider's web. Starting with the weakest goblins, the threads wrapped around them, draining their life force. Their souls were stripped, their blood essence absorbed, dooming them to become the lowest level demons. Even the city's strongest couldn't escape their fate, all succumbing to the black mist. Some tried to break out of the city but were blocked by demon minions at the gates, unable to take a single step. They would ultimately share the same fate as the ordinary goblins, becoming Azeba's lackeys. At that moment, in the palace atop Proadas Mountain, Goblin Emperor Varand Amager awoke with a start. Looking around, he saw darkness devouring everything and evil permeating the air. It was a symphony of corruption and slaughter. Damn it, what's going on? Varand Amager grabbed his divine spear and leaped out. Standing in midair, he looked down at the capital, his heart aching. This determined emperor, who had trained for years to become a legend, never imagined facing such a dire situation. The palace guards followed closely, forming ranks and awaiting orders. Varand stared intently at the center of the black mist, where stood the empire's great sage, Azeba, with endless darkness pouring from his body. This traitor had turned Proadas into a living hell. Varand Amager roared like thunder, "Azeba, you treacherous scum!" He raised his divine spear, its light blazing, vowing to rid the world of this menace. "Faithful subjects, follow me to slay the enemy." With the emperor's command, the guards shouted in unison, charging into the black mist. The surviving goblins in the city heard the call and rose to fight back. However, their efforts were like ants trying to shake a tree. Azeba casually waved his hand, knocking the emperor's spear away. Varand crashed to the ground, blood gushing. Azeba sneered, "Foolish emperor, I gave you a chance to flee. Why didn't you take it?" "Flee? Ha ha ha." Varand laughed up at the sky. "I am the Goblin King. How can I abandon my people to become demons and escape alone?" He struggled to stand, blood dripping from his armor. "Today, I will live and die with the Empire. Azeba, you traitor, you will face retribution." Before he finished speaking, the divine spear pierced through his chest. Varand Amager fell. The palace guards, witnessing this, were filled with grief and rage. The black-robed demon sneered, "Your emperor is dead. Why not join us?" "Never." The guards shouted in unison, "If the emperor has fallen in battle, how can we live in disgrace?" They raised their weapons, charging with a tragic resolve. In no time, the guards fell, their weapons and armor scattered across the ground. Azeba waved his hand, and the ink-black spear returned to his grasp. He mockingly said, "How alike, Varand. Your ancestors were just the same back then." Having dispatched his insignificant opponents, Azeba stood with his hands behind his back, the dark scepter and divine spear hovering behind him. He strolled through the sky, his gaze falling upon the only light in the vast darkness, a sea composed of soul light. He murmured to himself, "Amigel, you once said you were a loner. Looking at us now, so am I." In the city of Proadas, the numerous rebellions following the emperor's death gradually subsided. The goblins, steeped in despair, could no longer resist the encroaching abyss. Over time, as the sea of soul light above Proadas reached its peak, a blinding crimson light suddenly burst forth from the abyssal altar in the void, staining the fog-covered city in a blood-red hue. Suddenly, the void altar vanished, and a rift tore through the heavens and earth. The aura of fear and damnation surged forth, and a colossal scarlet maw appeared above the altar, devouring the sea of soul light over Proadas in one gulp. The city's inhabitants seemed to hear a bone-chilling chewing sound, as the abyssal will, in the form of an enormous maw, directly consumed their soul light. Next, a sinister scarlet eye materialized in the sky. Infinite red light dispersed the darkness and fog, transforming the land into an abyssal domain. A cold voice echoed in the minds of all goblins. Abyssal decree. Inferior demons. This was the deal Aziba had made with the abyssal will before his fall. He chose the demon race of inferior demons, seemingly lowly but possessing limitless potential for evolution. Even in the boundless abyss, Aziba's ambition and determination to rise remained undiminished. With the racial decree complete, the colossal eye, an embodiment of the abyssal will, began to exert its power. Vast quantities of abyssal energy were infused into the goblins' bodies. They howled in agony as their forms underwent drastic changes. Their skin turned a deep red, fangs sprouted from their mouths. Their appearances became grotesque. Short horns grew from their heads, long tails emerged, and their legs transformed into those of a horse. Nearly half of the goblins perished in excruciating pain, their souls devoured by the abyss. The survivors were all transformed into inferior demons, with the former professionals becoming taller and stronger, exuding a potent demonic aura. At that moment, the will of the world of Farron finally sensed the anomaly. Infinite malice descended, the skies changed, and the stars seemed to fall. Demigods across the world raised their heads, their gazes fixed on the center of the Farron continent. They were shocked by the emergence of the abyssal will, realizing that someone had chosen an alternative path to divinity. The world's will began guiding the demigods to the center of the Farron continent to expel the abyssal energy. However, most demigods were at critical junctures, with only a few prepared to move. Meanwhile, a torrential rain suddenly began to pour, a manifestation of the world's will in fury, attempting to dispel the projection of the abyssal will and punish the source of the corruption. In the sky, Aziba groaned as the dark scepter, originally belonging to the world, detached from him, causing his aura to plummet. Yet, he did not show any signs of pain. Instead, a sinister smile spread across his face. He waved his scepter, and thin threads sprouted from the souls of the goblin demons in Proedas, converging upon him, akin to a king establishing his reign. Simultaneously, the demonic lord's authority from the boundless abyss was infused into Aziba's soul through the scarlet eye. His aura surged, leaping from a demigod directly to the realm of a true god. Another decree from the abyssal will echoed throughout Proedas, abyssal decree. Conferred demon lord, inferior demon king Aziba. The booming proclamation resounded across the world like a morning bell and evening drum. The projection of the abyssal will, resisting the expulsion of the Farron world's will, prepared to complete the final step, dragging the entire Proedas into the abyss, making it a part of the abyssal domain. The colossal scarlet eye in the sky exerted its power once more, sending an unparalleled force. Time and space shattered, and a massive spatial rift, thousands of meters high and tens of thousands of meters long, appeared in the center of the Farron continent. Throughout the Farron continent, countless people gazed in terror at the massive spatial rift in the sky. Through the fissure, they saw a glimpse of the abyss, vast crimson land, as expansive as an entire world. Countless demons raised their heads toward the rift, unleashing frenzied, bloodthirsty roars. Innumerable powerful demonic auras extended toward this world. On the crimson land, a silver eye, as radiant as a star, suddenly opened, gazing at this world. An overwhelming aura of despair swept across, as if this was the sovereign of the entire layer of the abyss. The world trembled. High above, seated on a platinum throne, Jiang You abruptly awoke, his purple eyes piercing through the rift to the abyss, locking onto the silver eye. His brow furrowed as he pondered, the abyss? Such a powerful aura. Is this an upper demon god of the abyss, or the ruler of this abyssal layer? Across the world, all awakened demigods were on high alert, and those few demigods heading toward the center of the Farron continent had to halt their advance. Above Proedas, Aziba respectfully bowed to the silver eye. Before his power ascended, this was his future superior. The powerful aura from the silver eye probing the Farron world finally dissipated. Then, the enormous abyssal spatial rift, like a giant maw, swallowed the entire Proedas and the surrounding land in one gulp. The Proedas Mountains, the city of Proedas, and the surrounding tens of thousands of meters of land were all devoured by the abyss in one fell swoop. After devouring Proedas, the enormous abyssal maw, along with millions of demon-transformed goblins and the new demon Lord Aziba, vanished back into the abyss in an instant. In their place, a massive crater, spanning thousands of miles and hundreds of meters deep, marked where the once glorious goblin empire had stood. The lingering aura of the abyss silently testified to its brief but devastating visit. The abyss's consumption of Farron's land was akin to tearing flesh from the world's body. The world's will was furious, but found nothing when it sought the abyss and its origin. Unable to punish the true source of malice, it unleashed its wrath upon the living. Suddenly, torrential rains poured down like waterfalls. Fortunately, this time the deluge was confined to the Proedas plains, the residual abyssal aura seemingly guiding the world's will. The heavy rains persisted for 6 months, transforming the entire Proadas Plains into a vast swamp. The massive crater where Proadas once stood filled with water, forming a lake spanning thousands of miles. In the Goblin Empire's year 2971, the catastrophic change in Proadas shocked the entire world. Intelligent races were astounded by the disappearance of the Goblin capital. Seizing the opportunity, Auden Bloodaxe led his southern forces northward once the Proadas Plains began to recover. The Goblin cities in central Farand, demoralized by the loss of their capital, crumbled quickly. Many goblins were captured, and numerous central cities fell. The Eastern Aerial Kingdom, led by Sophia, moved slightly later, capturing several major cities near the east. The Northern Coalition, despite their slower response, eventually breached the goblin defenses at Garsoides and occupied the entire northern region. The Western Dwarven and Lizardman kingdoms also moved to occupy Moan City and the Moan Plains. Within just 3 months, Central Farand was divided among the mainland nations, with the Central Proadas Plains and the largest regions falling to the Troll Kingdom. The Goblin Empire was utterly destroyed, though it had effectively ceased to exist when its capital vanished. The mainland nations now shared borders, but were too preoccupied with consolidating their gains to engage in conflict. In the year 2972 of the Old Goblin Empire, the first year after its fall, the Northern Great Wolf Kingdom announced its merger with the Troll Kingdom. That same year, the Troll Kingdom attacked the Centaur Union Kingdom of House and Mugas. The Centaurs were defeated, losing Mugas and its surrounding areas. Some fled north to the plains, while others crossed the Putulas Mountains to rebuild their nation on a peninsula near the Eastern Sea. Following this victory, the Troll Kingdom became the largest country on the Farand mainland, stretching from north to south. Auden Bloodaxe renamed the southern central city of Havs to Mask City, meaning city under the protection of slaughter. The following year, Auden Bloodaxe proclaimed the establishment of the Troll Empire in Mask City, declaring himself the Troll Emperor. This year was marked as the first year of the Troll Empire. In the second year of the Troll Empire, Auden Bloodaxe somehow compelled the Dwarven and Lizardman kingdoms to submit to the Troll Empire. In the third year, the Empire's army attacked the Eamon Kingdom in the north. The Reinhardt Kingdom and the Half-Orc Union Kingdom intervened, halting the troll advance at Mohand. After 3 months of failed assaults, Auden Bloodaxe, enraged, personally led his elite forces to the front. The Emperor's presence boosted troll morale. Within 7 days, they captured Mohand, inflicting heavy casualties on the human, behemoth, and half-orc forces, who retreated to Melanson. In desperation, Arthur Reinhardt personally traveled to Losendas, revealing his Platinum Lord bloodline to Sophia and requesting aerial reinforcements. Sophia, after a moment's thought, agreed. 7 days later, as the troll army besieged Melanson, their momentum seemed unstoppable. The troll berserkers relentlessly assaulted the high walls, while the Northern Coalition fought desperately but struggled to hold. 3 days later, just as Melanson was on the brink of falling, Arthur Reinhardt led a vast aerial army into the fray, clashing fiercely with the trolls. It was the first direct confrontation between the two strongest races on Farand. The aerials dominated the skies, while the trolls boasted fearless berserkers and giant archers. Even Sophia and Erida were locked in battle with Auden Bloodaxe and a newly ascended troll demigod. The Northern Coalition and the Aerials fought the Troll Empire's army to a standstill at Melanson, with heavy casualties on both sides and no clear victor. 3 months later, the Troll army suddenly withdrew from the fierce battle with the Aerials and the Northern Coalition. Sophia, Arthur, and Eamon were wary of a trap. Sophia dispatched elite aerial scouts who discovered that the Troll Emperor had retreated to Mohand before hurrying south with his guards and wolf cavalry to the imperial capital, Mask. Various factions sent agents to Mask City to investigate. Days later, the coalition moved south and easily recaptured Mohand. The Troll army, seemingly aware of its disadvantage, orderly withdrew to Garso. Meanwhile, Troll Emperor Auden Bloodaxe journeyed south, crossing central Farand and Amber River, finally reaching the former Troll capital, Baru City. Outside the city, a vast camp of goblin prisoners sprawled. He passed through the grim, chaotic camp and into the city gates, where the high priest of the Temple of Slaughter, Andri Bloodaxe, reported, "Your Majesty, 1 million young goblin prisoners required by our god have been placed outside the city. We are ready for the slaughter altar and blood sacrifice ceremony." "Good, Andri. Is Baru City entirely composed of our god's fanatics?" Auden Bloodaxe asked. "Your Majesty, 10,000 troll fanatics are stationed in the city, ready to offer their fervent faith to our god." Andri replied. "You've done well, Andri. Baru City has been prepared by our god for many years, and all preparations for establishing the divine kingdom are complete. Now, the time is ripe. We will help our god establish the earthly divine kingdom. Once established, we will immediately perform the slaughter ritual to elevate our god to divine status." "Yes, Your Majesty." Auden Bloodaxe nodded, patting his chest with a smile. "Slaughter supreme. Blood sacrifice true god." Andri mirrored the gesture, Slaughter supreme. Blood sacrifice true God. Begin. Andri. It's time for you to awaken my God. With the Emperor's command, the city of Baru sprang into action like a finely tuned machine. Tens of thousands of troll legions orderly withdrew from the city, while 100,000 fervent troll devotees swiftly took their positions, sitting within the meticulously drawn rune circles scattered throughout the city. In the Temple of Slaughter at the center of Baru, High Priest Andri raised a blood-red staff and knelt, bowing devoutly. His voice echoed through the temple, "Awaken, my God." As soon as he spoke, the statue of the god of slaughter atop the temple began to change. The statue's outline blurred and eventually transformed into a tall, muscular figure. This form was entirely crimson, draped in a scarlet robe, with bloodthirsty light glowing in its eyes. Malicus, the Emperor of Slaughter, had finally awakened. Under the long-term influence of troll worship, Malicus's appearance had begun to shift towards that of a troll. However, for someone who had nearly attained godhood, race no longer mattered. At this moment, his mind was fixated on one goal: eternity and immortality. Malicus surveyed his surroundings, his gaze sweeping over the 100,000 fanatics within the city and the million goblin captives outside. He felt the surging power of faith from millions of trolls, and a sense of elation filled his heart. 2,000 years of planning, countless years of slumber and waiting had culminated in this moment. "You've done well, Andri," Malicus said, looking at Andri and his blood axe with approval. "In the future, my divine kingdom will have a place for you. You will be among my holy spirits." "Thank you, my God," Andri exclaimed joyfully, knowing that becoming a holy spirit meant sharing in the eternal immortality of the divine. "Begin," Malicus commanded. "Yes, my God," Andri responded respectfully. Malicus strode out of the temple, ascending into the air with each step until he hovered above Baru. He looked down at the 100,000 devotees already in position and burst into laughter. Suddenly, Malicus unleashed his full aura, and an overwhelming sense of slaughter filled the air for miles around. This immense pressure was both majestic and terrifying, causing all living beings to submit. Within the city, the fanatics, the troll soldiers outside, the emperor and his royal guards, and even the goblin captives all involuntarily knelt, chanting, "Hail the supreme slaughter, blood sacrifice to the true God." Only a unit of giant wolf-riding trolls from Heros stayed away from Baru. As followers of the wolf god, they remained loyal to the unified troll kingdom but still held onto their faith in the wolf god. This was a concession made by Odin Bloodaxe to unify the trolls, promising to help the wolf god ascend to divinity. In the future, both the god of slaughter and the wolf god would become true gods of the troll empire, though their ranks would differ. As a massive wave of faith poured in, Malicus began to connect with the world's authority over slaughter. Recognized by the world's will, his control over this authority upgraded from usage rights to mastery. A powerful divine seat emerged within the world's shifting laws. With authority as the foundation and faith as the fuel, a golden star appeared in the heavens. Malicus thrust his soul towards this golden star, igniting it like kindling. The star burst into golden flames. The divine fire ignited, marking the first step to godhood. The worlds will tremble at the birth of its first true god, offering great acceptance. After all, gods serve as maintainers of cosmic order and are allies of the world's will. While the proliferation of gods might weaken the world's will, they are ultimately bound to the world's fate. As Malicus's divine fire ignited, his soul transformed into a divine soul, emanating the majesty of a god. He felt the power to control the heavens and earth, his every gesture imbued with infinite might. Though he was ready to become a god, the ascension ceremony was not yet complete. Standing in the sky, Malicus solemnly declared to the city below, "Where I stand shall be my divine kingdom on earth." His voice carried an imposing authority. On the ground, the 100,000 devotees, led by High Priest Andri, shouted in unison, "Where our Lord stands is the kingdom of slaughter." Immediately, they cut their wrists, letting their blood flow into the runes on the ground. They then concentrated all their mental energy and struck the ground with great force. In an instant, the 100,000 devotees fell unconscious, with several thousand dying from the effort. This sight caused a pang in Malicus's heart. Pure souls, filled with fervent faith, surged into the burning golden star like a tidal wave. Eventually, the pure souls of the devotees returned to the earth, and their immense faith was converted into divine power of slaughter. Malicus spread his arms wide, embracing the vast divine power of slaughter and directing it towards Baru. The divine power altered everything, causing the city and its land to transform dramatically, emitting unparalleled golden divine light. A magnificent divine kingdom formed, with a towering divine throne at its center like a majestic mountain. As the divine kingdom came into being, an immortal divine core formed within Malicus's divine soul, enveloping the divine fire and the golden star within it. Countless threads of faith materialized, connecting to the divine core. From this moment on, he would be aware of every soul who worshipped him. Seated on his divine throne, Malachus gazed down at his emerging divine kingdom and proclaimed with authority, "From this day forth, I shall elevate my divine kingdom to the heavens." Commenced the slaughter ritual. As the god of slaughter on the divine throne uttered his chilling decree, the scene outside Baru's city turned solemn in an instant. The troll emperor, Auden Bloodaxe, led his soldiers in kneeling on one knee, their armor and weapons clashing with a sound like thunder. "Yes, my god." The emperor's resonant voice echoed, and behind him, the troll soldiers struck their breastplates in unison, the metallic clang reverberating through the air. Auden Bloodaxe stood up, facing the vast army of kneeling soldiers, and commanded loudly, "Follow the will of our god." Commenced the slaughter ritual. "All troops, take your positions." "Yes, by the will of our god." Nearly 100,000 troll soldiers responded in unison, swiftly spreading out to encircle the camp of nearly 1,000,000 goblin captives, dividing them into smaller groups. Inside the camp, the goblins were gripped by terror. Among them were former nobles and royal descendants, members of families like Amigel, Aziba, Leonard, Baron, and Lamar. But now, they all faced the same grim fate. Compared to those goblins in the imperial capital who had been turned into demons, these captives seemed even more unfortunate. Watching the heavily armed, fierce-looking troll soldiers approaching, their limbs grew cold, and they trembled uncontrollably. Some goblins stood frozen, muttering, "Are we going to die?" A goblin scholar asked in horror, "What are they going to do?" A tall goblin warrior said bitterly, "Is this the final judgment?" Others knelt, weeping uncontrollably. The troll soldiers were indifferent to the goblins' reactions. They knew well that this was the fate of the conquered, regardless of rank or profession. As long as goblin blood flowed in their veins, they were equal before the descending blades. Auden Bloodaxe watched expressionlessly as the 100,000 troll soldiers took their positions. He raised his long sword, channeling his demigod power, his voice carrying for miles, "Slay them all, offer their blood to our god. With the slaughter of these 1,000,000 goblins, let our god elevate his kingdom to the heavens." As his sword descended, all the troll soldiers simultaneously raised their blades and brought them down upon the defenseless goblins. The sound of slashing filled the air, green heads fell, and blood gushed forth, quickly staining the ground red. Despite the sheer number of 1,000,000 goblins, for the 100,000 troll soldiers, it was merely a matter of each killing 10. Blood flowed along the runes on the ground, soon activating a crimson glow. On the divine throne, the god who had been seated stood up, spreading his arms as if to embrace the slaughter ritual. From the bodies of the 1,000,000 goblins, blood vapor rose, the aura of slaughter converging into a sea. Souls were torn apart, transforming into a blood-red river that flowed into the newly formed divine kingdom of the god of slaughter, Malachus. A powerful ascension force suddenly emerged, and Malachus laughed heartily. "After countless years of waiting, today I finally become a true god." His entire body, including his eyes, emitted a blood-red divine glow. The immense slaughter power he had just acquired transformed into a colossal hand, lifting his divine kingdom toward the heavens. As the height increased, Malachus's divine power drained like water. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 100 meters, 1,000 meters, 10,000 meters. The higher it went, the faster the power was consumed, as if he was not lifting a city, a divine kingdom, but integrating another world's will into the main world's will. Just as Malachus was about to complete the crucial step of his ascension, the world's will manifested an invisible entity, about to envelop his divine kingdom and acknowledge its legitimacy. Suddenly, a radiant figure appeared above the divine kingdom. This figure had wings on his back, a halo above his head, exuding majesty and sanctity with an overwhelming presence. With purple eyes and silver hair, an awe-inspiring visage, it was none other than Jiang You, who had been waiting for this moment. Behind him, a colossal platinum moon, like a divine kingdom, hung high, radiating brilliant light. Within the divine kingdom, Malachus saw the platinum moon and Jiang Yu's figure. His blood-red eyes flared with intense red light. "The platinum moon, how dare you appear before me now?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Jiang Yu chuckled, advancing with his sword. The pure white light around him dispelled the surrounding chaotic laws, his steps steady. "What are you planning to do?" The god of slaughter, at this critical juncture, couldn't afford to be distracted and glared at Jiang Yu. Ignoring him, Jiang Yu's gaze locked onto the invisible world's will. In the next moment, like a thunderclap, he raised his purple gold sword, as if lifting the entire second layer of the celestial mountain. The immense power and supreme will merged into the sword, and he slashed down upon the invisible entity formed by the world's will. Crack crack crash. It was as if space shattered, time fractured, and the world dimmed for a moment. An indescribable fear swept across the land. countless beings feeling a hollow emptiness, as if their essence had been stolen. You actually cut the world's will. Under the enraged gaze of the god of slaughter, a large fragment of the world's will broke off from the invisible entity, which Jiang You swiftly captured and merged into the platinum throne behind him. In an instant, the platinum throne shone with an incredibly brilliant golden light, an immortal divine glow appearing atop the throne. Beneath the throne, the entire celestial mountain trembled, and several suppressed powers instantly ignited divine flames, ascending to divine status. However, lacking the support of faith, these divine statuses soon melted into the celestial mountain, elevating the law of judgment. Rumble. The vast third layer of the celestial mountain appeared in a flash. Jiang You simultaneously turned and stepped into the platinum moon, sitting upon the throne. With the fragment of the world's will integrated, a new concept related to divine power was born in this world. With a smile, he solemnly declared, "Under the radiance of my will, any being that enacts judgment shall give birth to judgmental divine power. From this day forth, my throne shall be the throne of judgment." As he finished speaking, 3 pairs of pure white wings formed from holy light sprouted behind him. He had ascended to the divine throne. Even before the god of slaughter began his ascension ritual, the platinum moon in the high heavens suddenly radiated a dazzling brilliance. This coincided with the fierce battles between the northern allied forces and the trolls. Warriors from the winged folk, humans, orcs, and behemoths looked up amidst the blood and fire, only to see an additional platinum sun-like presence in the sky. Its radiant light illuminated the world, allowing everyone to witness this astonishing phenomenon. Odin Bloodaxe, who was on the front lines of the battle, hastily abandoned his northern campaign upon witnessing this anomaly and returned swiftly. The god of slaughter, awakened by this sudden change, contemplated deeply before summoning the high priest of the Temple of Slaughter, Andre Bloodaxe, commanding him to prepare for the ascension. Simultaneously, he dispatched Odin Bloodaxe southward to ensure the ritual success. The god of slaughter then returned to his slumber, conserving his strength for the crucial moment ahead. Long before these events unfolded, Jiang You had quietly constructed the second layer of Heaven Mountain, significantly enhancing his power. He skillfully leveraged the world's malice, gradually drawing the world's will into his throne, aiming to advance the platinum throne. This inspiration stemmed from the abyss's descent. Although he hadn't witnessed the fall of Proedas firsthand, the power of the abysses will profoundly enlighten him. The worlds will also harbored immense power. However, plans seldom keep pace with change. At this critical juncture, the chieftain of the Windwing tribe in the Nadisil forest of Finaton conveyed a shocking message to Jiang You through a secret method he had left behind years ago. The elves had completed their evolution, transforming into the form their deity had envisioned. Even more astonishing, the long-dormant silver moon goddess had suddenly delivered an oracle to the elves, announcing her preparation for an ascension ritual. Jiang You was taken aback by the news. He couldn't fathom the implications if the already powerful silver moon goddess ascended, potentially becoming even more invincible. Rising from his platinum throne, he gazed at the distant silver moon, sensing subtle changes. The moon's light had grown more vibrant and lifelike, and in its glow, he could vaguely see a graceful and serene figure standing. She has indeed awakened, Jiang Yu thought to himself. Despite his considerable power, bolstered by the second layer of Heaven Mountain, he did not believe the awakened silver moon would be weaker than him. As a future chief deity, her potential far surpassed that of the father of oak or the mother of the deep sea. If she succeeded in her ascension, she would undoubtedly become a formidable rival for Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu had once considered eliminating the silver moon to remove this threat. However, the silver moon goddess resided within the silver moon, much like he did within the platinum moon, making it impossible to kill her. The urgent task was to advance ahead of her, using absolute power to break through the silver moon's barrier. Yet, the world's will that he needed to advance was rarely manifest in the world, and progressing step by step would take an exceedingly long time. After much deliberation, Jiang Yu recalled countless pieces of information from his previous life, and finally devised an extremely risky plan to seize the fragments of the world's will needed for his advancement. After weighing the risks, he made up his mind. If he couldn't achieve the godly throne, not only would the silver moon ascend successfully, but other demigods would also elevate their divine realms, becoming true gods. In such a scenario, Jiang Yu would likely face a grim fate. As for the world's malice, he was accustomed to it. Jiang Yu decided to create the illusion of his imminent ascension, ensuring the entire world knew of it. He believed that some would be unable to resist, particularly those who held grudges against him, such as the elusive Emperor of Slaughter or the Mother of the Deep Sea lurking in the depths. Thus, the platinum light grew even more radiant. In the winged folk city of Uriel, many believers of the platinum moon sang devout hymns in the sky daily. This phenomenon was deliberately spread to surrounding nations, rapidly fueling speculation that the platinum moon was on the verge of ascension. The countries did not doubt the news, As the Platinum Moon had a significant advantage they lacked, his winged folk were a natural source of faith, and with a single command, they could establish a divine realm. As the news spread, many demigods from various nations and races grew restless. They began preparing for their own ascensions, often neglecting whether they had accumulated enough power. The god of slaughter, worshipped by the Troll Empire, reacted the fastest. Following him, the mother of the deep sea also began her preparations. Then, gods worshipped by the Mountain Kingdom, the Centaur Kingdom, the Orc Kingdom, the Lizardmen, the Amon Kingdom, and the deities of the plains and merfolk, all started their ascension rituals. Witnessing the gods vying for ascension, Jiang You remained composed, sitting high above, waiting for the first divine realm to ascend. Sure enough, within a month, a deity ascended with their divine realm to the heavens. It was Jiang Yu's old acquaintance, the god of slaughter, Maracas. In the high heavens, as Jiang Yu ascended to the godly throne, he ignored the system's notifications and decisively stepped out from the third layer of Heaven Mountain, arriving before the god of slaughter's divine realm. He raised his purple-gold divine sword, imbued with immense judgment power, and struck without hesitation. At that moment, the god of slaughter successfully raised his divine realm, embedding it at the world's edge. The true god of slaughter was thus born, leaping from weak divine power to a lesser divine power status. As long as the Troll Empire endured and their faith remained, his power would continue to grow. However, the god of slaughter felt that something was amiss. But he had no time to ponder, as a brilliant sword light struck from outside his divine realm, shaking it violently. Sitting on his divine throne, Maracas felt the tremors and his eyelids twitched fiercely, but he dared not leave his realm. Helplessly, he watched the Supreme King wielding the divine sword, radiating an imposing presence, his expression dark with evident displeasure at the sudden ascension. Defying the gods too much. High above the heavens, outside the slaughter god kingdom, Jiang Yu stood suspended in midair. His silver hair and purple eyes shimmered, and 3 pairs of radiant wings behind him gently fluttered, shedding strands of luminous feathers that exuded a divine and majestic aura. Jiang Yu swung his sword, unleashing a beam of judgment that struck the barrier of the slaughter god kingdom. The kingdom trembled violently. Jiang Yu smiled faintly, thinking, this kingdom is indeed impenetrable. But if one strike isn't enough, I'll just have to make more. With that, Jiang Yu moved with his sword, a vast and ocean-like presence surging up. The majestic power of judgment flowed, and his sword intent fell like a descending star. Several more pure white sword beams tore through the sky and space, fiercely striking a single point on the slaughter god kingdom. Inside the kingdom, the god of slaughter, gripping the arms of his throne tightly, almost crushed them. Suddenly, his expression changed dramatically, as if sensing something. His previously gloomy face brightened. Looking at Jiang Yu, who was casting sword beams outside the kingdom, he laughed loudly. Very well. If you're so eager to kill me, I'll let you in. However, Jiang Yu, standing outside the kingdom, raised his sword horizontally and shook his head. No need. I can enter on my own. Before his words even faded, Jiang Yu merged with his sword, transforming into a dazzling platinum streak that crashed into the golden barrier of the kingdom. Boom! With a thunderous explosion, the kingdom shook violently. The barrier had been breached by a single strike. Jiang Yu stepped into the kingdom, hovering in the air, and looked down at Malachus, the god of slaughter seated on his throne. He asked softly, "Are you ready to die?" Seeing his kingdom forcibly breached instead of being lured in as he had planned, the god of slaughter's face twitched. He stood up from his throne, picked up a crimson scimitar, and his body surged with divine power, fully unleashing his killing intent. Platinum Moon, you are indeed bold to boast in my kingdom. Today, I will show you the price of trespassing into another's domain. If I don't make you pay, I am unworthy of my throne. With those words, the god of slaughter's thoughts moved, and the breached barrier of the kingdom instantly repaired itself. The entire kingdom's atmosphere changed drastically, an endless malice emerged, and an overwhelming sense of repulsion focused on Jiang Yu. The authority of slaughter locked onto all of Jiang Yu's vital points, and the entire kingdom was filled with countless red lines of slaughter, completely enveloping him. The god of slaughter instantly teleported behind Jiang Yu, slashing through the air, turning into countless divine blades aimed at Jiang Yu's critical points. The authority of slaughter ensured every strike would hit. The kingdom's domain amplified the power tenfold. In an instant, each divine blade transformed into a 100,000-meter-long spear, piercing through all of Jiang Yu's vital points. Splat! Splat! The sound of piercing filled the air, and Jiang Yu's body was riddled with holes, golden blood splattering everywhere. However, Jiang Yu remained calm and silent, smiling lightly as he whispered, "The throne is mine." The throne's power activated immediately, healing all of Jiang Yu's fatal wounds. Meanwhile, Numerous cracks appeared on the platinum throne outside. Following this, Jiang You silently chanted, "Radiant projection." The throne's power triggered again, and Jiang Yu's body shone with a brilliant platinum light. Then, 9 figures identical to him, radiating the same platinum glow, stepped out from his body. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Within the realm of slaughter, 10 figures radiating platinum light spanned the sky. With silver hair, purple eyes, 6 wings, and wielding purple-gold long swords, they stood as 10 identical Jiang Yus. This awe-inspiring sight left Malachus, the god of slaughter, who stood before the central divine throne, utterly speechless. "How can you be this monstrous on your first day as a god?" Malachus couldn't help but curse aloud, his confidence vanishing in an instant. He could only hope that the mysterious voice in his mind wasn't deceiving him. At this moment, he deeply regretted following the guidance of the world's will and provoking such an overwhelmingly powerful adversary. He recalled the days when he could still spar with Jiang You and even escape unscathed. Now, the situation had completely turned upside down. Jiang Yu had invaded the divine realm, leaving Malachus no choice but to fight. At the very least, he needed to hold out until reinforcements arrived. Forcing himself to muster his spirit, Malachus focused all his remaining divine power. The divine essence of slaughter glowed with a blinding red light as he unleashed his ultimate move, Feast of Slaughter. Upon ascending to godhood, his principles had evolved into rules, granting him even greater power. In an instant, countless scenes of slaughter recorded by Malachus came to life within the god's realm. The weapons of slaughter, enhanced by divine power, transformed into gigantic red arrows, raining down upon Jiang Yu like a storm. Trapped in another's divine realm, Jiang Yu had temporarily lost his teleportation ability. But this did not hinder him in the slightest. In the sky, the 10 Jiang Yus wielded their purple gold swords, merging divine judgment power with their blades. His champions will made his swordsmanship unparalleled, his combat awareness unmatched. They effortlessly suppressed the incoming assaults of slaughter rules with minimal effort before descending from the heavens. As the 10 Jiang Yus approached step by step, Malachus gripped his divine slaughter blade, his heart filled with anxiety. Almost as if responding to his distress, 9 solemn and sacred proclamations echoed through the heavens. Today, I, Charybdis, raise my divine realm to the heavens, ascending to the godhood of oceans and storms. Today, I, Motutus, raise my divine realm to the heavens, ascending to the godhood of dwarves, mountains, and forging. Today, I, Loswind, raise my divine realm to the heavens, ascending to the godhood of centaurs and the north wind. Today, I, Favik, raise my divine realm to the heavens, ascending to the godhood of beastmen and battle. Today, I, Mighties, raise my divine realm to the heavens, ascending to the godhood of lizardmen, mud, and chaos. Today, I, Brito, raise my divine realm to the heavens, ascending to the godhood of savagery and violence. Today, I, Sphex, raise my divine realm to the heavens, ascending to the godhood of prairies and strength. Today, I, Ontus, raise my divine realm to the heavens, ascending to the godhood of running. Today, I, Savisha, raise my divine realm to the heavens, ascending to the goddesshood of mermaids and the ocean. The divine declarations of 9 gods reverberated throughout the world, even echoing within the realm of slaughter. Malachus's expression instantly brightened as he looked at the approaching Jiang Yu, bursting into laughter. Ha ha ha, the platinum moon. 9 more gods have ascended. You sever the world's will, weakening the god's power, but you will ultimately face the backlash of the deities. Guess how many of these 9 gods will show up here to join me in attacking you? However, Jiang Yu remained unfazed, indifferent to the new god's proclamations. His purple eyes shone with platinum light, his steps unwavering. The platinum glow on the purple gold swords of the 10 Jiang Yus grew even more intense, nearly igniting. In a flash, Jiang Yu stood before the god of slaughter. The 10 Jiang Yus swung their swords simultaneously, unleashing the first strike. 10 magnificent beams of divine judgment merged into one the moment they were released, bypassing the divine slaughter blade and the crimson barrier of the divine throne, shattering it into pieces. Golden crystals scattered across the god's realm. Malachus's face turned pale, a trickle of golden blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. The divine essence of slaughter, once ethereal, fell back to its pre-ascension state, deep within his soul. Before he could cry out in pain, an even more powerful second beam of divine judgment slashed toward his head, piercing through to the core of his divine essence. In the blink of an eye, Malachus had no choice but to muster all his strength, transforming the divine slaughter blade into a beam of slaughtering light to clash Hedon with the sword beam. Zap! As the rules of judgment and slaughter clashed, Malicus seized the moment to try to distance himself. He had successfully bought time, believing that the 8 newly ascended gods would soon provide reinforcements. But just as he was about to teleport, a thunderous crash interrupted his actions. Outside the realm of slaughter, a grand and majestic mountain of paradise collided with the spot where Jiang You had shattered the divine barrier, forcefully intruding into the divine realm. In an instant, the platinum divine throne began to exert its power, invading the realm of slaughter. As Malicus's mind wavered, another beam of divine judgment from Jiang You swept toward him. This strike was precise and ruthless, cleaving the divine essence of slaughter in half. With a single strike, the god of slaughter was utterly shattered. The sword's light tore through half of his divine soul, causing him to scream in excruciating pain. However, Jiang Yu remained expressionless, indifferent to his opponent's agony. He raised his sword once more, the pure white light of judgment gleaming along its blade, ready to deliver the final blow to the god of slaughter. At that critical moment, 5 imposing figures suddenly appeared within the slaughter god's domain. They were Motidus, the dwarven god of mountains and forging; Mighties, the lizardfolk god of mud and chaos; Sphycus, the god of the plains and strength; Ontus, the god of running; Savitia, the mermaid goddess of the ocean. As soon as the 5 deities arrived, they twisted the space of the divine realm together. Each unleashed their unique divine powers, imbued with their respective rules, launching attacks at Jiang Yu. These attacks tore through the fabric of the divine realm, arriving in an instant with the aid of the running rules. Faced with such overwhelming force, Jiang Yu chose not to confront them head-on. With a swift move, he grasped half of the slaughter god's divine essence and retreated to the half-occupied platinum throne, subduing the divine essence underneath it. Seeing Jiang Yu retreat, the god of running immediately pulled the grievously wounded Malicus behind him. It seemed they had known the god of slaughter for a long time. Malicus, hold on a bit longer and stabilize the divine realm. We'll take care of the platinum moon, one of the deities said. The god of slaughter, enduring immense pain, looked at Jiang Yu standing before the platinum throne and shook his head. The platinum moon is too powerful. He could have killed me but spared me instead. He must be waiting for you. I'm afraid you won't be able to handle him. His strength has grown so rapidly, it's terrifying. Only the sovereign can deal with him. The sovereign is about to ascend, just one step away. How can a being from a new era be so strong? Savitia, the mermaid goddess of the ocean, asked with a frown. I don't know, but it's the truth. Be very careful, Malicus warned. Though skeptical, the 5 deities nodded in agreement. At that moment, Jiang Yu, standing on the platinum throne, suddenly stomped lightly on the ground. Instantly, the entire triple heaven mountain erupted in dazzling platinum light, enveloping the entire slaughter god's domain. Half of the slaughter god's domain began to collapse, merging into the heaven mountain, which quickly expanded to cover the entire domain. The 6 deities were caught off guard, instantly drawn into the heaven mountain's domain. A powerful sense of suppression arose within their divine souls, setting off alarms in their minds. Simultaneously, a light chuckle echoed throughout the slaughter god's domain. You all hid so well, only revealing yourselves upon ascension. But finally, I have you. Just in time. The sun of the Farron world is about to set, its dusky light covering the world one last time. Gods, fall at this dusk. A bunch of lesser divine powers, daring to leave your domains. Outside your domains, you're even easier to kill than the god of slaughter. With the tenfold battle power of the Forbidden Lord, the characteristics of the divine throne, and the tenfold power boost from Heaven Mountain, everything was ready in an instant. Standing before the divine throne, Jiang Yu raised his purple gold sword, the dazzling pure white light of judgment blazing forth, piercing through the heavens and earth, visible to the entire world. Judgment. The vast pure white sword light crossed time and space, instantly shredding the divine light on the 6 deities and striking them heavily. 6 screams echoed through the heavens and earth. 4 of the deities' forms vaporized instantly, leaving only the god of running and the god of slaughter, who had barely evaded the full impact of the sword light, struggling to survive. Jiang Yu, still expressionless, casually absorbed the 4 divine essences into the platinum throne. He then raised his sword once more, ready to annihilate the 2 remaining deities. At that moment, the sun fully set, plunging the world into darkness. As the pure white, radiant sword light rose again, it not only illuminated the heavens and earth, but also revealed the despairing faces of the god of slaughter and the god of running. In that critical moment, a ray of dawn light suddenly pierced through the darkness. Following it, a brilliant sun, defying the natural order, ascended to the sky. The world turned white in an instant. An endless flood of light surged forth, engulfing everything in its path. All living beings on the earth were blinded by the sudden brightness, and even the creatures that had been dormant were jolted awake by the piercing radiance. As another deity appeared, a hidden demigod couldn't help but sigh. They knew well what this meant. The ruler of the solar sequence Zero had finally stepped onto the world stage. We need to act quickly, the demigods reminded themselves. The sun, now high in the sky, emitted that dazzling light before quickly returning to its normal state. The previously dark world had turned into daylight once more. It seemed as if the sun had decided to stay, to retrace the path of daylight and alter the celestial order of the furland world. As the beings marveled, a small sun leaped out from the brilliant main sun the next second. The world sun then set in the west, darkness returned, and the stars and twin moons reappeared in the night sky. The world's order was restored, but a powerful god had been born. Meanwhile, in the realm of slaughter, a fierce divine battle was unfolding. Just as Jiang Yu's will of judgment locked onto the god of running and the god of slaughter, and the magnificent sword light was about to descend, a radiant sun suddenly crashed into the realm of slaughter, enveloping the two gods in golden light. The golden light surged like waves, and a golden spear that pierced through the darkness appeared out of nowhere, blocking Jiang Yu's judgment sword light. The clash of spear and sword erupted in a deafening roar. Then, a grand and clear proclamation echoed through the heavens and earth. The world shall know, from today onwards, I am the Lord of Dawn, the sun god of the morning. Erotas. With this declaration, songs of praise erupted across the Furland continent. In the kingdom of mountains, the kingdom of swamps, the troll empire, the kingdom of mermaids, the eastern and western grassland courts, and even in the Trident River region of the Reinhardt kingdom and the outskirts of Natashir, sentient beings emerged from their homes, shadows, and forests, kneeling on the ground to sing hymns to the dawn. Such widespread faith and deep-rooted plans were astonishing. High above, as the songs of praise rose from the continent, the radiant sun that had crashed into the realm of slaughter dimmed its light, revealing a vast, glowing spherical divine realm. A muscular man with golden eyes, golden skin, and clad in golden armor stood before a golden throne, exuding the majesty of a divine king. Holding a golden spear and bearing a golden bow and arrows on his back, he gazed at the bedraggled new gods and sighed. The sun rises as usual, and dawn will come inevitably. Malachus Ontus, but I am still late. The god of slaughter and the god of running, seeing the powerful god who had come to their aid, recalled their fallen comrades and gritted their teeth in sorrow and anger. Lord, avenge us. I will. The sun never forgives cruel enemies, the Lord of Dawn solemnly promised, then turned to face Jiang You, who was standing before the platinum throne. Sensing the vast and regal aura of his opponent, he frowned deeply. Thunder, light, earth, mountains, fire, sea, so many domains. You, like me, seek the path of the divine king? No. You suppress divine authority and fuse the world's will. You aim to stand alone. I can't even see your path clearly. In disbelief, he continued, in the last era, I never saw you. I'm curious, who exactly are you? The Lord of Dawn couldn't believe that a being of this era could rise to such heights in just a few thousand years, slaughtering gods. He suspected his opponent might be a sequence 0 or 1 from the previous era, emerging after his slumber. Before the platinum throne, across half the realm of slaughter, Jiang Yu faced the situation where the two gods were saved by the Lord of Dawn without changing his expression. Lowering his long sword, he smiled calmly. Lord of Dawn, so you are their main deity. I've long heard of your name. Noticing many divine authorities on his opponent that he needed, Jiang Yu responded patiently while adjusting his state to the best. As for who I am, you may call me, according to your terms, the Lord of Judgment. Judgment? The Lord of Dawn shook his head. A strange path. He had never heard of such a path. Perhaps it's a new sequence developed after my slumber, but it doesn't matter. My curiosity is over. The golden-eyed, golden-skinned god took the golden bow and arrows from his back, saying calmly, next, let your divine soul and blood commemorate my fallen subordinates. His every move and word were filled with deep confidence, as if certain he could subdue his opponent. This confidence was not off-putting. Instead, it seemed fitting was a god who could achieve such feats. This was the invincible aura of someone who had never been defeated, a conqueror of an era. Facing such an overwhelming aura, Jiang Yu remained unaffected, his fighting spirit soaring. Then let's try. His eyes shone like lightning, his posture upright, silver hair flowing behind him, and 3 pairs of wings like iron armor, a vast and powerful battle intent rising instantly. The era has changed, remnants of the old era, Jiang Yu thought to himself. No matter the time, place, or identity, he feared nothing and grew stronger with every battle. I am also a champion. Above the heavens, the golden light of dawn clashed violently with the pure white light of judgment. Endless streams of light shattered like glass, scattering across the starry sky. The platinum moon and the kingdom of dawn split the high heavens, each occupying their own domain. In the center of the battlefield, the kingdom of slaughter lay in ruins. The god of slaughter, standing amidst the wreckage of the kingdom of dawn, wept as he carefully gathered the remnants of his shattered realm. After this catastrophe, it would take him ages to restore his home. Not far away, the triple peaks of heaven clashed fiercely with the kingdom of dawn, their territories pushing hard against each other. The space at the collision point was shattered, and defensive barriers crumbled into dust. Between them, chaos and fragments intertwined. On the sun throne of the kingdom of dawn, a lotus planted his golden spear beside him. He drew his bow and released an arrow, which transformed into countless suns, aiming not only at Jiang You but also covering the entire heaven's peaks. Jiang You stood at the edge of the triple peaks, his pure white sword of judgment continuously slicing through the incoming sun arrows. His counterattacks pierced directly into the heart of the kingdom of dawn, targeting its ruler. Both the divine kingdoms and the peaks of heaven suffered heavy damage, leaving the battlefield in ruins. Seeing that the battle was at a stalemate, the ruler of the kingdom of dawn's eyes darkened. He watched Jiang You, who stood at the edge of the peaks, reluctant to step forward, and a smile curled at his lips. Rather than wasting divine power, a decisive battle was preferable. He discarded his golden bow and arrows, drew the radiant golden spear from his throne, and vanished in an instant. The next moment, he stood at the edge of the shattered kingdom, face to face with Jiang You. You finally dared to come over? Jiang You mocked, raising his eyes. Why waste words? You didn't dare step out of your kingdom either, the ruler of dawn responded proudly. What's the difference between the center and the edge of a kingdom? Let's fight. Before he finished speaking, the ruler of dawn charged forward with his golden spear. The kingdom of dawn behind him dimmed, and a miniature sun appeared at the spear's tip, twisting space and time as it aimed for Jiang Yu. Ha ha ha, bring it on. Jiang Yu laughed heartily, stepping out of the peaks without hesitation. His purple-gold sword erupted with pure white light, imbued with the intent to judge the world, and met the attack heat. Boom. Clang. The sound of a cosmic explosion echoed through the heavens. A black hole appeared at their point of collision, erasing the surrounding laws of the universe and stardust. The golden and white figures were instantly blasted away, each crashing back into their respective kingdoms. Jiang Yu's wing was half-torn, and his right arm hung limp, but his expression remained unchanged. He held his sword in his left hand and charged again. The ruler of dawn, with a gaping wound in his chest and a bent leg, rose with equal determination, spear in hand, vowing to defeat his opponent. At the edge of the world and the astral barrier, for radiant rulers of divine kingdoms, mother of the deep sea, god of the north wind, god of battle, and god of savagery and violence sat on their thrones, watching the fierce battle in the heavens through their realms. Their faces were etched with shock, for the battle before them had reached the pinnacle of intermediate divine power and even touched the threshold of greater divinity. In the midst of the battlefield, as Jiang Yu and Elotas stepped out of their kingdoms once more, poised for another clash, countless cold, blade-like beams of silver moonlight suddenly slashed through time and space, nearly severing the two gods in half. The two battling deities suddenly suffered severe injuries. Golden divine blood splattered across the sky, tracing a dazzling arc between the heavens and the earth. On the battlefield, Elotas with his spear and Jiang Yu with his sword grimaced, ignoring their worsening wounds as they deftly dodged the omnipresent blades of the silver moon. Almost simultaneously, they retreated to their respective divine realms, leaving blurred afterimages in the air. Back in their divine realms, the two deities exchanged a knowing glance across the Heaven's Peak and the Dawn Kingdom, nodding subtly. In an instant, Heaven's Peak and the Dawn Kingdom split apart, and waves of judgment power and solar power surged forth, swiftly repairing the two realms. The barriers formed by divine power firmly resisted the relentless assault of countless silver moon blades descending from above, their cold gleams flashing amidst the chaos. Once their realms stabilized, Jiang Yu and Elotas finally looked up. Sure enough, a bright, pristine silver moon emitting a cool lunar glow hung in the sky, enveloping them. Beneath its radiance, a cold and majestic figure slowly emerged, a goddess of unparalleled beauty, her presence both hazy and clear, as though formed from moonlight. This was the first time Jiang Yu truly saw the face of the silver moon goddess. Her beauty was indescribable, yet he felt no desire, only a grave concern. She wants to kill both Elotas and me, Jiang Yu thought, taking a deep breath as he stood before his platinum throne, hand on his sword. The judgment power flowed around him like water, healing his external wounds and restoring his arm and abdomen. Next to Jiang Yu, the state of Elotas, the Lord of Dawn, was not much different. While hastening to recover from his injuries, he gripped his golden spear tightly, his gaze piercing as he stared at the silver moon above, not daring to relax for a moment. Elotas had a deeper understanding of the silver moon goddess compared to Jiang Yu. Among the Sequence Zero rulers of the previous era, there were few that Elotas feared, but the silver moon goddess, Ikalia, was definitely one of them. In the last era, Ikalia also practiced the solar sequence, and Elotas had been born long before her. When Ikalia first stepped into the solar sequence and achieved sequence 9, Elotas was already far ahead. However, Ikalia was an unparalleled genius, her talent in the sequence paths unmatched in history. When Elotas reached solar sequence 1, Ikalia had already caught up to solar sequence 2. Such a formidable opponent made Elotas feel threatened, but his pride prevented him from striking early. He chose to accelerate his breakthrough to sequence 0. While Elotas was fully focused on his cultivation, his subordinates, acting on their own, joined forces with other factions to ambush Ikalia. Though Ikalia managed to kill several attackers and escape severely wounded, this marked the beginning of their enmity. Despite the ambush not being Elotas' intention, he ultimately bore the disgrace. Later, having bought time, Elotas was the first to ascend to solar sequence 0, becoming the solar sovereign and completely blocking Ikalia's path to advancement. By then, Ikalia was close to the pinnacle of solar sequence 1, but sequence 0 was unique. Once someone achieved it, others in that sequence could no longer advance. Conventionally, Ikalia's path seemed to be cut off. Elotas had thought Ikalia would no longer be a threat. However, a few centuries later, a shocking event occurred. Ikalia lifted a piece of land into the heavens and forcibly extended another path to sequence 0 from solar sequence 1. Achieving solar sequence 0 as the Silver Moon Sovereign, she became the only one in the previous era to break the sequence rules, creating the legend of two sovereigns from the solar sequence 0. Ikalia's feat amazed countless people and inspired many sequence practitioners whose paths seemed blocked. They all attempted to follow in her footsteps to carve out new routes to sequence 0, but without exception, they failed. No one could replicate Ikalia's accomplishment, nor did anyone know what preparations she had made during those centuries. When Ikalia first became the Silver Moon Sovereign, she fought Elotas, the Solar Sovereign. Although Elotas, who had been the Solar Sovereign for many years, eventually defeated her, he could not kill her. When he attempted to pursue her, Ikalia disappeared with her silver moon. Because of this, a profound enmity existed between Elotas and Ikalia. Now, as the two former adversaries met again, the air was thick with a tense, confrontational energy. High above the heavens, the Silver Moon Divine Realm stands majestically at the highest point. Below it, Jiang Yu's Platinum Moon Triple Heaven Mountain hovers in the east, while the Dawnland of the Dawnlord, Alaradas, lies to the west. The three divine realms form a triangular formation, with the silver, pure white, and golden lights shining brilliantly, creating a tripartite balance. However, at this moment, two of these powerful entities have suffered varying degrees of wounds. Only the full silver moon remains radiant, with the silver moon goddess in peak condition. She stands barefoot in the void, gripping the moon's staff tightly with both hands. With a gentle movement of her beautiful eyes, she channels her divine power to form a massive silver crescent blade, striking toward the Dawnland. Seeing this, Jiang Yu's expression shifts from relaxed to peculiar. The complex relationships between these main gods, both allies and adversaries, genuinely intrigue him. Within the Dawnland, Alaradas's face darkens as he hurriedly uses his divine power to fortify the realm's barriers. He shouts loudly, Ikaria, I admit my actions in the past were unjust, but our grievances can be settled later. Right now, the Platinum Moon is the true enemy of the world. We should join forces to destroy him first. He points to Jiang You, who is surrounded by the pure malice of the world, a stark contrast to his pure white radiance. This malice is the aftermath of Jiang Yu shattering the world's will, a hostility that may persist for a long time until the world's will is left helpless. However, the Silver Moon Goddess Ikaria remains unwavering. She responds coldly, we were once enemies of the world too, Alaradas. Have you forgotten the grudge of blocking my path and the hatred of being homeless? The sun and moon cannot coexist. Moreover, our divine duties inherently clash. Ikaria, who governs the silver moon, night, and nature, indeed clashes with the sun god Alaradas. She reveals a cold smile and continues, however, the sun and moon can also become one. I will kill you first, unify the powers of the sun and night, then kill him. Alaradas, you need to have faith in me. As numerous silver crescent blades fail to break through the Dawnland's barriers, Ikaria pauses and begins to chant softly. The ethereal and distant moon god's song reverberates through the heavens, with silver light gradually filling the surroundings, attracting the nearby stardust. In an instant, countless small silver moons appear around the Dawnland, shining brightly like a sea of stars crashing down. This sea of silver moons even reaches Jiang Yu's Triple Heaven Mountain, forcing him to retreat. Realizing that the battle is inevitable, the Dawnlord's golden eyes grow resolute as he focuses entirely on the confrontation. He thinks to himself, if he could defeat Ikaria in the past, this time will be no different. The Dawnland releases a strong light, and a golden sun's shadow appears high above, exploding as it faces the sea of silver moons. Endless fire and light emerge instantly, with the extreme temperature melting the space around. Most of the silver moons merge with it, while a few small silver moons crash against the realm's barriers, causing golden waves to splash. After the light dissipates, Jiang You notices that the Dawnlord's aura has weakened further, and the golden sea of light outside the realm has dimmed. The Dawnlord's expression changes unpredictably. He didn't expect the silver moon goddess to be so powerful after her slumber, even slightly stronger than him. Yet, he resolves that he will close this small gap in the future. Taking a deep breath, the Dawnlord turns to Jiang You and says, Lord of Judgment, in our current states, if I fall, you will surely perish by the silver moon's hand. Why not join forces to repel her first? Jiang Yu understands the principle of mutual dependence well. He also didn't anticipate that these two future main gods would be so powerful upon their ascension, especially the silver moon goddess, who is slightly stronger than the sun god before him. As he ponders, the silver moon goddess Ikaria speaks, her voice melodious like a bell. Platinum Moon, king of the winged ones, Uriel, elves and winged ones have been allies for millennia, and we both belong to the moon. We are natural allies. Join me, kill the sun god Alaradas, and we will share the world's faith. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yu no longer hesitates and says to Alaradas, Alaradas, let's form an alliance temporarily and repel the silver moon goddess. Agreed. Within the Dawnland, Alaradas smiles. With the Lord of Judgment joining forces, the silver moon goddess will have a hard time dealing with them. As for being the world's enemy, if the silver moon goddess doesn't mind, why should he? Although they inherently feel a sense of hostility towards Jiang Yu, they still don't know that Jiang Yu follows the path of the Skylord, assuming instead that he walks a unique divine path. Thus, the three most powerful gods of the current era engage in a fierce battle high above the heavens. Silver, gold, and white lights clash in the sky, indistinguishable between day and night. This earth-shattering battle lasts for several months before it comes to a temporary halt. In the eyes of the beings on the ground, the three gods' realms stand at three corners of the sky, forming a tripartite balance. After the sky war ends, the gods turn their attention to the mortals. Since they can't easily defeat each other in the heavens, they will compete for faith to weaken their enemies. Meanwhile, Jiang Yu, in addition to participating in the war for faith, also begins preparations for the second evolution of the winged ones. High above the heavens, 7 divine kingdoms stand tall, each corresponding to a different deity. The Silver Moon Kingdom is ruled by the Silver Moon Goddess Ikalia. The Dawn Kingdom belongs to the Lord of Dawn, Alodas. The Storm Kingdom is controlled by the Mother of the Deep Sea, Charybdis, and the North Wind Kingdom is the domain of the Centaurs and the North Wind God, Los Wind. The Battle Kingdom is governed by the Orcs and the God of Battle, Favek, while the Savage Kingdom is owned by the God of Savagery and Violence, Brito. Among these divine realms, there is one unique entity, the Platinum Moon, ruled by the Lord of Judgment, Jiang Yu. It is worth mentioning that the divine realms of the God of Slaughter and the God of Running have been integrated into the Dawn Kingdom. Despite this, these two deities retain considerable autonomy and enjoy the protection of the Lord of Dawn. Particularly, the God of Slaughter, Malachus, is almost eager to fully merge into the main god's realm. This is understandable, as his domain has been shattered, and his divinity is halved, making the reconstruction of the Slaughter Kingdom a long process. In the future, he might rebuild his realm through another divine authority. The Lord of Dawn, Alodas, officially announced the establishment of the Dawn Pantheon. The divine realms of the 4 unfortunate deities slain by Jiang Yu's sword collapsed entirely with their deaths, falling from the high heavens to the earth. The places where these divine kingdom fragments scattered will, in the future, give birth to rare magical plants like the Godfall grass. Shortly after the battle of 3 powerful deities ended, the divine factions in the heavens shifted once more. The Centaurs and the North Wind God, Los Wind, chose to join the Silver Moon Goddess faction, merging the North Wind Kingdom into the Silver Moon, becoming a star orbiting it. Thus, the Silver Moon Goddess established the Silver Moon Pantheon. Today, the high heavens are roughly divided into 4 factions: the Platinum Moon, the Lord of Dawn and his subordinate deities, the Silver Moon Goddess and her subordinate deities, and a faction of other neutral deities. Currently, the Platinum Moon and the Dawn Kingdom are relatively close in position, with the 2 deities watching over each other temporarily due to their unhealed wounds. However, every time the Lord of Dawn looks towards the Platinum Moon, he grits his teeth in hatred for Jiang Yu, who killed his 4 loyal subordinates, a hatred no less intense than his enmity towards the Silver Moon. A few months ago, Jiang Yu left the battlefield, the land that once belonged to the Slaughter Kingdom, right after the battle ended. Despite sustaining serious injuries, he made significant gains. He killed 4 deities, seized half a Slaughter divinity, and suppressed them under the Throne of Judgment. Mount Heaven also absorbed half of the Slaughter Kingdom, expanding the 3rd layer of Mount Heaven. When Jiang Yu finally had the chance to sit on his throne, he opened the game system panel. Instantly, a series of system notifications sounded. You have killed Motutus, the dwarf god, god of mountains and forging. Experience 1 million. You have gained the mountain and forging divinity and a small amount of corresponding divinity. You have killed Mighties, the lizard folk god, god of mud and chaos. Experience 1 million. You have gained the mud and chaos divinity and a small amount of corresponding divinity. You have killed Swix, the god of grasslands and strength. Experience 1 million. You have gained the grassland and strength divinity and a small amount of corresponding divinity. You have killed Sylvesia, the mermaid goddess of the ocean. Experience 1 million. You have gained the ocean divinity and a small amount of corresponding divinity. Then, the system panel detailed Jiang Yu's attributes. Name, Jiang You. Title, Lord of Judgment. Race, Winged Eternal. Light 6-wing template. Not available for regular players. Template, NPC mid-tier deity peak. Class, Skylord Divine Throne Realm. Age, 3297. Attributes, Strength 1000, Constitution 1000, Spirit 1000, Agility 1000, Charm 1000. All attributes have reached their peak and cannot be measured. Level, Sealed, to be unlocked when the game starts. Skills, Perfect Weapon Mastery, Master of all arts, Super Learning, Super Healing, Super Defense, Divine Body, Peerless Swordsmanship. Skill points, Sealed, to be unlocked when the game starts. Talents, Champion's Will. You have exceptional insight and reaction abilities, and your combat awareness is unparalleled. This is a talent you bring from your soul, unmatched and unique throughout history. Saint's Domain, Throne of Judgment Realm, Sky Territory, Platinum Throne, Triple Mount Heaven. Traits, Legendary Trait, Sacred Heart. Legendary Trait, Divine Might. Legendary Throne Realm Trait, Authority Suppression. Throne Realm Trait, Platinum Moon. Throne Realm Trait, The Throne is Me. Throne Realm Trait, Radiant Projection. Throne Realm Trait, Forbidden Lord. Throne Realm Trait, Heaven Space-like Divine Kingdom. Throne Realm Task System, Sealed, to be unlocked when the game starts. Game start countdown, 2,518,501 days, 7 hours, 38 minutes. Sitting on the Platinum Throne, Jiang Yu carefully examined his panel attributes, lost in thought. After ascending to the throne realm, he had gained the title Lord of Judgment and 3 new throne traits: Radiant Projection, Forbidden Lord, and Heaven Space. Radiant Projection not only served as a combat trait, but also had more functionalities, allowing Jiang Yu to project himself to any place covered by the platinum radiance from his throne. Forbidden Lord purely enhanced his combat power, currently by 10-fold, but this would increase with his growing strength. Heaven Space was akin to a divine kingdom, but closer to the concept of an endless abyss. Each layer of Mount Heaven was equivalent to an independent divine kingdom, with internal space far exceeding its appearance, expanding infinitely as strength grew. The current triple Mount Heaven was shrouded in a hazy sacred white light, and the future vision of 7 layers of heavenly radiance illuminating all worlds would undoubtedly be even more magnificent and glorious. After closing the system panel, Jiang Yu began preparing for the second evolution of the winged race. He planned to create an eternal well, but unlike the Silver Moon Goddess who used the sap of the Tree of Nature, Jiang Yu decided to use his own divine blood as the foundation. He aimed to create a sacred pool that would continuously release energy to promote the evolution of the winged race, spreading this energy among the winged race with the platinum radiance. However, the evolution process based on divine blood was more intense than the Silver Moon Goddess Icalia's use of the sap of nature. To allow the winged race to withstand such drastic changes, Jiang Yu once again manifested the bloodline river of the winged race, placing the strength divinity upon it and merging the strength divinity into it. This not only helped the winged race endure the impact of divine blood evolution, but also significantly shortened the required evolution time from the elves' 3,000 years to just a few hundred years. Faced with nearly 10 million wings scattered across the continent, Jiang Yu could currently only attend to the core area in the eastern part of Furland. To solve the limited coverage of the sacred pool, he cleverly used Judgment Divine Power to place the sacred pool above the sky where the winged lived, below the sea of clouds. This marvelous creation, named the Sky Rotating Sacred Pool, abbreviated as Rotating Sacred Pool, would in the next few hundred years rotate to cover different regions, ensuring that all winged would have the opportunity to evolve. Over 100 years after the War of the Gods, in the 136th year of the Troll Empire, Jiang Yu stood before a sacred pool atop the third heaven. Behind him stood a cold and beautiful female winged being, bowing respectfully. After extensive research and experimentation, Jiang Yu had finally succeeded in creating an evolutionary holy pool that could float and move across the sky. The entire sky holy pool glowed with a pure white light, and both the well and the water emanated a sacred brilliance. Wisps of light turned into tiny particles that scattered in all directions. Satisfied with his creation, Jiang Yu turned to the female winged being behind him and said, "Sophia, the elves have their well of eternity, and now we winged beings have our holy pool. Next, I will place this pool above our territory. Make sure to arrange for constant protection." Sophia bowed her head respectfully and replied, "Yes, my king." The next day, the sky holy pool drifted quietly above various winged being settlements in the eastern part of the foreign continent. It seemed as though an endless stream of evolutionary energy was surrounding every winged being, quietly initiating their second evolution. Under Sophia's arrangement, Lucifer and her radiant battle group were tasked with guarding the sky holy pool. By this time, Lucifer had reached a legendary status that no one had ever achieved. Her journey was nothing short of legendary. Having reached the pinnacle of legend centuries ago, she once again roamed the continent. She fought evil, upheld justice, and faced dangers unflinchingly, leaving behind numerous tales of light and justice. To the barbarians, she was the Valkyrie. Among the northern human city-states, she was the platinum moonlight. To the trolls, she was the daughter of judgment. To the dwarves, lizard folk, centaurs, orcs, and giants, she was the goddess of war, the sword saint, the winged legend. She visited the dragon tribes, illuminated the werewolves with moonlight, and deliberately spread her legends and deeds, preparing to break through the final barrier. Finally, upon her return, Lucifer used the widespread legends of the foreign continent to break through the constraints of legend and ascended to a human legend. Her power now rivaled that of a demigod, all thanks to the fact that the sea tribes had not initiated a new war. After the Sea Mother ascended to godhood, internal strife erupted among the sea tribes, with many seeking to drive out the sea princesses. The Sea Mother chose to remain neutral, but made it clear in her divine edicts that the sea princesses were not to be killed. Meanwhile, in Max City, the capital of the Troll Empire in the central foreign continent, near the original Temple of Slaughter, a more magnificent Dawn main temple had risen. The temple honored the main deity of the Dawn pantheon, the Lord of Dawn, who held a spear in one hand and a bow in the other, gazing proudly ahead. As the Lord of Dawn ascended, more and more trolls began to worship him, which did not conflict with their worship of the god of slaughter. The capital cities of the Mountain Kingdom, the Swamp Kingdom, and the Mermaid Kingdom in the Western Sea all established Dawn temples. In a short time, the Lord of Dawn had taken over the faith of most of the beings on the foreign continent. He even sent Dawn priests northward to spread the faith, seeking human believers in the Trident River region. The eastern part of Faran was now dominated by the winged beings. To ensure that the northern Reinhardt Kingdom was not overtaken by other gods, Jiang You stationed an elite winged being battle group in New Polaric City and established the Platinum Temple. This powerful group led to rumors among humans that the winged beings were divine messengers. However, while the Silver Moon Goddess was busy competing for faith across the Faran continent, changes were quietly happening in her homeland. In the 157th year of the Troll Empire, on the Phynoton continent, a noble Silver Moon elf family, having committed a transgression, left the Natashir forest and arrived at the Sino Plains. Here, with abundant water and resources, they discovered a grain that thrived in sunlight. Gradually, they began to worship the sun, a result of the Lord of Dawn's secret machinations. In the 247th year of the Troll Empire, the southeastern expansion forces of the Troll Empire and the southern expansion legion of the Winged Kingdom fought over the Lion Peninsula. Although the soldiers no longer cared about their respective deities' alliances, the leaders kept the conflict relatively contained. In the 311th year of the Troll Empire, the southeastern war ended. The winged beings occupied the northern part of the Lion Peninsula, while the Troll Empire took the southern part. As the Lord of Dawn and Jiang Yu's injuries gradually healed, tensions between the two nations began to rise. By the 365th year of the Troll Empire, on the Sino Plains of the Phynoton continent, the elves had fully embraced the faith of the Lord of Dawn. Their hair gradually turned golden, and they quietly established Dawn temples. They called themselves the Sanahir Elves, or Sun Elves. In the year 387 of the Troll Empire, Jiang Yu finally recovered from his injuries. He immediately embarked on constructing the fourth layer of Heaven Mountain, ambitiously striving for a higher realm of divine power. Meanwhile, the northern part of the Furlan continent was in turmoil. The northern countries allied with the winged people to launch a fierce attack on the northern Garso region of the Troll Empire. Emperor Odin Bloodaxe refused to back down, swiftly assembling a coalition of trolls, dwarves, lizardfolk, and merfolk to engage the invaders at the border. This prolonged war lasted a full year and ultimately ended in a victory for the Troll Empire. 2 years later, the western coast of the Furlan continent saw significant changes. The Bear people abandoned their traditional tribal system, moved south, and established the Bear Kingdom, constructing the grand city of Karlan on the coastline. Following this, the bear god, Kamex, the god of roar and wilderness, ascended to divinity under the protection of the Lord of Dawn. This achievement allowed Kamex to join the Dawn pantheon, laying the foundation for an alliance between the Bear Kingdom and the Troll Empire. Seizing the opportunity, the trolls began expanding to the western coast, further consolidating their rule. In the year 390 of the Troll Empire, the wolf god worshipped by the Haros trolls also ascended to true godhood and joined the Dawn pantheon, further strengthening its power. 10 years later, far to the southwest of the Furland continent, across a vast ocean, a new power was rising on the Gria continent. The Tiaman tribe, a coastal orc tribe that had once captured a group of lost goblin alchemists, had, after long years of warfare, conquered the western part of the Gria continent, occupying one-third of the land. They established the first orc empire on Gria, the Tiaman Orc Empire. Although the descendants of the captured goblins were no longer adept at alchemy, they excelled in commerce and the arts, becoming indispensable to the new empire. The Orc Empire worshipped the god of strength, also known as the Great God. The following year, the orcs' chief deity, Orpheus, the god of strength, prepared to ascend to godhood. This move alarmed the Lord of Dawn, Alaradas, who tried to stop it but was intercepted by the Silver Moon Goddess. Jiang You also attempted to intervene but was likewise thwarted by the Silver Moon Goddess. Despite this, Jiang You, wielding the Sword of Judgment, managed to cut away a third of the strength god's divine realm. This action prevented Orpheus from becoming a chief deity, relegating him to a middle-tier god, significantly diminishing his power. This setback caused Orpheus to harbor deep resentment towards the two chief deities of Furland, as he believed he was destined to be their equal if not for Jiang Yu's interference. At the same time, in the western part of the Gria continent, an arid land of deserts and oases was home to the Dune people and the cave dwellers, two somber desert races. The worship of the desert god was widespread here. The year after the strength god's ascension, the desert god, Anramal, also ascended to godhood. Though now two gods reigned on the Gria continent, the desert god appeared to have no ambitions of spreading his faith. Similarly, the Orc Empire showed little interest in the barren desert. Consequently, Orpheus and Anramal formed an alliance and temporarily joined the Silver Moon Goddess's faction. In the year 405 of the Troll Empire, the Trident River people, who had been relocated to southern Furland by the Lord of Dawn centuries ago, continued their migration south, occupying the vast southern coast and surrounding areas. Under the protection of the Lord of Dawn, these tens of thousands of followers had grown into millions. They established the Dawn Kingdom on the southern coast, with their capital at Dambrick. It was rumored that the royal family, the Arona family, carried the bloodline of the Lord of Dawn. In fact, centuries ago, Alaradas had indeed descended and fathered a son, Arona, with a human woman. 18 years later, a talented Silver Moon elf named Mislet, while traveling across the continent, discovered that the elves on the Senna Plains were all blonde and had a different temperament from the Silver Moon elves. Driven by curiosity, he investigated further and eventually uncovered a hidden temple dedicated to the Lord of Dawn. Shocked, Mislet hurried back to the Nadashir forest to inform the Elf King of this astonishing discovery. The Silver Moon Elf King, Altais, felt both embarrassed and enraged upon hearing this news but dutifully reported it to the Silver Moon Goddess, Ikalia. The Silver Moon Goddess, upon hearing the news, flew into a rage and immediately prepared to descend upon Phoeniton to annihilate the entire Senna Hill Sun Elf tribe. The Lord of Dawn, Alaradas, intervened just in time, leading to a fierce battle between the two chief deities in the skies. That day, the entire world witnessed the spectacular sight of the sun and the silver moon vying for brilliance. Although the two chief deities eventually restrained the intensity of their fight, the conflict left Jiang You feeling bored. He was indifferent to these disputes, believing that the current tripartite balance of power was the most stable state. Moreover, he was confident that his power would eventually surpass that of the Lord of Dawn and the Silver Moon Goddess, as he did not rely on faith to grow stronger, whereas the other two deities needed to compete for followers. Given the nature of his divine power of judgment, having more deities like the Lord of Dawn, who belonged to the Order faction, was actually beneficial. After all, judgment required a fair and just environment to be exercised. The following year, the Silver Moon Elves in the Nadashir Forest dispatched an elite army to eliminate the rebels to the west. The Senna Hill Sun Elves, aware of their impending defeat, fled to the western coast of Phoeniton. However, the Silver Moon Elves had sworn an oath under the Silver Moon to hunt down these traitors to the ends of the earth. With no other options, the Senna Hill Elves prayed to the Lord of Dawn for assistance. Soon, before the Silver Moon Elves could arrive, the Lord of Dawn visited the Mother of the Deep Sea. Shortly after, giant deep-sea whales appeared along the western coast of Phoeniton, carrying the Sun Elves across the ocean to the Furland continent, where they landed on the eastern coast of the Haros Plains. The Haros Wolf Riders escorted these ocean-crossing Sun Elves southwards, settling them in the river valley plains of southern Edus. The news of the Sun Elves' safe arrival on the Furland continent under Alaradas' protection infuriated the Silver Moon Goddess. Under her divine decree, the Nadashir Silver Moon Elves solemnly swore under the Silver Moon to cross the sea and wage a western expedition. Meanwhile, as an ally of the Silver Moon, the god of strength, Orpheus, responded to the Silver Moon Goddess's call, dispatching the major legions of the Orc Empire to cross the sea for their own revenge. In the year 425 of the Troll Empire, a monumental event unfolded on the western coast of the continent of Phoenodon. The Silver Moon Elves, with the combined effort of their entire tribe, embarked on an ambitious shipbuilding project near the Tree of Nature in the Nadishil Forest. They meticulously selected trees to craft unique vessels known as nature ships. These ships resembled green canopies inverted on the water, exuding a natural essence. 5 years swiftly passed, and the 500 nature ships, each capable of carrying 1,000 individuals, were finally completed. The Silver Moon Elves planned to dispatch an army of 500,000 on this grand maritime expedition. Simultaneously, the Silver Moon Goddess personally ventured to the divine realm of the Mother of the Deep Sea. After some negotiation, she secured a promise. The Mother of the Deep Sea would not stir the waters against the elven expedition. Meanwhile, on the southern Graia continent, the Orc Empire was making similar preparations. Leveraging their vast population and the alchemical technologies inherited from the goblins, the Orcs also aimed to build 500 large ships within 5 years, intending to transport a million-strong Orc army to the battlefield of Furland in waves. High above, Jiang You sat upon his platinum throne, his gaze piercing through the clouds, observing the activities on both Phinodon and Graia. Suddenly, he sensed another gaze. Looking up, he locked eyes with the Lord of Dawn from the divine realm of Dawn. The two deities exchanged a knowing glance before each withdrew their attention. At the same time, within the white stone castle in the city of Uriel on the eastern coast of Furland, Sophia was attending to state affairs in the independent council chamber of the kingdom's deputy lord. Suddenly, a majestic platinum figure appeared before her. Startled, Sophia immediately rose and knelt on one knee. "My lord." Jiang Yu's voice resonated. "Sophia, in a year, send people to the southern lands of the Rhine Peninsula." Sophia asked in surprise, "My lord, isn't the south of Rhine controlled by the trolls?" "Now, it belongs to us," Jiang Yu replied calmly. "Yes, my lord." Sophia responded respectfully. Jiang Yu gestured for her to rise, and then elaborated on the current situation. He mentioned that the Silver Moon Elves were about to launch an expedition against the Troll Empire, while the Orc Empire from Graia was also poised to attack the Trolls simultaneously. Facing two formidable foes, the Troll Empire had no choice but to cede the southern part of the Rhine Peninsula to Jiang Yu's forces. After listening, Sophia was about to suggest that they only needed to prevent the Orcs from advancing south when Jiang Yu interrupted her. "No, Sophia, we must decisively defeat these Orcs. This empire has wronged us." Seeing Sophia's puzzled expression, Jiang Yu laughed and explained, "Well, the Orcs' god nearly got slain by me during his ascension." Hearing this, Sophia was momentarily at a loss for words and could only stand silently, awaiting further instructions. Inside the castle of white stone, Sophia was momentarily lost in thought, while Jiang Yu's lips curled into a slight smile as he continued to elaborate on his grand plan. "Sophia, this is a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity," Jiang Yu said, his eyes gleaming with ambition. "The Silver Moon Elves are invading the Farron continent, and the flames of war will inevitably lead to a clash between the Lord of Dawn and the Silver Moon Goddess. At that point, I cannot stand idly by. Otherwise, they won't be able to fight with their full strength. I will seize this chance to attack the divine kingdom of the Orc god." His voice grew more passionate. "Therefore, not only must you repel the Orc invasion with all your might, but you must also prepare thoroughly for naval warfare. The vast lands of the Graia continent cannot be allowed to be defiled by those green-skinned Orcs. This expansive territory, Sophia, I need you to capture it for me." Upon hearing this, Sophia felt a surge of heroic spirit. "As you command, my king," she responded firmly. "The winged people will conquer the fertile lands of the Graia continent and present them to your golden hall. While you fight the Orc god in the heavens, we will wage war against the Orc kingdom on the ground. To fight alongside our supreme king is the greatest honor." However, Sophia's brow furrowed slightly as she raised a critical concern. "My king, our people have a deep-seated enmity with the sea people. If they attack during our sea crossing, how should we respond?" Jiang Yu's face relaxed into a calm smile. "No need to worry," he said confidently. "When the time comes, I will personally visit the storm god's domain and have a discussion with the mother of the deep sea with my sword. Given her nature, I believe she will agree." "That would be most reassuring," Sophia said with a smile, finally feeling a sense of relief. From that day on, Sophia began to organize the Winged Kingdom to manufacture ships capable of long voyages. She also stationed several elite winged regiments at the port of Kesslin, ready to repel any Orc attacks at a moment's notice. The winged warriors, with their extensive naval combat experience, were confident in their ability to achieve victory. Time flew by, and years passed. In the 426th year of the Troll Empire, the Empire dispatched a group of Troll Wolf Riders from the Haros Plains, crossing the rugged Putilas Mountains with the intent to attack the newly rebuilt Centaur Kingdom of House. However, after a long and exhausting journey, the riders were easily defeated by the Centaur cavalry. 2 years later, the Troll Empire regrouped its forces. They mobilized the Berserker Battalion stationed in the northern border city of Eons and the northeastern border troops to launch an expedition against the Centaur Kingdom on the Harris Peninsula. Yet, on the vast Harris Plains, facing the fierce charge of 100,000 Centaur cavalry, the Eda's Troll Expeditionary Force was once again defeated. Even the ferocious Berserker Battalion, who fought fiercely, inflicted over a third of the casualties on the Centaurs, but the Centaur cavalry fought to the death without retreat. The Trolls had never encountered such fearless Centaur warriors. News of the defeats reached the capital of the Troll Empire, Mac City. Emperor Aden Bloodaxe fell into a long silence upon hearing of his army's double defeat. Ultimately, he decided to cease attempts to conquer the Centaur Kingdom and no longer try to stop the elves from landing. Instead, he ordered heavy troops to be stationed in Edas and Gast, awaiting the arrival of the elves. Time continued to pass, and in the blink of an eye, it was the 430th year of the Troll Empire. The Silver Moon Elves finally completed the construction of 500 nature ships. The first batch of elven warriors set to invade the Farron continent had boarded, and a large amount of supplies and food were loaded in an orderly manner. They were fully prepared for prolonged warfare. These 500 nature ships could carry an army of 500,000. Elven King Arthas appointed the newly ascended Silver Moon elf demigod Valia as the commander of the elven army, leading this force of 200,000 elves across the sea. Among them was a 5,000-strong Windwing unit. These Windwings had been wooed and divided by the elves over thousands of years, and within 200 years after the Silver Moon Goddess's ascension, they had completely separated from the Windwing tribe, converted to the Silver Moon faith, and joined the elven ranks. Under the deliberate transformation of the Silver Moon Goddess over 200 years, these Windwings underwent significant changes in appearance. Their ears became pointed, their hair turned green, and aside from the wings on their backs, they looked no different from elves. Thus, they gained a new name that was easier to accept: Wind Elves. Meanwhile, those Windwings who refused to align with the elves and continued to worship the Platinum Moon were exiled by the elves to survive in the Wynara Mountains beyond the Nadasil Forest. Jiang You was well aware of the Silver Moon Goddess's efforts to win over the Windwings, but he was powerless to stop it. After all, the most uncontrollable thing in the world is the human heart. Therefore, he secretly emulated Erodas's approach, developing a group of Platinum Elves. Currently, this future group of Platinum Elves also originated from a group that had left the Nadasil Forest. They had traveled further than the Nadasil Sun Elves, migrating south to the southernmost tip of the Phynoton continent and settling by a coastal area. A group of Windwings also migrated south with them and made their home there. They quietly worshipped the Platinum Moon deity, waiting for the right moment to change their names and identities. In addition, several other elven tribes that had left also experienced varying degrees of transformation. For example, a group of Silver Moon Elves living around the Father of Oaks gradually absorbed the essence of the forest. Another group that fled to the dark forests of northern Phynoton began to change in skin color. After all, elves are long-lived beings, eternal generators of faith. However, these rebellious Sun Elves had yet to realize that their lifespan was no longer the 10,000 years of the Silver Moon Elves, but had been shortened to 3,000 years. This was the Silver Moon Goddess's merciless punishment for traitors. However, this consequence had not yet manifested and would only become apparent in a few thousand years, when the rebellious and divided Silver Moon Elves would gradually wither away. In January of the 431st year of the Troll Empire, 500 nature ships set sail, carrying 200,000 elves on an expedition to the Farron continent. 3 months later, this massive elven army successfully landed on the coast of the Harris Peninsula, within the territory of the Centaur Kingdom, heralding the beginning of the impending Great War. Several years ago, the Centaurs established a town called Rezzer near the coast of the Harris Peninsula, where the elves had landed. This town served as a rest and supply station for the elven army. When 500 elven ships docked at Rezzer, tens of thousands of Centaur cavalry were already prepared to welcome the arrival of the 200,000-strong elven force. The Centaur commander was surprised to see winged wind elves among the elves. He couldn't help but marvel at the elves' power, noting that they had even tamed beings of the sky. However, his remark displeased the wind elf officer. Bathed in the light of the great silver moon, we are wind elves. Please do not refer to us as winged beings, the wind elf officer said sternly, revealing a deep desire for recognition. Elven Commander Valia skillfully calmed both parties and incorporated the Centaur regiment into her forces. After resting for several days in Rezzer, the elven army set off westward, aiming for the city of Mgars and its surrounding regions, lands promised to the Centaurs and long coveted by the Centaur Kingdom. A week later, the combined forces of Silver Moon Elves and Centaurs crossed the Pewteras Mountains and encountered the first wave of troll forces. Battle ensued immediately. Despite the trolls' advantageous position, the elves' numerous longbowmen, combined with the Centaur cavalry's charges and the Wind Elves' devastating armor-piercing arrows, quickly overwhelmed the troll forces. The allied forces pursued their victory, breaking through 3 troll defensive lines, and reaching the gates of Mgars. After 7 days of fierce fighting, Mgars fell. The Centaur Kingdom immediately dispatched a regiment to occupy and control the surrounding areas. Subsequently, Commander Valia divided her forces, sending 50,000 elves and 100,000 Centaur cavalry north to the Heros Plains. This region was the fiefdom of the Grand Duke of the Wolf, a descendant of the former royal family of the Wolf Kingdom. The Grand Duke gathered 100,000 wolf cavalry to face the Elven alliance but was soundly defeated. Heros fell, and the remaining wolf cavalry escorted the Grand Duke south, retreating through Garsol to the central regions of the Troll Empire. At this point, the Centaur Kingdom was separated from the Aemon Kingdom by only a central mountain range, atop which lay the Trident River region, an exclave of the human Reinhardt Kingdom. Meanwhile, another Elven regiment led by Valia marched south towards the city of Edas, a fortified northern city rebuilt by trolls in earlier years. The city, with its high walls and thick defenses, was garrisoned by nearly 300,000 elite trolls. The Elven army was thwarted here, and after 3 months of relentless assaults, they had lost tens of thousands of Silver Moon elves. Fortunately, the troll commander within Edas misjudged the situation, believing that the elves' morale had broken. He led his forces out to engage in open battle, only to suffer a crushing defeat. This allowed the Elven army to regain some momentum. Seeing the rebellious Sun Elves just south of Edas and unable to break through, Valia awaited reinforcements from Nadashir while preparing for a prolonged siege. She also reached out to the northern countries, hoping they would join in the assault on the Troll Empire. In the 432nd year of the Troll Empire, a 300,000-strong orc army began a seaborne invasion of the Furland continent. 3 months later, they arrived at the southeastern coast of Furland. However, before they could land, they were attacked by airborne winged beings. Arrows rained down, killing many orcs at sea. Those who panicked and jumped overboard were struck by lightning from the sea. Upon closer inspection, a turtle-like shadow could be seen swimming in the shallow waters. The orcs had never faced such an organized aerial assault and were thrown into chaos. Thankfully, Orc Commander Pankad decisively ordered his forces to charge ashore. Once landed, he commanded his loyal royal guards to oversee the ship's return, cutting off any chance of retreat. The orc army set up camp in a small forest near the port of Kesslin, adopting a nocturnal strategy to attack Kesslin. Although this minimized the winged beings' aerial advantage, victory was still elusive. The orcs were astonished to find that even on land, the winged beings were stronger and faster. These winged beings, influenced by the powers of growth and divine strength, and the continuous effects of the Sky Holy Pool, had become far more formidable. Months later, the orc army trapped in the small forest ran out of supplies. Unable to maintain discipline, the army scattered. Most deserters were hunted down by the winged beings, and the survivors fled into the northern forests, becoming insignificant. Half of the orc army's legendary warriors were lost, and Commander Pankad barely escaped back to the continent of Graia. Thus, the orc army's first seaborne invasion ended in failure. In the 433rd year of the Troll Empire, the northern countries of Furland accepted the elves' terms and marched south to attack the Troll Empire's Garsol. This time, the allied forces launched a fierce offensive, putting the Troll front lines in jeopardy. The Empire urgently mobilized troops northward. Simultaneously, a second wave of 300,000 Silver Moon elves crossed the sea, landing near the coast of Rezur to join the war against the Troll Empire. On the Orc side, the Orc Emperor did not blame Pankad for the initial invasion's failure, and still entrusted him with leading another expedition to the Furland continent. The forces lost previously were mainly those of the chieftains, which the Emperor did not care about. However, this time, he decided to dispatch elite forces from the royal family in various parts of the Empire, with nearly half of the 300,000 orcs being professionals. After all, it was a divine mandate, and another defeat would be unacceptable. The Emperor solemnly instructed Pankad to proceed with utmost caution. Learning from past mistakes, Pankad selected skilled archers from the Empire to form a new expeditionary force. They changed their strategy, choosing to land on a more northern coast. However, every stretch of coastline from Losendas to Sklain was patrolled by winged beings. The orc landing was detected again, but due to the distance from winged being settlements, their supply lines were stretched, and the orcs, being skilled archers, managed a more successful landing this time. After landing, the 300,000 orcs headed straight for the Troll Empire, remembering that their primary mission was to first defeat the Troll Empire. Erita, stationed in Sklain, ordered the Southern Winged Being Regiment to move north. This regiment was the Holy Sword Regiment she had always commanded. The two forces clashed in a low, forested hilly area, leading to a fierce battle. This time, over 100,000 winged beings faced 300,000 orcs, with both sides evenly matched. The blood of the winged beings and orcs drenched this unknown hill, marking it as the bloodiest battle for the winged beings in centuries. This hill later became known as Beast Hill. Both sides were at a stalemate, and Erita and Pankad simultaneously called for reinforcements from their respective kingdoms and empires. Amidst the intense battles across 3 continents, the Windwing clan chief of the Winala Mountains reconnected with Jiang You on the Platinum Throne, stating that the Father of Oaks wished to meet. High above the heavens, the Platinum Moon radiates a dazzling light. As night falls and the sun sets, only the Silver Moon and the Platinum Moon remain, illuminating the sky in tandem. The distance between the 2 moons has drawn the attention of sky watchers across the continents. They record this peculiar phenomenon, tracing it back to ancient times when the silver and gold moons were once seen together, pondering the reasons for their growing apart. The rise of the human kingdom in the south has provided new opportunities for astronomical observation. Under divine protection, the human population has grown rapidly, and various professions have flourished. Among them, astrologers have emerged, constructing towering observatories to study the stars and predict the future. However, their prolonged gazing into the divine realm has come at a steep cost, shortened lifespans and physical decline. This phenomenon has become one of the origins of the taboo. Mortals must not gaze upon the gods. Despite these consequences, the occasional accuracy of astrologers' predictions has led to the rapid spread of this profession. Astrological towers have sprung up worldwide, eventually becoming the precursors to mage towers. In the southern human kingdom, astrologers are particularly attentive to the changes in the sun and the 2 moons. The Platinum Moon, with its noticeable variations in brightness, has become one of the most significant celestial bodies in astrology. Meanwhile, the divine realm is also in turmoil. Malachus, the god of slaughter, frequently descends to the mortal world, ostensibly to leave his progeny but secretly to influence astrologers' interpretations of the relationship between the Silver Moon goddess and the Lord of Judgment. The legend of the drifting apart of the gold and silver moons is widely circulated in the southern human kingdom. The southern humans of Furland are thriving and are on the path to becoming the most populous human branch. At this time, humanity is divided into 4 major groups: the city-state humans of the extreme north, the Reinhardt kingdom in the north, the barbarian tribes of the northwest coast, and the southern humans. Seated high on the Platinum Moon, Jiang You sits on his divine throne, 6 wings of light shimmering. His purple eyes gaze at the forming 4th heaven mountain, a slight smile playing on his lips. As the heaven mountain expands, his power continues to grow. He plans to complete the evolution of the winged people within 500 years, aiming to make them a long-lived race with lifespans of up to 3,000 years. However, the issue of the long-lived race's reproduction also arises. Jiang You had foreseen this and issued orders 200 years ago to encourage winged people to reproduce. Now, their population has reached 15 million, spread across eastern, southeastern, and central eastern Furland. In comparison, the Troll Empire's population has reached 50 million. Jiang Yu continues to ponder the future, looking forward to the completion of the 5th heaven mountain. He believes that by then, some powerful winged beings might be able to live within the heaven mountain. Occasionally, he observes the battles between the winged people and the orcs on the Lion Peninsula and southeastern Furland, while also keeping an eye on the movements of the divine kingdom of power. On this day, news arrives that the father of Oaks, Sylvans, requests an audience. Jiang Yu smiles and turns his gaze to the Edith forest on the continent of Phynaton, focusing on the colossal 1,000-meter-tall oak tree. In the oak tree forest of Edith, Sylvans looks at the forest elves, feeling conflicted. He regrets his greed, but cannot abandon these devout elves. He looks up at the Platinum Moon, recalling the upright figure from thousands of years ago, and resolves his choice. Suddenly, a beam of light descends from the Platinum Moon, and Jiang Yu's figure appears high in the sky. Sylvans immediately kneels, requesting to become Jiang Yu's subordinate deity. Jiang Yu inquires about his divine duties, forests, wilderness, and renewal, and curiously asks why he seeks a patron deity. Sylvans bitterly admits his mistakes, pointing to the Vazal forest elves. Jiang Yu understands and gladly accepts Sylvan's request, inviting him to move his divine kingdom to the Heaven Mountain after his ascension. Sylvans respectfully agrees, addressing Jiang Yu as the main deity. In the same year, the northern regions of Farand were engulfed in war. The conflict between trolls and elves had reached a fever pitch, turning the entire land crimson with blood. The elven army surged like a tidal wave, with 300,000 elite Natashir warriors and 500,000 Silvermoon elves, forming a formidable force of 1,000,000. The Troll Empire was not to be outdone, mobilizing its entire nation and enlisting the aid of dwarves, lizard folk, merfolk, and other races, creating an unbreakable coalition of 3 million troops. The battlefield was instantly filled with deafening roars and mountains of corpses. Even the devout followers could not escape death, and the ferocity of the battle was terrifying. Unexpectedly, the Silvermoon goddess could no longer stand by and descended onto the battlefield. The Lord of Dawn, fearing her interference, hurriedly appeared as well. Though neither deity took action, they watched in agony as their followers perished. Suddenly, the Silvermoon goddess had a revelation, noticing a long-overlooked phenomenon. Each fallen follower's soul briefly appeared. This genius insight sparked countless thoughts in her mind. Wonderful, she exclaimed to herself. The souls of followers are the most precious assets to the gods. If they knew they could enter the divine realm after death, who would fear it? Eagerly, the silver moon goddess manifested above the battlefield, revealing her true form above the elven army. A serene full moon hung in the sky, casting its silver light and exuding majesty. The elves, seeing their goddess, erupted in cheers, their morale soaring. The Lord of Dawn, though bewildered, refused to be outdone. He immediately appeared above the troll coalition, a radiant dawn sun rising and dispelling the gloom. The trolls, dwarves, merfolk, and lizardfolk responded with thunderous cheers. Ikalia, are you breaking the rules? The Lord of Dawn demanded, ready to act at any moment. However, the silver moon goddess ignored him. She extended her alabaster hand, and with a gesture, the silver moonlight formed a circular gate. Beyond the gate lay the silver moon divine realm. The elves glimpsed a beautiful forest bathed in moonlight through the portal. Suddenly, the silver moon goddess used her divine power to draw the souls of fallen elves into the light gate. Everyone was stunned as they watched the souls of the elves sing and dance along the moonlit path, joyfully entering the divine realm. My heavens! That's a lie duo and duo AOU. Didn't they just die? Look, that's my brother. Is this the gate to the divine realm? Countless elves stood in awe, their minds filled with infinite possibilities. At this moment, the silver moon goddess's melodious voice echoed across the land. My dear children, noble and graceful sons of silver moon. From this day forth, every devout follower will enter my divine realm and share in eternal life. Death is no longer the end, but a new beginning. So, fight for me, for you are the luckiest children in the world. This proclamation reverberated like thunder across the entire region of Aides. The elves were immediately filled with fervor, unafraid of death, driven by a newfound sense of glory in fighting for their deity. The tide of battle quickly turned, and the elven forces advanced like a knife through butter. The Lord of Dawn, regaining his composure, sighed inwardly, brilliant. He couldn't help but admire the silver moon goddess's innovation. He then followed suit, opening the gate to his divine realm and welcoming the devout troll souls, echoing the silver moon goddess's words. The trolls' morale surged, and the battle once again reached a stalemate. In the following months, the gods of Farand all imitated this practice. Even Jiang You, from his platinum throne in the high heavens, established a sanctuary for the souls of his followers on the second mountain of heaven. Though he lacked divine status and couldn't tether souls with faith, he found an alternative method, using the river of bloodlines to achieve his goal. He named it Heaven. This led to an unprecedented escalation in the intensity of wars across the world. In the 434th year of the Troll Empire, Sophia led the Island Legion to join the Battle of Beast Hill, decisively defeating Pankad's 300,000 strong orc army. With no retreat left, Pankad engaged in a life-and-death duel with the two sisters. He severely wounded Erida before being slain atop Beast Hill. Erida was gravely injured, and Sophia was furious. She immediately ordered Erida to lead the Holy Sword Legion back to defend Losendas and protect the Sky Holy Pool. Meanwhile, she summoned Lucifer and her Radiant Brigade to reinforce the front lines, overseeing the construction of seafaring vessels, ready for an eastern expedition at any moment. Lucifer, more aggressive than Erida, was bold and daring, adept at seizing opportunities. When the orc reinforcements were still en route, Lucifer led the Radiant Brigade, aboard the unfinished winged fleet, to launch a preemptive strike, annihilating the orc reinforcements in the vast ocean. Seeing Lucifer's outstanding achievements and knowing she was the future commander for the expedition to the Graia continent, Jiang You personally descended from his platinum throne. He retrieved the corpse of an ancient dark dragon and ascended to the high heavens. There, he first suppressed the dark dragon's power, extracted its dragon bones, and then took a leg bone from a titan of light to forge a holy sword. He imbued it with the powers of light and darkness, marked it with the seal of the second mountain of heaven, and bestowed it upon Lucifer. In the 435th year of the Troll Empire, the northern regions were engulfed in war. The elves and trolls were locked in a brutal stalemate at the city of Ides. The daily supplies for the million-strong armies were consuming resources at an astounding rate. As the name suggests, this protracted war was draining the national power of both sides. Unexpectedly, Munliel, the only daughter of the elven High King Altus, had a sudden inspiration. Drawing from rune technology, enchantment techniques, alchemy, and the divine magic bestowed by the Silver Moon Goddess, she created a powerful and far-reaching means of attack magic. This groundbreaking invention shone like a brilliant pearl, illuminating the future of the elven race. For years later, Lucifer achieved consecutive victories at sea, defeating several waves of orc legions in the vast ocean. With the last great ship nearing completion, she eagerly requested to embark on an expedition to the continent of Graia. With the approval of Jiang You, Sophia immediately sanctioned this bold plan. A few months later, the port of Skryan was bustling with activity. Leading the Radiant Brigade, the Island Corps, and the near-sea fleet of the Kingdom of Losendas, Lucifer made an impassioned declaration of departure at the port. Tens of thousands of elite winged warriors stood ready, armed with swords and full quivers of arrows, brimming with confidence. When Lucifer raised the holy sword of light and darkness, everyone swore in unison, their voices shaking the heavens and the sea falling silent. Suddenly, the platinum moon in the sky shone brightly, dazzling all. Jiang Yu's voice thundered across the land and sea. Lucifer, my morning star, go forth. Use your courage and wisdom to achieve glorious victory. My people, the heavenly kingdom on Mount Paradise will always be open to you. At that moment, all the winged warriors were overwhelmed with emotion, kneeling on one knee and shouting, "Victory! Great King! Your will shall traverse the continent of Graia, unhindered." And so, Lucifer led the three great armies, tens of thousands of elite winged warriors, and set sail on the expedition to conquer the Orc Empire. Jiang You, too, silently drew his purple-gold sword and laid it across his knees. He bowed his head slightly, his violet eyes shimmering with starlight, as if foretelling the fate of this expedition. Meanwhile, in the depths of the endless sea, on the fog-shrouded Dragon Island, the Platinum Dragon and the mother of 5 colored dragons stood at the island's highest point. They gazed towards the divine realm in the high heavens, and then turned their eyes to the northern part of the continent of Furland. "Bahamut, perhaps our opportunity is near," the mother of 5 colored dragons spoke. "Whom have you chosen?" "The Lord of Dawn," the Platinum Dragon replied resolutely. "And you?" "Then I choose the Silver Moon Goddess." The mother of 5 colored dragons smiled. "It seems we will part ways for a time, but it is for the best. Dragons must not lose their heritage." Simultaneously, deep within the dark forests of northern Finaton, a group of Silver Moon elves who had fled there had undergone a startling transformation. Their skin had turned gray-black, and their hair had become silver. In the deepest part of the forest, 1,000 meters underground, a pair of eyes as dark as the abyss suddenly opened. On the continent of Graia, in the capital city of the Orc Empire, Sarita, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. The Orc Emperor, having faced multiple defeats, knelt in the temple, praying for guidance from the god of strength, Ophidius. The air seemed to stand still. "Great Father, Master of Strength," the Orc Emperor's voice trembled. "Our forces have repeatedly failed in our expeditions to Farand, and our elite troops are lost. Please grant your people a revelation on how to combat the winged men of the sky." Unexpectedly, even Ophidius was lost in thought. He had already foreseen the imminent arrival of the winged army led by Lucifer. The only viable strategy now was to hold the fort and await reinforcements. Suddenly, the statue glowed and spoke. "My child, do not despair. The sky is not our domain, but the winged ones are crossing the sea. You must regroup and prepare." The Orc Emperor was filled with dread, cold sweat pouring down his face. Ophidius, noticing this, felt a twinge of disappointment. He continued, "Do not be afraid. In Graia, our population far exceeds that of the winged ones, and we have strong city walls. They will struggle to breach our defenses. If they dare to fly over the walls, the narrow streets will be their nightmare. Prepare firefighting measures to counter their attacks. Every city will become a tough nut to crack for them. Their expeditionary force will eventually run out of steam and retreat. Victory is within our grasp." The Orc Emperor felt a surge of confidence. "Great Father, we will remember your teachings and defend every inch of our land with our lives." "Good. I will bestow new divine powers upon the priests of every city, enhancing your strength. Your arrows will fly higher, and your spears will reach further," Ophidius promised. The Orc Emperor swiftly dispatched messengers to spread the defensive strategy across the land. The High Priest of the Temple of Strength also notified local priests to prepare for the Father's blessings. Meanwhile, Lucifer's winged expeditionary force finally reached the western coast of Graia. However, they found no one in sight, not even a trace of the orcs. "This shouldn't be," Lucifer was puzzled. "There's no way the orcs wouldn't have heard about our expedition." Frustrated, she sent out more scouts, who eventually located the nearest orc town. Lucifer immediately ordered the Radiant Brigade to launch an attack, determined to uncover the orc schemes. High above, Jiang You watched the impending battle intently, eager to see how Lucifer would perform. As the massive winged army blanketed the small town, the 1,000 orc defenders inside couldn't help but swallow nervously. "We're just a small town. Do they really need this many troops?" The commanding officer roared orders for the soldiers to take cover, while several priests prepared to cast their spells. Soon, 1,000 winged soldiers broke off from the main force and swooped down on the town. They unleashed a volley of arrows, but to no avail. After several waves of attacks, a few low-flying winged soldiers were hit by surprise arrows. The young winged officer was at a loss, unsure of what to do next. In the sky, Lucifer observed the battle below, muttering thoughtfully, "Turtle tactics?" The winged army crossed the sea to invade the Orc Empire, much to the delight of the gods. The Orc Empire was strategically located, densely populated, and blessed with the limitless potential of the god of strength, Orpheus. A clash between the winged people and the orcs, resulting in mutual destruction, was exactly what the gods desired. Above a small town on the western coast of the Graia continent, the orcs cowered within their walls, refusing to engage. A young winged officer had a flash of inspiration and ordered his troops to unleash a volley of fire arrows into the town. In an instant, flames erupted, and a massive blaze engulfed the town. However, the orcs were prepared. They emerged in waves, carrying water and sand, swiftly extinguishing the flames. Lucifer, observing the scene, frowned and remarked, "These orcs are well prepared." To break the orcs' turtle defense, Lucifer convened a meeting with a dozen legendary generals high in the sky. This was the winged people's unique style, the Sky Council. "Everyone," Lucifer began directly, "the orcs are holed up in the town. How do we defeat them? Fire attacks have proven ineffective. They seem to have anticipated our moves." Immediately, the generals offered various suggestions. Lay siege and cut off their supplies. How about a water attack? Why not let the legends take action? We could drop stones from the sky. Overwhelm them with a full force assault. Lucifer pondered these ideas. At that moment, a female general proposed, "Commander, if we had some ground troops to assist our attack, it could be much more effective. But where can we find such expendable forces?" Lucifer's eyes lit up with a smile. "Good idea. As for expendable forces, the entire Graia continent is full of them. I refuse to believe there are orcs who aren't afraid of death." Without hesitation, she issued orders. "Send my command. Dispatch 2 more battalions to assist. Once the town is breached, destroy their temple, kill the priests, and use any means necessary to recruit the orcs into our auxiliary forces. This battle may last longer than we anticipated. Gukina, return to Uriel City for reinforcements and report our situation." 3,000 winged warriors thundered into battle, storming the town. They first bombarded the town with giant stones, then launched a fierce assault. After suffering a few dozen casualties, they finally captured the small town. The orcs either surrendered or were captured, with a few stubborn resistors killed on the spot. After learning the location of the nearby major city, Jacori, Lucifer immediately led her troops there. The remaining winged forces were divided into numerous squads to attack various towns along the western coast of the Orc Empire. 3 months later, Lucifer's expeditionary force had occupied the entire Jacori region. Although the winged people suffered some losses, it was just a small corner of the Orc Empire's northwest. Gazing at the vast empire, even the proud and confident Lucifer sighed, "This will be a long war." Thus began Lucifer's long campaign of conquest on the Graia continent, gradually encroaching on the Orc Empire's territory. She avoided massacres whenever possible to recruit surrendering orcs into her expendable forces. In the 443rd year of the Troll Empire, the northern battlefield in Furland saw dramatic changes. The Troll Alliance deployed the 5-color Dragon Knights, pushing the Elven Alliance back to the gates of Mgath. However, the Elves quickly formed the Metallic Dragon Knights, turning the tide and pushing the front back to Eads. On the battlefield of Galzer, between the northern countries and the Troll Empire, the sudden appearance of the 5-colored Dragon Knights caused panic among the allied forces, forcing them to retreat to Monad. At a critical moment, Arthur Reinhardt led his renowned Griffin Knights into the fray, stabilizing the situation. Time flew by, and by the 485th year of the Troll Empire, after decades of warfare, Lucifer had conquered 1/3 of the Orc Empire, nearing its capital. To maintain control and boost morale on the front lines, nearly 1 million expeditionary families gradually migrated to the Graia continent. Meanwhile, in the Nadashir Elven Forest on the Phynaton continent, Princess Morniel finally established the first legendary magical pathway after years of effort, ascending to the rank of Grand Magus. She shared this pathway with the elves, establishing a hierarchy for mages: apprentice, mage, magus, and Grand Magus. The following year, a 1,000-strong elite unit of elven mages was dispatched to the front lines. Princess Morniel, as the commander of this mage unit, made her debut on the continental stage. When the Silver Moon Elf Princess led her army of mages on an expedition to the Troll Empire, the eyes of the gods focused on the northern battlefield of Furland. The mere presence of mages put all the deities on high alert. The gods of both factions stood high in the heavens, their gazes piercing the earth like swords, wary of each other and hesitant to act. At this critical moment, in the Edith forest of the continent of Phynaton, Sylvanus, the father of oaks, surveyed the dense oak forest around him and looked up at the platinum moon in the sky. To his surprise, he vaguely saw the majestic figure of the sovereign nodding slightly at him. Instantly, Sylvanus felt a sudden clarity, no longer hesitating. The time has come. Sylvanus thought to himself. Everything is ready. It's time to ascend to godhood. In an instant, the entire oak forest glowed with a vibrant green light, full of life. A majestic divine realm of the forest rose from the Edith forest, and Sylvanus seemed to complete all the steps for his ascension in a single moment. He began to lift the divine realm slowly, heading towards the heavens. In the Edith forest, countless slumbering treants awakened, offering their blessings to the ascending forest god. Various intelligent magical beasts and small animals bowed respectfully towards the divine realm. At the edge of the forest, a tribe of green-haired elves raised statues of the forest god, singing hymns and kneeling in reverence. High above, the gods watched this scene in astonishment. That great oak dares to ascend today? Look, he has even gathered a group of elf followers. What audacity! Is it the Dawn Lord or the Judgment Lord supporting him? The silver moon goddess, Icalia, glanced at the forest elves and then at Sylvanus, who was ascending. Her beautiful eyes flared with anger. Sylvanus, how dare you? She shouted. And the silver moon shone with dazzling brilliance. Just as Icalia was about to take action, the platinum moon suddenly blazed brightly. The Judgment Lord, Jiang You, with silver hair and white wings, stepped out of his divine realm, sword at his side, blocking the path of Sylvanus's ascent. His presence was commanding, his divine power vast as the sea, and his purple eyes sparkled like the stars as he stared at Icalia. Icalia laughed in anger at this sight, her eyes radiating silver light, her divine aura pressing. She loudly questioned, Uriel, are you challenging me? In the vast sky, the twin moons shone brightly, even overshadowing the sun. Jiang Yu chuckled, Icalia, all beings have their own will. What you have done, can others not do? Then, his expression turned serious. As long as I am here today, you will not touch Sylvanus. Jiang Yu then turned to the Dawn Lord, Elodas, who was watching from the side. Elodas, our covenant is still in effect. I hope you will honor this pact. Elodas responded solemnly, Uriel, the covenant remains. I will not interfere. At this moment, Sylvanus had lifted the divine realm to the sky, about to complete the ascension ritual. Seeing the powerful deities poised for conflict above, especially the silver moon goddess and the Judgment Lord, he couldn't help but tremble, causing the divine realm to tilt slightly. Just then, Jiang Yu's gentle voice reached Sylvanus's ears. Continue, don't stop. I will hold them off. High above the heavens, the father of oaks, Sylvans, who was elevating the forest god kingdom, heard Jiang Yu's voice and felt a wave of calm wash over him. The divine figure standing before the silver moon goddess had given him boundless courage. Taking a deep breath, he continued with the final step to ascend to godhood. Unexpectedly, the silver moon goddess was not willing to let him off easily. Her lips pressed into a thin line, and her eyes darkened. A vast, illusory silver moon appeared behind her. In an instant, a moonlit chakra materialized and was hurled fiercely toward the forest god kingdom. The silver moon shone brilliantly as the moonlit chakram crossed the space in a blink, arriving at the front of the forest god kingdom. At this critical moment, a purple gold divine sword appeared out of nowhere, blocking the chakram firmly. The silver moon goddess had anticipated this. In a flash, she stepped through the void, and her silver moon divine spear shot forward, aiming directly at Jiang Yu. The explosive divine power of the silver moon froze time and space, tearing through the sky like a silver torrent, fiercely striking toward Jiang Yu. Jiang Yu's purple eyes narrowed, but he did not retreat. He slightly raised his sword, stepped into the void, and the power of judgment instantly enveloped him. The supreme will of a champion transformed into an unstoppable sword in tint. The platinum brilliance surged, carrying an overwhelming force, and met the silver moon goddess Heaton. As the two main gods clashed with full force, the gods in the heavens held their breath. The platinum sword light and the silver moon divine spear collided violently, causing the entire world to tremble. A deafening explosion echoed through the universe, clearing the chaotic laws in the battlefield area above the heavens, leaving only emptiness. In the blink of an eye, the battle between the two gods became ferocious. The divine bodies of the silver moon goddess and Jiang Yu each shattered halfway, and a large amount of divine blood and flesh mixed together. At this moment, a force of destiny was stirred, pulling out the destiny divinity of the silver moon goddess. It was split in two by the judgment sword light and merged into the shattered blood and flesh. The Lord of Dawn, Alrodas, who was watching the battle, suddenly had an epiphany. Using the newly acquired authority of hope and creation, he pointed at the blood and flesh. A miracle occurred, and two adorable baby girls were born from the blood and flesh. One was filled with luck, while the other bore misfortune. Each had a single wing on their back, one black and one white. As the two baby girls appeared in the heavens, even the usually composed Jiang Yu and the aloof silver moon goddess looked bewildered. They simultaneously halted their attacks, staring incredulously at the adorable infants, each murmuring, "What is happening?" While everyone's attention was on the celestial infants, high above, the forest god kingdom of the Father of Oaks was finally elevated successfully. Sylvans, full of vigor, proclaimed, "From today onwards, I, Sylvans, ascend to the position of god of the forest, wilderness, and renewal." The silver moon goddess was the first to act. She reached out with the silver moon's brilliance and grabbed the baby with the luck divinity, tearing off her white wing. The baby cried in pain, but the silver moon's light quickly healed the wound. The silver moon goddess hesitated for a moment, but ultimately did not take the baby with the black wing of misfortune. She turned and walked towards the silver moon, entering her divine kingdom, leaving behind the words, "Ulier, cease the battle for today." Jiang You frowned, looking at the misfortuned baby left in the sky. The tiny baby seemed to realize she had been abandoned and cried loudly. Jiang Yu approached her, sighed softly, and gently held her in his arms, saying tenderly, "Good child, I will take you with me." After a moment of thought, he decided to take the torn white wing as well. Finally, Jiang Yu looked at the newly ascended Sylvans and called out with a smile, "Sylvans, once you are ready, join me at Mount Paradise." "Yes, Lord God." Sylvans responded respectfully. After Jiang Yu finished speaking, he instantly returned to the heavenly mountain with the child. The little baby girl lay in his arms, sucking her tiny fingers, staring at him with wide eyes. A surge of kinship flooded his heart. "You little thing," Jiang Yu grinned. "You're a born demigod. Let me give you a powerful name. Yaya." The baby girl waved her little hands joyfully. "Let's call you Zhongli, which means Rivial in the language of the winged people. How does that sound? Powerful, isn't it?" "Yaya." The little one giggled. "Ha ha ha, looks like you like it too. Well done, my Rivial." Jiang Yu laughed heartily, pride shining in his eyes. However, when he lifted the baby girl, he noticed she had only one wing. Jiang Yu frowned. "How can my child be handicapped? Watch as I give you another wing today." As soon as he finished speaking, 6 radiant wings unfurled from his back. The feathers of light on his wings shot out like meteors, instantly forming a brilliant wing behind Rivial, perfectly symmetrical with her black one. The baby girl excitedly flapped her black and white wings and took to the air. She circled joyfully around Jiang Yu's platinum throne, making him beam with delight. "That's my child," Jiang Yu thought with satisfaction. He then picked up the broken white wing, his brows knitted in concentration. Moments later, he used his own wings to create an identical one and carefully placed the pair on the heavenly mountain. High above, the forest god Sylvans returned to his divine realm and immediately set it on a course toward the platinum moon. With the 3 major gods standing, I've offended the silver moon goddess, and the Lord of Dawn isn't an ally. Only Jiang Yu is the strongest in this era. It's not easy to follow the right person, Sylvans thought to himself. The forest god's realm barreled forward and finally reached the platinum moon. As Sylvans stepped into the moonlight, he was awestruck by the grandeur of the heavenly mountain. The layers upon layers of the mountain supported the supreme divine throne, where Jiang Yu sat, the master of all creation. While Sylvans was still marveling, a beam of light appeared before him, revealing Jiang Yu. "Sylvans, I knew I didn't misjudge you." Jiang Yu beamed. "Remember, your choice today will make you proud in the future. Come on in." Jiang Yu pointed to the 4th layer of the heavenly mountain and said with great enthusiasm, "This 4th layer of the heavenly mountain is prepared for your divine realm." Upon seeing Jiang Yu's arrival, Sylphans immediately listened with reverence. Following a command from the supreme deity, he unhesitatingly drove his divine kingdom into the misty 4th heaven mountain. Unexpectedly, a powerful will enveloped him. His authority was linked, feeling both as if he was actively integrating and being passively suppressed. "What the heck? This is nothing like I imagined," Sylphans shouted inwardly. He watched helplessly as his divine kingdom embedded itself deep into the heaven mountain, a mark suddenly appearing on the divine throne. The outline of the 4th heaven mountain became sharply clear, as if the progress had been accelerated. "Why do I feel like I just sold myself?" Sylphans thought, on the verge of tears. Jiang Yu, however, was beaming with a joy that was hard to describe. "Sylphans, what a great guy," he thought to himself, thrilled that this would hasten his ascension to greater divine power. "Sylphans, from now on, you can traverse the entire heaven mountain freely," Jiang Yu declared with grand enthusiasm. Meanwhile, the northern battlefield of Farrand became the focus of the gods. Even the elven princess Munliel led her army of mages there, immediately delivering a crushing blow to the Troll Legion. Under her command, 10,000 mages chanted in unison, causing fire elements to gather wildly in the sky. In an instant, a super fireball, like a small sun, crashed down towards Aid City. "Forbidden magic, burning meteor," Munliel cried out. Inside Aid City, the trolls were terrified. Their demigod commander fought desperately to block it, but was struck down in a single blow. The small sun crashed, and a massive explosion engulfed the entire city. A mushroom cloud rose skyward, high walls crumbled, and countless trolls screamed in agony within the sea of flames. This strike left even the gods in stunned silence. In November of the 486th year of the Troll Empire, Munliel led her forces to a resounding victory in their first battle. Aid City fell, with nearly 1 million trolls killed or captured. Munliel's name was made legendary in a single battle. In the year 487 of the Troll Empire, the Sun Elves of Senahir sprang into action. Due to their defeat on the Troll front, they once again migrated south as a whole tribe. The Troll Emperor, Odin Bloodaxe, generously allocated a territory south of Furland, near the human kingdom of Dawnlight, which later generations would call the Valley of the Sun. Unexpectedly, the Lord of Dawnlight descended to ensure his rule. Instantly, the royal lineage of the Sun Elves known as the Sun King emerged into prominence. The smoke had barely cleared on the 80s front when the Elven army, led by Commander Valia, surged forward like a tiger descending the mountain. They crossed the central mountains and struck directly at the rear of the Garso defense line. The northern troll army was swiftly defeated. Even the Dragon Knight regiment of Garso could only manage to eliminate a single deep-penetrating elven unit, offering scant solace. The Troll Empire was forced to retreat to the region of Falling Star Lake, establishing a new defense line at the junction of the central and northern areas. The Battle of Hades marked the rise to fame of the Elven Mage Corps. Various races eyed them covetously, but were thwarted by the tight grip of the Silvermoon Elves. The Orc Empire, after much negotiation, managed to secure the assistance of a mage squadron. However, due to the Orcs' lack of innate talent, they could only muster a 100-strong mage unit over several years. Grolar, an Orc prodigy, took a different path and, inspired by magic, created the Way of the Sword Saint, becoming a legend in his own right. In the year 488 of the Troll Empire, the Elves generously distributed territories. The Garso region was divided among the Reinhardt Kingdom, the Eamon Kingdom, and the Half-Orc Kingdom, with the Elves retaining only 80s. They then launched extensive construction projects, erecting cities and temples, with the Silvermoon Temple rising prominently. 2 years later, the Lord of Dawnlight, unwilling to be outdone, gathered the devout priests of the Empire and established the cleric profession. These clerics could heal, defend, fight, and collectively cast divine barriers to effectively repel forbidden magic. Thus, the Temple Cleric Corps was born, transforming the Dawnlight Temple into the Dawnlight Church, greatly enhancing its organizational power. In the year 491 of the Troll Empire, the Elven army, having rested and reorganized, launched another offensive. Valia led the troops to attack the Falling Star Lake defense line. For the first time, the Temple Cleric Corps successfully withstood forbidden magic, albeit at a heavy cost. Elven Princess Mornaler, having achieved her mission, retired to the Nadashir Forest to establish a magic school. The gods, envious, sent their avatars to covertly learn her secrets. When Mornaler conducted her first magic class at the Elven Royal Magic Academy, the avatar of the Silvermoon goddess herself descended as a student, only to find that her classmates were utterly shameless. In the vast Nadashil forest of the Phynoton continent stands the majestic Royal Academy of Magic. Nestled on the outskirts of the Elven King City, it exudes an aura of mystery. Its massive stone walls and oak doors speak of grandeur. The interior of the academy is even more breathtaking. The courtyard is filled with exotic plants, a towering library dominates the landscape, and wooden towers encircle the plaza, each housing a classroom. The largest tower at the very heart of the academy is the lecture hall of the Elven Princess, Munliel. With the first light of dawn, a noble figure quietly arrives. He possesses elven-like beauty with golden eyes and an extraordinary presence. After ensuring no one is around, he strides into the classroom and takes a seat in the last row. Moments later, the classroom door opens again. A reedied elf bursts in, momentarily stunned at the sight of the golden-eyed elf. Lord God? Ahem. Just call me Rodas, the golden-eyed elf replies with a slight cough. A blue-haired female elf follows closely behind. Mother of the deep sea, Lord of Dawn? The incarnations of various gods reveal themselves, creating an awkward atmosphere. Suddenly, a beautiful elf maiden with bright eyes and a radiant smile enters. She freezes, her expression shifting rapidly before she angrily steps onto the podium. Shameless! You, the mighty gods, have come to steal knowledge, she scolds, her gaze sweeping across the deities. Then she turns to Rodas, seated in the last row, and mocks Rodas as the Lord God. You stoop to such lowly deeds. I thought you were more honorable than the Platinum Moon. Turns out you're much worse. At that moment, the classroom door swings open once more. A silver-haired, violet-eyed handsome elf strides in, exuding confidence. He pauses briefly at the sight of the gathered gods, then laughs to himself. Haha, what a lively scene. What's the discussion about, everyone? That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.